But my point in all that is this coaching staff has been together since the fourth year, and a lot of the names and people are the same. Yet it's been a little while. It's been since January 20th.
because you had Keelan Rutledge and Georgia Tech in the Pop-Tarts Bowl facing BYU.
Yep.
And before that, you had Yale and Youngstown State in I want to say Division I AA still, FCS playoff game at Youngstown, and Yale came back to win it, and Pitzenberger was one of the heroes of that game, scored the go-ahead touchdown, could have scored another garbage touchdown to extend it, but he slid down at the one to kill the clock. Pitzenberger with the big Y on the helmet. That was a weird game. Both teams had Ys on the helmet. That's got to be a rarity in college football or any level of football. Anyway, Pitzenberger, I mean, obviously for Yale, he looked great, Ivy League. Here he is in the NFL. He's going to get a lot of reps on Thursday night.
I don't know. I mean, say you run the ball 30 times. Let's just do the math on that. Mm-hmm. Say you run the ball 30 times. You've got Noah. You've got Pitzenberger. And you've got Owen Wright. And I haven't seen Owen Wright take a scrimmage snap. And if you're going to Owen Wright, if you, went away for 3 days, you're like, they have Owen Wright. Yeah, British got hurt. I think he hurt his hand, maybe, whatever it is. So British is out for a little bit. You're not going to play Demo and Woody. Jaws is banged up. These are the only 3 running backs you have. So if you're going to divvy up 30 carries amongst those 3 guys, and Owen Wright just got here, I don't know how many he can even take. Those 2 rookies are going to get a lot of carries and a lot of looks. Now, where this ends up being a good thing is, well, if you decide to keep one of them, great. But all of a sudden, you're letting these guys audition for 31 other teams, and those 31 other teams are going to get a lot of looks at one of the other, or both, depending on how many you're going to end up keeping. And you'd like to be able to bring them back on practice squad, but some team is going to be like, hey, wait a second. That dude's a rookie. He looks good. Whittington. I think teams missed on Whittington big time. He should have been drafted. I had him in my top 200. I thought he was going to get drafted. We didn't, and we signed him like, that's as good of a draft pick. We talked about drafting a running back. This is as good as a draft pick, to be honest. But those 2 guys are going to get a lot of looks. Yeah. And you can't hide them. You can't hide them on Thursday.
Johnny, they got to play the whole game pretty much.
They have to play, exactly. Unless you want to give Owen Wright, hey, Owen, you teach him 2 plays. The same play to the right, same play to the left. It's the only play we run with you.
Man, I hope Jaws
and he gets 4 carries.
Obviously, I hope he's okay, but I hope Jaws is back real soon because this is an important camp for Jaws.
Yes.
He's got to show that he can be that third guy. We've talked about him a lot. So talented, had that huge game against Arizona. You want him to be out here. This would be a big game for him on Thursday night, relatively.
Well, I think – I don't know the right way of saying this. I think Jaws has proven his talent's good enough.
No question.
But it's his durability ends up getting questioned because he's not the biggest guy in the world. He was banged up at the end of last year. He's banged up now, so I think it's kind of the durability question. I don't think the talent is in question at all for Jaws. None whatsoever. I think he's got the speed. Mm-hmm. He's got the agility, the quickness. His vision is great. Yep. He can help you in a kickoff return game. He had the first 100-yard game for you last year, as a practice squad guy that they then signed to the roster. And we missed him. We missed him in the playoffs. It would have been nice to just throw a little swing screen out to him against the Patriots to get CJ some confidence and just see what he could do. Maybe he breaks it. Maybe he gets a big chunk play. We had no chunk play ability in that game, and not having Jaws hurt us. But I think that's, to me, the question, if there is any about him, it's not the talent.
Right.
It's just the durability. That's it. Because if he can prove himself to be durable, he's the number 3 back on his team with a bullet.
Okay, well, can't wait to see Pitzenberger, Whittington. I wish Jaws was healthy. He's not a rookie, but we're talking about rookies we want to see. You brought up Fabechi Weewu. Give me a couple of sentences on Weewu and how he's doing because we talked about, man, you got to hit on these offensive lineman picks. He's a 4th-round draft choice. Enjoyed interviewing him during the draft. I haven't talked to him since he's been here. I said hello, but I haven't talked to him on the air or anything like that. I think you interviewed him, did you not? Or
no, I haven't. I chatted with him for just
you gotta
briefly.
Get with him, Johnny.
Yeah,
you got to get with Weewu.
He's the difference between he and Keelan right now is that Keelan has been consistent every day, every play. Keelan's been very, very consistent. Played at a very high level. Weewu shows you flashes of all-pro guard in the future and not going to get on the field, start like that inconsistency.
Okay.
There was one day in practice, I remember he did a one-on-one rep, and he just did something that high school linemen do. They get over their skis, they lean forward, their head goes forward, and then they just completely whiff because the technique went away for whatever reason. Mm-hmm. But then I've also seen him go one-on-one against Cade McDonald. See him go get some movement because he's strong. His body is just he's thick. Like he is a thick brick house. I mean, it's tough, but it's the inconsistency right now that's kind of hurting him. And look, a lot of rookies do that. A lot of rookies have that inconsistency. Like they'll make a play, big play, then they'll drop the next pass. You know, quarterbacks, they'll make 2 great throws, and then the next throw is, well, wait, what'd you see? What are you doing? What was that one? That was like you made that throw back in first grade. So it's the consistency right now, I think, for Fabecci that's not quite there.
Right.
But even amongst that kind of inconsistent in those inconsistent moments, he's really kind of solidified himself, I think, kind of with that number 2 group.
Right.
I think that he absolutely belongs as the number 2, one of the 2 guards for right now. But you just want to see him be a little more consistent. Now, give him a full game or close to a full game of playing and see if he can work through some of those inconsistencies as he's playing. Because I think some guys do that. They get 3 reps in practice, and it's just, kind of up and down those 3 reps, and then they rest for 3 reps, and they come back in. In a game, you get an opportunity to go 30, 35 snaps. You get an 8 to 10 play drive. You can kind of work through that stuff. And I think that's kind of where he is in his career. He's going to work through it. He's going to be a starter for this team eventually.
Did Lewis Bond practice yesterday?
I think he did, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Because
that's another one, obviously, we want to see. We talked about Klein a bit, Marlon Klein, the rookie tight end, Caden McDonald. I mean, these guys, this is going to be fun to watch. Getting their first NFL taste out there. You want to see some results here against the Chargers. And I have no idea what they're throwing yet, but it's going to be second, third level of the depth chart stuff.
I think the one thing about the rookies, Mark, and I noticed this the other day.
Yeah.
So on our TV broadcast, as you talked about, ND, Kevin, Shelby, myself, and Dave Keeney, our TV producer, there's a Google Doc that Dave wanted us to put in storylines and things that we should be thinking about for this football team. And I kept putting in rookies.
Yeah.
I just kept putting in rookies because those are the ones that are most intriguing. Now, look, there's a lot of veterans on this team. We know we're not going to see a lot in the preseason, and the rookies are unknown. But I found myself writing more and more about the rookies, and as I wrote about them, I thought, these guys, not all of them, but a decent percentage of them are going to find a way to have a role on this particular team in 2026. I don't know exactly how, but they're going to find a way to be on the field. Like, I think Keelan starts. I think Weewoo's going to be a key backup. Marlon's going to play a good bunch. We know Caden is going to play, 20 to 25 reps at D-tackle. The question marks to me are, what does Lewis Bond do during a season? And that's going to depend on some of the health and availability of the guys in front of him. I think that's going to kind of be And then Wade Woodaz. Wade Woodaz has been really, really good and feisty.
Yep.
More fights than interceptions, but he's feisty.
We talked about him a bunch yesterday. Looking forward to seeing him. Looking forward to seeing other things develop throughout camp. We are in the bowl at Reliance Stadium. You can hear them testing out all the equipment here. Team is making its way out of the field gradually here. They're in pads today, Johnny. They're going to put on a show today in front of us, I believe.
Ooh.
Are those full pads, or let me see here?
That looks like
You know what I don't have that I usually have in the broadcast
Your binoculars.
booth?
You forgot
my binocs.
Yeah.
I do not have my binocs. All right, Graham Mertz next here. It's Texans Radio.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Chevron and the Houston Texans are proud to call Houston home. That's why we've partnered together since 2017, working together to support the community in our hometown. Join us on Sunday, November 29th at the Salute to Service game, presented by Chevron, honoring the United States Armed Forces and their families. Show your support for military members, veterans, and the hometown team as the Houston Texans take on the Baltimore Ravens.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford Credit Financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon. More Texans Radio is on the way.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at
Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Here we go.
Now, back to the show.
In the broadcast booth today at Reliance Stadium, where the team is working out and the uprights are up, the field is ready to go, the players warming up, slowly but surely getting out here for activation and practice, media in attendance, and can't wait for some action here today and the real action on Thursday night. Well, real in terms of a preseason context, okay? That kind of real, because September 13th, Buffalo Bills here, Liberty White, awesome. Can't wait for that. But I'm fired up for Thursday night. We're talking about these rookies, players we're going to see, and one of them, not a rookie, but Graham Mertz. He'll play a ton of this game. We expect Davis Mills to start, Johnny and I, and then Mertz probably to play the bulk of the game at the quarterback position, and he's got to be fired up for that. Now, Johnny and I had a chance to interview Isabel Martin, Mertz's girlfriend, who's on Love Volleyball Houston's team now. She just got acquired by Love. She was in that other league. Now, we'll hear from her tonight. We'll hear from her tonight on Texans All Access. But I bring that up because I began this interview with Graham Mertz talking about Isabel Martin, who is a Love Volleyball Houston player. Let's hear the interview. Well, we interviewed Isabel Martin over the weekend, so now we're going to interview her boyfriend, Graham Mertz. How's it going, Graham?
It is going fantastic. How are you doing?
What was the review she had of our interview?
She said you guys were the best.
Okay,
good. Undisputed world champ.
Oh, that's
of the
nice.
of the radio podcast interview game.
Before we get to the gridiron, are you a volleyball fan? I mean, obviously you have to be
yeah.
playing, especially on the Houston franchise, but what do you think in general of the sport?
No, I think it's amazing. I mean, I think that's the coolest thing of like being able to be with her for a few years now and seeing her through a bunch of different teams. I've seen a lot of really good volleyball. And yeah, it's an exciting sport, and especially when your loved one is playing it, it's that much more fun to watch.
How is camp number 2 for you here? Because last year you're coming back from injury, you're able to do a lot, but what was the off season like being healthy and being in camp now?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things was I wore a knee brace all last year.
Right.
And just for protection in the pocket throughout the entire season, and get into the off season and then be able to take that off and train without it, and just getting my lower body stronger. And then obviously year 2 in the system. You gotta flip the camera around real quick.
Toro's helping us shoot this video. Okay, there we go.
Year 2 in the system, I mean, obviously, like, that comes with a lot of experience of going through an entire year of prep.
Right.
You get all those mental reps under your belt to go out there and really start an OTA is just a little bit more comfortable with the offense and going out there and be able to lead my group. And yeah, now we're about to go play a game. So excited for that.
I was talking to Frank Ross about, hey, special teams, when you get out there, you have limited time, you got to make the most of it. But your situation, sometimes you don't get a rep. It'll be CJ, then Davis, and you might not get a couple of reps, but when you do get the reps, you have to make the very most of it.
No doubt. And I think that's one of the biggest things I try to challenge myself with is how many reps can I take before I go out there and take one? Whether it's watching film or me standing behind them when they're taking reps and visualizing what I would do, where I'd throw the ball. And just make all those decisions. I think that's one of the things that you really got to stay present and hold yourself accountable to that, because in the end, you're the only one that can do it or cannot do it. So,
how big are these preseason games for you? This is like the Super Bowl coming up.
Oh my gosh,
get a lot of snaps.
It's the best time of the year for me, man. I was talking to my dad the other day, just being able to go out there and just play again, and go compete. I mean, I can't wait for it. It's so fun. I mean, that's why you play football to go play. So, I mean, I'm excited for it.
Well, what is the flow like? Because will you run plays that you haven't necessarily run out here? Because if you're playing in 2-3 quarters or whatever it's going to be, Grant, do you have time to really work on the entire game plan of those situations for a preseason game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is getting with those guys that I'm going to be playing with.
Yeah.
Because obviously, like, you go through camp and you have installs every day, and then like you get to the first preseason game and then you have all these plays that you can run.
Right.
So just going back to the basics and the fundamentals and the specific details of each play within our offense. So yeah, you got a ton of plays you're gonna be running. But yeah, you just got to prep.
Right.
Yep.
So after we're done out here during camp, what is the rest of the day like for you and the quarterbacks? What are you guys doing? I know you meet, but man, it can get hot out here. How do you keep the energy going, to keep your mind going, to do everything you need to do after practice?
I think the biggest thing with us is just everybody in the room kind of brings something unique to the room that we can get in there. And I mean, our meeting starts at whatever time it starts at. We're in there 10 minutes before, telling stories, joking around. So just being able to keep the mood light and have fun in there every single day is the goal, and that's what we do.
Who would be the most entertaining quarterback on Hard Knocks? Like behind the scenes, what are we not seeing? Is it definitely you, or are there elements of the personalities of CJ and Davis that we don't see at the podium necessarily?
Yeah, no. I mean, no. I think if you put our room in general, I mean, if you put a mic and a camera in there, it'd be pretty entertaining. And it'd be really cool to see how everybody in there processes. I think that's one thing that, like, all the jokes aside, like, we got a lot of really smart guys in that room that know how to process and kind of dissect things and find answers. But I think the most interesting, entertaining one would probably be Davis.
Okay.
Like, he's got he went to Stanford, super smart guy, knows a lot of stuff about random stuff.
Right.
And he's a big gamer. He's got a lot of different layers to him that people don't know about him.
Cool. All right, Graham, thanks a lot.
Appreciate you. Always fun. Appreciate you.
Here. Graham Mertz.
Come on, baby.
Graham Mertz is a fun guy to talk to, and his mini revelation there that Davis Mills would be the most entertaining of the 3 quarterbacks on Hard Knocks, that's interesting. We could discuss that or not. The team is in the bowl today, warming up, getting ready for a big practice session as the game is Thursday night preseason kickoff, Chargers, 7 o'clock. It'll be live right here. Johnny and I continue the conversation. Henry To'oTo'o will be on the show today, and we'll discuss other things happening at camp that we have to keep our eye on, as it's all going to be over very quickly now. Think about this. 2 weeks from Friday is the last preseason game. Wow. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8th. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites.
field here at Reliance Stadium, where the team is working out today. They're in activation right now, getting their bodies ready for another practice. Full pads today on the field as they will get after it today. Sort of a simulated game, we're guessing. Coaches in the booth, get used to the rigmarole of a game day experience, officials in the house, and this is going to be good. So, Johnny, I think that obviously 2 weeks into camp, they're sick of each other right now. Offense going against defense, ones and ones. You know, my idea of going ones against twos in training camp is never going to take place, I guess.
Nope.
Even though that's what I suggest. They don't
Wait,
really
what's our
read
TV
the suggestion box that I put out there in front of their doors.
What's our TV show called?
What, Texans Playbook?
No, the other one. What's it? Iron Sharpens Iron.
Oh, yeah, that one. That digital series.
Aluminum doesn't sharpen iron, apparently.
Aluminum. Listen.
Or as they say across the pond, aluminium.
You know what the two biggest days of training camp of this preseason are going to be? 1 week from today and 2 weeks from today.
1 week from today.
1 week from today and 2 weeks from tomorrow. These are the joint practices.
Yes.
1 week from today, the Raiders will be here on the field at the Houston Methodist Training Center, and you're going to see ones against ones, Texans offense against Raiders defense, and it is on. Now, look, Mark, the Raiders aren't that good. Okay, I get it, but Max Crosby is there.
He's there.
You're going to get a look at an elite pass rusher, not named Danielle Hunter, Jadeveon Clowney, or Will Anderson Jr.
That's right.
So you're going to get that. And that'll be good for these guys because he'll show you something different that you haven't seen, and maybe you can handle it well. Maybe not, I don't know. But we're all eager to see what that's going to be like. Yeah, the Raiders aren't projected to be good, but if you do well against them, that's going to look good. If you don't do well against them, I'm not saying it's the end of the world here, but you really want to do well against them with your offense. And I'm focusing on the offense here. I expect the Texans defense to do well against everybody because they have. But now you've got this offense that's a work in progress, and we've seen them make plays. I liked Sean and Seth using the metaphor of when the offense had a really good day, what was it, Friday, it was like an NBA series with a heavily favored team lost game 2 because they kind of
kind of mailed it in, thought they were going to – thought they had it in the bag.
Yeah, they just kind of thought, well, we had a good game 1, so this should be a win. No, it wasn't. And then they came back with a big game 3. I kind of like that one, the way they put that on Payne and Pendergast. The offense has difficulty against this defense. We all know it.
Everybody does.
But everybody does.
Everybody does.
I need to see rhythm. I don't know how you build rhythm against a defense like this.
Right.
Is it all of a sudden going to be sprung free when you face defenses that aren't as good? Will you have the timing and rhythm you're looking for? I don't know. You tell me. That fascinates me, how you can build momentum, rhythm, success, confidence when you're facing a defense like this every single day. Not that they're not making plays. They do make some plays. Yesterday, they had a third down period. It was third and long every single play, it felt like, right, in that final team drill?
Yep.
That's tough against this defense. They're darn good on third and long. They're good on 3rd and 4. Never mind 3rd and 8, 3rd and 10 plus, whatever the situation is. Johnny, it's really important. 1 week from today is a huge day in this camp.
Well, I think to your point about gaining some confidence, I mean, look, Max Crosby can eliminate that confidence very, very quickly. And the other thing about Max, too, is even in practices, he showed the other day, he's not scared to put a little shot on a quarterback, just kind of a little glancing blow or whatever. So the offense has got to be aware of just keeping him out of the pocket to let C.J. Stroud throw the ball. So, yes, those two joint practices, and you know, nobody thinks the Raiders are going to be any good. I do think the Raiders' offense has got an opportunity to be, you know, pretty good. They've got some salty pieces with Genty and Brock Bowers.
Yeah, and Cousins can play.
And Cousins can do some things. Yeah. So I think they're going to be okay offensively. I think it's going to be good work for the defense to face those guys. But can they block Crosby effectively? That's going to be something, obviously, in the game that we played against the Raiders last year. That was a lot closer than it was supposed to be. But part of that was because Crosby was wrecking shop against the run. Mm-hmm. He was really having a good game against the run. We really had a hard time blocking him, and he made a ton of – I think he had like 2 or 3 TFLs in that game against the run. And so that's key, too. That's got to be something if this run game wants to take another leap, they've got to be able to go get runs and yards inside, outside, cutbacks, directly downhill, all that kind of stuff. So they got to prove that they can do that. You're right. You're not going to have that thought going against this defense every day, like, how good are we? Until you face the Raiders, until you face the Panthers, you start to get a modicum of confidence of like, yeah, we're better than we thought. We're pretty darn good. Let's go do this against the Bills week 1. And that's when, okay, the run game is a little easier. We can throw the ball when we want to. We're getting guys open. Things are working like we thought they would. Getting work against this defense is actually paying off. That's my hope. You don't just roll in and go, yeah, we're fine. Even though you hadn't done anything in camp, we're good. No, you've got to be able to prove it. And I think you're right. Those joint practices are going to be absolutely massive. And the Panthers, their defense now, they lost Nick Scorton. They're pretty solid at each of the 3 levels. They're not like our defense, but the secondary in particular, they got J.C. Horn and Mike Jackson. That's going to be a good test for Nico and Jaden Higgins. It's going to be a good test for C.J. to throw against those guys because they're ball hawks. They go and get it. So that's going to be a really good test. I think the Raiders with Crosby, that sets up a test for the offensive line. Going to Carolina, it sets up a test for the quarterbacks and the receivers going against a pretty solid secondary. So I think they're good matchups. Last year I remember there were people saying, well, how good are the Texans? They had some struggles with the Panthers. Well, the Panthers won NFC South. It was a decent team. I don't think the Texans struggled as much as everybody thought they did in that. But the offense probably didn't have quite the success that people were thinking against the defense that people didn't think was very good. But that secondary for Carolina is pretty solid. It's not in the class of the Texans, but it's solid. So, yes, good test. I think for the preseason games, you're not going to get much test more. You're not going to get tests for the starters. It's going to be, what do you do in those joint practices in a controlled environment? That's the best you're going to be able to come up with, other than you get to face his defense every day. But like you said, his defense does a good job of erasing your confidence on a daily basis.
I'm wondering what D'Amico does next week with the joint practice, how much he plays the starters in week 2 of the preseason. Maybe a drive or something, maybe more. Who knows? But I can see why ESPN wanted that game. You got Mendoza, Cousins for the Raiders. The Raiders are always a national attraction, even when they're bad. They're not like the Cowboys as a national attraction when they're bad, but they're still a national attraction. And you'll be here in this building, and you should see C.J. Stroud for a bit. But it'll be interesting. Thursday, starters, no. But you're going to get Davis Mills. You're going to get Graham Mertz. You're going to get a look at the depth of this team. And we talked about the rookies a bunch. You mentioned it, though. The running game is going to be absolutely key this year. And when you project what you want to get done in these joint practices and whatever action the starters do get in these preseason games, probably just game 2, what about the Buffalo Bills defense? What are you looking at? Because a lot of people still think the Patriots are really good. They're going to be better this year. Some people think they're going to take a step back. There's a mixed feeling among the national pundits about the Patriots. The Bills, I think, with the brand name recognition of Josh Allen, they tend to get all this love. But is that defense going to be any good this year in Buffalo?
The $64 million question. Yeah, that's it. They're going to do a 3-4, and Jim Leonard's taking over. So there are going to be some things that the Texans see week 1. Like, I think the first quarter is the most important quarter, maybe the most important quarter of the whole season, because the offense is going to go out there. They're going to see different looks. They're going to see unscouted looks because Jim Leonard's going to save some of that stuff for the season. He's going to bring blitz out of 3-4. I mean, there's a lot of creativity you can have. He's going to have I think he's going to show a lot of creativity. I think he trusts Christian Benford. They've got Davidson and Big Nosen, I think, at the other corner as a rookie. They got Maxwell Harrison where they kind of fit him in. I think he's the perfect nickel. I just don't think that defense up front. Look, there's Ed Oliver. They get all excited about Daniel Walker. I think he's a freaky looking dude, but I don't know that I trust him to be a really good player. What they do with Oliver becomes interesting. We missed facing Oliver in the Thursday night game, and he can create a lot of problems.
Yeah,
but
that was good.
Ed Oliver needs our defense. Ed Oliver needs to play in our defense if he's going to flourish. I don't know that he flourishes in a 3-4, but then again, with Jim Leonard, there are going to be some ways that he can creatively use Ed Oliver. So I think we can run the ball on them. And I think last year in the first half we ran the ball well. Second half, for some reason, it just went to hell. We did not run the ball against them for whatever reason. So I think the two biggest things against them, I don't think their personnel is top 12, even top half. But I think because it's Jimmy Leonard, I respect him as a defense coordinator, and because it's a 3-4, that's going to present some problems for the Texans early on. So that's why I say the first quarter is important, because after every drive, you got to get over there and say, hey, what'd you see on this drive? Well, they went even front on this drive, Coach. Okay, what are our rules? Okay, well, they stayed in their odd front because they expect us to run the ball. Okay, what are our rules against 3-4? What are our rules against nose guards, nose tackles when we're uncovered or covered, those kind of things. So those meetings on the sideline in the first quarter are going to be hugely important to get this offense going. The one thing I'd like to see this offense do, and I feel like the past few years, last 3 years actually, maybe I think CJ's rookie year wasn't quite like this, but it was almost like we were a boxer, kind of Floyd Mayweather-esque. Like the first 3 rounds, we're kind of like, we paw at it a little bit, we jab a little bit, we kind of like, all right, let's kind of feel this out. I think last year we were a little bit more the other way. We were kind of, hey, let's land some haymakers, and then we got the second half, and then we couldn't land those same haymakers. We weren't as consistent in the second half as we were in the first half. The game against Buffalo comes to mind. We ran the ball really well, moved the ball up and down the field, got the second half. We couldn't move it at all.
Well,
so we've got to be a little bit better about making adjustments, especially in the second half. But that first quarter against Buffalo is going to be massive. I mean, you pointed it out. Bills have got some talent, but it's not overwhelming. It's not AAA talent, but it's just not a team loaded with Danielle Hunter, Will Anderson, et cetera, et cetera.
I think week 1, you got to come out here and show that you are a contender. You have to demonstrate to the world, to the Buffalo Bills, this is it. Now, you can only play one game at a time, I get it. But that has to be an early statement, if you will. You got to get off to a great start here, because you're burning 2 home games right off the bat against good teams that are also potential contenders. So you want to make your presence felt here. You're going to have to go on the road a lot down the stretch. We'll take it 1 week at a time, shall we? We got a preseason opener on Thursday night at 7. Now, we mentioned what you're facing as far as Texans against the Bills defense, and we talked a lot about the offense against the Chargers on Thursday night. But what about the Texans defense? And as we move forward here, a guy who signed the contract extension, Henry To'oTo'o. I caught up with him after practice on Saturday night. Henry, happy about that, but really focused on what this team can do in 2026. Let's hear it. All right, Henry, let's get the business out of the way here, because the contract extension, it means so much to you to remain in Houston, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%, man. This is my second home, and I can't see myself in another organization, and I love it here. The people are great, the fans are great, the coaching staff, the players, man, I love it here.
We all saw the TikTok video. Take us through that.
Yeah.
Social media brings us inside your home for this moment.
I honestly didn't know my wife was recording until after, but man, it was one of those moments where it was just so special, because my wife has been there since the jump. She's seen the hard work, the dedication that I put in, and to be able to share that news with her and share that moment with her, there was nobody else I would rather do it with. So, man, it was such a special moment. Like, I would never forget it. And then now I have my parents here to celebrate it with. So, it's just a great time, and I'm ready to play this season.
All right, we'll talk about this defense in a moment. But first of all, your 4th camp, how is this different for you personally?
Man, I feel like I know what to expect, but I feel like I'm still learning. Like, I'm still on that learning curve. I'm not exactly where I want to be, but I'm still learning. Man, it just feels at home. Like, I feel like I've been here, done it before. It just feels like my realm. Like, I just wake up and I'm like, this is my backyard, and this is where I go to work. So, man, I love it. Year 4 is flown by in the blink of an eye, but I'm truly happy to be here for sure.
Have you changed your ways at all since you were a rookie or even in college, as far as like what you eat and stuff like that? How you get yourself ready to play?
For sure. I had to learn the hard way. I had to, when I was a rookie, I was cheap, and then I had to learn that in order to take care of your body, eat the right food, that you got to spend the money. So I've invested so much time, so much money, so much sacrifice that I've made throughout these years, and like adjustments that I've made to be able to be the player that I am right now, but also the player that I want to be in the future. Man, it's just been countless of hours that I didn't know it took when I was in college in my rookie year that I do now.
This defense was really great last year, but I know every year is different. You have so many great players. You have added some pieces as well. How's all the communication going, getting you ready for the season?
Man, it's been good. I think the hiccups, that's what camp's for. We're not perfect. Far from perfect, and whatever we did last year doesn't exist right now. It's a league where you have to go out and improve it every single day, every single year. So I think that's our mindset. But I think we're having a good camp so far. The guys are looking good. Everybody's communicating really well. Whether it's a 1, 2, 3, or 4, every single group looks really, really good, and they're doing a hell of a job as a unit.
All right, Coach says iron sharpens iron. What do you think of this offense as they're getting things into shape?
Man, they look really good. I had a press conference earlier, and they kept asking me questions about how good they look good. They look really good. And the way they're moving, the way they're communicating, the way they're making explosive plays, the backs are dynamic. Our offense looks really good. And they're going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem for anybody who lines up against them on Sunday, Monday, or Thursday, whatever it may be. They're going to be a problem for teams.
All right, what about getting into the regular season? What's important about that ramp up to week 1 against Buffalo here at Reliance Stadium?
Yeah, man, you got to build the callus, and that's what these days are for. That's what camp is for. You got to be able to go through the hard times. You got to be able to have aches and pains and bruises. So when that time does come, week 1, it's no surprise, it's no shock. We're able to go and hit the ground running and get it rolling from day 1. So that's what these times are for. And I think our coaches had a hell of a job of ramping this up throughout camp. And I think our guys are responding really well.
All right, you have some rookie linebackers that are learning from you and others. What is your message to them and to the other rookies trying to make it to the NFL?
Man, take it day by day. Take it day by day. Win the day. Every opportunity you get, play your ass off. That's just the main message. And we have hell of a guys like Aiden and Wade. They came in and been phenomenal. Those guys are sponges. Those guys are aggressive. They're way more aggressive and know more and play faster ball than I did when I came in. So, man, those guys have bright futures, and I know they're going to do really well for us.
All right, one more for you. When you do get a day off during camp, what do you do? Is it still in here and do some recovery, or do you take some time to do something else? How do you handle it?
I spend time at home, and obviously I still study my film and study what I need to fix, but man, I try to dedicate that off day to spending it at home, giving my wife attention and my dog. I love spending time with my dog, but just spending time with them and then getting me ready mentally, physically throughout the day.
What kind of dog?
English Bulldog.
English Bulldog.
His name's King.
How often do you have to walk the dog?
0 times.
0 times?
Nope, he's too lazy.
He's too lazy. Don't have to walk the dog. That's nice.
He goes to the back door and comes right back in.
Oh, that's nice.
It's too hot for him here in Houston.
Henry, thanks a lot.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, brother.
That'd be great to have a dog that you don't have to walk.
Oh, my God, that'd be awesome.
My dog, when I get home, my dog could have been outside all day. My dog's like, we're walking, right?
Yeah, it's you're contractually obligated. Yeah.
She gives me that look. She's like, listen, you are a failure as a human if you don't walk me. Yeah. All right, look at me. I need to be walked. And, okay, fine. And I determined this, Johnny, because I read some stuff about it. You know who actually educated me on this? Cameron Johnston. Former Texans punter, who's big into pets, and he had that pet charity and everything. And he said that the smells are even more important than the walks. And I realized this because the dog, she does not consider it a walk. She considers it a smell.
Right.
We're going out to smell things.
Right.
We're not concerned about exercise or moving our legs. We just want to smell things. It's a nose adventure, not legs.
But the word walk.
Yeah, they know what that means.
They don't know the word smell.
Yeah.
But
you want to
walk.
go out for a smell?
You want to go for a walk? Yeah, boy.
And I've also read, you let them smell things. You want to tug them along. Come on, let's go. She's like, I got to check all of this out because there's so much interesting waste here.
You got that right. Interesting
Other
waste.
dogs have been here, and I need to check it out. So this is very cool. It's going on the field right now. We're in the broadcast booth at Reliance Stadium doing our final Texans Training Camp live morning program. Our morning shows on Monday will start up on Monday, Texans Monday, because it's after a game. So every Monday from now until the end of time, except for Labor Day, we will be on 95.7 The Fan, 8 to 10 a.m., and we'll be bringing you whatever happened with the Houston Texans in their previous game and look forward to the next one and all that. Right now, they're warming up as if they're playing a game. You see the same pass lines and the defensive linemen. They're warming up by themselves, the O-linemen. Then they're going to get together and do the 11-on-11 little fake warm-up that they do.
Yeah.
They're preparing as if they're going to play a game. That's what they're going through today. It's the game day simulation in full pads and the clock is counting down. We got 7:50 to go. I'm thinking they're about to play some football here, Johnny. They're about to do some business here, especially with the starters, because if they're not going to play Thursday night, tomorrow, that's day before the game stuff. That's walkthrough.
Yeah.
So the starters are going to be off for a while.
Yeah.
Friday's going to be basically off.
Yep.
Saturday, we expect a pretty tough practice because
Yes.
you got to get right back to it. I mean, this is Tuesday. So you think about it. We talked about this yesterday, how they're going to set up the schedule moving forward. Obviously, a week from today, joint practice. You got to keep these guys all lathered up. But I'm going to say this. Is the hard part of camp over?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. Once you get to quote unquote game week or get to the preseason games, yeah, the hard part's over.
Okay, because it's
look,
not the drudgery.
If you're a player, what do you want to do? You want to play or you want to scrimmage?
Yeah.
Well, you got 2 joint practices and 3 football games.
Yeah.
5 days over
Yeah.
the next. When do we play the Panthers? The 28th. Is that
28th,
right?
yeah.
So we've got now factor in a few off days, which you're going to have a few of those.
Yep.
So today's the 11th. So you got 17 days. 30% of them are spent against another team.
Wow.
So that's kind of nice.
Yeah.
Then probably 3 off days built in, maybe 4, maybe
Yeah.
a couple more.
Mm-hmm.
So you're not talking about much solo team individual practice time.
Mm-hmm.
That hard part's over. Now, going out and practicing against the Raiders in the hot sun, that's going to be hard, but you love that. That you it's team. Like you do one period individual, and then you're like, let's go swap paint. Let's go. So you're pumped up for that. Panthers joint practice, same thing. You're going to get pumped up for that. So from that standpoint, it's the hard part of camp is over.
Right.
The camp is not over. The hard part of camp is definitely over.
I'm laughing because you know what I adopted with my flag football team this spring? Because it's 7-on-7, right? So when you're running plays before the game,
yeah,
I realized, you know what? Let's do what the NFL teams do. So the quarterback throws a pass to the intended target, but we just throw
Everybody
balls.
else.
Everybody
Yeah,
gets a ball.
Yep.
Just throw them all out there.
Yeah.
All the DBs, all the receivers, just whoever's available, throw a football, and just everybody gets involved with catching the ball.
Yep.
The more time with the ball, the better.
Yep.
Hey, who would have thought that? The more time with the apparatus, the better you get with it.
So
it's pretty basic.
I called a high school game, playoff game. This is many years ago, 2015, I think it was. It was Katie and Cibolo Steele. I was doing sideline work for that one, and I got down there. I didn't really know where to go, so I wanted to go down early, and I like being early for a game, like checking out the scene. So the Cibolo Steele kids come out, and it's everybody, and they got all their JV kids and all their stuff. They got like 110 kids. Mark, they lined the field, not in any like order. Every single one of them throwing the ball back to one another.
Yep.
And I remember thinking it was genius because you just never know when at some point
you're going to get the ball.
An offensive lineman might have to fall on a ball,
right,
or pick a ball up or do something, and they're just all playing catch.
Yeah.
They're feeling that, and obviously the receivers are playing catch with one another. But I thought all the linemen were doing. I thought it was genius that everybody was touching the ball. So fast forward 2023, and we're out there for practice, and I see them doing the ball warm up.
Oh, yeah.
I'm thinking that's genius because you never know who's going to touch at any point. Look, Sting can make his one-handed catches, and the receivers can do their little quick hand thing, whatever they toss to one another. But getting the linemen just touches of the football.
Sure, why not?
You just never know when
Balls
that's going to pay off.
Tip.
Absolutely.
Get it.
No doubt. So I like seeing that, and I've always loved the way they do this where they've got every single coach throwing to not only everybody offensively, but to throw into every defensive back out there, every linebacker out there, so they get accustomed to seeing the ball hitting their hands and just making a play. So it's pretty cool. So they're going to their scripted little 11-on-11 that they do before the game just to pop the pads, making sure your substitutions are right.
Yeah, Montgomery just blasted through the line because it's just like walk-through speed
it's just
prior
walk-through
to
speed.
a game.
That's right.
But the clock is counting down. So when we return from a break, we might be in real game action or scrimmage action.
Let's go.
So we might be doing some play-by-play from up here. At least phony
You'd like
play-by-play.
that, wouldn't you?
A little warm-up. A little warm-up for the pipes. Anyway, before the close of business this morning, we're going to hear from Dylan Horton, and he's got to play a bunch on Thursday night. That's another guy. You get that edge depth going with Horton. We also have a conversation with Bill Davis. He's the linebackers coach, and he's been around. He used to work with Dom Capers in Carolina. I mean, this guy's been around the block and seen a lot of football. Linebackers love him. We were talking to a bunch of backers, of course, during our media day interviews prior to minicamp, and they love Bill Davis. So we'll hear from him if we have time before the close of this morning's program. And don't forget, we have all access tonight. We'll be back here at Reliance Stadium. It is training camp practice number 11 prior to the preseason opener Thursday night, Texans Radio.
More training camp coverage is coming up on Texans Radio.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
Thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Hey, Texans fans. It's C.J. Stroud. Every quarterback needs teammates they can count on. People who've got their back no matter the score. Off the field, I want the same kind of support. That's why I've partnered with TDECU with smarter financial solutions, competitive rates, and personal service. They've got your back just like a great team should. Join TDECU today. Banking is built to win. Visit TDECU.org to learn more. TDECU, official credit union of the Houston Texans. Insured by NCUA Equal Housing Lender.
It's bigger. It's better. It's Coshada Casino Resort like you've never seen it before. Introducing the all-new Legacy Tower with 204 beautiful rooms, 100 suites, and a stunning new lobby entrance. Just steps from the largest gaming floor in the Lake Charles area with new gaming, better slots, top-rated golf, and the dream pool and lazy river. It's all at Coshada, Louisiana's best bet.
She's next. And with your help, Texas can be too. This fall, the UIL will discuss sanctioning girls' flag football in Texas, and your support will make a difference. Join the Houston Texans by signing up to help make Texas next. Then follow @TexansYouthFB for the latest news and rep the movement with official She's Next gear. Together, we can create more opportunities for the next generation of athletes. The field is hers. She's next. Learn more at she'snexttexans.com.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Relax and let Kroger Pickup handle your grocery shopping this week. We start with only the freshest items, then choose your favorites, carefully pack everything up, and load it right into your trunk so you can feel confident it's what you ordered. Fresh groceries your way with Kroger Pickup and Delivery. And right now, you can save $20 on your first pickup or delivery order. Kroger, fresh for everyone.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant, proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
Reset your presets.
Initialize sequence.
And tell your friends. August 13th, we become 95.7 The Fan. A place for fans, built by fans. Texans, Rockets, Astros. Doesn't matter. Everyone's invited. Louder, clearer, better than ever. Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan is coming soon.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
Thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
We're back with a front row seat. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
Moments before kickoff here in this scrimmage, I guess you would call it, here at Reliance Stadium. It's training camp day number 11. They've had days off, obviously, the last couple of Sundays and last Thursday, but it's practice number 11 with the preseason opener Thursday at 7, 4 o'clock, Texans Countdown, presented by Modelo Especial. It'll be live on 95.7 The Fan and right here. So let's gear up for it by having a little mano-a-mano scrimmage here at Reliance Stadium. Johnny Harris and I in the booth, and this is more than I expected today. Thought maybe today would be some kind of walkthrough thing, but they want to go simulated game to get ready, and I don't have my binoculars. I can tell you this right now. No way I'm calling a game without binoculars ever. Johnny, so who am I looking at returning this kickoff at the goal line?
No Whittington.
Noah over the 5, 10, 15, 20 cuts left. Ooh, Noah, nice move. They're going to blow it dead because somebody would have leveled him. Look, they're not going to hit each other hard here. It's going to be a little thud, and that's it. But Noah with a little burst of speed. I would expect that to be – I'd expect he to be one of the kick returners on Thursday. Tremont the other, right? Because I was looking across the field as I paused there.
I think it was either Tremont or Brandon Codrington.
Okay.
So here's your first offense going against first defense.
So
here.
that is definitely Monty in the backfield with CJ under center. They're at the 27. This is fun. Four-man front. You know, they're going to go pretty basic, you would think, and it's a toss to Monty running left, and he picks up about 4. And, again, they blow it dead at some point. No one is even wrapping him up. So the officials have to sort of project, that would have been the end of the play. The journey would have ended right there. So they only gave him 2, right?
Stingy Carl Cheffers.
Dang.
He got Carl Cheffers and his crew down there.
They give him 3.
But that's the type of play right there, that toss, outside zone toss, crack toss.
Yeah.
They got to be able to go take run yards wherever they want.
Yep.
And that's definitely a play. If you can get the edge, man, it makes all those cut-up runs, cut-back runs so much more easier for Dave Montgomery. Oh, wow.
That was a hell of a catch on the left sideline by Nico Collins.
What a catch.
Gosh.
Holy cow.
Good for about 17, 18. Well, let's hang on. Let's calculate this. Where are they going to mark this? Oh, they're going to mark it all the way down to the 43-yard line. He smoked his way down the sideline. Good coverage, too. Who was out on the coverage, Johnny?
It's Kamari.
CJ's going to throw again. As they snapped it quickly, and he just throws it out of bounds as the pressure was back there. But great way for the Texans to get into enemy territory, the enemy in this case, their own defense.
The own defense.
And we're giving you some modified play-by-play. Did they call that a sack? No.
No, it's a throwaway.
Okay, they're going to.
And that's the thing that CJ, people talk, just throw the ball away. Look, I think some of those things are a lot easier than it seems.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, when the game does slow down for you, like it seems like it has, those got to be the things that he does. Have we seen Tank in this at all yet?
Empty backfield on 2nd and 10, and receiver screen, and I'm afraid to tell you that one didn't go anywhere. That's been a problem as Daniil got out there. How about Daniil reading that, though? He read the back going out wide. That was Montgomery, and just decided. Was that Montgomery? Yes.
Yes, Montgomery.
So what do you think there? Daniil just seeing the back go out, and he's like, I'm not going to rush the passer here. We got a empty backfield. Other guys can get to the quarterback. I have to go play my responsibility.
The most underrated asset, I think, for any player on his team is how smart Daniil Hunter is. Because we all think about him as this creative pass rusher, et cetera. He's so smart how he sets those things up, but what he reads and sees is just incredible.
Now you got 3rd and 12, which is not ideal, but CJ's got a little time, and he's going to go deep. And guess who he's got deep? Nico, but it's incomplete. So Lassiter and Nico kind of battling for the ball a bit underthrown. I mean, Nico, if CJ can get a lot on that ball, Nico could walk in maybe and get by Lassiter. So that possession after the great completion of Nico Collins goes awry. The Texans will punt to themselves, and then the twos will take over. This is what they did on Saturday night, Johnny.
Yeah.
When they had, and this is very cool to be able to do this on Texans Training Camp Live. This is what they did on Saturday night when they did ones versus ones. Then you punt the ball, and then the twos face the twos.
Right.
Gives you your simulated game look. And the clock is running here with 10:18 to go in the first quarter. I don't think they're playing 4 quarters. I could be wrong.
You're going on a limb on this one.
It might be running clock.
I think so.
The clock is running. Okay, the clock is running after the incomplete pass.
Yeah.
So they're going to do that.
I think they're probably going to do a 4-quarter. I mean, it would be an hour with a running clock, if you will.
Will they go in for halftime to simulate that? They might.
They might take a short break. I mean, look, halftime, I've told the story many, many times. Halftime in the NFL goes by in a blink.
Yep.
And I was telling you about I watched that Justin Reed. There was a compilation of Texans' great plays over the last how many ever years. And I mentioned it earlier in the show. I talked about Justin Reed's in 2018. And they also showed JJ's interception return off E.J. Manuel in 2014.
Yeah.
That was the first Texans game my wife had ever gone to. She went with two friends of hers. And you were so kind to get tickets. It was my first year on the sidelines. I was so excited for her to go and kind of engage in the experience. And so I get home, and I was like, yeah, she was talking about how awesome the game was. And I said, yeah, what about JJ's interception? And she got quiet. And I said, you didn't see it, did you? And she goes, well, we were in line to get food.
Oh,
and
you got to be careful.
I told her, I said, look, it's a 12-minute halftime. She goes, yeah, the last halftime, the game I had been to was yours, me. She's like, high school halftime's 25 minutes.
Yeah, because the band's got to play.
Like, these are 12 minutes. You sneeze.
Yeah. 13
you go to
now.
the bathroom, you grab your orange slices, and you need to get back on the field.
I'm surprised that they don't up it to 14. It's 13. It was 12 when we started this adventure with the Texans
and then
24 years ago.
Yeah, and then we get the Super Bowl. It ends up being 45 minutes or whatever it is. It's crazy.
Kroger just got off a great punt. He just doinked the ball inside the 10 and it rolled down to the 2.
Yeah.
And now we got a drop. Is this a drop snap?
Bad snap, drop snap.
At the 2. Come
Davis
on,
was under
boys.
center. That didn't go well. That's one thing we haven't seen a lot of. We did see it one night when Keelan was working with CJ. It was early on at camp. And then we haven't seen that at all between them. That's the first one that I've seen Davis have that I can remember in camp that he's had a bad, bad snap.
Is Teller out there at left guard with James Neal at left tackle?
Yes, he is.
Center is Andrews?
Center's Andrews.
Okay.
I think that's
I'm sorry,
Pat,
folks.
right
We're in the
guard.
broadcast booth, and without my binoculars, we didn't know they were going to be doing this today, so we're just giving you the semi-play-by-play as Mills rolls right from his 2 and throws right sideline. Is this caught?
Caught it, but he's out of bounds. Lewis Bond.
Very nice, Lewis Bond.
Are you going to
nice grab? That ball was right on the sideline. He caught it, but he just couldn't keep the feet down because it was thrown to the sideline.
Are you going to give a Bond? Lewis Bond.
Well, of course.
Touchdown. Are you going to give that as a touchdown call?
That's coming. I mean, should I say? I'm going to go shaken, not stirred.
Oh, yes.
Something like that.
Yes. If he scores a touchdown, you got to drop one of those.
There are many other lines I could think of because I'm a Bond nerd from the old days.
Yeah.
So 3rd down and 10 from your 2. Not exactly the situation you want to be in. So empty backfield. Whittington, wide left, short side. Mills snap, quick throw left side, and over the – that's a PI on Woodaz because Foster Moreau was the intended target. That would have been short of a first down anyway. Woodaz could have just let him catch it and tackle him short of the first down. But I know you want to make a play. You're a rookie going over the top. So over the back, PI, first down, Mills and company. How about that?
But I like the fact that I don't
aggressive?
like going over the top, but I like him being aggressive. I like him in coverage.
Yep.
The linebackers improving in coverage. I remember when Aziz talked to us after the 2024 season, and, I want to improve in coverage. Henry talked about it. They've improved in coverage, but they've also gone out and drafted and brought back players here that are already good in coverage, and I think Wade is definitely showing that. He has got some serious wheels.
So Mills at the 9, offset I. Whittington's the back, right? And he'll get the call. And he's going to try to take it out wide. And J-Rock is going to, quote, bring him down. I say quote because the officials blew it dead at the 13. That's about a 4-yard gain. So good.
One of the things the running backs are going to have to find out, and they got to test it. They got to see how often can I get to the outside? Because we know once the regular season starts and defenses are so good, you can't just bounce the ball to the outside and think you're going to take it to the house. You just can't.
But here's the thing about that run. That would have been at least another yard or 2.
Right.
Because he would have taken the defender for a bit of a ride.
You're right.
And on Monty's run to start this whole thing, he would have had more than 3 yards.
Oh, that's true. And also with CJ when he scrambles and things like that, there are Kayvon Merriweather making a tackle on Josh Pittsburgh.
Yeah, he blew in.
Nice run fit. Good
job.
job.
DB run blitz and got in there to make a stop. Now it's 3rd down again for the Mills team. No score at Reliance Stadium. This is so much fun to see the team scrimmaging below us in this simulated game. As we're just giving you some of the highlights here. I like that punt by Kroger because that was one of those placement situations.
Yep.
And you want to see him be able to do that to pin the opponent deep, let this defense go eat.
That's exactly right. I mean, the punter becomes a bigger deal because of how good your defense is.
Mills is going to throw it.
And there it is. Nice quarterback play right there by Davis.
But he's short of the first down by about a yard. So
he was about to get swallowed up. They ran a sim pressure. A sim pressure is when you show like 7 guys at the line, you're simulating a pressure, and then you drop everybody except for the 4 guys. A little bit more of a creeper probably. But either way, they only rushed 4, but it was starting to envelop Davis in the rush. He didn't have anything. So on third down, literally just get it to somebody that can do something with it. And he threw it to Pitsenberger across the middle, and you just never know whether Pitsenberger can end up getting a first down or not. Maybe breaks a tackle, maybe not. But I like seeing Davis kind of manage the pocket. If there's something I want to see all quarterbacks, CJ mostly, because he'll more likely be the starter, manage the pocket. I'm not saying that you got all day in there, but sometimes you become your own worst enemy because you start to run out of there and you run into pressure. Don't run into pressure. If you can move around the pocket a la Dan Marino, Tom Brady, you might have an opportunity to find some throws that you wouldn't normally have.
Yeah, those guys could dance well in the pocket. Marino, pre-Achilles injury, was really good at moving around the pocket, even though he was not known as a runner. He was mobile within the pocket. Here's Kroger punting from the end zone. This is a nice piece of work by Kroger.
That's a good punt.
Yeah, all the way to the 40-yard line. I mean, that's a 58-yard punt.
That's a bomb out of the back of your end zone. That is so tough to do. They were backed up. They moved the ball back to get some work punting out of the back of the end zone. That's a tough punt. But I like the fact that these 2 punts for Kroger, one, placement, ball inside the 5-yard line, coming out from the back of his end zone, hitting a rocket. And, look, they got the ball at the 50, but a little bit better coverage there.
The Texans
The offense. Offense.
As David Culley would say, go Texans. Texans versus Texans, go Texans. And, I love Culley. I saw him recently. It was great to catch up with David Culley, who obviously had a rough year, but he was a very nice man to have around. At the 50, C.J. Thompson. Is this a sack? Did he get the ball off? No. All right. Wow, a lot of pressure there. First down throw, could not get the ball away. And we've seen that a few times in practice where this defense just comes in so fast and furious in the coverage. They like to talk about sticky coverage. Well, they've got it.
Yep.
It's very sticky. It's stickum. It's Lester Hayes stickum sticky. They are all over these receivers. Very difficult to get things accomplished like we were talking about in an earlier segment on this very program.
Surprise, surprise, Will Anderson Jr. with the strip sack.
Yeah, so this is second and forever here, 16. And what do you run here? As Stroud has one back with him. He's going to throw it again.
Oh, boy. Guess who?
There's a lot of pressure. And the throw a bit to the inside of Woody Marks.
So
a lot of pressure. Guess what? A lot of pressure because you have these demons, fire-breathing dragons on the edges that are just making life miserable.
So on that, Will Anderson Jr. got a flexed-out tight end.
Yeah.
And so sometimes you get, as a defensive end, you get a little worried about what that flexed-out tight end can do. He can slam on you. So you got to be aware of it. So when he saw Dalton flexed out a little bit, so he moved away. He wasn't next to Trent. He moved away. So Will kind of moves out with him, and then, no, I'm going to move back in. So he was kind of on the move, and he went, whoom, and went, and, couldn't even get a hand on him. Couldn't even get hands on Will. Almost a catch there from Jaden Higgins, ball outside. Oh, that's Justin Watson.
Marked by Stingley as – that was interesting because the coverage was there, and C.J. had to place it a bit wide to give Watson a shot at it without allowing Stingley to get it, and that was a 3rd and 5 situation. And what are they doing here? Is this going to be field goal? Yeah, they're going to go field goal because somehow they got to a 3rd and 5 at the 35. I don't know if that was a penalty or D'Amico said, make it 3rd and 5 at the 35 so we get a field goal situation. They want to practice these, get the special teams units on properly. And on the Kai Kroger situation, their punter, if you missed it, Jack Stonehouse and he were in a competition, but they released Stonehouse. And here, this field goal is no good by Fairbairn.
That's the first miss of camp, I think.
I haven't seen him miss, and I haven't seen him.
In a scrimmage situation when he's been called on, special team situation, he hasn't missed one.
That was 53. He missed it.
I don't think he hit that well. But again, think about it. Think about this standpoint, and you play golf, so you know when you hit the ball off different surfaces, it can play with your mind a little bit. He's been kicking on grass this entire time. Now they go in the bubble a little bit, but he hasn't kicked off turf. So it takes a second when you're kicking off turf versus you're kicking off grass. They're a little bit different surfaces. I don't think he got all of that one. That was from, what would you say, 53?
Yeah.
He puts 53 halfway up the blue section.
Yeah. Well, look, this is where you want to go through the growing pains of, not growing pains, but the ramp-up pains. How about that? Of getting ready for the season. You
That's
want
exactly.
to be able to
do
go
it
through
now.
Right now. All right, we're going to take a little pause here, bring you the rest of this thing, or some of it anyway, because it's a lot of fun to do. And we have Texans All Access tonight in the Loop coming up at 10. We got a lot of fun stuff happening as there is a preseason game Thursday night, 7 o'clock, Texans, Chargers. It's Texans Training Camp Live.
More Texans Radio coming up in a moment.
Experience business banking that empowers you at every milestone. At Amegy Bank, our business checking accounts are built to help you turn big goals into sustainable success. As your business evolves, your banking can too, with a local team who knows your business, understands your market, and cares about you.
And center?
Jake Andrews.
Okay, interesting line here.
Yeah, very interesting.
And Mertz is the quarterback. Is that Pittsburgher or Whittington?
That's Whittington.
Okay. This was good for a first down. I don't know if it was, but they call it a first down. So back shoulder throw.
Oh, got a flag. It's going to be DPI and Stephen Hall, but Daniel Sobkowitz almost came out with a sweet back shoulder one-hander.
Yep. Mertz getting rid of that ball quickly. Mertz is going to play a lot on Thursday.
Yes.
So Mills played the first series with the would-be twos. I'll call them the would-be twos because the ones were clearly out there first series on offense against the one defense. The one offense has had 2 series against the one defense, and the one defense is really good. I'll just put it that way. That's how I'll describe how that went.
Yeah, defense is good.
Defense is good. So it's a first down at the Texans 21 for the Texans, and we'll see how this goes.
Whittington in the backfield.
Texans 21, meaning you're close to scoring. You're close to the red zone. Mertz shotgun, dancing in the pocket. That was a nice throw caught at the 10-yard line. That's Josh Kelly again?
Boy, that was Josh Kelly again. There was some trash around Mertz. He threw that, followed through. He had people around his legs. And that's the one thing in quarterbacks, it's the first time they're going to get hit. And, they're getting a little bit of that work here where Graham stepped into that throw. It was a nice throw to Josh Kelly. You talk about a guy that every time you look up, hey, who caught that? Josh Kelly.
Yep.
Again.
Talent.
Again.
He's got talent. And, Mertz, we talked to him. You heard it last hour. He was talking about the fact that he doesn't have the knee brace on this camp as opposed to last year. And we saw him dancing around in these drills before this practice. He's really nimble. And he's jumping around the pocket again and throws back in the end zone. But Saunders can't hang on because it was partially, I think it was tipped by Kamari Ramsey. I think it was a nice play by Ramsey as Mertz tried to thread the needle. That was tough. That is a tough throw right there and a dangerous throw. And now it's 2nd and goal from the 10. I love this scrimmaging stuff. This is fantastic. I wish they'd do this every year. Look, this is the kind of practice you'd love to have fans in the building for.
I was just thinking the same thing. This would be great to have fans in here.
And maybe they're thinking the same thing, but in order to open the building, it's a big deal, trust me.
Yeah.
And they couldn't do it prior to today anyway. And even today, they probably weren't sure they could do because of the circus and everything. We'll go one more play here. And it's a handoff, and there's Pitzenberger.
Oh, look at him get in the end zone.
And just like he did against Harvard, he takes it down close. Johnny, how did Yale do against Brown? How did Pitzenberger do against Brown?
I'm not talking about it.
We won't get
I'm not talking about it. Don't want to talk about it. It's a bad one. 34-22,
right.
The good guys lost.
I mean, you think Reggie and Lopez will mind if we wait for this 3rd down play? Yeah, we can get it in because
we can get it in.
Byron says we have 30 seconds left, and there's 20 on the play clock, so we're going to end the Texans training camp live shows with a 3rd and goal from the 6 with Graham Mertz in this intra-squad scrimmage. One back. Here's the second-year QB dancing out to the left. Oh, is he going to find somebody? And it's dropped. It could have been a touchdown. Okay, that's it for today. And In the Loop is coming up. We want to thank everybody for listening to these Texans training camp live shows, and thank you to Sean and Seth for allowing us to have the time to describe it while they go off and watch practice and everything. It's been a blast. They'll be back full 4 hours tomorrow. We'll be back on Texans Monday, this coming Monday, 8 to 10 on 95.7 The Fan. And, of course, tonight on Texans All Access. And, of course, the game on Thursday, 7 p.m. against the Chargers. Thank you, Aaron, for all the engineering work, and Byron for doing a great job producing for us these last couple of weeks. Have a great day. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids.
Odyssey Sports Station.
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
You better get ready because we're going to show up and show out.
With John Lopez and Reggie Atatula. Always live, always local.
What do you say? I don't care about the labor, show me the baby.
Don't tell me about the waves. Just bring the ship in.
Okay, that's a different one.
What'd you say about a baby?
You said that one specifically. Don't get out. Figgy, help me out.
I have not said
He's
that one.
gaslighting me right now.
You're in the loop on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. The OG John Lopez to my right. I'm Reginald Atatula. Is that my band Figgy Fig on the ones, twos?
Yes,
back
it
home?
is.
Woo!
He's back, baby.
Love to hear it. Welcome back to Houston Texans Training Camp 2026, my boy. Another day 11 of practice out here. And actually, I say out here, in here is the right word. We are in Reliant Stadium. Yes, indeed. Reliant Stadium signage is all there. And the Texans doing more than a walkthrough today, John Lopez.
Yeah. Look, this is fun, first of all. Back in the press box here, being able to watch practice from up here. It is we actually figure we can get right into passing thoughts.
Wait, real quick before we do that, I want to do some handle some housekeeping. Obviously, get involved with the program. The text line is 713-572-4610. Appreciation to the Mo Care Minji Lawyers for the live stream.
We keep it 100.
Which are indeed working. Shout out to all the fine people working on that. The YouTube page, Sports Radio 610, the Twitch chat, already 95.7 The Fan, which makes me even more excited for 2 days from now when we make the official flip to your FM dial 95.7 The Fan. But let's get into it. As you mentioned, we gotta get into what we're talking about here, which is some passing thoughts on what we've been able to see thus far.
Experience, wisdom, opinions, barbecue sauce. Our guy Lopez has it all and shares it with you.
I used to go into the clubhouse and I just
It's time for the OG's passing thoughts.
Tell me a story, OG.
Yeah, man, I'm sitting in Mark Vandermeer's spot. I got to throw a rock and roll in here at some point today. But
well, there was an opportunity to a little bit earlier.
There sure was. I don't want to go there just yet. Because I think setting up the day.
Hold on, you the newsman working in a newspaper, man.
Yes.
And you're talking about burying the lead is what I'm
No,
hearing.
I am not, because the lead is this. Enjoy the tailgate Thursday night. Enjoy the backups Thursday night. Because you ain't seeing any of these fools on Thursday night. You ain't seing any of these fools.
When you say any of these fools, who are you talking about?
All the starters. This is usually very much a literal walkthrough 2 days before a game. And the story today is offenses and defenses here, first team, second team, et cetera. They're going at it. They are going at it as if they're not going to play on Thursday, and they really have something to prove here in the second week. I guess kind of wrapping up their second week of training camp. So they're going at it pretty hard. That is the lead here, and we'll get into some of the specifics of what we're seeing. Somewhat uneven, again, offensively, but by and large, this third period of offense that we're seeing right now. Now we'll get to the David Montgomery, because highlighted by the big acquisition going, I believe it was 82 yards. I think they started on about the 18-yard line, if I'm remembering, going 82 yards for a touchdown.
Yeah, it's worth noting there's been a lot of CJ out here. To your point, right?
That's my point. Yeah,
to
enjoy the tailgate.
Yeah, man, and I guess let me say it as explicitly as possible. They're doing a game situation, like they're doing a game simulation in here at Reliant Stadium, as opposed to, it's not a walkthrough, it's not your regular team drills. They're out here playing like it's a game. They started with the kickoff. I mean, your first team offense going one way, second team offense going the other way. Obviously, the defense is also in there as well. And C.J. Stroud getting a lot of burn, which highlights your point of what you're talking about the idea of the starters that you know are starters probably not going to get work versus the Chargers, but they're getting work today. And there's been some explosives, like you mentioned. What would seem like an 80-yard,
82. I think it was right on the other side of 20. Whatever it was.
Even if we want to be conservative, it was at least a 70-yard touchdown pass, which was exciting because not only was it a touchdown pass, it was a touchdown pass to David Montgomery, and not only was it a touchdown pass to David Montgomery, it wasn't a slant. It wasn't a Texas route out of the backfield. It was David Montgomery lined up on the right side as your number one wide receiver out that way. I don't know if he motioned out there, if they just lined him up that way. And you saw the advantage that creates, right? You know how much I hit this word all the damn time. Schematic advantage. That is the type of thing that you want. I mean, I didn't see who was actually guarding him, but it's suffice it to say it was probably a linebacker out there.
Had to be, yeah.
David Montgomery, a lot faster than you realize, definitely looked good running that route. It was a go route, and all C.J. Stroud had to do was dump it in the ocean, and he did. And then, I mean, David Montgomery, without breaking stride, he looked like he went. And I want to stop there for a second, J-Lo, as we're doing our passing thoughts. I really, really enjoyed not just that, but also David Montgomery himself being the guy, because it feels like David Montgomery hasn't flashed out here on the practice fields.
It feels that way because he hasn't. Yeah, I agree with you.
And I know that there's questions that have floated out there, like, is it possible that, Woody Marks isn't still the best running back in this room? I love seeing moments like that, because it's like, okay, the high water mark for David Montgomery, admittedly, obviously going to be a productive player, but he could do that. And I know Woody Marks probably can do that, but it's good to see that happen to remind us that that is not only on his resume, that he can still break it out there when you need him to and when he is put in position to.
Yes, absolutely. Another passing thought here, and this is an important one, another sort of indicator that this is their preseason game amongst themselves here. Every single coach is wearing the headsets and is off the field. D'Amico Ryans has a headset. Offensive and defensive coordinators have headsets from the sidelines. They are going through the motions of game day preparation, game day, I guess drills, drilling, whatever it is, calling the plays from there with the play clock, game situations. You alluded to this, and I thought it was very important. The first offensive series that the first-team offense had was flat out not very good. One good completion to Nico, but that was about it.
And it was an incredible play by Nico.
It was a great play by Nico. A couple of misses from CJ, but we'll get to the good stuff with CJ here in just a bit. So it wasn't a good series. They punted the ball, and here's where I think it gets real interesting, because I'm going to mention his name again later. Kai Kroger, down at the 2-yard line.
Right.
Down at the 2-yard line. So the next offense, Davis Mills' offense, came out from the 2. So actual game situations, they didn't do a whole lot other than a penalty that got them one first down. Then Kroger punted again. 56-yard punt.
Under the shadow of his own goal post.
56-yard punt. So there you go on him.
Yeah, no, today he has looked a lot better, and I recognize that this is Reginald Atatula having to keep the same energy, right? In the same way that I groaned when talking about him prior. He's looked really good today. I did some, in my head counting. I didn't actually break out the old stopwatch. But the punts that he's had today have been a lot more aesthetically pleasing, and he's been able to hang it up there a little bit more. And this is the ultimate test, right? This is why you want to see game situations and, honestly, actual games for him is when they actually had to punt and get it to a returner. He didn't outkick his coverage, but he also didn't underkick his coverage either. It was perfect for what they were doing, and ultimately that's what you need, right? Obviously, punter is a situation where they don't need to be incredible. If he can do that consistently, and that is an if, because consistency hasn't been his strong point thus far in camp, at least to my eye. If he can do it consistently, I'll back off and shut the you-know-what up.
Yes, absolutely. And now let's get to the 3 series. I believe it's been 3 so far that we've seen from C.J. Stroud. I mentioned the first one was not real good. It was had the good completion to Nico Collins, throwaway under pressure, a screen that was -2 yards, and then a deep ball. And this is a kind of a cup half full, cup half empty kind of thing. He had a deep ball that he missed Nico on, but he had a lot of time. That was not one of those where he stretched the play and it could have been a sack, would have been a sack. No, they were not even close to him.
Correct.
So it was a nothing series, but on the deep ball he had a lot of time there, which was a credit to the tackles. His next situation on the field had a sack this time for -6 yards, incompletion, and he threw behind marks. Another incompletion.
You had this up, this view from up here.
I could see it
I was down on the field before that.
From here,
Was that? I had curiosity when I saw that, because there was linemen blocking where Woody Marks sat down at. Did he sit down, and did it look like that was where he's supposed to be? Did it feel like he sat down in the right space?
CJ patted his chest.
Okay.
Afterwards,
sure.
CJ patted my bad or whatever. He patted his chest. So
he was trying to like slip through a tight gap in his coverage, and I think I want to, if you don't mind, I want to step in here and point out you've done a good job of highlighting it, but I want to make it sure that it's abundantly clear. There have been some great pass pro reps.
Yeah.
There have been some bad pass pro reps.
Yeah.
And I don't know if I was to try and put the actual percentages on it, if it was something like 60% good, 40% bad, right? I don't know exactly what the number would be. You can tell me what yours is, J-Lo. But when those pass pro reps are really good, you're seeing that, and then he's also still having to navigate that, and that impacts sometimes what you see.
Yeah, this whole day has been sort of just characterizing the entire training camp so far. Very uneven, and if you're listening to me, you're saying, "Well, it's all been bad so far." They hadn't done much in those first two series. Well, hold on, because the third series we mentioned the David Montgomery 80-yard, whatever it was, run that was really a well-designed play.
It was a touchdown pass. I want to make that clear.
Yeah. Well, catch and run. That was, but it was mostly a run. It was yards after catch.
It was probably like 30, 35 yards in the air, and then he took the rest of it.
And so, but then after that, they went ahead and finished that drive. I think they put the ball on about the 50-yard line, 45-yard line, and started again. And Nico was on target. CJ was on target consistently threw a couple of balls. One to was it? I think it was Nico again. I mean, that connection we got to get used to. Then another one, that set him up for a nice little drive. The drive ultimately
is that the Justin Watson one you're
stalled?
thinking of?
Might have been Justin Watson. Ultimately stalled, but CJ looked a lot sharper there. So just very uneven. It's kind of the theme of the offense this year, but we've seen some good things, with the offense, particularly protection. I know there's been at least a couple of sacks, but look at the defense you're facing. Maybe this is one of those things where the iron is actually starting to sharpen that iron on offense.
I mean, you sure hope so, right? And I'm excited that you can see genuinely really, really good pass pro reps where it is just there is all the time in the world. I mean, I was about to say we're looking at one, and then I see a blue shirt being rocked back onto his back. I believe that's actually Trent Brown, but shout out to Davis Mills for finding Saunders for a touchdown there. But, yeah, man, you're seeing more instances of, no, this is not just sufficient pass pro. This is great pass pro. It's just can they do that consistently, and does it look more consistent when you're not facing off against the Texans defensive line?
And I'm just laughing at D'Amico Ryans. You just can't take the defensive coach out of the head coach on that play that we just saw. Davis Mills, nice ball, by the way. He's been pretty good. D'Amico said it didn't count. There was some sort of pick or something.
No, but hey,
he's complaining to the refs on his own team.
Speaking of refs, because this is indeed passing thoughts, and I know we've been really talking about what's happening on the field, but I want to give you be your eyes and ears in all reality. Did you look up at all, J-Lo?
At what?
Have you seen all the curtains?
Oh,
that are in Reliant Stadium?
Yeah.
I don't know, and to be fair, I'm trying to think back to maybe concerts and stuff. That feels like that's like concert dressing for or is it circus? Is that what it is, Aaron?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Because I was wondering, I was like, why is that in here? So there's that. But then on, closer to the field and what I think people care about, before we got practice going, and I don't know how much value you can put into this, but C.J. Stroud was talking to a particular individual for a good 5 minutes. And his name is Carl Cheffers. He's the lead official of the crew.
Did he have his bucket hat?
Is here. He did not have his bucket hat. He is back in more official garb, which makes sense seeing as we're inside and the roof is closed. But I don't know. I kind of love the idea of, and of course, I don't think that this is quite wildly abnormal, but I love the idea of your quarterback having some good time with an official, maybe getting a feel for, hey, what are y'all calling? What's points of emphasis? Those types of things.
Yeah.
It feels like it falls in line with the larger narrative and conversation that has been had about C.J. Stroud taking ownership of the offense, and some of that is also not just what's the X's and O's that we want to call, making sure my guys are in the right place, but also making sure that we are hitting our finer points and making sure that there's not yellow flags on the field when we do it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with you on that. Another couple passing thoughts here. On the second drive, they actually moved the ball up after it would have been a 3-and-out, so they could have a couple more plays with C.J. Stroud in the offense. Drive petered out, I want to say about the 33-yard line somewhere in there. Kaimi Fairbairn kicked a 53-yard field goal and it missed on that one for what it's worth. Final passing thought is a big one, and I'm sure we're going to probably dissect this and talk about this a lot more. We have a depth chart.
Oh, yeah.
We have a depth chart.
Should I put the caveats here or should I wait for the caveats?
Well, of course, they're going to always use their their little mind games and games that the coaches play, and puts some people as a message to that player or just as a hidden thing for potential opponents.
Oh, that's not even the caveat I was going to put in here.
Yeah,
the caveat is a reminder that DeMeco Ryans himself loathes this particular part.
Hates it.
Like, he loathes it to the point where he has said, and I don't know to what
It's the
level.
only time DeMeco Ryans lies. It's literally the only time he lies.
Well, I don't know,
that I can tell.
I don't know if he particularly
lies.
lies.
I don't do that.
Right.
Yes,
well,
you do.
Right.
Yes, you do.
He likes to say that, hey, man, I don't know how much of a joke it is that, hey, man, it's the PR staff that basically puts together and he just signs off on it.
Kamari Lassiter.
Did Kamari Lassiter just rob?
Pick 6.
Did he just rob Nico Collins
Yes,
of a football there? Now, the ball was a little bit behind Nico on an out route, and there's laundry on the field, so I don't know exactly what happened within that. But, yeah. That is worth noting that, they don't put a lot of value in what the depth chart is. However, there are some notable things that you could take from it, I think.
Your starting center is number 66, rookie Keelan Rutledge.
Not any surprise, right?
Not a little bit of surprise on the initial depth chart, only because of what we just talked about. They like to play those games, but they're not even hiding it.
No, I think once we got to the point where they were putting him in there, he has been that. And not only has he been that, everything that we are advertising about him being nasty, it's showing up. Mm-hmm. Today he is like lightly gotten into it with Reed Blankenship, Ghost, as we are trying to get to stick. He was like doing a little bit of like almost a 7-year-old's in the back of the car pushing and shoving. He was doing that with Reed Blankenship. And then he really He really got into it with Will Anderson Jr.
Yeah.
Again, he ain't afraid of nobody.
No.
And it shows up every single day out here at practice.
And on this depth chart, again, tell me DeMeco Ryans doesn't have a say in this. Just tell me that. They did the college thing at right tackle. Right tackle, Trent Brown or Braden Smith. They put the or in there like they do at a lot of college rosters.
And I that feels like that's entirely apt. Like,
it is, but that wasn't done by the PR staff. No doubt about it.
I mean, fair enough. Either way, it feels like it's accurate to what we're seeing out here, which is, I don't know that there is separation for them between Trent Brown and Braden Smith as of right now. And, that's one of those things that I think it's going to take the entirety of camp for us to get a real feel on who they appreciate and who they like more.
Yes.
I probably need to focus on that position a little bit more and getting into real minutia on what we're seeing different there, because I imagine that's what they're going to have to make their decision off of is minutia.
Yes. And I know you're wondering about the wide receiver depth chart. Maybe not you, Reggie, but someone is out there for sure.
I am too.
First 3 are Nico Collins, Jaden Higgins, and Xavier Hutchinson. Are the starting wide receivers, backed up by Justin Watson, Tank Dell, and Jalen Knoll. So a little deference there to Tank Dell and Jalen Knoll. And then defensively.
Wait, before we move on from that, like it makes 100% sense that Xavier Hutchinson, and that's not just putting down a depth chart. When they're rolling out one, Xavier Hutchinson is out there with Nico Collins and Jaden Higgins. I'm okay with that as of right now. Obviously, if Jalen Knoll gets in here and it looks up to speed, I think that he could easily take that. Well, I say easily. I still come back to, you remember DeMeco Ryans saying I'm excited to see what role he carves out for himself. I'll be very intrigued to see how and if and to what degree they use Jalen Knoll if and when he's ready, because it does feel like, Xavier Hutchinson has put together a pretty good camp on his, by his metrics. And then 2, they have so much trust in him.
Yes.
It is one of those guys that they just absolutely trust. And, again, if they are actually doing, which it seems like they are, they're using that mentality of we're moving these guys around. They're not static. Just today, I've seen Nico Collins in the slot. I've seen Jaden Higgins in the slot. If they're doing that, Xavier Hutchinson on the field moving around is something that you can do. And teams can't key into what you're doing, which I think is something that's absolutely necessary for this team, is putting defenses on their heels so that you can actually get some of the stuff that you want to do done.
All right, a couple of other things on the depth chart here, because it's interesting. Tell me how this hits you, because I found it interesting. Backup left tackle, Blake Fisher.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. I don't know how much I like it, because again, I haven't seen so much from Tank that it makes me feel, or not Tank rather, Blake Fisher, that it makes me feel much better about where I felt about him last year. But he's the guy who is swing tackle. He's the dude who's played both positions. I do wonder if they're not in a place where they might need to start getting a feel for which of these guys at right tackle can maybe play left tackle.
100%. 100%.
But also you can't go into –
And Braden Smith has, right?
I believe he has. I'd have to go back. And if he has, it hasn't been any time recently, like no time recently. And this is one of those things where, I mean, Blake Fisher probably still makes the team just because it'd be absolutely it'd be irresponsible going into the season with only 3 tackles.
Well, but I'm not saying necessarily that he's going to be the third.
Well, who's the third if it's not Blake Fisher?
Maybe not even here.
Maybe so.
Yeah, maybe
but
not even
for the
here.
time being, until you get somebody out here off another roster or whatever.
Coming out of camp maybe.
I mean,
or late in camp.
As of right now, he's probably your 4th tackle, and I don't say that because of anything that he has done particularly, but just because of the numbers that you have. So it makes sense that he's that guy because he has probably the most recent and the most experience being able to slide over there to left.
Yeah. Well, a couple more things here before we move on, just real quick. Nothing to see here with the defense. It's everyone you thought it would be. Togiai and Rankins in the middle, Caden McDonald backing up. That's about to be expected. And the other interesting thing for me on this depth chart is Colin Wright, listed as the 3rd-team cornerback. But I think that's one of those where, hey, kid, just keep doing what you're doing and you'll move on up because he's been killing it. He's listed behind Tremont Smith right now.
Yeah, I mean, that's one that I think you continue to watch. You didn't mention one that I found to be interesting.
Okay.
And maybe it's like because it's not something that's showing up here, which is Jake Andrews is still the 2nd-team center on here.
That's right. Yeah.
And did we talk about Jared Patterson making the adjustment to his contract, basically taking a little bit more guaranteed money but knocking down? It does feel like, man, he very well, especially you heard D'Amico Ryans yesterday talk about it, like he's played well, and the versatility he has on the interior of the offensive line does make me feel like there's a possibility that Evan Brown is actually your 2nd center and that Jared Patterson actually has a little bit more love there. That's not how it shows up on the depth chart, though. Evan Brown, because of his versatility, shows up at your 2nd left guard position, and maybe that's the way that they can kind of hide what it feels like is a potential path forward for them when they build their roster and get to their 53.
Yeah. I mean, I think so that's the depth chart. And one more passing thought just here from practice. This is the longest practice of the year so far.
Is it?
They started at 8:40.
Yeah.
They're going to go a good nearly 2 hours, if not 2 hours.
Yeah, man.
They're still going ones versus ones here.
All right.
Or ones versus mostly ones.
We got to take a break here, but think about this question. Maybe we talk a little bit about it more on the other side. Do you like the way, because this is another change that we've seen from the way that training camp has been scheduled. Do you like this, and does this feel like it represents anything of a change in D'Amico Ryans and the way that he's operated this team? 713-572-4610. We'll be right back here on Sports Radio 610.
It's a new day. Yes, it is. Thursday morning. A new day in Houston Sports Radio begins at 8 a.m. than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. Broadcasting live from Reliance Stadium for yet another day of Houston Texans training camp 2026. Day before an off day, which is 2 days before the first preseason game of the year. And where we thought it might be a walkthrough, it is a full day of work, baby. They are out here scrimmaging. They're out here scrimmaging in a way that is fully simulating a football game. Right now, it's actually, we've gotten down to third team, and they have not run the ball nearly as well.
Yeah, no. No, they haven't. Just asking Weiwu about that.
Yeah, and I mean, we're getting a good mix of starters and maybe, I guess, backups within here, because I saw Azeez Al-Shaair down there for a second, and he just absolutely punched through Bijani and Weiwu, which I kind of like that. I kind of like that we're getting a full mix of what's happening here.
And C.J. trotting back out. I mean, this is a game situation. It's going to be a full 2-hour practice here.
Yeah, and I'm really enjoying it. Part of what I'm enjoying as well, they were clearly doing what felt like a 2-minute type offense, maybe a series or two before we came back on air. And protection looked great again. The only thing that sucked was that there was a couple of wide receivers that just could not bring the ball in ways that you expect. Jared Wayne, probably about like the 5-yard line or between the 5 and the goal line, was coming across the field. I think it might have been a post from the outside or maybe even an in. Can't remember exactly what the angle was. But, I mean, just a ball that's there for him to catch that he's been catching largely in camp. He does not catch there. And then Dalton Schultz, oddly enough, on the sideline, does not manage his feet well to get the ball down, or to get his feet in and catch the ball to allow that series to move on. They end up taking 3 from 7 there, which was a little frustrating. But the operation looked a lot cleaner. It feels like, again, the offense is maybe trending towards having a better day. At least the first-team offense is trending towards having a better day, which this was a big question for me after having such a rough one. Like, how do they bounce back? Out here, they've looked – still, consistency is a word that I would love to see a little bit better, but they've looked better. They've definitely bounced back from what it was yesterday.
And what I've liked is they've had practice after practice where maybe they make a couple plays early and then get worked in the second half of practice. The exact opposite is true here. Didn't get a lot done in the first couple of series, and a lot more success in the second half of the season. An incredible catch by Nico Collins, but there was a definite hold. I saw it myself from where I'm sitting.
And that was Ariante Ursary. How have you felt about Tay thus far in camp? I think that I had a little bit of rose-colored glasses being taken off this offseason by going back and rewatching year one. And I say that because I probably graded him on too high of a curve for him being a rookie. And so going back and watching, okay, there was definitely some struggles in there, and so I'm trying to keep an eye on what he's dealing with right now. And he got beat over there to the point where he had to grab a little bit.
It hasn't been spoken of a lot because he's your whole hope on the left side. He's it. I mean, we mentioned earlier, right now, Blake Fisher is your backup left tackle. I don't think anyone, even the biggest Blake Fisher fan, well, maybe the Blake Fisher fan, but even the biggest Blake Fisher fan wants Blake Fisher to play left tackle. But sort of unspoken, whispered, if you will, Ariante Ursary has not had the best camp. But, again, he more than anyone on the field, you have to qualify because he's out there against Devin Clowney and Will Anderson and over and over and over again.
And Danielle Hunter, like on that rep there that we're looking at, it is just Danielle on that. Is that Danielle? I kind of hate when they roll up their jerseys. I get why. I mean, he looks like a Terminator, so I'm believe that is Danielle Hunter out there. That's what I need to see. Like, this is the thing that makes me excited about it, right?
Yeah.
Because Tay was solid, and then here comes Wyatt Teller just absolutely waylaying Danielle Hunter afterwards. And maybe that's an exaggeration, but there is the veteran dude next to him that helps him. Like, this is what we were hoping for. Now, I know that early on we were looking at that as like Cam Robinson. Remember that last year? Cam Robinson with Laken Tomlinson. But the idea of having a Laken Tomlinson next to him was supposed to be, here is a veteran dude. Wearing the same number, mind you. And you see it again, right? You see it right there on that play where a ball is tipped by CJ and ultimately intercepted.
That was definitely Danielle Hunter tipped the ball, and it was an interception by Azeez.
But you see Wyatt Teller helping him, and it's like, hey, that needs to be something where that's also a way where we see better from Ariante Ursary this year, not just his personal development, but also that guy next to him. So excited for that, but obviously you still need to see the results show up better than it did on that play.
Yeah, and How many different ways can you say it? I mean, they have a good thing going. CJ showing a little frustration right now. Not mad. I mean, just like dang it, one of those type things. But it's who they're facing, and getting back to the Ursery discussion. That's got to be one. Although that was on the right side, but the Ursery discussion. He's got to be better. You got to hope that grading on a curve with him more than anyone else because of who he's facing is going to just make him better in the regular season.
100%. I just wanted to stop and take a step back and look at this because this practice today, right? This scrimmage represents another kind of shift in the way that the Texans feel they've operated this offseason. How do you evaluate? Because I've seen people on the text line really go after DeMeco Ryans and how he schedules practices and so on and so forth. How do you feel about the way that this training camp, 11 practices in, how it's laid out? Like, how do you feel that they have kind of executed it? Because I really appreciate the idea that they looked at this practice and were like, we're getting in not just work, but we're getting in a real
preseason game.
The effects of a preseason game before you have a day off and before you actually have another preseason game coming on Thursday.
I actually think that we're seeing DeMeco Ryans, fourth year in charge, really starting to establish himself. I have zero complaints about how he's laid out this training camp, the scrimmages, getting to the full, which is a rule, but still getting to the full, full pads, how he operated them. He hasn't backed off. I guess that would be the one quote unquote story, ones versus ones. We haven't seen a lot. Maybe today is the first day where we saw some ones versus twos. It's been ones versus ones the whole time. He is about. I love what they're doing today. I did not expect it, to be honest. I thought it would be a walkthrough, give them a little extra time, to get their legs under them, a little rest. Well, that time is just going to come tomorrow and Thursday, I'm quite sure. And now they're calling up practice. I think DeMeco Ryans, from my perspective, he's called this absolutely he's dialed this in absolutely perfectly.
Yeah, it feels like we're seeing, in addition to the development that we're talking about on the field, it feels like we're seeing a development from DeMeco Ryans, figuring out and honing in what he feels like works better as he's gone. And it feels notable also. I don't know if you've kind of taken an opportunity to steal away a few glances at DeMeco during these practices. It feels like he's also finding a better balance of floating around. Like you mentioned, headed into this scrimmage that you had, or I don't know if we actually laid this out. Defense is on one sideline, offense is on the other sideline.
Right.
In this. And so they're really trying to set this up where these guys are working in their, in their teams and getting that together. Matt Burke obviously on one sideline, Nick Haley on the other. And DeMeco Ryans was in an end zone. Right? He is operating in a place where he is trying to step into the fullness of his
But he did have a headset on.
He did have a headset on. And this is the thing, is you want him to be involved with all those conversations. But he's not standing next to these guys. He's not micromanaging. He is fully stepping into, after giving up play calling duties in the midst of last year, he's fully stepping into, no, I'm in charge of all of this, which I think was one of the criticisms that people would lobby at him. I think that this year you're going to see a DeMeco Ryans that's fully stepping into the fullness of, I'm taking over all of this, and I'm looking at all of these things.
I absolutely agree. And just one more thought here as they are wrapping up practice and getting off the field, and we will hear from DeMeco Ryans today, as we always do. I thought today was the best practice from this perspective. When we came into training camp, we knew what the defense was going to be, right? We wanted to see them get even better and dominate. They did that today. But one other hope that we had is, show us something, offense. Show us something. I thought today, again, even though there were always going to be some bad plays against this defense, I thought today they showed us something. So today was probably their best practice from where I'm sitting. Overall, in terms of the defense showed you what they are and the offense showed you signs. I thought today was the best day of, what is today, 11? 11th practice,
yep,
12th
11th
day?
practice.
Yeah.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, can I ask you a question? And honestly, it's a revisiting of a question that we asked not too long ago. After this particular type of practice, where you actually get game-type feel, do you feel now like you have some level of idea of what this offense is? 713-572-4610. We'll talk about it next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here, with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
From the Attorney Steve Lee Traffic Center, 713, call Lee. Heavy delays through downtown, southbound on 45 Gulf Freeway, slowing from I-10 down to East Tex. You might just want to stick to I-10 as an alternate here, but luckily not seeing any problems. Stop and go traffic, westbound on East Freeway. If you're heading from Baytown into Channelview, stop and go with mobile road work passing Independence Parkway at the bridge. Worth considering 146 down to 225 LaPorte Freeway as an alternate there. Traffic brought to you by Texas Health and Human Services Commission. Amy Lawrence, Sports Radio 610.
988 Suicide and Crisis Lifeline can help 24/7. Call or text 988. Or to chat, visit texas988.org.
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients the best hope to overcome cancer. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Service members and veterans, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Launch a rewarding career in the growing cybersecurity field, protecting people, systems, and institutions. In just months at My Computer Career, gain high-demand skills in AI, cloud, and network security that will serve you for life. Call 800-888-MyCC to schedule a campus tour. That's 800-888-6922. Or visit mycomputercareer.edu to learn more. Your lifetime IT career partner. An Elite CompTIA certification partner. VA benefits available to those who qualify.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I love a girls' weekend, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can sometimes take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin, thanks to Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
You can usually find me in the kitchen, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm still in the mix with Skyrizi to treat my joint symptoms.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin when measured from head to toe at 4 months.
Or if you're an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Oh, no, big voice, man. We are actually in Reliant Stadium, sitting where Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware and John Harris will be doing the – actually, John will be on the field.
Yeah, he's on the field. Yeah.
So, but no, it's fantastic to be in the broadcast booth. Gave us a great view of what was a very, very intriguing practice. I'm trying not to overstate it, John, but I'm not. I'm wondering.
No, I thought it was the best practice of the year.
I think so.
Yeah.
But I also was like, am I doing the thing where my expectations coming in impact the way that I talk about it on the backside? Because my expectations coming in was, all right, let's go inside. We're gonna watch a walkthrough, and then we're gonna
maybe, but
take it back to the house.
Yeah, no, I hear you, because I expected the same thing. But, hey, we always talk about eyes and ears, right? And being honest, remember that little mini rant I went on? Like, what do you expect me to not say, the bad things that are happening out there? I'm telling you right now, there were a couple bad plays, absolutely. But this was the best overall practice for the offense and the defense of the year so far.
Yeah, and, I mean, the offense is offense and defense is hard because the defense has been out here, and they've had days where they've dominated.
I meant the two of them, yeah.
But two of them together, I think is a fair thing to say, right? It feels like it continues in with a theme that they were starting to develop before, maybe like earlier this week and maybe late last week, of kind of give and take. But this was definitely a really good offensive day. And because of that, and also because of just the amount of plays that we got, we were discussing kind of the timeline of it. I think time-wise, they still used about the same amount of time as they would have if they were out at the Houston Methodist Training Center across the street. But it was less independent, less it wasn't
more
any
contact.
routes on air, it wasn't any of the other periods that they typically do. They kind of got very quickly into, we are doing a scrimmage, and so they had more time on the field, on task, to what we're at least is pertinent for us. And so with that, I think we got a pretty good sample of what this offense looks like, especially because they seem like they geared this more towards the ones in order to give them work before. I think they're going to have a few days off, where with tomorrow an off day, and then the preseason game versus the Chargers, where I imagine, as you mentioned, it's going to be more 2s and 3s. Do you feel like you're starting to get a feel for what this offense is now, especially after today? We asked this question a few days ago, I want to say, maybe 3-4 days ago. 3 days wouldn't work because that'd be in the weekend. But you get what I'm saying. Like late last week, I think we asked this question, and we kind of had a little bit of a tough time answering it, right? Did today give you a better feel for what this offense is and what it can be?
I think the proper answer is yes, with a little bit of a question mark, simply because I think we knew coming in what their philosophy was going to be, and we have seen that philosophy play out literally every day. What I liked about today was there was a little bit more establishing of roles and establishing of kind of who you are in your particular position, because there was a lot of ones, as you mentioned. Obviously we know that Keelan Rutledge has been killing it in the middle of the offensive line. I think the tackles, we saw some help from the running backs on a couple of plays. We also saw, and I thought this was important, we also saw at least, help me out here, I'm doing it off the top of my head, at least three shots downfield that were not the proverbial nothing more than 16 or 18 yards that we've been talking about. Maybe 4, as I'm sitting here going back to in my mind over practice. I like that. So I think they're more willing in game situations, which today was, more willing to take the occasional shot if they see what they want to. And I also think the run game, and the reason I put a question mark on it, is it's still something of a question. They didn't run the ball real well today.
They didn't.
Yeah.
And, I've been I don't want to say sounding the alarm because that would give me too much credit, but I've been asking the question, how much of this run game can we anticipate? What can we anticipate of it? I'm going to be honest. Today made me wonder, and I know that I also pair this with Nick Kelly, the offensive coordinator, talking about how one of the things that he felt like he learned last year is hey, he needed to figure out the balance. I'm wondering if this isn't going to be more of a passing team than we've leaned into.
A lot of sit-down routes. That's another part of it. I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, we knew they were going to do that. They did it last year.
They did. That was almost all the offense. It was all sit-down routes.
Yeah, a lot of sit-down routes today. Again, we knew what they were going to be. But a lot of that was out of necessity. It was 2nd and 7, 2nd and 8, or 11. And so we had to get a little bit of a chunk, so to speak. I think there was a lot of that.
I do wonder if, hey man, this isn't going to be a little bit more passing offense than we've given it credit for, because so much of the focus has been we're going to run the football, and I know that they want to, but some of that is going to be, I think you still have all this talent on the outside, and then on top of that, I wonder how do you then take stock of what are we capable of doing, and then mold what you're doing to that as opposed to what you're hoping to do, even with the offseason that you had and what you kind of geared it towards.
And a little bit of qualifier here on C.J. Stroud, a couple of really good throws. As I mentioned, probably the best combination of offense and defense we've seen all year. But he had a good 3 or 4 misses, and you don't want any, but there's going to be some in a given game. We mentioned the Woody Marks one on the second drive. We mentioned the one
the Nico Collins down the seam.
Nico Collins was a miss.
That one was weird because it felt like he was throwing it towards outside shoulder, and Nico felt like he was veering inside. I don't know if that was a miscommunication or what happened there. But that's that one I was trying to figure out, and that was while I was still down on the field, so I didn't have the greatest angle.
Yeah, and then there was one to who was it? The backup 14.
Saunders.
That
wasn't a C.J. Stroud throw, though, was it?
No, there was one earlier.
Okay.
There was one earlier, yeah.
Yeah, so I'm very intrigued by how this balance actually ends up looking. But no, this was a good day, and I think that I can see where they've added more to the offense. Like, it still looks like a similar offense to what I saw last year, in all reality. But you can see, I guess, you can see what they've talked about. I wonder to what degree we want to lean into it, and obviously there's still more camp. You can see them clearly knowing where they're going with some of these things. You could see a better execution, and I think you could see a little bit more attempt downfield as opposed to what you ended up having to see out of necessity during the course of last year. So I feel like this is an offense that is trying to take it up a notch, really and truly. I think that if they have taken up a notch, I wonder how much that matters when you get to on the field versus other teams, versus non-Houston Texans teams.
And worth mentioning, in terms of wide receivers, we saw the David Montgomery big play for a touchdown. In terms of wide receivers, right now, it's looking like Nico Collins, and Jaden Higgins didn't have the best day today. He wasn't really targeted a lot, didn't have a lot of plays, but we're not worried about him. We think he's going to be fine. But right now, in the downfield passing game, he looks to Nico Collins. I mean, maybe it's just first option stuff because he was under pressure some, but we'll have to see what happens with Tank Dell and Jalen Noel when they get on the field.
I mean, I think
they've been on the field.
That's fair.
You know what I mean.
Right. No, I know what you mean. 100%. Like, those are the guys that feel like they have the opportunity to be explosive, and you could look downfield, whether it's Noel on these deep over routes that I think are he's very well made for because they're still kind of straight line, and he has great straight line speed, or Tank Dell, who I don't know exactly how much of my hope to put in Tank Dell because I think I talked about this yesterday. I'm not as concerned about what the role is with him playing that as I think we had kind of made into somewhat of a big deal where you go, all right, well, where does he play? Because he's not a slot guy, and you have this slot guy, and you have these two outside guys. I think seeing what they've done and at least what they've proclaimed with wanting to move guys around, that's an easy way. I mean, Xavier Hutchinson is in here doing stuff, and I think the Tank Dell could replicate that, if not obviously do it better. It's more of how much should I expect of him, the dude, because we're still in this place where he started camp not on any lists, and we're still waiting for him to. I mean, he didn't jump into the lines with the wide receivers warming up until midway through.
Yeah,
and so I think I'm pot committed, but I always think in my mind like being pot committed is something that's a fallacy. If you're actually operating logically, I don't want to operate logically with Tank Dell, right? Yeah. Because I've seen what he's capable of doing, but I keep going, man. Like. What is the fair expectation for him? Because I mean, this is another day where this felt like a day he should have been able to get some stuff done.
You know what's interesting, and you just had me thinking about this. You know, after this preseason game, then they have the joint practice, which is going to be huge. Mark it on your calendar. Against the Raiders next Tuesday, I believe is when it is. After that, they really start tempering things down. You know, in today's NFL, they're still going to have some good, solid, hard practices. Joint practice against Carolina later
on the road, right?
Et cetera. But by and large, there's not a lot more opportunities for Tank to go live. You know, there's maybe 4 or 5 at the most before the regular season starts because he's not going to play in the preseason game. He'll do the 2 joint practices. They're going to have some more practices like this amongst themselves. But you've got me thinking. Are they just slow rolling it with him?
Are we veering towards IR stint to start the season for Tank Dell?
That would be daunting.
You think so?
Yeah, especially because he came out here. You know, he came out here and then showed some participation, et cetera. Now maybe in these next next couple of weeks we'll be looking like fools because he'll pick it right back up. But what I'm saying is, like, in terms of live action, 4 or 5 more big-time practices for him to really get that work in?
Yeah, because I'm going back to, you remember Nick Casario jumped on with Payne and Pendergast at the start of camp. And one of the things he talked about was like, Tank Dell, a couple of weeks, I think he said week in some, and we'll start seeing him kind of doing stuff. He is, in theory, technically doing stuff, but I haven't even seen like a real ramp up from him jumping in and doing stuff yet. So I know that everybody has their own program, everybody takes their own time, but I'm like, man, I really wish that we would have. And maybe this is just hope. Like maybe that is just the hope that is speaking, and I need to be more careful. But it's been 20-some months, right? Like 20 months. I'm feeling my confidence waver, John. Is ultimately what
I think that's fair. And again, just you talking about that got me kind of in the same boat. Like, he's got to get going here. He needs those reps.
But the upside, like just watching practice today, as you mentioned, right, the guy that you could see that, hey, I know I can go to down the field. Nico Combs, easy. They got a big play, as you mentioned, to David Montgomery. That feels like that's more situational and getting him out there. I do love the idea of getting that running back out there against the linebacker. They need to do that a decent amount. Other than that, like the guys that you think about did not necessarily have as many of those opportunities down the field. Not to say that they can't, but that, again, it feels like that's one of those things that Noel and very much Tank Dell could help you do if they're on the field.
And not a lot of Xavier Hutchinson, not a lot of Jaden Higgins today, but I'm not worried there. Justin Watson got targeted, I believe, once or twice.
He did. One of them
was a miss, and one was a catch in traffic. But really, at the wide receiver position, it's Nico, and then fingers crossed.
Yeah. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. Coming up next, let's go around the NFL where we're sitting in a stadium, and there's another stadium in the NFL getting some real heat right now. We'll do that on Sports Radio 610.
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
Thursday morning, a new day in Houston sports radio begins. At 8 a.m., we flip the switch on 95.7 The Fan and move Houston sports leader to the FM dial. The voices you trust,
I love football.
Here's John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
I'm going to tell you all about how much fun you're going to have this season.
On Houston sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, about to go around the NFL here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. Broadcasting live from Reliant Stadium where the Texans had a practice number 11, I believe. Mm-hmm. I'm depending on you because I'm not going to lie. I stopped keeping active count myself. So,
maybe day 11, practice 10, something like that.
No, we definitely got 10 in already.
Yeah.
I can tell you that for damn sure. All right, we're going to go with 11 here, but don't take my word for it. And if it's wrong, that is John P. Lopez.
I'll take it. I'll wear it. Why not?
But it was a really good practice. It was a full scrim for the guys, and it looked really good. A lot of give and take, and I say that really genuinely. The offense had some real good stuff, including my favorite play of the day. Mm-hmm. David Montgomery lined up out to the right as a bona fide wide receiver. Go route down the field, booty butt naked open, caught it, and just took off.
Yep. Use that speed. It's something that what's the reason that you brought him in? I mean, flat out, that's the reason you brought him in, to be able to do stuff like that.
For sure. All right, let's go around the NFL, though, as this stadium got a lot of love this summer, John Lopez. I mean, the beauty of sitting in this booth is being able to just look at it. I've been appreciating it. And I think it might be hard-pressed to find just like a really bad obstruction of views in this building. Text in 713-574-4610 if you sat in a seat in Reliant Stadium and I can't really see what's happening on the field, because I can tell you a place where that's not the case. It is New Highmark Stadium in Buffalo, New York. They had one of their first practices in the New Highmark Stadium where they was open to the fans, and the season ticket holders were mad.
First of all, and this is the most important thing, there is no excuse at all, ever. It's a complete humiliation to build a new stadium that has obstructed view seats, much less. What would you say? I mean, I haven't seen any reports on the numbers, but it probably close to a good number, a couple dozen. People tweeting pictures and stuff of railings and pillars, whatever it is, posts that are kind of obstructing the view. That's an embarrassment. That's a humiliation. Brand new in today's world, you're building a stadium with obstructed view. This isn't the Astrodome anymore. This isn't Three Rivers Stadium, where it was a multi-purpose, sort of a round stadium. So of course, some baseball seats are going to be obstructed, some football seats are going to be obstructed. These are sport-specific stadiums that are built specifically with the fan in mind, allegedly, and you have obstructed view seats. Now, the Bills have responded to all those complaints as of, I guess, yesterday afternoon, saying that they will not sell the obstructed view seats for football games. But that doesn't make it any less of a bleep show, because they want to. I'm sure they want to. They're going to use those other seats for concerts and other events in stadium. This boggles the mind that they can do that. They did this.
Yeah. Here's the thing, for me, clearly the idea that you have some obstructive views and columns and what have you is problematic, because there are some that are objectively just not good. And there are other stadiums in the NFL that have obstructive views, but I tried to thumb around a little bit. I didn't go into a full research project because I gave up after a while, if I'm going to be entirely honest. I started doing it, and I was like, come on, man.
Yeah.
You don't want to do this. This is not what you want. On a Monday night, it's not what you want your life to be. But there are some, but usually they're not newer stadiums. Mm-hmm. I will say, going up onto Twitter and seeing the various different pictures, some of the quote unquote obstructive views that people were talking about are not obstructive views. Mm-hmm. Some of them are people saying, well, the railing of people walking up to my section that is a glass outline. Well, that's going to get smudged up, and people are going to stop there and watch. I'm like, okay, but it's a football stadium. That's going to happen.
Sure.
There are some bona fide obstructive views. Some of this is just people like to complain.
I think some of it probably is. I mean, I can look down right here. There's a railing that has clearance to my right. I remember I've seen it
all the way across. That
has a glass.
600 sections. I've looked at it all in the Reliant Stadium. A number of these where I can see probably those aisle seats 2 or 3 rows up, having that be an issue.
But those aren't horribly obstructed. It's just see through the glass or see over the glass.
Yeah.
And keep in mind, this stadium is 25 years old.
Right.
And that's kind of to your point. That in today's world, absolutely inexcusable.
I think that some of this is just this is stadium stuff. Like I think that some of this is stadium stuff, and some of it is they didn't do a great job. And I think that where it got people really, really mad is that they pay the taxpayer put in a good amount of money in that public-private partnership to get the building done.
Well, not only that, but ticket prices these days are not exactly cheap, and so you're getting tickets, and all of a sudden it's an obstructed view.
Yeah. Well, either way, like they'll learn to live with it. Like what you gonna do? Return the stadium?
Yeah. I'd like to return the stadium, please.
It's like actually, this is not what I was hoping to see. But that's one of those things that you can kind of laugh at the Bills about if you really want to. I will say though, obviously that's your Week 1 opponent. For them on the field, I have seen some talk about they just have everybody on defense in particular. They have everybody out there. Jim Leonard is the new defensive coordinator. Obviously, Sean McDermott fired as the head coach, and he had a heavy influence on what the defense was doing there. I'm very curious if the way that they're going about training camp, where it's just they have not really settled on hierarchy, it's just everybody needs to get reps in this. I wonder if that doesn't make it so that Week 1 they are not they're not their fully formed version, even what you would consider for a Week 1, right? Nobody's their fully formed version of Week 1. But I wonder if their defense isn't a little bit rudimentary in Week 1 because Jim Leonard is really seeming to take an approach where it's not, we need to hurry up and get ready. It is, I want to make sure that you fully understand what we're doing here on the field.
Boy, I can't imagine that. And not, speaking of today's world, the detail with which they – now, certainly some of them might be inexperienced or not necessarily fully versed in what they want to do, but I think they're going to be – first of all, they're pointing towards Houston. They know the story here, and they might be holding things back.
Yeah, but I actually don't think that, because I imagine this is a team in the Bills, I think much like the Texans now, where they are in the schedule of we're graded on 4, not 16 or 17 now. Our grading is, can we go win these football games in the postseason as opposed to how does the regular season look? And obviously, the inherent thing that you have to mention is that winning in the regular season needs to happen,
especially against Houston,
to get to the postseason. I just wonder if, especially for Jim Leonard, a dude who goes, I need this defense to be significantly better than it once was. I want to make sure that we have our foundations down so that over the course of the season we find ourselves Week 17 into the playoffs where we're playing our best football and we have more available to us. So he's not going to rush it on the front end, which I think could be an interesting benefit for an offense here in Houston in Week 1 that we have questions about.
Yeah, I can't go there. I think every team wants to peak at the right time, so to speak, is kind of what you're talking about. Now, they might just, as I mentioned, sort of be behind a little bit just because of the new faces and new regime, so to speak, on the defensive side of the ball. But they know Houston might be a team they have to fight for home field advantage, so they need that win.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
Maybe so. And, obviously that's a larger full team conversation than just the defense. But I found that to be an interesting note that I saw when digging into what's happening out there at Bills training camps. As we continue around the NFL, somebody that there are no questions about. Absolutely none. John Lopez is Quinnen Williams. He is the defensive tackle that the Cowboys acquired last year, and they made good on acquiring him because it's a 3-year, $105.9 million extension that they got done. The deal includes $101 million guaranteed guaranteed, and then 63 of that 101 is guaranteed at signing, which that's probably like the true guarantees. Obviously, the 101 is guaranteed for various different milestones. But yeah, man, this is $35 million average annual value, second highest amongst defensive tackles. This is a kind of a new world for the Cowboys and where they used to operate.
I think it's a new world for the NFL. Also, defensive tackles are getting the upper tier defensive tackles are getting enormous money. It's like left tackle money almost. Offensively. So if you can find one like that, you hold on to them and you pay them. And I think defensive tackles right now at that level, and he is at that level, are really, really setting the standard and also showing their worth.
Yeah. In part because over the last, let's say, decade of the NFL, maybe even shorter, probably decade is fair, we've seen defensive tackles leap in their importance. Like defensive tackles, if you had to power rank importance of positions, and let's just go
outside quarterback.
Outside of quarterback, let's say 10, 15 years ago? You probably have a good feel of it. Like, how would you have ranked it, right?
10, 15 years ago?
Right.
I think receivers, who are now the highest paid outside of quarterbacks, I believe, if you look at the upper tier, would not be the highest paid.
They would still be low.
They would still be lower.
Pass rushers still had a lot of value.
I would say left tackle and edge rushers would still be high 10 years ago, would be the highest 10 years ago, and then maybe cornerback.
And then,
but now defensive tackles are getting cornerback money.
Defensive tackles used to be pretty low in on the totem pole, but now you're seeing, in the same way that you're looking at edge rushers getting to the quarterback, defensive tackles are playing into that as well, right? So dudes that can do multiple things, like a Quentin Williams, where, yeah, man, I'm helping you stop the run, but also I'm factoring in greatly into stopping this pass game. And also, we're seeing the NFL transition back into the run game being way more important than it was of recent. So those guys matter. And yes, 713, Quentin Williams is indeed the same guy that knocked out C.J. Stroud with a concussion, right? Like, so, yeah, man, all of those things come back together. And so, yeah, man, this is one of those things that you go, you're going to see him again, right? And you're going to see him for, well, not the Texans, but the NFL is going to see him for a long time there with Dallas, which, again, makes me interested in what that team is doing. They've kind of tried to rebuild on the fly over there. I'm very intrigued to see what that team looks like as they continue to go. But also, they just seem like more of a serious organization. Just a little bit more. We'll see. We'll see.
A little bit.
They used to be a team that did not get these types of deals done in a timely manner for the dudes that were actually really good. For some reason, they liked paying dudes that weren't all that good early, and they might actually
wonder why.
I don't know. They might actually be becoming a reasonable organization over there. Some other things around the NFL. Salute to anybody that has Xfinity for their cable or whatever, because I know not everybody has that, but. The NFL and NFL Network Red Zone will be returning to Xfinity, seeing as Comcast and Disney have settled a dispute that they've had. So, yeah, man, shout out to those folks.
Just in the nick of time?
Just in the nick of time. It's funny how that always happens, isn't it?
It really is. It really is.
How are we still having these levels of disputes?
You know why?
I mean, yes, the money of this, clearly.
You know why.
I'm amazed that we are still having these disputes, though.
Yeah, I don't think they're going anywhere. At any point soon. Everybody wants to get that extra little couple of bucks here and there for, obviously hosting this network or that network or whatever. And the NFL is not going to give any money back.
These are not going to slow down either, because the subscriber bases of all these products, whether it's Comcast or any of the other delivery services, they're getting smaller. And so you got to be smart about the way that you divvy up that money, because you still need to grow as a company. And NFL, particularly ESPN, they want more and more. They want to grow on their side. And so it becomes very untenable. I do wonder at what point this breaks for them. Because on that side, like the NFL, we talk about their side of continuing to grow. And I think that they're still finding ways to make more money, especially getting into some of the streaming of this all. I do wonder on that side of things, right? The TV companies, the carriers. Yeah. I do wonder, at what point. I think we're getting too close to a squeeze for them. Not that I'm crying for them, but the whole model, it starts to look a little bit more tenuous and more tenuous as you see how much they're having to fight about paying into the ESPNs, who are ultimately paying the rights fees to the NFL.
I think ultimately, tell me if you agree with this. I think ultimately the ones that are in danger are the networks. I think the CBS and ABC and NBCs of the world might be in the biggest trouble, because these streaming services are making more money, have more money, and are trying to dip their toe, actually jump in to these sports and everything else a lot more. So I think the networks are the ones, because they seem to be a little bit behind on the streaming services of it all as well compared to the others.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe
Netflix.
So.
Netflix is just a gazillionaire,
Right. And the companies that have their money, especially like the Apples of the world.
Apple's another one.
ESPN has always been an interesting one to me, because they have the entirety of Disney. But ESPN used to be a big money maker when the subscription fees were huge from cable. Cable is kind of contracted, and I wonder how that plays in. The companies that get their money, actually make their actual money elsewhere, whether it's Amazon or Apple, those are the ones that I'm not concerned about. Right. I think it's fair to mention the NBCs of the world and say, hey, how long is this particular model going to serve you, and at what point do they have to say, damn it, I don't know that we can keep paying this money. But it's also part of what makes them viable because we know live sports is keeping TV alive.
Yeah.
I keep looking at this and I go, we can't keep squeezing this, can we?
I mean, I guess we'll have to find out because it doesn't seem like it's bothering them at any point right now.
Were you surprised to hear this? One more thing here around the NFL before we keep this thing pushing. The Cardinals are now set to retire Larry Fitzgerald's number 11 and induct him into the team's Ring of Honor. How did that not already happen?
I thought it had. I saw this come across my timeline, and I thought it already had. That just is weird to me. And that actually speaks to what I was talking about yesterday with guys like, Dwayne Brown and Shane Leckler and some of those. When a team retires your number, in this case puts it in the Ring of Honor, I think that sort of, it bolsters their case as a true Hall of Famer, if the team does it first. And so that was a big surprise.
Maybe there was a feeling of we know that he's going to
That's true.
We know he's going to be in, so we don't need that level of build, and maybe it makes it more exciting in the building when you go, here's the Hall of Famer, and we get to put his number up there. I don't know. I feel like the people in the greater Phoenix area are going to enjoy it regardless whenever he goes in.
Mm-hmm.
But I was just it's well-deserved. He should be in there, like nothing, no questions about it. The only question was, just now, huh?
Yeah.
And so shout out to Larry Fitzgerald, a dude who absolutely deserves it. All right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, the Astros with a very big victory on the brink of a loss and going down to their final strike, managing to come back and get a victory. What is the bigger development from that game? Is it Jeremy Pena breaking out of a slump, or is it Josh Hader handling 2 innings? 713-572-4610. Let's talk about it next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here. with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the Houston Methodist Training Center, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610 and trying to be true to the name of the program. There is a little bit of news around the NFL. I guess depending what level of news would you call this, fellas? The Minnesota Vikings have named a starting quarterback. You want to guess who it is, Fig?
Kyler Murray?
That is correct.
That is
correct. How could you know? It was such a tough quarterback battle.
You're shooting from the hip.
Look at you.
I do love that we don't have to play this game no more. It felt very abundantly clear that this is what it was going to be. JJ McCarthy, thank you for stopping by the booth. Appreciate you and all your services. We'll take it from here now.
Man, what a bad pick.
Very.
What a bad pick.
Incredibly.
And I frankly surprised me a little bit. I didn't think he was going to be great, but I didn't think it was going to be as big of a bleep show as it's been.
I mean, I would be lying if I told you I would believe that it would have been this. I didn't think he was any good.
Yeah.
Now I've said that about other dudes. I mean, I thought Tyler Shuck was terrible, and he's been at least passable as a starting quarterback in the league in his first year. So yeah, man, that's real nasty business out there. But that's neither here nor there. Just wanted to make sure you heard that because apparently the Vikings couldn't help us out by making that announcement 5 minutes earlier so we could actually get it as a part of.
They gotta fit the segment, right?
Yeah, I mean, we were going around the NFL, and they're like, wait until they go to break.
Yeah,
just wait until they're gone. Do it now.
Now,
make it public. Speaking of waiting until the last minute to get something done, the Astros, down to their very final out, managed to sneak out of a game with the win. In fact, they got it. They added enough runs there in the ninth to win 6-3 versus the San Francisco Giants. And we could talk about all of the things that happened there, but the thing that fascinated me was that there was two developments that feel like they are incredibly notable and could mean something not just for the Astros in this series, but for the Astros as they continue to try and press for postseason contention. And that was one, Jeremy Pena. Jeremy Pena had been on, if memory serves correctly, I think he had been on an 0-for-23 streak before he finally breaks out of it and is able to get a hit in this game. In fact, he ends up coming across the plate in that ninth inning as one of the guys that helps you get this victory. And so that feels like that's important because he is one of those guys that in the top of your lineup where you go, he matters to what we're doing. Is it that, John, or is it Josh Hader, who is, undeniably, unquestionably your closer on this team, doing something he hasn't done in quite a little while, at least since his injury, which is not just handle one inning, but handle 2 innings of work in a bullpen that has been something that you needed to rely on, but admittedly is not as deep as you might want in a bullpen.
Yeah, to me, it's Hader for a couple of reasons. Number one, I think it spoke a lot about this game, and it spoke a lot about where they are now in contention to get to the postseason. About this game, they knew what everybody knew. We were talking about, like, this is the soft part of the schedule after you got out of San Diego, where you can't afford to let any of these games slip away. I guess last week, I forget who was it against, where I said where they lost one of these, and I'm like, ooh, that's one of that just stung a little bit,
Yeah.
This one would have stung a lot more. You're down 3-2. You're down to your final strike. You've got Hader coming in to pitch 2 innings.
That's bad. I kept saying ninth. It was the 10th inning. I'm bugging.
Yeah, it takes a lot. It takes a lot to count on your closer to give you 2 innings, and so I think it said a lot about this game, how important they thought it was, and how important it is for their hopes in the postseason. Including this series, they have the horrible Giants, then the Mariners, Angels, and A's, all very bad teams that are, pretty much are giving up the ghost here. But after that, late August into September is going to be a lot of fun. They go to the Yankees, they have the White Sox, and then they go to Philadelphia. So you can't afford to lose any of these games right here. I mean, like, literally, even one game could hurt you a lot.
And, I mean, you add on top, the Rangers have played a little bit better baseball.
They're still only half game up.
Handful of stretch after you ended up beating them at Dyken Park. Yeah, now I'm worried about myself because I did say the 9th inning, and this was a late game where I was looking at this game through eyes that were barely open. I was fighting for my life last night, which is typically not the case. So I'm like, hey, how much am I remembering correctly? Even still, I'm going the other way, John. Like, I do think you're right. In the Josh Hader, that matters a good amount. As we mentioned, right, Josh Hader, if he can be the lockdown pitcher that he's one of the guys that you know. Yeah. He's one of the guys that you know is a commodity, very well known. You can throw him out there and feel very good about it. And if you can handle 2 innings there, it allows you to stretch a little bit further, as you mentioned, with the stretches that are coming up. But I still think I lean towards Jeremy Pena here being the bigger development. One, because I am very invested in the Yordan Alvarez winning the Triple Crown for the entirety of the majors, not just the AL. In order to do that, he needs RSBI. And Jeremy Pena is the dude who is tasked with leading off ahead of Yordan. So him being able to hit, get on base, and giving Yordan some more guys, I think that helps him get more RSBI, clearly. But two, again, I keep looking at this lineup. And, yes, it's, Darton Varsho, who went 0 for 4 in this game. Like, yeah, he's here to help you maybe steady this lineup. But, I mean, I need to make sure that you're getting dudes that can give you something. Jeremy Pena absolutely is supposed to be an offensive dude on this team. Yes, he's good as a defensive shortstop, but he's supposed to be an offensive guy. And I think that part of you giving up a little bit of your lead there in this last little stretch was Jeremy Pena just not adding anything into the collection plate when it was passed around for the Astros.
Yeah, no, that's fair. And you need him to get hot, especially, as we said, going into the late August into September stretch. You've got to get him hot. The other thing that I think is interesting is I feel as if you've got two of your outfield positions, pretty much you got to run them out there every day no matter what, and that's Cam Smith and Taylor Trammell. Not Varsho.
Really? Well, they've told you that's the one that's solidified. That's the one that they've marked in ink is Dalton Varsho as your
I feel the other way on that right now. Not that he's not a good player, but he's been slumping. He hadn't done a whole lot since he's gotten here. I think he's batting 140-something, maybe 130-something at this point. It could turn around.
I actually got to see the splits because I'm looking at his entire season, and that's not going to be very helpful for me.
It ain't great since he's been to Houston. That could change. We know he can play. But it needs to change. I love what you're seeing out of Trammell and Cam Smith, just in general.
Yeah, maybe I should open this up as a secret third thing instead of what was the biggest development between Pena and Hader. Is it any chance that Cam Smith, who was 3 for 4 on the day with a couple of runs, obviously, continuing to look good, is it possible that it's Cam Smith that is the secret third thing? The problem that I have with that as the bigger development between Pena breaking his streak and maybe unsealing the cap back to his offense, or Josh Hader giving you a couple of innings instead of just giving you the one that he's only been able to give you since he's returned from injury, is I don't know how much this is predictive of what Cam Smith's going to continue to give us in the same way that I can lean on.
But he's a streaky player. We know that.
Right. Right,
and so a streaky player.
How long does this streak last, and does this matter, or does this matter in the longer run of things for the Astros outside of just this series? Like, does this matter towards? Does this give us any idea that he's going to beat that in the postseason?
No,
or towards the postseason.
I'd rather ride the streaky player right now. And by the way, Dalton Varsho as an Astro, batting 120 with an OPS of 481.
Is that good?
That is not good.
Okay.
I can tell you that with authority.
All right.
That is not good. For some reason, I feel like he could flip the switch a little bit at some point. But he hadn't had a great year even before. I mean, that was part of the discussion when the Astros acquired him. But still, I think he can certainly play better than that. But I feel as if Cam Smith, we've seen it happen. We've seen it happen where he's a streaky player. Taylor Trammell is on a streak right now.
Yeah.
He's on a good streak. So I think those two guys, just trot them out there every day.
And it is fair. I'm mentioning I don't know how predictive this is going to be for Cam. I'm not going to – I need to make sure that I don't purport this to be some level of, he had a good game. The month of August for him has been downright incredible. I don't think you can call it anything else. We were talking about this. Was this yesterday? 435 average in the month of August to this point. Actually, I think I need to update that. But, I mean, his OPS is in the thousands, right, when we talk about him. And so, 481 through August to this point.
Yeah.
1.369 OPS. So he's been downright fantastic. He's been Jordanian in this month of August in his 27 at bats and 29 plate appearances. I still go, how much does that matter? But hey, maybe if that's the answer that you want to take, Space Age on the YouTube page, I'm cool with that, right? Maybe that is ultimately, and that probably feels a little bit stronger if that is indeed an indicator of something that we're going to get, because that's a guy that you know is going to be in the latter half of your lineup. And how much have we talked about the other half of your lineup needing to pick up some of the slack to match up with what Jordan has done at the top and what you know he's going to do?
Yeah, no, I think clearly we're not worried about Jordan, but sure would be cool to get him hitting some home runs again. I think Jeremy Pena, you're tack on with that one. I feel as if he's a guy that you have to count on at the top of the line, especially if Varsho is not producing. So I think that those are the three right there. And again, sooner rather than later, it gets really, really tough at the end of this month.
Either way, I mean, what a resilient game by the Astros. They really don't quit. They really and truly don't. Can we talk about this Drew Gilbert thing?
What about it?
Because why was he playing like that? Is it just because you traded him? Right? That was was that the JV trade? Or no? Who was the trade that you made that sent him? Because remember, he comes up in the Astros system before he ends up in San Francisco, and I feel like he took that personally.
Well, it seemed like it last night, that's for sure.
Right? Sack fly in the fourth, and then the big home run to center. 407.
407, yeah. Yeah. No, I mean, that was one of those where that's one where I started to feel like, okay, they're going to let this thing slip away, because that was a seventh inning shot, I believe. It was late in the game.
Correct.
And that was one of those where I'm like, oh, boy, if they let this one slip away. But he's come to life. He came to life last night.
No, 100%. Yeah. So happy that the Astros got a win. It's 713 said Reggie. That's an interesting. Don't understand the difference between RSBI and RBIs. This is something that like real baseball nerds, and I'm not to say that I am one, but you're
kind of one.
I've observed this conversation enough. Is people ask, do you say RSBI or RBIs? In fact, let us know what your thought is, 713-572-4610. Because the theory is when you actually say the words, right, runs batted in, the plural is on the runs, which would be the R. So it would be RSBI as opposed to RBIs, which if you expanded that out, it would be run batted ins.
Right.
Which in my brain scratches it a little weird.
You know what the Associated Press style book says?
I actually don't.
RBI.
It just says RBI.
You assume the S in runs.
Fair, because you're just But then
you don't say RBIs. That's a mistake.
He has 40 RBI.
I always type and write RBI.
Well, writing it out, I think.
Even if it's 7.
7 RBI.
Yeah, it's 7 RBI.
7 ribby.
Yeah. That's the way I do it.
That one
That's what the Associated Press says to do.
No, I think that logically makes sense, right? Because if I'm shortening this. The plural in there is still shortened as well.
Correct.
All of that is, as you mentioned, implied within the R. It just doesn't feel satisfying to me. So I want that S to be in there.
And it's
but
more
I still
fun to say RSBI.
It is. It is. I sound like a real jerk. And sometimes when being pedantic, I enjoy being a jerk. And so RSBI would absolutely where I want to go. From the 8-2 on the text line, Cam Smith getting his powers back from the Monstars has been the best trade deadline acquisition. Is that Dana Brown texting in?
It could be.
Dana Brown's like, the real acquisitions is the friends that we made along the way, and also Cam Smith getting his bat back.
Yeah. And is it just me, or has Jordan been quiet the last couple of weeks?
No.
Quiet for Jordan.
Yeah. He's
still got an 840-something OPS.
That's right. That's right.
Quiet for Jordan.
No, 100%. And this is where a night like that for Cam Smith and Cam Smith just in general in the month of August being better is very helpful. Hopefully, Jeremy Pena breaking the seal yesterday helps him add into the fold, and the Astros continue to stack games. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, let's get into what's popping. And man, I forgot what I had in here, but I guarantee you I got some interesting things.
We got Little Leaguers.
That's okay. I don't think that's the interesting thing that we're doing here, but we'll do that next.
All right, let's talk about D&M auto leasing right now. And look, man,
stories in sports and entertainment. Sports Radio 610 style. In the Loop presents What's Poppin'.
All right, let's get into what's popping here in the Loop on Sports Radio 610. And shout out to Ocho on the text line saying, how has no one mentioned that the Giants intentionally walked Taylor Trammell to get to Christian Walker? Now, to be fair, he said Taylor Walter Lee Trammell because that is clearly his favorite player on the Astros in the moment. I'm going to be honest. I could not remember if that actually happened or not.
It was all a fog.
It's notable for me because it's rare. I am still relatively young to the point where and I'm a little bit of a night owl to the point where those late games, the West Coast games, they don't really faze me. That just means I don't have stuff to do after the baseball game. It means that when the baseball game ends, that's when I go to sleep. Last night, the sleep was trying to get me.
Yeah.
I was on the couch with eyes closing my eyes, looking up and being like, was that 2 outs always there?
The sleep monster?
Yeah.
The sleep monster was it's like you talk to your 3-year-old?
Yeah, man, it was getting at me. And so I think I remember seeing that, but I was like, I don't know, did that happen this year?
Yeah. Was that today?
Did that
or
happen?
Was that a dream?
They walked him to get to Nick Allen, who pinch ran for Walker, is what B. Scott is texting into the program. Again, not sure. Like I'm okay with being honest with you here in saying I don't remember, man. Like I was fighting. I was fighting. I don't remember all the particular details of that one. But let's get into what's popping. Practice done for the day clearly out here at Reliant Stadium. They were in the stadium as opposed to outside in the elements, and they did a full scrim, man, and it was pretty interesting to see.
Yeah, and you're going to hear from D'Amico Ryans talking about that here at the top of the hour. But I thought, if you weren't listening earlier, I thought flat out best practice of training camp so far for both sides of the ball. Special teams outside of one missed field goal from 53 that Fairbairn had, just across the board. It was fast moving. It was a lot of scrimmaging, probably the most, easily the most we've seen all camp, and successes on both sides. It was a great day for the Texans on both sides of the ball,
including explosives. Right, I think that needs to be mentioned. Right, sometimes when we talk about them having a good day, it's that they've made some little progresses or that they've looked like they've had some consistency. Now, there were some explosives today, which I appreciated greatly because that's one of those things that it needs to happen, right? In the modern NFL, you got to be able to get chunk plays, and so being able to see some of those pop out there was really cool. All right, some other things that are popping. How do you feel about getting over on other people? Like, are you the type of person that, makes a deal knowing that you're getting over on them and feels okay about it?
I mean, I won't say no.
Okay.
If you forget to charge me, I'm not doing it on purpose.
You're not telling the teacher that she forgot to give out homework today?
I'm not hating ass Luke, who does it deliberately.
Wow. Yeah. See, I don't even think is that a Luke thing?
No, he said it on the air.
Okay.
I will take avocados is what he said in essence. Right?
Oh yeah, he did
remember
admit
that.
Yeah, I forgot he did admit to. What was that? I did not realize.
I will take your avocados and I'll do it with my chest out.
He's like, if you're not watching, I'm just
not
take
that.
it.
But hey, if they put something in the bag and then I find out, as I'm walking to the car, they didn't charge me for the milk. I'm like, they're lost.
So to paraphrase,
I'll do that.
To paraphrase Clay Davis from The Wire,
yeah.
I'll take any Joker's money if he's giving it away.
Exactly.
Right. That's
exactly.
All right. Maybe that's the way that the Astros feel because did you see the update in the news on Spencer Urquidy? Obviously, recently traded to the Toronto Blue Jays,
and that is
he's been diagnosed with Morton's neuroma.
That doesn't sound good.
It's leading to his foot nerve pain that is seemingly keeping him from playing baseball. Quote from John Schneider, the manager, "We're hoping he can pitch through it and feel better with treatment." But yeah, it is a condition where skin builds up near a nerve in the foot and creates discomfort. As far as the timeline, they said they'll have to see about it. But this feels like something that do you think the Astros knew about this?
They had to. Didn't they?
I don't know. I really, truly don't know.
Isn't it like a bump, almost like a calcium deposit type thing?
Look, I'd be lying to you if I told you that I knew that much about it. I am taking the words of people from people that have done a little bit more of the research on this particular, I guess, ailment, for lack of a better way of saying it. But, yeah, that is quite a particular circumstance. And if this did pop up, what a timing. What a timing for this to pop up because we're looking at in maybe you're justifying the trade for Dalton Varsho in so much as saying that, Arrighetti had a couple of good months, but you haven't seen him be a good pitcher. I mean, the trade looks a lot different when you also factor in he might have a thing that is continually ailing him that makes it difficult for him to even pitch before you even get to how good he looks.
Right, and this is where the Astros say, you gave him a physical, didn't you? Yeah.
No takesies, backsies.
Didn't charge me for the milk? Fine, I'll take it. I'll take it. That's essentially what they can say right here.
I mean,
yeah.
The Blue Jays are trying to make the best of it, as obviously you have to. But I was just fascinated to see, like, damn, what the timing? What is the timing on that?
No.
Right? But to see him dealing with something that is clearly, it's more than just a callus or more than just, oh man, he has a blister. This is just, wow, there's a real injury there. Somebody said, Reggie, really, the Astros medical staff? You know what? You're right. You're right. They didn't know.
What were we thinking?
How could they possibly know?
Yeah.
Someone said a neuroma is a nerve tumor that is usually very painful. Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that he is any level like soft or anything for having to go through this. Not at all. Just fascinated by the timing of this with obviously a trade happening very, very recently that sent him away from your team and brought you back an outfielder. Speaking of an outfielder, we didn't talk about this, and that's my personal failure. Maybe with all the things that were happening, it slipped through the cracks. Have you been following the fact that the Astros are supposedly still trying to add a player off of, to add into the outfield? Austin Hayes was one of those guys that was that they were interested in. He ends up signing with the Padres during the course of that weekend series, and then he hit against you, didn't he?
He hit. Got me on that one. I'm trying to remember. I think he did.
Yeah. So, which was like, oh, well, thanks for that. But I imagine that's still out there. Like, I'm curious to see when they make that move.
Who and where and how.
Rob Refsnyder is one of the guys that's out there. I think that he is one of those guys that I was trying to see. Is there like none of these guys are hitting particularly well. I think last year he hit a lot better than he has this year. But I also looked at it. I think he's in his 30s at this point and mid 30s. And you're going to be trying to bring him back, but there's not like a great splits on it. I was wondering, I was hoping that maybe I could. Oh well, it's fine where he's better against lefties than he is righties or something like that.
Yeah.
No. So I think that they're still out here looking for maybe an outfielder that they could just sign and bring into this. But I'm curious to see whether they'll actually make that happen, or if Cam Smith, getting hot maybe mitigates that. Who knows? Some other things that are popping, John Lopez. I know that we haven't talked about it much, and fair enough. It's it's the time of year where they're in the down part of their season. But basketball is coming here in a couple of months. In fact, once we get to September, we'll probably start getting preseason stuff going.
Yeah.
And schedule. We're starting to get schedule leaks now, thanks to LeBron James actually signing. The NBA could get to their work on setting up the schedule. And we know a little bit about how the season will open and really how you get the proverbial open of the season, which is Christmas Day looks. Were you at all surprised by the Christmas Day roster, which goes as following? You start at 11 a.m. with Knicks versus Spurs, a rematch of the finals. I'm very intrigued by that. Then you go to Celtics versus Miami Heat. That I think is interesting, obviously with Giannis joining Miami. The probably prime placement at 4 p.m. on Christmas is Lakers versus Sixers, so LeBron versus his former team. I think that's interesting, Lakers, Sixers. And then you go Thunder, Timberwolves. Timberwolves added to what they were doing versus the Thunder. And then you finish out with a team that I thought is one of these things is not like the other. The Nuggets versus the Golden State Warriors of all teams.
Yeah, they're still a headliner. Still a headliner, and it's the late game. Let's go beyond that, though. Let's just go to Christmas Day sports watching. All right, you wake up, you get your presents, whatever. Schedule your dinner. Try to schedule your lunch or dinner around this: Spurs Knicks at noon, Packers Bears at 1, Heat Celtics 2:30, Bills Broncos 4:30, Sixers Lakers 5, Thunder Wolves at 8, Rams Seahawks at 8:15. This is all Eastern, 7:15. Nuggets Warriors at 9:30. You talking about Packers, Bears, Bills, Broncos, Rams Seahawks mixed in with those NBA games? Hey man, you can plant yourself on that couch and bring the food to me. We'll do buffet style this year.
Yeah, there's some real good sports watching.
Yeah.
It feels like the NBA is trying to put forward their best lineup possible, which obviously Christmas they usually try and do, but even more so, I think that this is going to be one that has some level of competitive nature to it. Obviously, we know NFL's going to win that ratings-wise, but it feels like there's going to be some really good games to watch. Any frustration with the Rockets? Not at all anywhere near that?
Not really. Well, maybe a little frustration, but certainly understandable, wouldn't you say?
Yeah. I think the only place where I'd have been like, damn, the Rockets could have been there is the Golden State Warriors. I would not want to swap in and be like, hey, we get the late game on Christmas. So I do appreciate that isn't the way that it happened. But we do know at least one of the Rockets games early on during opening week. They're going to Austin, Texas. I know you're going, Reggie, what the hell are you talking about? There is not a basketball team in Austin. San Antonio has been trying to really lay their hooks into Austin, and so they play at UT's arena there. And so you'll get the San Antonio Spurs very early into the season, probably game 2 or 3, it seems like.
October 24th?
23rd. It's Friday the 23rd in Austin.
And that's a Spurs home game?
That is a Spurs home game.
Okay. Well, that makes a lot more sense.
Than it being a Houston home game.
Yeah, because I saw the Rockets tweeted it, and I was like, is that a Rockets home game?
No,
they're just tweeting the schedule.
Yeah, that's a national game. Yeah. I love this early on. I want to see just exactly how this team looks with Fred VanVleet and with Marcus Smart, with all the talk that we've had and we've heard about. Well, you needed that point guard to organize it.
Yeah.
All right, well, here you go, point guard to organize it. Let me see it against some really good talent in the Spurs very early on, and you'll get that shot.
Yeah, you will. And then the other thing about the NBA schedule that has been released is no big surprises, but the triple header, the opening day triple header, is about as good as you can hope for if you're watching just basketball in general. Pistons, Celtics opens.
Love it.
Sixers, Knicks. Figure it out. I mean, that's an obvious one. Thunder, Spurs. I mean, that's about as good as you can get.
You didn't mention times there. How did you feel about this? NBC is getting the opportunity to open this up, and I think that's great because NBC feels like they've been the best broadcast partner for the NBA, so you get really good, clean broadcasts. They're doing daytime tip on the opening night or opening day where we're talking about, 2-3 p.m. in the afternoon?
Yeah.
Where we're starting to get basketball going. How do you feel about that?
I kind of like it. I actually love it, if we're being honest, because, I think that's one of those things where you're going to watch. It's the opening day. It's opening day. And October 20th, that's a Tuesday. And they're having day basketball. But I love it. I actually do.
Yeah, I find that to be interesting. I'll be very intrigued to see how that actually lands amongst the larger sports watching public, and some of them that might not even matter, right? Because I see someone on the 281, I don't really care about basketball until after Super Bowl. That's pretty late in the. I think the average fan would probably say Christmas.
Yeah.
But we're talking about October here, right? So Tuesday in the middle of the day. I imagine that they do that because NBC has to worry about their late local news and all that stuff, and you don't want to push it too much. But, I don't know how I feel about that. I know that me as a sicko, I'll be watching because, I watch everything, but excited to see how that unfurls. But again, reminding you that the Texans, with a good day of practice here at Reliant Stadium, and speaking about that day, will be the head coach of the Houston Texans, D'Amico Ryans. Let's hear from what he had to say coming up next on Sports Radio 610.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
Your Odyssey Sports Minute is brought to you by Zadig Jewelers.
This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Jerry Jones heard how bad the Dallas Cowboys defense was last season and took it.
Play here, an Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right. You're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Another great day of work out here, and today actually in Reliance Stadium for the Houston Texans. In fact, a lot of people getting work in. They're getting this stadium prepared for Thursday night.
Yeah, they're starting on the field already.
That's right. That's right. We're getting to watch them put down paint as they get ready for Texans Chargers, and everybody's in that preseason form, right? They're getting these things down, and if you want to be here, we have actually some tickets to give away, a pair of hundreds level tickets that we'll give away in this hour. So keep it locked right here as we're doing stuff. There was something else that I wanted to tease. I forgot. But, again, I'm also in preseason form. Don't forget. You know, we're all working our way into this.
Now we got to know.
I'll figure it out. Figure it out. But while I do that, I want to give you the opportunity to hear from the head coach of the Houston Texans talking after a scrimmage practice day. And you'll get to hear that right now.
Is it still morning? Great. Somewhere. All right.
Hoping to accomplish at today's practice, and did you like it? Did you like what you saw?
Today's practice was an outstanding practice for us. One of our better practices from the standpoint of getting the operation down, right? Working on the sideline, being able to get calls in from the sideline, coaches get off the field and let the guys just go play. It's real football, so we wanted to give the guys a dress rehearsal of what that'll look like on Thursday night, so it's not their first time going through it.
Are there any particular things that you're looking for tomorrow night that you're going to be really watching for in this first preseason game?
The main thing I look for our first game, our first time out for 2026 is, are we displaying our play style? Right, that's the main thing I want to see. No matter who you are, when you touch the field, are you repping the Texans brand? And that's what I want to see, guys playing fast, playing relentless, finishing. That's what I want to see. And then you also, when we dive into it, into the fine details of it, like who can you count on to execute? Right, when the lights are on in game time, our guys going to be consistent, and they're going to take the same approach they've been taking over the past several weeks of how we've been prepping the guys, how they've been working, right? Can they go out and perform that under the lights, under a little bit more stress? You know, how do guys operate at a high level? That's what I'm looking for.
The course of training camp, how have you kind of seen CJ with his pocket management and stepping up, making plays, and dealing with some of the pressure that the defense puts on it?
The defense is making it very tough on us offensively, and we know that. We know our offense is up against a challenge every single day, going against Will, Daniil on the edges. I think CJ has grown from the aspect of being able to, really maneuver in the pocket, and not just maneuvering, but it's keeping two hands on the football. It's securing the football. It's stepping up in the pocket. It's still keeping his eyes downfield, right, making the proper reads, still throwing strikes. Like, that's what's impressive about him. He's not getting flustered if things break down. He's still able to maneuver and make those plays on the run that I talked about a couple of days ago.
D'Amico, you've indicated you're not a huge fan of kind of scraps during practice. Is there some value to having a rookie like Keelan Rutledge who's not afraid to stick his nose in there, even if it's involving one of the best players in the NFL?
You better be careful there. You're messing with Will Anderson. But no, I love it. Right? I love the scrappiness of Keelan. I love that his mindset is what I love. He's not backing down from anybody, as he should. I expect that from every player on our team. We're not backing down from anybody. We know we're not physically fighting, but there's always chippiness in our game because it's a physical, violent game that we play, and there's going to be some chippiness that goes on. But we just have to make sure we're smart, especially in game, right? We have to make sure we're smart and make sure we're not that second guy to cause the team to hurt ourselves, and then coach is going to be really upset. All right.
When it comes to the game and philosophy you have toward it, look at the playing time, how much do you want to see the back, because you were mentioning this the other day, but as far as like also protecting starters in those early preseason games?
What's the question?
How much do you want to make sure that you're resting some of the guys maybe that are your first string?
Well, during this game against the Chargers, we'll sit out a handful of guys that have been designated to sit out for this game, and the other guys will get a ton of the reps.
Very competitive practice today.
Was it due to the fact that you all said, okay, so this is a game time situation?
I think the guys were a little fired up. And I had to get after them a little bit yesterday. It wasn't our best practice yesterday by any means. That wasn't who we are, how we come out. That wasn't it. So, everybody need a reminder just of what we're trying to achieve. What are we trying to accomplish, right? To do what we're trying to accomplish, it takes persistent work every single day. We can't have letdowns. We can't have setbacks. Like, we have to continue to press forward. We have to count on guys to be relentlessly consistent in what they're doing, in their approach every single day. Yesterday, we took a step back. It wasn't good enough. But today, guys responded really well. All three phases did a really great job, right? Making plays, doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm really proud of the work we put in today, and we're ready to go for game day.
What does the coach want to see from a running back on the back end of the depth chart as far as making the team, and what have you seen from Noah Whittington, who's kind of in that battle?
Noah seems to make a play every day. He has a really good feel for pressing blocks and his vision, just knowing when to cut, when to take the ball outside, when to make a cut back up inside. Just you feel a guy. I see a guy who plays with really great vision, great feel at the running back spot. So when you see guys that are lower on the depth chart in these preseason games, some of those running backs are going to shine. They're going to make some nice plays. Noah won't surprise me. Pittsburgh won't surprise me. Those guys have done it all camp, so excited to see them play.
How would you assess the ramp up in physicality? I know you're always trying to toe that line between intensity and making sure players are staying healthy, but are you pleased with that balance?
This is probably our best year with that balance of keeping guys healthy, but also playing our style, right? It is a lot of give and take there, but I can never sacrifice the mindset and the play style that I want to exhibit. When we play ball, you want everybody to continue to talk about how physical we are, how relentless. Like, man, why do your guys run to the ball like they do? How do you guys finish that way? That's our brand. That's who we are as Texans, and we will always represent that. But the fine line is we have to protect the team. When we're practicing against each other, we are on the same team, no matter how upset guys may get at each other. And it's that point of camp, right, where I'm tired of going against the same guy over and over again. I know his moves. I know everything that he's going to throw at me, and I'm just tired of going it. So Thursday's game is coming right on time for us.
A lot of competition for spots. How is third linebacker shaping up, and what do you hope to see from some of the guys that are trying to fill in that role?
We have a lot of great depth at linebacker. We have a lot of capable guys who can go out and play, defense for us, but also that third, fourth linebacker spot, it comes down to special teams, right? And how valuable are those guys being able to play all four special teams for us. So it'll be important for those guys in this game to go showcase that.
Feels like this year more than in recent years we've talked about the undrafted free agents, especially the rookies. What have you seen from Trayvon Saunders and how he's been impactful, and what did you like about him when he was coming on out?
Yeah, Trayvon has done a really nice job of just, being smart, always aligning in the right place. We throw a lot on the receivers when it comes to alignments and motions. I feel like he's handled that really well. He's a fast, explosive guy who he can make some plays with the football in his hand. So we'll see how he does on tomorrow night.
He has been, pretty effective pretty much all training camp. How impactful was it to see him make that play today and score that touchdown?
It was a huge play, huge momentum boost for our offense. To see David is what he's done a really good job of is route running, right? And him and Henry have had a lot of battles thus far in camp, so it was cool to see, David make a big play for us, and that's the type of player he is. That's why he's here for us. He can spark an offense, right? He can lift us with just making those plays or just by him being a leader, being vocal, right, encouraging the other guys.
All right, thank you, Coach.
All right, thank you, guys. Have a good one.
There you go. D'Amico Ryan's the head coach of the Houston Texans talking after a scrimmage practice day here on the field. And you heard him say it, right? We've been saying that, and it was obviously good to hear the head coach echo it. This was one of their best practices. Outstanding is the word they use. And he said outstanding for operating and getting calls in, which is something that I kind of felt, but I did not acknowledge, because there was a point in time where they actually got into hurry up. And I mean, I don't know about the defensive side of things. I don't know that I'm at all concerned about the way that they operate. Offensively,
yes,
that was very much something that upset me to no end later on in the season last year. The inability to get plays in a timely manner, and particularly what felt like a complete inability to really use the hurry up because of that operation. That seemed to go a lot better today than a lot of times when you were thinking back to last year.
Yeah, a couple of interesting things he said there. You just touched on one. I thought it was interesting how he said, pretty much admitted what we've seen. You know, our defense has been making it very tough on the offense, but
that's not the way he said it, though.
The defense is making it very tough on us offensively.
On
is what
us
he said.
offensively, and I don't mean to make too much of that, but how many times have we caught D'Amico Ryans maybe saying something that made it sound like he was focused on the defense?
Yeah.
How often does he say it in a way that it's on the offense, like on us, because like he's viewing it from that lens?
Yeah, maybe. Maybe. I think that's fair. But he's talked about how CJ has grown maneuvering in the pocket. Our playing style, he talked about both sides of the ball on that, but he wanted to see our playing style out on the field. But, admitting, look, the defense has been making it extremely tough, on us. And so to be able to see, kind of what we talked about, what I certainly mentioned, this was their best day. He said the same thing. This was a great day for us. So I thought that was very, very significant.
And I think his compliments for CJ were all very apt. Sometimes, especially in this organization, and maybe you can have a little bit more of a negative view on it, but I think that there have been people that on the outside looking in that kind of read some of the things that have been said as platitudes, as just saying something nice to say something nice and to build up your guys. All of this read is true. CJ has grown from being able to maneuver in the pocket, stepping up with his eyes downfield, delivering strikes. All those things I can say are objectively true from what I've seen from CJ Stroud in this training camp, and especially on the field, right? And I maintain that I thought he was doing better maneuvering in the pocket later in last season anyways, but you could definitely see it here today on this field with him maneuvering the pocket well when there was pressure. There was times where it wasn't, but also using that and staying in the capability of not just maneuvering well, but being able to then turn that into something where there's a play that could possibly be made still.
Yeah, no, I agree, and I think that was key. That was one of the key things that he said there that I made note of. And then the other thing is, the guys were a little fired up today. Had to get on them a little bit yesterday, is what D'Amico said. And, boy, you could see it. And I'm sure this was always part of the plan. They detail and plan every minute of training camp. But I think it became a little bit more I guess, urgent that they would have a good practice today and a fired up practice today, so to speak, because I think this is something that's important for them. I mean, absolutely important for them to be able to get this practice in, because they're not going to play on Saturday.
Yeah,
on Thursday.
It's a fair point. I mean, he started making that mention, and you can hear the urgency in his voice when he says, let me make sure I get the quote right here. But he was talking about how they can't have letdowns and setbacks to go where they want to be. And it harkens back to, I know that you saw this, the social media team does a good job of kind of giving us little peeks into sometimes things that D'Amico Ryans says. And it was kind of cool to pair this with what he was talking about with like the Artemis mission, and how with Artemis 2, there was 3 years of work building up to that mission where they go and they orbit the moon, or they go to the dark side of the moon and everything. And this is the message that he's telling to his team all through training camp is this is the build up to the mission that is the season, and honestly really the playoffs where you want to be. This is where you put in the work. And I think that it really lands when you see the urgency of, no, you can't even afford to have a down day. This isn't a down days happen. Our mission is
get on them a little bit.
Our mission, and I appreciated that on top of that, because how many times do we hear people, man, D'Amico is so soft with these guys, he doesn't hold them accountable. It shows up here. It shows up, and I think him saying I had to get after them is really cutting. It's very yada, yada, yada-ing a lot of the stuff. I bet he tore them a new one.
Oh, for sure.
And that's after.
For sure.
You could see it on the field yesterday. We saw some big boys running. Will Anderson got after his defensive line.
Remember how I made note nobody left the field?
They were running sprints.
Yeah,
like it was your least favorite day of practice
except
in
for
your
Trent
sport.
Brown, of course.
Back in the day, we all remember playing sports back in the day where coach would make you run just because that was not good enough.
Yeah.
D'Amico Ryans, I imagine, didn't have to do that himself because Will Anderson Jr. did it with the defensive line. I didn't see the offensive line.
But it seems like D'Amico did it too.
And then D'Amico did it on top. Like the standard is something that we said a lot. This is a year where you're absolutely seeing that show up on the field for him.
And then one more thing that was, I thought, relatively significant. Well, the first part is very significant. David Montgomery's big play said that's why he's here. He can spark an offense. And we tend to forget because his carries were down a little bit playing in Detroit. Maybe a lot of people don't watch him every day. No, he has that in him. David Montgomery can go the distance. Jahmyr Gibbs, we get it. He's the explosive player. But David Montgomery can make those chunk plays and distance-type plays. And then the other kind of maybe not as significant, but I think it means something to him for sure. Noah Whittington has been that other guy that has made the most of an opportunity here. Whether Jawar Jordan not participating as much, whatever it may be. But Noah Whittington, I feel like he's going to be one of those guys that kind of gets some run in the preseason and maybe ends up finding a place.
Not just some run. He's going to get a lot of run. The three running backs that I anticipate getting some real burn, whether it's Thursday or just as the preseason continues to roll on, Noah Whittington, Josh Pitzenberger, and then this Owen Wright fellow that's jumped in to the running back room. I feel like those guys are going to get a lot of burn. And when you hear DeMeco Ryans talk about running backs, the things that he values continue to show up. Pressing the gap and, being able to read blocks, running with vision. Those are things that he talks about a lot. And set up blocks. He used all of those.
Vision,
He used all of those as descriptors of Noah Whittington. And so I think that he's set up really nicely, especially in the absence of Jawar Jordan, who dealing with that, what was it, the hip injury or whatever, that time that he's out. It's showing up. I think you could say similarly for like Brevin Jordan, the time that he's been out, being supposedly day-to-day with that knee. You wonder if the Wally Pipp comes up in these conversations.
You do.
I do want to go back.
This is the time of year.
That's right. I do want to go back one more time to David Montgomery because he was talking about that big play that we've talked about a few times where he was lined up on the right side as the first pass catcher out there, almost as if he was wide receiver one on that side, and he just goes up the field. He was playing against Henry To'oTo'o. And what he also mentioned is, like, he's that kind of player. Man, I did not say this when I was watching it, but I did note it, and it got stashed in the back of my brain, so I'd like to bring it out here. He didn't slow down the field, right? You know how sometimes a big play is happening, especially when you're talking about the length of the field, and over the course of it, eventually you see the slowdown happen? He was full speed that whole way down.
He was pulling away into the end zone.
And that's one of those things where when we're looking at David Montgomery and we're going, at practice, you wonder how much does he still have? What does this actually look like? I think it's notable to remember when he gets to top speed, he stays at top speed.
That was my point with his comments on Montgomery. He does this. He can do this. It's not like we understand that carries have gone down and all that in Detroit for a reason. But no, he is capable of it. And by the way, capable of it against this defense. He got to the edge and pulled away.
Yeah. And while I say, hey, man, he did that on Henry To'oTo'o, who's probably the dude on the defense that you least are paying attention to coverage-wise outside of, obviously, like the defensive tackles or whatever. You had safeties and you had other people that were in pursuit. No one got close, right? He just dusted down the sideline, and I think that's notable and something that I'm going to stash in the back of my brain because that's a dude who practices hard and plays hard in David Montgomery. But there you go, a lot of bit from DeMeco Ryans talking after what was a very successful, in my mind, scrimmage practice for the Texans here at Reliant Stadium. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, and remember, in this hour, we are giving away a pair of tickets to that Chargers game that's coming up. But coming up next, let's get you some lunchtime confessions right here on Sports Radio 610.
It's a new day. Yes, it is. Thursday morning. A new day in Houston Sports Radio begins. At 8 a.m., we flip the switch on 95.7 The Fan and move Houston sports leader to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love. Louder, clearer, and better than ever. We'll see you Thursday on Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan.
When you see this in your kitchen,
the stainless steel fridge is covered in fingerprints.
You hear this.
Leslie, people are going to think you were raised in a barn or by wolves or raised in a barn by wolves.
Fortunately, Wyman Stainless Steel 3-in-1 cleans, shines, and protects to give you the best shine. A spray and a wipe will have your fridge shining like a mirror.
Wow, my fridge looks brand new. Your fridge looks amazing, Leslie. Sorry, I was being a little dramatic earlier.
Your kitchen says a lot about you. Let it brag with Wyman.
The best time to recommit to your gut health goals? Right now. Take charge of your gut with Nature Made. Our clinically studied ingredients support digestive health, Digestive enzymes break down nutrients. Probiotic and prebiotic fiber nourish good gut bacteria. And super greens with probiotics empower daily digestive health. Try the full lineup of gut health support from Nature Made, the #1 pharmacist-recommended vitamin and supplement brand. These statements have not been evaluated by the Food and Drug Administration. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease.
If watching TV has gotten way too complicated for you, then here's some good news. You can say goodbye to a million different subscriptions, wasting money, and endless searching for something to watch. And say hello to Philo, a better way to TV. Philo's the only streaming service that keeps you in mind, making TV easy and affordable, without sacrificing quality or the channels you love. With Philo, there's a package that's right for you. Whether you're looking for the best live TV on more than 70 channels, with a huge library of movies and shows and an unlimited DVR, or you're looking to upgrade your experience with Philo's bundle, unlocking access to even more blockbuster films and top-rated shows on HBO Max Basic with ads, Discovery Plus, and AMC Plus. Whatever you choose, with Philo, you're getting great TV for an even better price. Find out more at philo.tv. Subscriptions auto-renew, cancel anytime, see philo.tv for more.
I've had a number of surgeries, and frankly, I don't have time to rehab a surgery and an operation at this point in my life. I didn't want to take time off my kids' activities.
That's why former college and pro football player Bobby Carpenter turned to QC Kinetics. We couldn't be happier saving our patients like him from operating rooms and long recoveries.
I've been able to resume like normal activity for me, which is a lot of running. It's a lot of workouts. I've been very, very blessed with how it's been able to hold up.
For so long, patients have accepted surgery as the only solution. But with new technologies, the medical professionals at QC Kinetics use regenerative treatments, your body's own biologics, to help heal and restore knees, hips, shoulders, and backs.
I actually ran into a friend of mine over at our golf course, and he had his knee done. It felt so well. He'd got his shoulder done. He goes, I can't thank you enough. He'd heard the commercial on the air, and so it's feeling great.
Find out how you can avoid surgery and finally get relief. Call QC Kinetics now for your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 713-913-5285. That's 713-913-5285. 713-913-5285.
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments. Through the largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer, inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Boxing's future takes center stage when boxing returns to Sugar Land on August 14th. Fights Under the Lights features championship boxing, elite professional talent, and the undefeated Grandy twins, Stephen and Daniel Grandy, looking to extend their perfect records. Don't miss one of this year's most exciting nights of boxing. Get your tickets today at BIYUpromotions.com. Fights Under the Lights lands at Constellation Field on August 14th. Every round matters. Every punch counts. Be there to experience it all live. Get your tickets today at BIYUpromotions.com.
It's 5 o'clock. Your employees are headed home, but you're still updating spreadsheets, switching between software, and wondering where the day went. There's a better way. Odoo brings accounting, sales, inventory, CRM, and more together in one fully integrated platform. So you spend less time managing software and more time running your business, because your workday should end eventually. Try Odoo free at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Houston. Starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Sometimes it's sports, sometimes it's not. Whatever it is, Reggie and John are keeping it real. It's In the Loop's Lunchtime Confessions on Sports Radio 610.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
You know, maybe it's not so much a confession as just a admission, recognition. But some things in this world just like set me off. Like set me off. Like I want to just punch the air.
Oh,
yeah. And one of those things happened yesterday, and is still happening. And I'm sure you've seen this Texas West and Tulsa Little League fiasco.
No,
you haven't seen this?
No,
man. Parents can ruin everything for kids. So Bernie, Texas, outside of San Antonio, is the Texas West Little League team. The Tulsa Little League team was disqualified by Little League International for having what now is being reported at least 2 ineligible players. And the details of which are still ongoing, but they were disqualified. So Bernie, Texas West, played a team out of Louisiana, won, treated it like a championship game, using their pitchers and everything else, celebrated. We're going to Williamsport, and then the Tulsa Little League found a judge and got a temporary restraining order, and saying that now they have to play the game, and they had to schedule it for 6 p.m. today, even though Bernie had already left Waco where it's being played, going back to San Antonio, going back to Bernie. And it's still ongoing because now Little League International. Okay, let me get to the juicy part here. Reportedly, and it's just being reported. So apparently, some of these little ineligible players kind of reflected the ineligibility of the Tulsa softball team, which was also banned and eliminated and disqualified, I should say, in the softball Little League World Series. So same area. The Little League team, baseball team now, has been disqualified. They found a judge issuing a restraining order. Some of the accusations reportedly are ineligible players, which could be age, could be district, whatever, but also using, get this is what set me off. Apparently, and help me out, parents of Little Leaguers, because I don't know all the details of how this works, but apparently a lot of these districts have these challenger leagues, which is, special whether it's disabilities or special needs, players can usually play even maybe as they're a little older than 12 years old.
Got you.
Apparently, reportedly, they're using some of these players with made-up disabilities and using them on the Tulsa team to be able to play in these games. It's set me off so bad. I went into the rabbit hole, and I'm still in the rabbit hole. And now Little League International said, that's a nice little restraining order you got there. We ain't adhering to it. So Bernie is going to the Little League World Series, even though a game is scheduled tonight with Tulsa. So I don't know what Tulsa's going to do. If they're going to go to a higher court, if they're going to sue them, or what the heck is going on. But I hate this so much. And you know what it is? It's parents. 100% it's parents.
Yeah. No, you know what? I would like to one-up your confession and try and add some more spice to it. Let me know if you think that this is spicy enough. I actually think that, who did this? I think that everybody that goes, I hate participation trophies, you're the reason why this happened.
Yeah?
You're the reason why this happened. It is the unreasonable, the craven competition that we have put into youth sports has ruined youth sports. Right? How many times do we look at all these different circumstances like what you're describing here? It's very clear that they're trying to win.
Yeah.
Why else are you making up disabilities or whatever, afflictions?
That's scum of the earth stuff.
But it's because we
want doing that,
we want to win so bad, right?
Yeah.
We have reached this point where youth sports, what is most important to us in it is winning, as opposed to what youth sports, the two things that should be most important is development and an opportunity for these kids to have recreation and be healthy.
Yeah.
Those are supposed to be the most important things. We have made this all about winning, and you know who made this about winning? All these people that are like, no, it's not about participation trophies, it's about winning. No, man, right now it's actually about participation.
Sometimes you want to just get better.
At these ages, it actually is about participation. It's cool to win. Kids know when they win. Everybody likes to win. But it's actually about participation. And this is what you wrought. Like, this is what you've brought about by being the people that are like, no, we're always trying to win. Now see what it's brought you. People that are willing to be craven in ways that you think is out of line but are logical ends to what you've set up. No, man, this is your fault.
This just irritates me so much, especially if that Challenger League allegation ends up being true. I mean, that's like a South Park episode. I mean, that's ridiculous. But apparently it is more than one player that has apparently been alleged to have been ineligible. It's stupid.
From the 713, dude, I completely disagree with you. Participation trophies are absolutely the worst thing that ever happened to sports. Fun, fair, positive soccer. We're not going to keep score. That's crap. The kids keep score, I promise you. Okay, what are you telling me is worse? That we're not keeping score and that some people feel like, oh, man, we didn't get a result. Or the idea that folks are out here lying about disabilities in order to try and get a leg up. Yeah. Which one of those is the end that you feel better about? Because I know what my answer is.
No, I think
you can say it's the worst thing that's possible. Point me to actually the worst. Like, what is the actual outcome that makes the worst thing possible?
I think you can have both. You don't have to have participation trophies because I do get that point. I really do. But you have to be able to understand it's about the competition right now and development. It's about learning how to compete and develop. And if you don't win your league, fine. You don't get a participation trophy. But don't go, like you said, craven about it. Don't go nuts about it. And start doing things like this. Like this is really, like this Challenger League thing. They found a loophole and got a player that we can only guess right now until we find out more. Didn't have disabilities, and they put him in that league so he could play on this team? Come on. I mean, that's sick behavior. Like that term is used far too often. This is legitimately sick. It's sick behavior.
These are my confessions.
I think I'm bad at consoling people.
That's not something to be bad at.
But
I get it. Like, especially funerals.
The sentiment is all there. Like I genuinely feel bad. But a friend of mine let me know some news, and just to protect them, I'm not going to tell you what the actual news is. But it's one of those oh man, there's really rough times happening in your family. And I was just like, man, I'm sorry to hear that. And I was like, I don't know what to say after that. I have not sent a text back after. I'm just like, I don't know what to say, and I feel so bad.
No, I get there sometimes too.
I have recognized I ain't got nothing for you.
Yeah.
I really don't have much for you, and I want to have something for you that makes you feel better. And maybe that's the problem. Is I'm in my head how do I make this feel better? You're not going to.
I told you about the time I stumbled over it. I think it was when my father-in-law died. His son, my brother-in-law. I walked into the house. I said, "How you doing?" that's the worst. I said, "How you doing?"
Someone said, "Spill the tea, Reg." No, I mean, they're dealing with the diagnosis that's really bad in their family. That's as far as I'll go, right? But yeah, man, you're like, I'm sorry that's happening. I hope that, obviously, whatever I can do to help. But I always feel bad at throwing that because that's nothing, right? Like that just hits your ear and you go, all right, whatever. This is generic pleasantries. I don't got nothing for you. Like I can't make this better, but. It's like, hey, if you want to talk, I'm here to talk. But also, I ain't got things to say.
No, I
don't know. I'm here to listen. I will listen to you vent if you need to, and that's the best I got. And I'm not sure if that's any good.
At least you didn't say, "Hey, how you doing?"
I did. You know what? That actually does make me feel a lot better.
Go ahead, Figgy.
These are my confessions.
All right, so I got to confess, I think I was a bit of a jerk over this weekend. So I went to a family reunion in West Virginia. And mind you, we in the hills. We are in the mountains, and I see very few black people. And so we stopped at a store to get some firewood. We was gonna do some firewood at our Airbnb, and walked in. It was a white lady, and it was two white people. It was a young lady. She had to be like 15 years old or something like that. And we walked in. Hey, how you doing? Where's firewood? Da, 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 da. And she tried to make small talk with me. And she was like, hey, so do you live around here? And I looked at her dead in the face like, yeah, I stay down the street. Yeah, I've been staying here for years. And then I had to backtrack like, no, I'm joking. I'm not from here. I'm from Houston. and I'm like, I'm thinking in my brain like, lady, do I look like I live here? Like I'm walking in with some Prada sunglasses. I'm out here looking like I don't belong.
Yeah.
And I felt like I was a bit of a jerk for doing that. But she legit, maybe she was really wondering. But she was like,
was he a jerk? I don't think he was a jerk. think you just had fun there, man.
I said, yeah.
I mean, you're in West Virginia, for God's sakes.
Well, I mean, it's black people in West Virginia. What are you doing?
No, I'm saying it's mostly.
Yeah, no, I ain't seen a black person around there, like even driving, or at least the area we were at. And I was like, yeah, I stay down the street. I've been staying there for years. And she kind of had a funny
she
look
didn't
on
say,
her.
what's the address?
Yeah. Like I felt like that was a friendly way. And like I said, I think she was like 15 or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt like that came across as, you from around here, boy?
Yeah.
I don't know why that just hit me that way. So I'm like, yeah, I stay down the street. I've been around here for years. Yeah,
some people,
I had to backtrack.
You have to realize a lot of people don't grow up in several different races, around several different races like we did. They just kind of get awkward. It's awkward for them too,
Yeah,
a lot of
and
times.
I legit think she was just trying to make a conversation. Like I don't think it was no ill will towards it or anything like that, but it was just hilarious. And then not to mention, I threw the question back at her. I'm like, you stay around here? She was like, yeah, I stay around. I'm like, what? So you think I stay around here? I'm like, damn well I don't stay around here.
She knew the answer when she asked the question.
Yeah, I'm like, so I'm giving her the grace of it because I felt like she was just trying to make some small talk. And say, hey, so you live around here?
I got one more quick one for you, Figgy, because I think it might pertain to your wife as well.
These are my confessions.
I get it, old man on the porch. I will wear that. I will own that. Did you know some school districts in the Houston area started school today?
Yeah.
Yes.
Today?
Yeah. And salute the Goose Creek ISD. I think they started this week.
I saw, I think, Conroe. Now, most of HISD is next Tuesday, I believe, or somewhere next week. Dude, that is far too early.
That sucks,
you think so?
Man. Yes.
Far too.
I remember.
And the only reason, go ahead.
No, I remember starting school like towards the end of August. I know that was around. Was it Labor Day or somewhere around there?
When I was in elementary school, Labor Day was it. Then I got to middle school and they started doing late August. But I actually kind of did the old Google search on this and why has this been happening lately? But today's August 11th.
Yeah.
And the big reason was what really made me mad, and that's the confession. So they can have more off days during the year.
More breaks in the midst of it.
More breaks during the year. Like, come on, man. Suck it up.
Have you heard of fall break?
Fall break, spring break, longer holiday break.
I did not grow up having fall break.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm a little jealous of that, man. I'm not hating,
Man up,
but I'm a little jealous.
I feel like y'all both hating. What you mean?
Yes, I'm hating.
There it is.
But it's stupid.
I'm just a little.
I'm hating. I'm hating because it's okay to hate stupid stuff.
What's so stupid about it?
Hey, I'm just jealous. I'm jealous, man.
Yeah.
So y'all for having that. I wish I had that when I was in school.
When do you learn? When do you learn?
Somebody said same parents who love participation trophies demand all these BS holidays for kids nowadays.
I'm with you. I'm with you on that one.
Are we not getting the same amount of days? That's why they're starting earlier. Like, what are we doing here? If they're getting the same amount of days, then what is your actual issue
somebody
here?
said HISD started yesterday? I thought it was next week.
What is
we
the
had
actual,
a couple of texts.
What's the actual issue?
Man up. It's August 11th.
What does that mean? Okay.
Joe, they're giving them participation holidays, basically, is what they're doing.
Are they getting the days in?
I don't know. At this point, they have more holidays than school days, it seems like.
No. It's the same amount of holidays. They just moved it around.
Back in my day,
that's all this is. All this is back in my day.
Yeah.
That's all this is.
Back
in my day, we went to school on Sundays and Saturdays too.
Yeah.
I will say, as somebody that used to work in the school system, I appreciate all them off days.
Sure you do.
I do,
yeah.
man.
You know what? These off days might be less for the students and more for the teachers.
Oh,
that got to deal with y'all little snot nose.
We all know, and we all say, God bless teachers because they're underpaid and they're overworked and all that. But if we're being honest, they get 75 to 80 days off a year.
Yeah, and we're going to more evenly distribute that. I'm cool with that.
That's a lot of days off, man. You want 80? What if we got 80 days off a year?
We don't do nearly the amount of work that we don't do nearly that. All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Those are your lunchtime confessions. Coming up next, let's get to a little bit of college football on a Tuesday, and also we got a pair of tickets to give away as well. We'll do that next on Sports Radio 610.
Ready. The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Cue the Texans' first action against the Chargers. (2222) Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us on this Tuesday. We talked a little bit about the practice, the scrimmage really that the Texans had earlier today. pretty good work, man. And probably, not just probably, I think it was the best day that they've had thus far in training camp of the 11 that they've had, as you've mentioned as well. D'Amico Ryans thought that as well, if you think that we're just jokers talking into a microphone. And so, no, it's awesome to see.
I mean, we are.
I mean,
but we were right this time.
That's right.
Broken clock.
But no, so that was awesome. We'll talk a little bit more about this team. I have a question for you in this next segment. But right here, first and foremost, actually, you want to give something away, Fig?
Yeah. Oh, heck yeah.
Yeah, because we're looking at the field right now from the radio booth here, and we see them putting paint down in the end zones to get ready for the Chargers preseason game on Thursday night, which you'll be able to hear on 95.7 The Fan on Flip Day. But maybe you want to go out there and see it. Well, you'll have an opportunity to do that if you're a caller number 7 right now to 713-572-4610. You will win a pair of tickets to the hundreds level, in fact, in that preseason game. And you'll have an opportunity to do that by being caller number 7 right now, 713-572-4610. Yeah, man, I'm excited, man. We're getting back into that form, having an opportunity to on the station's dime, and obviously courtesy of the Houston Texans to get out here and watch some Texans football. So love that for whoever gets a chance to win that. But let's do some college football on a Tuesday to why don't we?
Let's do it. It's happening, man. Teams are practicing.
They are. Teams are practicing. We're beyond the talking season of college football. That doesn't stop us from getting into some of the talking of it. And I want to ask you this, because we do have the preseason coaches poll. Before we even get into that, or if we want to get into it, how much does the preseason coaches poll matter to you now? Because it feels like more than ever we are reaching a time where these matter less and less.
That's a great question. And the reason is because it really doesn't matter to me at all. But I also am always intrigued, just to see where, my squad, other squads, who's number one, who maybe. It's the usual conversations we always have. Like, I'm with you. And I used to value the polls a lot more for obvious reasons, because if you start the season at 8 or, 6 or whatever, it helps you in the BCS if you win enough games, or whatever poll or championship gauge they had back in the time. Right now, you can start at unranked and get to the playoff, but it's still interesting.
Yeah, so much of our evaluation of teams' resumes were based off of preseason poll rankings, because that determined the little number next to your team name on the TV, which also told you about what your strength of schedule was and so on and so forth. I think in the new era that we have, that's less important, but also, dude, we're just not returning the same teams, right? The returning starters and returning production just looks so much different when there's so much player movement that the coaches poll just feels so irrelevant, because how do I know what this team looks like for Texas when they have done so much of porting in other teams' one of their best 2-3 players? Like, yeah, I played Texas last year, but the Texas I played last year is not the Texas of this year, and it's even more different than it had been in previous years.
But last year matters.
It does. But I think it matters less. It matters significantly
No, I mean,
less.
it matters on the poll. Like, if you had a good year, like SMU is a great example. SMU had a really good year. So they're in this year's coaches poll.
And they are.
At number 20.
Speaking of having good years, how good of a year do you feel like U of H had? Because U of H is in the coaches poll, the top 25 via USA Today.
I think that's a product. They're number 24. I think that's a product of, the arrow was definitely pointing up. So here they are.
Yeah. Notre Dame is 5, and I wonder how much of this is predictive versus how much people just think what the team is. Because Notre Dame, I don't know that I actually want to speak to what the team is, but if you look at their schedule, it is the easiest schedule that you could possibly imagine.
People are saying, just right up. I think they have one tough game in terms of at least what the preseason prognosticators are saying. I'm with you. I think that's going to be an easy path for Notre Dame. And really the top 5, most of the top 10, the coaches even, and this is a coaches poll who you would think know more than the media poll or whatever, but even they vote with logos. The Oklahoma, oh sure, they're a top 10 team. A&M, Texas, sure, let's put them up there. Oregon, of course. So basically I'm telling you most of the top 10 right here,
right?
Because they're voting. The top 10 is a lot of logos, a lot of big time programs get into the top 10 on the preseason.
Yeah, I'm looking at the schedule for Notre Dame this year, and they're getting, first of all, Early on, they get Wisconsin at home, they get Rice at home, they get Michigan State at home. None of those teams scare you one bit. They'll go to Purdue, they'll go to UNC. Tell me when there's a team that you find interesting. They get Stanford at home. They go to BYU.
That's it.
There
That's
you go.
the only one.
That's the one.
Yeah.
Navy at home, Miami at home. Miami should be interesting, but that's at home. BC at home, SMU at home, and then they'll go to Syracuse. Man, I just if they're losing multiple games, I'm calling them all sorts of bad names.
Yeah, well, they definitely have the markings of a playoff team because maybe one and at worst two, and two still might get them in. Given their Notre Dame.
Real quick, before, because I wanted to mention something else about Notre Dame, but I did want to talk about this when it comes to the University of Houston. They're in such an interesting position when you talk about Connor Wegman back, and Connor Wegman was not at all a reason for any negativity for them, but he absolutely helped them be better. But then they bring on Keyshawn Henderson, the 5-star quarterback. There has been some kind of like murmurs in the recruiting space that some of the idea was that Keyshawn Henderson expects to play sooner rather than later, or that maybe that was some of the expectation. How do you play that? Because it feels like Connor Wegman, they're playing this as if Connor Wegman's going to be the starter and that, Keyshawn is going to sit and learn. If there is any level of friction there, how do you play it? If you're Willie
Talk
Fritz.
about $1 million question. Promises made, money paid. All those things come into play. 5-star player, that comes into play. The fan, I guess, reaction to Connor Wegman. And I mentioned this last year, and I've watched Wegman a lot. Ever since his high school days, I watched him a lot. Tremendous talent, prone to the 1 or 2 bad games. I mean, they come out of nowhere. And so I think when that happens, then this is going to get real interesting. Because I don't know what it is about Connor Wegman. I mean, he can just look like lights out. And then they're playing, some Central Florida or something, and just throws 2 picks and doesn't do anything with the offense, and that's when it's going to get interesting.
I mean, the Big 12 looks very winnable, right? I think the expectation is that it's Texas Tech and everybody else running, but, I mean, look, Texas Tech is one of those teams that they're not infallible, and they're putting a lot on Will Hammond, who, as a quarterback coming off of that injury. So, it might be that the pressure ramps up if you do have a couple of those Connor Wegman games that you're describing. Yeah. We'll see how they ultimately play that over the course of the season, and I hope that Keyshawn Henderson finds his footing pretty quickly and at least appreciates the opportunity to learn and develop in the system. Speaking of Texas Tech, Joey McGuire, the head coach of that team, seems to believe that they're the most hated team in college football. Do you agree with that assessment?
What do you mean? Do I agree with? Of course, they're the most hated team in college football. He told his team that. He said that on the circuit, the summer circuit of luncheons and stuff. And I'm like, well, water is wet. Why would you not think that Texas Tech is now the most hated team in college? Of course they are.
For fans, I think that there's the Brandon Sorsby conversation. I don't know how much that continues to hang over them besides the way that they maneuvered it. I think the way that they maneuvered it might make them the most hated team in college football from a inside the business behind baseball, inside baseball perspective.
And that's interesting you say that because generally it goes the other way. It's more teams and fans. I mean, it's more fans of teams that are like, I hate that squad, and they become that. I think football hates Texas Tech right now. College football doesn't like what they did and how they did things.
And then one more thing coming back to Notre Dame. You mentioned, and you saw this, Notre Dame and USC are renewing a rivalry for 2030. You're starting to see some of these teams put things in place, especially with all the talk that's happening about, non-conference schedules and how you handle it. Is the SEC getting off easy or whatever, or the Big Ten with their non-con schedules? I don't want to get into that. But it does, it's fun to see rivalries continue to maintain as, some of the consideration might be rivalries kind of falling by the wayside in the attempt to make their people's strength of schedule better. Where does this rivalry rank? Because Notre Dame USC is not one that I really think about, but it's one that has has a lot of history, in fact, in the landscape of college football.
That's another thing I'm glad you brought up. I thought it was just me. That rivalry has never really, to me, been top 5, maybe not even top 8. It's in the top 10, I guess. When you think college football rivalry, do you think, USC, Notre Dame? Now, for them, I'm sure Sean Pendergast is throwing things at the radio right now or his phone.
He's cussing us out.
Because for them, obviously, anytime you have a big rival like that for your school and your school's fan, but across the nation, does USC Notre Dame really?
I think it's falling. I think you could even ask the question is like those teams as individual programs. How do they rate?
Respect.
Because I think USC has fallen off quite a bit. I don't think that the dissolution of the Pac-12 has helped them at all. Or I guess the Pac-12 still exists, but the Pac-12 in all reality and what we're talking about. I don't think that that's helped them at all. I think USC has fallen by the wayside, and I think Notre Dame is at a place where people are kind of annoyed to have to deal with them, right? Having the NBC games, but then also like having the handshake agreement to basically get into the college football playoff without having a schedule that you really respect, if we're going to be honest.
And even if they hadn't fallen off by the wayside, so to speak, I don't know. Maybe it is just me, but I think you talk about great college football rivalries. I would put Notre Dame, USC 7, 8, right?
Maybe.
Michigan, Ohio State, Alabama, Auburn, A&M, Texas. This is off the top of my head. Army, Navy. There's 4 right there. Oklahoma, Texas. There's 5. I mean, they're not even close to those.
Yeah. I think that we might be moving as so many other places in college football further away from like the pageantry and the meaning of the rivalries to how often are these teams good to also to also validate the hatred that these teams have for these I guess fan bases have for each other. And I think that when you tally all that together, this game does not really move me.
Right.
But obviously it moves them. And I think the thing they have to hope is that both teams are strong enough to where when those games are being played that they have some level of interest to the larger college football world. Also another reason why, hey man, the regionality of college football mattered a whole bunch. Because now that everything's so national, that game's not supposed to matter nationally to me.
Yeah.
It's supposed to matter to them folks that are tied to it. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Appreciate you rocking with us. Coming up next, I have a question for you about CJ Stroud, but also I want to see if I could pair this with Sheldon Rankins talking yesterday, who had a very interesting things to say because he's a very smart dude. So let's do a little bit of a grab bag of Texans conversation next.
Let's do it. Let's talk about Low T Center right now. Talking about going back to school. Yes.
exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
That's right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Hope you're enjoying your Tuesday. We have been. It's been a fun one. Broadcasting live from Reliant Stadium, the broadcast booth where Mark Vandermeer is typically calling your games. In fact, he'll be calling that game on this Thursday. When the Texans take on the Chargers in preseason game 1 of the 2026 season. And you'll be able to hear that on these airways, but also
yes, sir,
on 95.7 The Fan. That's when the flip happens. Well, actually, the flip will happen at 8 a.m. on Thursday, but you will be able to hear Texans football right here, where you hear all the great sports talk that you appreciate and that you know and you love.
Are you getting a little bit of that December 23rd vibe? Going December 24th vibe, you know, right? You're getting a little excited more and more every day. Figgy,
I am actually.
Right, I am. I woke up this morning and said, "Ooh, 2 more sleeps."
Yeah, it kind of felt like Christmas, like you ready for it to be here.
Yeah, it's cool. It's very cool. I don't know if, and we're going to get into the Texans here, but I'm not 100% sure our listeners have a full grasp of how awesome the signal is and where they can listen to us. And really, like, oh man, I was listening to the show, but I lost it in wherever, Belleville. No, man, you can go to Belleville, you can go to Sealy, you can go wherever you want, and still and beyond, points beyond, and still listen clear.
Yeah, that's the thing is I'm looking forward to, maybe not for me personally, but I'm looking forward to our audience getting to feel that experience of hearing sports talk radio on the FM dial, and some of the things that we maybe even hadn't considered was the possibilities and things that help you appreciate the shows better than being able to experience those. So, yeah, it should be fun on Thursday, and we're working hard to make Thursday an even more special day than simply getting that change as well. J-Lo today, scrimmage out here at Reliant Stadium for the Texans. In order to get the ones in particular, a lot of work that feels game-like, and honestly get everybody ready, D'Amico Ryan said, for what is going to be a game, get a feel of playing on this field and get a feel for going through their paces. But within it, he saluted C.J. Stroud for really demonstrating his capability of, getting to the line and handling pressure and, being able to navigate the pocket, still deliver strikes. But even still, I think that there's been some real questions that people have put up there, right or wrong, about C.J. Stroud and, feeling like he's a little jittery in the pocket when it comes to pressure or anything. And that made me ask this question. What happens if C.J. Stroud is just Jared Goff? Right? Jared Goff is a really solid quarterback in this league, former number 1 overall pick, now playing with the Detroit Lions. And the thing that is notable to me, the thing that I immediately think of, because there's something that you always think of when you think of any player. The thing I immediately think of with Jared Goff is the clear dichotomy that exists between him when he is protected and him when he is under pressure. And you're going to say to me, Reggie, every quarterback is worse when they're under pressure. And yes, that is true, but there's varying different degrees. And Jared Goff is one of those dudes where there's a bigger gulf. When he's under pressure, it is not tenable. And when he's not under pressure, he can downright run your offense incredibly well. What happens if C.J. Stroud is that?
And is not good at all under pressure?
I mean, not very good under pressure. Because that's the thing that people have worried about, right? Like, is he broken and under that pressure? Like, what happens if you just don't get a C.J. Stroud that can put it all together while he's under pressure? Because we know that he can do this when he's not under pressure. We know that that's something he can do.
Yeah, I don't know if that's encouraging or not, man. In fact, I think it's discouraging because that's what happened last year. I mean, flat out. Whenever he did struggle during the regular season, the pressure rattled him. We all know what happened at the end of the year in the Pittsburgh game and the New England game. Damn near gave away this Pittsburgh game and gave away the Patriots game. That's not encouraging at all. That's just running in place to me.
Well, and that would not be all that helpful for this year, but I think that the thing that I then think about is Jared Goff has found the places where teams can put that situation around him. I've seen so many people be like, C.J. Stroud is terrible, and I'm sorry. I can't.
He's not terrible.
I can't live with that. Like, I sincerely cannot have that conversation with you because, again, I think that you're probably talking about a floor that is Jared Goff. but you need to have that protection. The problem is I don't know that the Texans have given themselves the opportunity to have the protection that is necessary for him to show that range. And today was great because you did see more in the way of that protection looking a little bit more stable. But Jared Goff right now is 8th highest paid player on average annual value when it comes to quarterbacks, $53 million. Like, I bring this back around there as well because if that is what we're talking about here, Jared Goff type play where, okay, under pressure it's problematic, but when he's not, that's still a dude that's supposed to be paid in this league.
Of course. And frankly, just to be clear, I think a lot higher of Jared Goff than you do, just in general, even his floor. But that really is not even pertinent to this discussion because, you know, if he is that guy, give him some time, he can slice and dice and all that, well then, yeah, the rattled part, the difference is getting rattled behind this offensive line is a high, at least for now, much more more likely than Jared Goff when he was playing, you know, or behind that offensive line. So it still comes back down to this line because this was a great day for the Texans altogether, offense and defense, but particularly the offense, because we've been sitting here, and you know, I've talked about it. Like I've seen some things, but I've seen some really bad stuff from CJ. Today was much better. If you get this every day, and keep in mind they were doing it against the Texans' first team defense, correct? Then we're talking. But it's going to come back down to how often is he going to get into a game where he feels the pressure and gets rattled, and then things start to unravel. That's the thing.
No, I mean, yeah, but I think that the difference ends up being the line that's in front of him and the capability of them being solid. I think that my larger point is I think the C.J. Stroud that you get is fairly dependent on what's happening in front of him. Mm-hmm. And even still within that, I think C.J. Stroud has clearly taken strides so that the low end of that isn't nearly what we're talking about here. Because I do think that is probably the knock that I have biggest on Jared Goff. And what we're talking about is a C.J. Stroud where can't he find more comfort in that? And again, D'Amico Ryans was talking about how you see him and he's been able to see over the course of this spring and this training camp a C.J. Stroud who is more comfortable in those circumstances, is navigating the pocket better, is still delivering strikes and keeping his eyes downfield, which feels like a rehabilitation of a C.J. Stroud who has gotten to that place because of the situation that he's in. Mm-hmm. But the situations that Jared Goff has been able to be placed in has allowed him to be the best version of himself. It brings me back again to my point where I think that this is a lot of the downside on C.J. Stroud is more about the circumstances, not actually accurate to what he can do on the field. Because I think that honestly, really and truly, I think that the low water mark for him is Jared Goff.
Maybe, and that's a pretty high bar. You know, all things considered. Now, maybe it's not what you expected or wanted after his rookie season, but that's still a pretty high bar. The good news today, just to recap again, and you mentioned D'Amico Ryans. He flat out said what you were talking about. You know, being able to see C.J. Stroud with his eyes downfield, manipulating and I think he said maneuvering in the pocket. Those were things that, frankly, I've seen him tuck and run or take the sack. Just hell, this week I've seen him do that. So it was definite progress today, and given that it was very much a game situation from kickoffs and punts to offense comes off if they don't get it convert and all that. It was very promising.
No, 100%. Can we talk a little bit about Sheldon Rankins, who talked a little bit yesterday after practice? And Sheldon Rankins is a dude who, when he returned from the Bengals, I was a little questionable. I know that he was dealing with a particular ailment there, and he's been incredible for you, not just on the field but off the field, right, as a mentor.
He's a coach.
He is so good when he's talking.
100%.
So good.
Yeah.
And so with that being the case, it's always fun getting to hear from him. Can you give me cut one here? Because, I mean, just hearing from him is fun, but he said something that really shook a lot of people about Will Anderson Jr. yesterday.
Just a little nuances. I think when you get so much thrown at you as a young guy, completely different defense than he's ever played in, it's made, it's knowledge that we're counting on him. The pressure that I'm sure he puts on himself to be perfect every day. A lot of things can get lost in translation, whether it's alignment, whether it's hands, whether it's, pad level on bull rushes or being able to skate blocks at this level.
Well, he said a lot. He said a lot there. The next one, cut 2, was excellent too, or maybe it was 3.
Yeah, no, 2 was excellent.
Yeah,
this is where he continued talking about Will and what sets him apart. And I think this is what I was looking for. This is where he heaps praise on Will, which is still above what I think we've been talking about generally.
I think the turning point for players of his caliber is like when they realize that when they want to take it over, they can take it over. And I think he's getting to that point where, he realizes if he wants to shut practice down, he can shut it down. Like if he don't want them to get a playoff, they won't get a playoff. He don't want them to get a pass off, they won't get a pass off. He want a TFL every play, he can go do it. So I think he's starting to get to that point where he finally realizes that, the game is in the palm of my hands. And he also understands the responsibility that comes with it. I think that's what makes him so special, is that, you get a lot of guys in that position of being that dominant, being that good, and they kind of look at it like, it was supposed to happen to them. Whereas he looks at it as, he's grateful for every chance he gets to be the player that he is. So, I think he's starting to realize the power that he has, that his hands, feet, helmet, all the above. And he's letting it be known every day.
What a great description of him, of Will Anderson. Things that we've all noticed, things that coaches have said. But for Sheldon Rankins, year 11 in the NFL, to put it like that, he's seen them. He's seen all of them in the last 11 years, or going on 11 years. And I thought that was outstanding. That was outstanding.
Which is, it feels like in practice we've seen that from Will. And when I say in practice, I don't mean like in practice sessions, but in theory we've seen that from Will. But man, how much more if that ends up really being so visible of a switch for him, where it's just like, all right, this game is over now.
I'm going to make sure of it. We're talking, we know he's on track, to be that type of player. But one of the, on par with J.J. Watt kind of things. We can say that. That's not going to appall anyone. He is that good and has been able to advance that fast, No,
100%. And it's one of those, in the same way we've talked about this defense, like how do they get better? Will Anderson Jr. is one of those guys that I keep asking myself, what does the next level look like for him? And when you have guys around him, they're like, oh, no, this is the next level, and it's just going to be he decides to turn the water off. It makes me even more excited for what Texans defensive football looks like in this upcoming season.
Absolutely, and surrounded by more. Surrounded by players that are getting better and players that are at the All-Pro or Pro Bowl level already. It just makes you that much more excited to see this defense, but also to see Will Anderson and just how dominant a player he can be this year.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. It's about that time where we hand things over to one Figgy Fig for the mixtape. What you got, brother?
Man, I got a crazy story about a guy who decided to rob the job he worked at and returned back to his shift.
Oh, no. I'm looking forward to this. We'll do it next.
The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here, with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time. Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Pass the aux cord and crank up the volume. Figgy Figs in the driver's seat. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the ride. It's time for Figgy's Mixtape. Presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. On Sports Radio 610.
Yes, it is the Mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610, presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers. If you've been hurt in an accident, let the Sheriff team fight for you. Visit callthesheriff.com today. Happy Tuesday to everyone out there. So here's a story about a man who robbed a place where he worked. And I thought it was kind of crazy, but I guess I might have to pull a Reggie towards the end of this after y'all hear this story and try to defend this man. I'm going to defend this man. I'm going to take the other side and try to defend this foolishness. Anyway, here's ABC 15 in Arizona with this story.
Police say this Phoenix man robbed his own workplace. Keandre Simmons accused of armed robbery and kidnapping as investigators say he held two co-workers at gunpoint at this Scottsdale Shake Shack. He allegedly forced a manager to open the safe, took nearly $3,000 in cash, and then locked the victims in a cooler. Court paperwork says he then went on to destroy their phones and say the co-workers recognized his voice and knowledge of the store. Police arresting Simmons 2 days later when he showed up for his shift at the Shake Shack. Simmons is now held on a $100,000 secured appearance bond.
So the brother showed back up at work like, you know what, I'm going to act like nothing happened. And they was waiting for his ass right there. And
criminals are
stupid.
Dumb.
Stupid, man.
Go ahead, Finn.
Now, I will say this. I'm going to pull a Reggie. I'm going to try to defend the brother right here because I know y'all probably thinking, why would you show back up to work? Like, that's the stupidest thing you can do. I feel like he probably tried to play it cool, like it wasn't him, and let me try to go in and work like normal because that wasn't me that did all the robbing, but they recognize your voice. So I will defend him on that, him trying to go back to work like everything cool. But this was all so stupid, man.
Right, if you don't go back to work, now we know it's you.
Yes.
Yes, now they looking for me. So I'm sure he
I
probably
can just see him. Billy, is that you?
Imagine him,
whatever the heck his name was.
Imagine him going in. Hey, Tom. Hey, Billy. What's going on? Right. Ready to work. Ready to make some burgers.
And when you said somebody, robbed his, I don't know why I went to he took reams of paper or, no, he robbed.
He literally robbed them. Gunpoint.
Yeah. Yes.
And just imagine, and look, I never want to go through this, being robbed. I've been robbed before. But I'm just imagining them just getting robbed, and they're like, "Man, that voice sounds familiar. I think that's Chuck. That sounds like Chuck, don't it? Yeah, I recognize his voice." And then he come back in. He come back in 2 days later. Hey, what's going on, Larry? How you doing?
Wait, he robbed the Shake Shack, but it's the one that he worked at.
Yes,
he couldn't find another one to rob at. He couldn't find.
Yeah, they're probably all laid out about the same.
I would imagine so.
Right?
I would think so.
Again, criminals are dumb.
And
dumb.
I think the sad part about this is, as you heard in the story, he had them go to the safe. It was only $3,000 in there, man. You doing all this for $3,000?
He should understand some level of that, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Nah, it was stupid, but I kind of get him on why he decided to go back to work for a shift, try to make sure everything is somewhat normal, but that was just
he tried to be coy with it.
Yeah, but
wait, we got robbed? Wow, I didn't hear about that.
Yeah, it's stupid.
He didn't do enough recon.
Yeah,
he didn't do enough recon.
Yeah,
which is problematic because you at work all the time.
Yeah,
just have somebody else do it, man, and act like you just don't know.
Right.
Yeah, but that's someone he has to split the money with.
Well, that's true. Well, better than going to prison now.
Yeah.
That's for sure. Yeah.
It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. So I'm sure a lot of people have a lot of old antiques and artifacts from, I guess, World War I and Civil War, stuff like that. Just cool little antique type stuff. Imagine having something like that in the office. and end up having to call the bomb squad over it. So,
oh my goodness.
So here is KNS 5 News with the story on this situation.
What started as a unique office decoration turned into a visit from a bomb squad.
An Atascosa County man learned the Civil War relic he kept on his desk for years was actually a live explosive device.
It's a good thing somebody didn't use it for an ashtray or something. That's all I got to say.
Steve Martin's talking about this cylindrical iron chunk of history, another office decoration, or so he thought. Monday morning, he was at work checking the trucking schedule. He made some small talk with one of the drivers who shared an alarming suspicion.
Oh, he says, that could be a live ordnance there. You know, he said, I've had military training, and he said, that really looks like the real deal.
To find out if it was the real deal, Martin rang the Atascosa County Sheriff's Office. They called in the explosive ordnance team from Lackland Air Force Base. During the inspection, Martin's mind was all over the place.
I thought it was some sort of a dummy, you know, and, you know, now I'm thinking, well, the thing's making a dummy out of me, right? Who's the dummy here? And he came back out and told us what it was, and it was from the Civil War. And all this time I'd had that antique bomb there that potentially could have exploded. And my son was the one that found it while fishing on the Guadalupe River and gave it to me.
Holy smokes. Was it live? So it was live?
It was live. And I'm sure you probably wonder. I'm sure you probably wondering, what the hell did y'all do with it? Well, this is more from that story. This is what I guess the bomb squad and all that stuff had to do with it.
Deputy Chief Eric Kaiser says the EOD team took the Parrot round to Camp Bullis and disposed of it in a safe manner. As for Martin,
but I feel like this was a Confederate bomb altogether. I'd like to have it back.
He's hoping the artifact can somehow be preserved, especially since many of his ancestors served in the Civil War.
I really did feel a direct connection to this.
But in the meantime, Martin does plan to be a bit more vigilant in the future before bringing home his next Riverside souvenir.
Well, I'm going to be careful, you know, what I pick up. Yeah. If somebody just hands you something, might be a hot potato.
I like that last line right there.
Not at all. Not at all.
How many? This is wild. Look, how many of those are out there? First of all, it's got me thinking about that. But his son found it fishing in the Guadalupe, and it was a live bomb from
and he
Civil War.
Yeah, he had it all that time too. Man, that's a little scary.
That's crazy.
Yeah,
this is a dumb thought.
Mm-hmm.
If it was live and with everything that has happened since the Civil War, it ain't gone off yet, should I have been all that worried about it?
Well, he said, see, that's what the one part that they didn't say. They said they disposed of it, which I assumed means they exploded it, but maybe not.
No, I mean they had to.
Maybe they took the trigger. I mean I'm forgetting the term, but you know, basically the trigger off of it. You know, one of those things. So yeah, I thought they exploded it.
Yeah, I mean maybe so, but yeah, I was just like, oh, maybe this, you know, if nothing had set it off at this point, maybe in a natural state it wouldn't be the case. But this is yet another reason, because I've seen people with like live hand grenades not realize that they were live in their possession. This is why I have no particular interest in anything that is explosive, even if you're telling me that it's not currently explosive. I'm good on it. I don't need that. I don't need that at all.
Yeah, so thank goodness nothing really happened, but just imagine that sitting around in the office or in the studio. And she's like, hey, you know that's a real bomb, right? So
better not be.
Yeah, so good thing nothing happened, but salute to that guy.
Yeah.
It's a mixtape presented by Sheriff Injury Lawyers on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. We got to pour one out for a local bar here. Actually, two local bars here that are no longer with us. Got to give a shout out to Camp Houston. They closed their doors on Sunday. That's a place I used to go to whenever I had people in town and all that stuff. And then salute to the Address, another place that a lot of people, I would say, I guess a lot of tourists used to come into town and go to these spots. I used to call it like touristy spots. Because you have some locals that be there once in a while and stuff like that, but I feel like a lot of out-of-town people used to go to these spots here. And that last spot was the Address. And here is a guy by the name of OGP Dub on Instagram. And he decided to pull up to the Address one last time to kind of support them, you know, on their way out. And this is what it sounded like.
See, this is why the Address is closing down. Because when everybody pops out
and is trying to support y'all. Y'all want to try to finesse us, charging $100 to park, bro. $150 to park on your last day is ludicrous. This is why y'all closing. Got me f***ed up. $100 to park? Me, P-Dub? Hey, man, I was born at night, but I wasn't born last night. You hear me?
Yeah,
I mean, he's not wrong.
And he's
not wrong.
Man, that been my issue. And me and B. Scott talked about this all the time. With the address, man, like I'm not going over there paying to park over there and on Old Spanish Trail, man.
Yeah.
Like, dog, it is rough over there. This ain't the heights. Like, I have an issue just paying to park anywhere, but this one, I'm not paying to park in this area, man. Like, and they charging that much. It's so many times I attempted to go to this place, and they trying to charge $30. Nope, like not in this area, man. So look, I don't know.
You ever been to the address?
I've been there twice.
Who, me?
You've been there twice. How about you?
I have not been. Look, man, I'm not really a club guy personally to begin with, but yeah, man, places that feel like they taxing, man, that's not really my get down.
I wouldn't pay $100 for parking for like a playoff game. I'm serious.
No.
I wouldn't. I'd walk. I'd take one of the little pedicabs or whatever. They're one of those things. $100 to park at a club.
And they did this, and so they closed their doors, I want to say, on Sunday. And so from the time I went there, they never charged no $100. But I guess this time, because they knew everybody was coming out there, I guess they upped the price to like $100, $150. That is insane. And if you know that area, that's Old Spanish Trail.
That's right.
It be going down.
Nicest.
Yeah. And look, I ain't trying to put B. Scott on the spot, with this, but he said he just seen somebody get shot at over there.
Yeah.
So I'm not paying no $100 to, with all that stuff going on over there. That is insane.
Yeah. I mean, look, that's one of those, they definitely try to hit for their final lick, but I think it's also worth noting, right? It's not quite in the vein of what we're talking about here, but it's also worth remembering that hospitality is not easy, not just in this day and age, but just generally, whether it's a restaurant that you like where we see those turnover. But even, man.
Not for $100.
Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, not for $100 parking.
But these clubs, man, even these clubs, right, man, like a 9-year run is a long run.
No, that is true.
For a club.
And Camp Houston seemed to be popping. I wonder what happened there.
I think that just, the finances on it, whether it's like real estate, figuring out your rent and all that, it becomes more untenable over time. And so it's one of those things where I'm going to use this to pivot off. Like, hey, if you have a place in more of the hospitality area of range, appreciate it, because it's not a guarantee that these things are here forever, man.
Like, how many clubs have lasted more than 9 years? Not a lot.
Yeah.
Can't say that there have been.
Yeah. And I was a fan of Camp Houston. I like Camp Houston a lot. I went there a couple times by myself, just on the happy hour note, and just kind of chilling or whatever. And then family come in, we go to Camp Houston. So I did like Camp Houston, but the address, they wouldn't charge no $100 to park. I ain't never paid that much to park anywhere. So so that always been my beef with the address. But hey, pour one out for him. Salute. It's been a good run, man. It's been a really good run with those spots.
There you go. That's another fantastic edition of the Mixtape. You catch it every weekday at 1:20 p.m. right here on Sports Radio 610. If you see something Mixtape worthy, hit our guy up on social media at @TheFiggyFig, and he'll shout you out. All right, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Coming up next, we get ready to hand things off to the fellas of the drive. But also, just how good do you expect the AFC South to be? Because there's people that seem to believe that this is the most difficult division in football. I've got another way to see if it stacks up. We'll do that next.
All right, day after tomorrow, right here where I'm sitting, it's going to start.
get it done.
Thank you, Figgy.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios. Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Reggie Atatula.
Yeah, you're in the loop here on Sports Radio 610. Been a good day out here at Reliant Stadium where the Houston Texans had their practice today. Actually, I say practice. Man, it was a scrimmage. It was a full-blown scrimmage and a really good accounting for both sides of the football. Probably, if not, actually, I keep saying probably. It was the best day of practice that we've had to this point in training camp.
No, I thought it was very evident early on. From the very start, both sides were getting their shots in, getting their moments, having their moments.
No, 100%. And so, and shout out to C.J. Stroud, who also put out a pretty solid day, especially as D'Amico Ryan talked about after, when it comes to navigating the pocket, keeping his eyes downfield, finding the guys that he wanted to get the ball to. And so, shout out to the Texans, who put together a good day of work before they head into a preseason game number 1, which you'll hear right here on Sports Radio. Well, what will become 610 The Fan and 95.7 The Fan on your FM dial. Excited for that. J-Lo, how do you feel about this division in the AFC South?
Workable. Texans should win it, but better.
Do you think it's the strongest division in football?
No.
You don't think so?
It is not.
Well, we have in-division win totals. And I found this to be interesting because, obviously Vegas is not the end-all, be-all, but they do a lot of work because they got literal money behind it, right? Like they could take a real bath
Human dollars
if they don't go the way that they feel like they or if they don't get things right or as close to right as they possibly can. And so when it comes to this division, I'm very intrigued by the numbers that they threw up for the AFC South on in-division wins. How many in-division wins do you think that our friends in Las Vegas have for the Houston Texans of the 6, obviously, that you have every year?
So I saw this email come across as well, and I deliberately did not click on it because I knew we were going to talk about this. I feel, for the Texans you're talking about.
Yes.
I'm going to say 4. Five.
How do you get there?
Yeah, I think they're going to lose one probably on the road to either Indianapolis or Jacksonville. So I'll say 5.
They put the number at 4.
4. I said 4.
Which, honestly, that is the second most wins in a division that any single team has. Second only to the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East.
Oh, yeah, well, that makes sense.
Right, where they set their number at 4.5 because, the Dolphins, you don't know what that looks like. The Jets, you do know what that looks like in a negative way. And then the Patriots are probably the one team that you go, are they going to split?
Yeah.
But, I mean, comparatively, they've got the Texans at 4 wins. And I think you're right. Like, I look at this and I go, this is a division that is finding some level of legs, but even still, I think you handle the Titans both times, clearly. I think the Colts, like I'm a lot less afraid of what they've got going right this moment. The only thing that gets me is I know that Alec Pierce and the ability to stretch the field has been something that at times has gotten after the Texans, but the Texans have gotten better on the back end in addition to being able to apply pressure up front. And then, then you're looking at the Jaguars and that feels like a one where you could split. Like, I'm with you. I think that 5 wins in division is one.
The reason I was going to say 4 is I actually think the Colts have shown, again, for what it's worth, a little more since training camp has begun. Obviously they extended Jonathan Taylor. You mentioned Alec Pierce, Daniel Jones. It seems like he's going to play, and when he's he has had his moments. So that's why I started to say 4, but I was like, nah, they won't. They'll probably just split against one of those teams. It'd probably be Jacksonville.
Mentioning Alec Pierce. Remember he had a surgery recently. He did not, according to James Boyd of The Athletic, who covers the Colts, Alec Pierce didn't receive a second platelet-rich plasma injection in his left ankle ahead of joint practice today, and so they're saying that he's progressing pretty well. But I'm still looking at that and going, I need to see it from Alec Pierce to see that he is the same guy. Before I fret about him in general,
Yeah, I think he's dang good, man. Yeah, I really do. But the health thing, you're right. The health thing, you have to make sure, especially at that position and the way he plays, that there is some level of, I guess, security or confidence that he can do it.
Plus, No, they're really betting on Josh Downs to be much better this year without Michael Pittman in the middle of that offense in the same way. So I don't know. I feel good about it, especially with the way that this defense has gotten better, man. I feel good about even playing the Colts this year. It really is just the Jaguars and what they have, and we've talked about it. The Jaguars have not really done a lot externally to make themselves better. It's just, can they take a step forward internally with what they're doing schematically?
A good buzz around Jacksonville right now during camp, though.
There is.
Yeah.
There is. But they're the type of team that should have good buzz around them, right? Like, if they were having negative buzz, I'd be real concerned as to how that happens.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, no, that's fair. You know, obviously you wonder about the run game, but they seem to be pretty confident about everything, including, their receivers who seem to be having good camps.
But so we go from that. I then take you to some of the other teams in the division and their supposed their division win numbers. To that end, they have the Colts at 3, the Jaguars also at 3, and the Titans at 2.
Yeah, I don't you think that would track? Now, depending on what you think of the Jaguars, and but I just think the Texans' defense would be the difference maker for me.
Yeah, yeah, no, then that's 100% feels like it tracks. That's a lot tighter of a spread, even with the Titans on the back end, than I would have anticipated. The only divisions with tighter spreads amongst that, actually, there's 3 of them now because I missed one. Between the NFC South, the NFC North, and the NFC East, they are the ones that feel like within their division and actually playing each other, there's a tighter spread between who all can get wins. And that just points to the idea that...
Well, NFC South is because we don't know if anybody's good.
Correct. Correct.
So,
right?
Because you would think NFC West would be the one that's the tightest spread.
But the Cardinals bring down...
Yeah, that's
it's
true.
like the tightest spread
true.
amongst the top, and then you've got the Cardinals over here. Just derping about with, mind you, the lowest division win total with 0.5, which the under might be in play there.
Yeah. I got a question for you. The other odds that we got were first NFL coach to get fired.
Yes.
I was stunned. Like the look on my face, stunned, when I saw where DeMeco Ryans was ranked on this list. You know the odds-on favorites to be fired first are Aaron Glenn, Todd Bowles, and Zach Taylor. Jets, Bucks, and Bengals.
Yeah.
That wouldn't make sense to me. But
there were some names higher up in this.
Shane Steichen was high.
Which, it's surprising but not. Like, I tend to lean into the idea that Shane Steichen is a pretty good coach, at the very least a pretty good offensive play caller. But there is, you have to acknowledge that they have not been able to find any level of consistency or certainty there. Now,
right.
Quarterback has been an interesting place to look at there. But, yeah, that was a little surprise, especially. But I guess Carly Ursay-Gordon has kind of put an onus on all of them that, hey, man, now is the time to win. I imagine if we were looking at first general manager to be fired odds, that's where I'd really look towards the Colts.
But this is what surprised me about the odds for the first coach to be fired. DeMeco Ryans, there were 14 coaches with better odds to not get fired. Better odds to not get fired than DeMeco Ryans.
Got you.
So in other words, and I get the first-year coaches would be down on the list.
Right.
First-year coaches, absolutely. I get.
You want me to rattle off the names here of the guys who have better odds, or the odds to remain in their jobs better?
Better than
there's
DeMeco
not a good way
Ryans.
for me to say that.
Yeah.
Sean McVay, duh. Mike McDonald just won a Super Bowl. Liam Cohen is really high.
That was a
here.
little bit of a surprise to me.
301 odds to be the first coach fired, which obviously really bad odds.
Then you get into some first-year coaches.
Clint Kubiak first year. Joe Brady first year. Jesse Minter first year. Andy Reid is just whenever he decides to be done is when he's done. John Harbaugh first year. Jeff Hafley first year. Mike LaFleur first year. Todd Monken first year. Sean Payton, legend of the game. Get what's happening there. Ben Johnson, second year with really good first year. Kevin Stefanski first year. Then DeMeco. I don't hate that.
I was surprised.
There's a good reason.
What does DeMeco Ryans have? What could he possibly do with his security and what he's done here and 3 straight playoff berths and this defense, potentially all-time great defense, and he's the 18th ranked coach in terms of possibility? I would put him down there with Mike McDonald and Sean McVay, 30, 31, somewhere in there. How in the world? What would he have to do to get fired?
I think the only thing that comes to mind is if you have a really bad start because of the expectations. But yeah, no, I don't think I think that he's 100% safe in my mind.
Yes.
I guess effectively, and I understand how the odds end up in this place where you're looking up and you see first-year coaches, unless they're like a David Culley type circumstance,
and even
they're not going to get fired, right? And then beyond that, you've got the only other guys that are not first-year guys are guys outside of Liam Cohen, which maybe that's where I'm like, hey, this feels like it's somewhat similar to D'Amico, but he has more years in. It's those guys that you go, no, of course they're not. I mean, hell, Kyle Shanahan has better odds to be the first coach fired than D'Amico Ryans. I don't take any offense to this personally.
Really?
Yeah.
It was just bizarre to me because I thought he would be about as secure a coach as there is in the NFL right now. Now, I guess if you try to think, okay, what could he possibly do to get fired? Maybe just a complete bleep show offensively, like, hey, you had one job, 3 times over. 3 years in a row, you had one job.
That's, I mean, and if you're coming from more of a national perspective, which I imagine, obviously these numbers do, I think that's where you end up in that place, right? Where they're looking from the outside, looking in and going, all right, how is this offense not looking right? What are you doing with your quarterback there? And how much responsibility does a head coach take? I think us being on the ground, we understand that there's some particular dynamics that insulate him from that particular level of criticism. I think that if you're doing the betting odds, that'd be where they go. But ultimately, it points to where D'Amico Ryans is, and honestly, it feels like in this training camp, as we talked about a little bit earlier, he's finding new levels of his coaching where he's doing a better job of utilizing his time, and it feels like he is optimizing better the entirety of his program here. And you're seeing that additional continued development from him.
Yeah, no doubt.
All right, you're in the loop right here on Sports Radio 610. Fig, we good here?
Yeah, man, you're good.
We appreciate D&M Auto Leasing for the opportunity to call, talk, and remind you. I don't know what that was. You're listening to KLT AM, KLT FM, HD2 Houston, and Odyssey Sports Station as we welcome in the fellas of the drive. It's Clint and Ron. What's happening, fellas?
What's good, baby? Not much.
That was the worst impression
I've ever
seen.
Fig.
I've
He
ever
just
heard.
stepped in, man. He's got better than that. I know he could work at that a little bit. He's got.
I will say,
I think he just jumped in.
Yeah, and look, I appreciate it. I feel like he could have just been like being himself in that moment. But I don't have a good limited fake figgy myself, so I can't say too much about it. J-Lo, you got a fig?
No, I don't. None that I want to play right over here right now.
Very good,
that's for sure.
Very good. And,
Fig's a tough one.
Do y'all have any impressions of any of the coworkers here at Sports Radio 610?
I'm not an I ain't got the impressions, man. I got the Fig's got the yeah, man. It's always a yeah, man, like to start his thought. Yeah, I mean, obviously I say chief more than I realize I say chief.
What's my man's name?
Yeah, you get that one as well.
Yeah, well, that's because I got to come up with something at least clever to cover up my ignorance.
Nah, man. No. It's part of you. You be you.
Yeah, I don't have much of the impersonator. Yeah, no. Yeah, I don't have that one. I didn't get that. I didn't get blessed with that gene.
I don't know if you guys got out here or not, but a good day, man. It was a good day, probably the best day we've seen.
Did not. I was just talking to Seth in the back, and I just assumed because usually when they go indoors, it's some kind of accelerated walkthrough, kind of let's get prepared for the game kind of thing, and let's have the coaches on the sideline and just go through the execution and the processes of game day. So I just assumed that's what it was, and so now I set this one out. I didn't realize it was going to be a go get them.
No, I did too, but we got here obviously to broadcast, and I feel like Reggie and I got to see their version of their first team preseason game. I mean, it was a game situation, live action, kickoffs, punts, refs spotting the ball, coaches on the sideline, calling the plays in from the sideline. It was a lot of fun, and it was a good day overall for both sides.
Quick question, boys. After seeing that, when D'Amico says we got a handful of players that basically we're never going to play in this game, who do y'all, after seeing practice today, who do you think that is?
I think everyone on defense that's starting and a couple of backups, probably Mario Edwards because he's a veteran, and who was the other one I said?
You said Clowney.
Clowney. Probably all 11 starters and those two guys on defense. Offense, I think pretty much everyone. Maybe Keelan Rutledge gets a series just because he's a rookie. But pretty much, all the big. I would not. I put it this way earlier: enjoy the tailgate and enjoy the backups. I think it's going to be heavy backups on Thursday night.
Yeah, and from all accounts, and I know you guys have talked about it today, it's good that they had this type of practice and probably had, let's just be honest, from an offensive standpoint, probably had one of their better days. And that's a big deal, and that probably helped maybe the decision on how many guys are going to play and won't play on offense, right? You had some elements of the big play today on multiple occasions with Nico down the field and with Montgomery down the field and some of their, maybe one of their better performances in camp. So yeah, that was good. Indoors on the field, and according to D'Amico, they were able to improve from what they did yesterday, because it seemed like they were not very happy with yesterday's practice.
You're probably right, Lopez, but I couldn't disagree more. Treating this offense like the same way you treat your defense, I think, is plumb ass silly.
No, I don't necessarily think you're wrong. I just think that's the way it's going to play out, because you'll like this part of it, Clint. They actually now I sound like you, but they actually practiced hard almost every period. There wasn't a lot like CJ got, what would you have to say, 25, 30? He probably got 25, 30 snaps, which may not have been a lot when you were in the league, but it's more than we've ever seen him, during camp thus far. So he got a lot of reps.
That's a lot for what they've been doing. You get 4 reps here, 4 reps there, and so that's a ton of reps. I just hope hell, that's what they ought to be doing, given what this offense looks like. And look, I'm not throwing shade or throwing stone. Just the reality of it is this offense has got a long way to go, to be the complementary, unit to this defense. And if we're gonna go if we're gonna go against our defense and we're gonna even if today was great, everybody says today was really good, saw some good. One of the last 3 practices has been good overall for the offense, and so to pass up, you get the day off before the game, you get the day off after the game, and you get the day off during the game. That is just it just seems like this offense needs the more work. We hear execution. We hear communication. I talked to Ron. Me and Ron went about it yesterday. Just kind of popped on the show. Watching what Carson Beck did in Arizona that at that Hall of Fame game. All joking aside, I know it's a Hall of Fame game. I know it's vanilla cover. Like that kind of performance that looks like that, not just statistically, but looks like that on the field. That right now would boost C.J. Stroud's confidence through the roof, and everybody around C.J. Stroud's confidence through the roof if this offense could execute like that in a game.
That's fair. That's fair.
No, 100%.
Yeah.
That's why, knowing the way that this is going to go, I appreciated the fact that they had something similar to that on the field today. And this is a lot less important, especially it's not X's and O's, but we talk about the temerity of this team, how their disposition, the way that they're going to battle. Defensively, when they're challenged, they bounce back. It felt like today was the offense's version of D'Amico Ryans challenged us after a couple of practices where we did not put our best foot forward, and it felt like they answered at least in that way. Whatever small thing that is, I appreciated it. But, gentlemen, enjoy your program today. I'm excited to hear what you got. J-Lo, I'll catch you back in the studio tomorrow.
Absolutely.
All right. Again, appreciation to D&M Auto Lease for the crosstalk. But right now, the drive is live.
God, dog, man, this is what you're gonna do, isn't it? This is where you're living. Wow. Really hope you bullies out there are happy with yourself.
Is this really where he's living? No,
yeah, it is.
No, this can't
you're
be.
You're part of it. He's bullied it. No, he's just throwing the towel.
This can't be the response.
He's thrown in the towel.
You can't ask if somebody would have ganged up on him out of left field and said something. This is the reaction I've expected. He asked the question. You can't ask the question and then be unhappy with the response and sulk for 2-3 days.
Oh, he's calling sulking.
You can't do it. I know he's gone, but hell, he better be listening. No, you can't do it. Nope. You cannot. You can't. You can't ask the question. You can't bring it up out of left field.
Sulking Reggie.
Get a real honest answer, which I think I soft shoot it. Now, I don't know what text line did to you, but I soft shoot it. And then respond like, can't do it.
Yeah,
can't do it. That's some real sensitive stuff right there.
Dang,
that's some
sulking and sensitive.
That's some real, like, I think there's probably a lot of us that got to watch ourselves at home and be careful. And when you get asked questions, you got to go, do I really want to answer this the right way? I think that may happen at home. I could probably take a little bit of my own advice and handle it a little different at home. But Reg, I ain't doing it with you. You asked that damn question.
Hey man,
and that's what you come with.
Drive us live, Tyler.
Yeah, man, that ain't
so live.
Tyler, how do you think he should come into
listening?
Tyler, this is an opportunity for you to step in and take it from him. I mean, you can just step in. I mean, you are really good with a big voice. I mean, you could be a big voice guy if you wanted to change careers.
I'll come up with something great to start doing tomorrow right at the toss. Won't disappoint you.
Yeah, so tell him to just say bye.
You just grab some pine there, Reg.
Yeah, I think that's what you got to do, man. If that's going to be his response, I think Tyler should take it over.
I mean, just I didn't want to say he's sulking. I want to get him another day with it to see it in his eyes. But I mean, there could be some sulking there.
Oh, there's no question.
There could be some feeling sorry.
There's either I don't care or I'm sulking, and neither one of them are acceptable.
But I feel it a little bit. I think it was garbage. Those bullies that came at him about him just trying to show some energy and some electricity before the show starts. And now there is a thought that he's saying, you know what, you didn't like the way I said it. Well, here, I'll give it to you.
I'm just telling you.
I'll give it to you.
Seems like he's upset.
I'll give it to you as my version of Dr. Thunder. I'll go as generic as possible. The drive is live.
Dr. Thunder is so bad.
I mean, I'm just telling you that
you get enough ice
the other left a lot to be desired.
Yeah, you sure expressed it to him.
I mean, he asked.
Missing
I was
those
honest.
23 delicious
hold on.
flavors.
Hold on. All right, listen. I got to get to Tyler. We got to get to my favorite thing of the camp. I mean, you talk about horny, football horny.
The good, the bad, and the horny.
And you could strip the football portion off of this right off the bat here. This done it for me. This is my favorite part of camp. But I would like to say it is good to see, and we'll talk about this. They took some progress from the offense today. It's good to see that they opened things up and they responded to getting their asses kicked the last 2 days. That is good. That is exactly what you want to see. But I am with you. Like I don't think the response is enough. And I don't even think the setup of trying to really, give the feel of a preseason game, the feel of a real game, is enough to just bypass this one, right? Because if the major guys on the offense aren't going to play on Thursday, which to me it feels like they're not going to, then right now they're just going to have the one game because they're not going to play the last preseason game. None of them. They're just trying to stay healthy for the regular season. They're going to just have that one game prior to the Buffalo game. I know there's going to be some joint practices there, but they'll have the one game where it's tackling, it's going down. And you tell me if I'm wrong. I've heard from a lot of people, guys that I've worked with back in the day that have played football like you. It even feels like the intensity is what I'm here is even different in the preseason game when you come out on the field and everything feels like a real game as opposed to coming out on the practice field and going 11-on-11. It like the intensity level is even up more even in those preseason games. So to me, I do feel like I'd be a fan of them playing the first two games. The offense playing the first two games.
I'm a fan of knowing who you are. I'm a fan of sharpening your sword, so to speak. I'm a fan of taking full advantage of every opportunity you get, whether it be the offense improving during a preseason game or if you're talking big picture for the Texans the season. You've got a generationally great defense. Right? What's your offense going to do? What's your quarterback going to look like? What's your rookie center going to look like? What's the communication piece going to look like on offense? Those are all things that definitely 100% can take a step forward in a game versus another opponent. Now, The reality of it is again, this is not just what I don't like about it is the notion that, hey, this is the NFL and nobody plays in the first game. This is the NFL, and to your point, nobody's going to play in the third game because we got to get healthy. I don't like that. I mean, like everybody's not on equal ground, right? Look, if the Seattle Seahawks don't want to play their guys at all, don't play you guys at all, right? If the Rams don't want to play their guys at all, don't play you guys at all. But every year, every single year, we listen for 3 weeks of football when the NFL season starts. We listen to dudes that played the game, that are Hall of Famers, that are getting paid millions of dollars to call games. We listen to those guys talk about, boy, these guys ain't played in the preseason. They're rusty. Nobody played in the Remember, everybody, they didn't play in the preseason, so this first half's going to be a little bit ugly. The thought, like, I'm not making this up. We listen to this every year for at least 2 weeks, if not 3 weeks, of how, boy, we're still in a ramp-up period. These guys ain't played much football in the preseason, hadn't had real live reps in the preseason. We listen to that, right? And if you're a team that, again, just can't get over the hump, you're there, man. You're 10, 12 wins, right? Your culture's great. Your roster's set right. But you got these issues on offense. We're just now getting to a point where we can get out of the huddle and we're not fighting the damn play clock. But we're going to take a 3-day break in camp. Like that to me, that is excessive. And again, I know everybody out there listening, I know the world likes to go, oh, that's what everybody does. That's what everybody in the NFL does. Nobody plays in the preseason. What are you talking about? It's a long training camp. It's just training camp. It's just a preseason game. I just will never minimize the opportunity to go out there. And I think it's even tenfold given how especially the first preseason, you're going to go out there and you're going to see vanilla coverage. You're not going to see a bunch of pressures. You're damn sure not going to see pressures and disguises and things that you should not have answers for, right? I mean, these are like baby steps. Like if you want to talk about our offense in Houston getting to a point where they can handle our defense in Houston in training camp, hey, give them a little dose of some base split safety coverage. It's going to be 2 or it's going to be quarters. You know you're not going to get pressure. The backers are going to be sitting at 4 or 5 yards deep. Everybody's going to be pretty stagnant. And let our guys just communicate. Hey, Mike is right there. He's sitting there. I mean, cold turkey just sitting there. There ain't no question which one is the Mike. There ain't no question what personnel they're in. There's no reason for guys to have communication issues. And this is a team that for year over year we keep hearing about mechanics and technique and communication and execution. Well, here's an opportunity. Go execute against NFL caliber players that are going to be just basically stationary, sitting ducks for you to execute against. We've been talking about C.J. Stroud processing and running this offense and commanding this offense. Here's a great opportunity. Go out there for a quarter of football and look like that damn rookie looked the other night in Arizona, and we come out on the back end of this with some momentum, feeling pretty good about our offense. Instead of, once again, the head coach acknowledged it in his presser today. Yeah, man, our defense it's hard on our offense every day. They're giving them hell every day. Yeah, I mean, instead of that approach, I mean, how about we take the approach of let's go get it on against a different color jersey. If you want to call 75% runs and just go smash mouth and see what you got up front. Let's go do it.
Yeah, I'm not mad at him about it, or like I don't even know if I'm standing on the table. I need some help to get up there, but I don't know if I'm standing on the table for it and stomping. But it just feels like what we saw last year and what we have seen thus far, and even with a lot of newness and the expectations of the pressure that this group has, like to be as ready as possible against the Bills, to me makes sense. And to be as ready as possible that first month where it feels like this offense is going to have to be rolling. And I guess I'm a bit surprised, Clint, that they feel they don't need the extra the work. I can understand how they feel that on defense. I'm a bit surprised. And again, let me preface that. We don't know exactly who's going to play or not. Maybe they all get a couple series, because that would be for me. Can you play? Get me a series or two, and let's see some. Let's keep making progress, as you said, against another team, and let's be able to execute some other things. I just think take advantage of all of those situations with that offense.
Well, it's just, again, I understand why this defense would be treated the way that they treat them in the preseason. I get it, no question about it. I'm on record. Hell, I'd call the dogs off. I wouldn't practice Will Anderson next week.
Will didn't have to.
Will don't even need to be out there, right? I mean, I don't know how. I do. It's a defensive-minded head coach. I don't know how you look at this offense, just the whole scenario of the Houston Texans, and you don't go, yeah, man, we got to get this offense rolling. This is an opportunity for them to get some. I mean, even if you just look at it like, hey, boys, go get some confidence and get some momentum, man. Let's ride. Like go show everybody the progress that you've made. Let's come on the backside of this with huge momentum going into week 2. You can always pull the reins back and go, boys, we're going to ease up late in camp because we've had a hell of a camp. You can always pull the reins back and go, hey, boys, we're only going to go one series in that week 2 because we went 3 or 4 in this first game and we really looked good. We carried some momentum in it. You're going to look up and you're going to have played 1 or 2 series in game 2. Game 3, you're not going to play, and all of a sudden you're staring down a tough-ass first month of the season where this offense needs to score points, and you've done nothing but get mollywopped by a defense pretty consistently in training camp again. I just don't like the approach. I don't like the approach at all.
Yeah, well, we'll see what it is they will actually do coming up on Thursday. But yeah, I am one. Hey, let's just get some run in together. Let's get some action. That offensive line together, the rookie center with your quarterback who's got a lot of pressure on him. You got young receivers. Like let's get some run in. Let's get some run. I don't need 2 quarters. I don't need that. But let's get some run in. I know some of y'all hate to hear this, but man, Patrick Mahomes, man, he plays every preseason game generally. At least, I mean, except
before
for the last
this injury, maybe.
Except for the last one, yeah. He opens up and gets some run in. Again, every team does things differently, and I even hate that I did that to comparison. I just threw it out. It's just like even some of the top do it. But yeah, I mean, I would look at this group and be like, yeah, I'd like to take advantage of the joint practice with the Raiders.
I don't know how you don't. Like the Pat Mahomes deal. Like if you're hurt, it's a different deal, right? But like there's got to be an urge there of like, hey, this is my squad. We got these unis on. We're coming out in front of our fans at Reliant. I want to be the dude that's calling the troops up. I want to be the dude that's leading the charge. I want to be a part of this. I don't want to sit over in a beanie and sweats.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like Will and Aziz probably have that, and I don't need them to.
Well, again, that's defense is a different animal. I mean, that's defense is a different animal.
I just think these jokers need some work.
Yeah, I mean,
I just think they need to get some work in and get some work in a real game setting before they get to Buffalo. All right, coming up, I do want to get this. This to me is one of the best signs for the Houston Texans moving forward. It is something that has been talked about on every show, everything. You could even hear it really kind of under the breath of some of the members of the coaching staff, and it happened. This is huge for the Texans if this is what they're getting out of this player. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all. Look, here's the deal. If your employer.
888-222-2222.
Your jeans feel so good against my jeans.
Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Yep. Don't have a guess.
For what?
The song.
Oh, you ain't got that
Any
one?
man of mine better be
got
proud
that
of
one?
me. Even when you better love me.
Keep going.
I can be late for a date,
That's fine, but you better be on time.
Give me that on time again. But you better.
On time.
I like how you held it. On time.
On time.
I like
You
how
ain't got
held
that
it.
one?
On time. I like that. Would I know the artist?
Yeah. Tyler's got a t-shirt.
Like you're. Oh.
It's an alt. It's an immediate. It's
not
known.
like.
Saw the concert live last year.
In one America, it's an immediate no.
For the name, like a legend.
Better walk the line.
An all-time
Okay,
great.
so this ain't the name.
An all-time great. A big time voice. Big time name.
Still in their prime?
No chance.
But
You
still
said
look
she-
great.
Looks like if she's in her prime.
Shania Twain?
There you go.
Nailed it.
Come on now.
Go.
I was thinking.
Gone and done it, Shell.
She is a legend.
Hell yeah.
She's a Clint. stop.
That concert last year
legend?
was awesome.
Yes, Shania Twain is a legend.
I mean, she's really.
713. Put a poll up. 713-572-4610. Is Shania Twain a quote legend? I would think she's a legend.
I mean, she's a superstar, but I don't. I mean, legend. I mean, legend's reserved.
Who do you have as a legend?
George Strait.
Okay, I mean
Dolly Parton.
Yeah, Dolly would be a good one. Garth.
I'm just playing devil's advocate because I consider Shania a damn legend.
I mean, I'm
right?
not above being wrong. I think she's really good. I've enjoyed her. I think she's got a couple of songs that really turn the masses on. I don't know if she's got enough great songs that really turn the masses on. As a legend, Willie Nelson.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean,
she's pretty big though, right?
Yeah, that run in the early 2000s.
Somebody help me. The YouTube and Twitch, you jumping on here? Is she a legend?
I mean, how many?
Evan, Joe?
How many Shania Twain songs you got right now, T?
I got. He's not fair. He's
all
a real
of the
live fan.
ones off that one album that was most popular, and then.
No, but I'm saying you didn't even know the album. You said that one album that was so popular.
I feel like a woman. Is that her?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, we're at 2.
But that's
and I'm not sure that wasn't the same song.
Text line coming in. Ron, hell no, she's good, but no legend. Really?
I mean, Reba's a legend. Reba's a female legend. I would throw.
And she is nowhere near that level.
No. There ain't many artists that are solo artists.
I got Reba. Like no, people texted it, not a legend. Really?
Yeah. No, I mean, not really good.
But hold on.
And was a superstar at one point.
Is she? She is gonna be in. Is she country music? Is that her genre?
Yes.
Or did she move to?
Yeah. No.
She's gonna be in the Hall of Fame, right?
If she's not already, I don't know how it works, but hell yeah.
In the Country Music Hall of Fame? Yeah, I would imagine
so there's a difference because, I feel like a lot of. I mean, you're a Hall of Famer. You're a.
Yeah, I mean,
legend,
I don't want
right?
to. I feel like I'm being disrespectful to Shania.
I mean, you clearly are.
I'm not at all. No, I'm not at all. I'm just saying. I don't. When I hear Shania Twain, I don't think Reba, Dolly, George, Willie. I don't think that's a legend.
They're all timers.
Yeah.
I mean,
you got part-time legends.
I think there could be a different Charles Barkley's a legend. I mean, but he's not Magic.
I mean, he's best 50 of all time, isn't he? Top 50.
Yeah, if we were
even higher than that, what is he? Top 20 of all time?
Top 75. If they were doing the top 75, I don't know how we got here.
Country music artist of all time.
Top 75 country music artists of all time. Does she make it?
You know what's interesting?
I would probably because she
makes it, right?
She's not in the Country Music Hall of Fame, but she's been eligible since 2013.
Well, okay, well then I'll stand back.
Damn, man, what
she's
the
not
hell?
in the country music.
That's ridiculous.
I feel
like I'm going out on the limb of my expertise. But like it feels like we're like a Terrell Davis situation here, where she had a short but serious stretch. Like I feel like it's a Terrell Davis. She had a short,
and she crossed genres. She was country, but she was getting played on the pop stage.
I know her easily.
She's a legend. I don't care about the Country Music Hall of Fame, idiots.
Great artist, not a legend, not even close. Someone texted.
Yeah, no, I would.
You're putting her in the same sentence as Dolly. Like I think there are differences. I think Dolly is an all-timer.
Well, I
think Kareem's an all-timer, but I mean Chris Bosh is in the Hall of Fame. I mean he's a legend.
She can be Chris Bosh, I guess.
She's better than that, though, ain't she?
No, I don't think so.
I got the poll posted.
I don't think
T-Mill Real Deal.
I mean,
it's not really looking good for the comments.
No. We'll let the people speak to this. Speak right.
Shania is the best-selling female artist in country music history, is what Frank said,
and that does not surprise.
Is that accurate? I don't know. That doesn't feel accurate to me. I don't know, Frank.
I would think Reba. Now she is Canadian, so she's got two countries she was selling to be fair,
well, who cares?
I would think Reba and Dolly and I mean I would think there'd be several that were bigger sellers than Shania.
God, it says the answer depends on how you measure sales. Shania Twain is the best-selling female country artist of all time worldwide.
I just verified that.
With over 85 million records sold, anchored by "Come On Over." The best-selling country album in history. Come on, guys. I mean, we're just...
Is "Come On Over"?
Come on, guys. We got to... Meanwhile, Carrie Underwood holds the record as the highest RIAA certified female country artist in U.S. history. With over 95. Second. I mean, she's the highest-selling female artist. And I mean, this is Emmitt Smith territory where we're just bulking up numbers here. At some point, we got to quit saying Barry's better. I feel better about the legend thing.
You shouldn't.
She's a legend.
The
poll will show.
Tyler bought her T-shirt. He's definitely.
Tyler, I don't think the poll's going to show this. If it's any of the same people, I mean, I've got three legends. 3 people on both YouTube and Twitch and the text line that said legends.
Well, here's
I will say, Clint, I don't know a lot, but you've been eligible to get into the Hall of Fame since before I had children.
Took me a while.
And I'm 12.
Well, I fumbled.
And my oldest is 12.
If I wouldn't have fumbled, I'd have been a first ballot.
my kids were born in. My oldest is born in 2016. You got 3 years to spare since you've been on the. Like, how is she not getting in? Who the hell's getting in?
She must have hurt somebody's feelings or something. This is like a Bill Belichick situation.
I think she should. I think she should be in.
Using?
I think she should be in, but I think you need to clarify.
Is this the Botox that like? Is that her?
Yeah, they're mad she doesn't have wrinkles.
Her steroids, the Botox.
What was that ranking based on? Sales.
Sales, yeah.
Single album sales,
worldwide sales.
Single album, obviously. Single album sales or overall?
Overall.
I would like to see like
number one equals legend.
Number one hits.
Yep, best-selling female country artist of all time worldwide.
Like I'd like to see like hits. Like if you were talking about legends, I need hits.
Who the hell's getting in? Is Reba getting in every time? Who the hell's? Do they have a amount of people you can have in a class? Again, I am so sorry. I know.
I'm sorry. It was my fault.
Our boss is in his office probably throwing papers right now. Will you get off of this? I'm sorry. All right. I am going to get to, I promise you, this is the best thing to have to the Texans. I will not get pushed over. But I think she is an artist. I think she is an all-time. Maybe not all-timer, but she's a legend. But I will not get pushed off of this. We have been yearning for this. Nobody more than this show has been yearning for this. And we got it. We'll I promise, talk about that next.
All right, y'all. Look, another thing. They don't get paid unless they win your case. If you've been injured, call 281-222-2222. That's 281-222-2222. Call 24/7, 365. You get a real person, not some automated answering service, and they're going to treat you like family. Don't settle for less, y'all. Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, this to me was the best thing, I think, out of camp thus far. We'll see what happens. And I think it starts with yesterday. Sheldon Rankins, and I promise you, I do not believe the veteran Sheldon Rankins was saying this to try to big time the offense or to rub it in faces or as really trash talk. I think he was really just uplifting what Will Anderson has become and where he is in his game. But it is not a surprise to me that after, and I'm going to play it for you. Tyler's going to play it for you. My old place, I used to have the ability to play my own cuts.
Now I control.
Yeah. So when I messed up, I screwed up myself.
Will we play this audio? You'll see.
Tyler, if he wants to, will play this audio. But hearing this audio, probably not a major surprise that this event occurred after hearing this audio. I wonder how much these guys hear these things. But this is what Sheldon Rankins had to say about Will Anderson and where he is in his game.
It's I think the turning point for players of his caliber is like when they realize that when they want to take it over, they can take it over. And I think he's getting to that point where, he realizes if he wants to shut practice down, he can shut it down. Like if he don't want them to get a playoff, they won't get a playoff. He don't want them to get a pass off, they won't get a pass off. He want a TFL every play, he can go do it.
Again, I don't think Sheldon Rankins was trying to tell them dudes, because I'll be honest with you, there's a couple of times over the last couple of days, Sheldon Rankins looks like when he wanted to get to the backfield, he got to the damn backfield himself. I don't think he was trying any shade towards that. I think it was more just uplifting Will. But Clint, I don't think it is a surprise that we saw today, and these are some reports, brief shoving exchange after the snap between Texans rookie Keelan Rutledge and all-pro edge rusher Will Anderson Jr. Clint, we have been wondering and asking for 2 years, maybe more than that. Who in the hell on this side of the ball is going to have that, whatever it is in him, to not just take this? Again, I don't know if Keelan Rutledge heard that yesterday. I know I would have felt a certain kind of way if I was in training camp every day going up against these cats, especially this guy right here who in walkthrough periods will try to embarrass you by doing stuff. But they talked about this dude was going to be somebody that was going to change the culture of the offensive line. We saw him last week running and sprinting alongside with running backs all the way 40 yards down the field to the end zone and then sprinting back and calling his huddle and not appearing to be whipped. That was one thing. That's a different dude. This right here, they have needed this. They have needed this, Clint. And before I get to you, let's hear what D'Amico had to say about it, because in my mind, I believe D'Amico was he maybe didn't do it out there, but I believe D'Amico was celebrating inside. I believe he was like Tiger Woods fist pump, everything. I think he was juiced that, yes, somebody that went back at him. But here he is talking about the little shoving match that happened between Rutledge and Will Anderson.
Better be careful there. You're messing with Will Anderson. But no, I love it. Right? I love the scrappiness of Keelan. I love that his mindset is what I love. He's not backing down from anybody, as he should. I expect that from every player on our team. We're not backing down from anybody. We know we're not physically fighting, but there's always chippiness in our game because it's a physical, violent game that we play, and there's going to be some chippiness that goes on. But we just have to make sure we're smart, especially in game. Right? We have to make sure we're smart and make sure we're not that second guy to cause the team to hurt ourselves. And then coach is going to be really upset.
Is that Tiger Woods?
I don't know if that's Tiger, but I'm going to tell you what. I think D'Amico, Cole Popovich, that staff, they loved every second of that. Yeah, this dude's a little nuts. He don't care who you are. He went right. He's a rookie that did that. We haven't seen a lineman do anything like that in the past several years.
Well, I would like to see what started it. I'd like to know what went down because Will Anderson has zero excuse to get mad at anybody for going hard. He's pissed everybody on the offensive line off, going extra hard and doing all this extra Will Anderson stuff that everybody laughs and chuckles about. So if this is about Keelan Rutledge going too hard or playing beyond the whistle, boy, shame on you, Will Anderson. Now let's go back to what you said because I think you brought up some valid points there, some key players. Let me tell y'all how this works, and this is how I hope it works. Because there's no way that Keelan Rutledge even has the audio of Sheldon Rankins on his radar. It's not even part of what he's, of his everyday goings-ons. But I tell you what might have happened, and what I hope happened was I hope somebody brought that to Cole Popovich's attention.
Oh yes.
And Cole Popovich said, "Y'all send me that cut, please." And then that offensive line sits their ass down in that meeting room this morning and goes, "Hey fellas, this is what we're dealing with right here. This group across the ball, they're great. No, I ain't knocking them. They're great.
They are.
But this group across the ball literally thinks that 51 can shut down practice on y'all's ass anytime he wants to.
Probably can."
I said, if I'm Cole Popovich, hey, that is one of the most disrespectful things I've ever heard. If somebody out there gets
the way he said it.
That's
too,
it, man. That's it. Just shut down.
If he wants to shut down practice, he can.
Yeah.
If they don't want to get a pass off, he can.
Yeah, man. Because that is.
I think it might be true.
That's how. If this did have anything to do with it, which I wouldn't put it past Cole Popovich, but if this had anything to do with it, that's how it went down. Cole Popovich heard it. It came on Cole Popovich's radar, and he said, "Let me give my boys a little reason to go a little harder today, and quit getting embarrassed at practice." That's how that goes down, and good for you, Keelan Rutledge. Good for you to. It don't matter what numbers on that chest. If they got a problem with you going hard, if they got a problem with you finishing beyond the whistle, if they got a problem with how you play the game, let them know about it. To hell with them.
But you know what? And I think there is something to a feel of maybe some portions of the Texans' offense could be punked over the years. Like I'm talking about from other teams. Like you're thinking that they can be physical or push the envelope with the Texans because you wonder how much respect they have that they're going to actually do something.
Right.
And I if he'll do it to Will, his own teammate, because I'll be honest, I'm like, we haven't really seen very much of a scuffle really at practice or camp. And the rookie is the one who did it. And he did it to the number one guy that you're probably not supposed to be doing it with.
Yeah.
Like, you can hear D'Amico saying, yeah, just don't be the second guy. Like, I think D'Amico loved it. Somebody texted, hell, I bet Will loved it. Yeah, I bet Will probably loved it, respected it. But like, yeah, man, this is a new time. You just can't. You just we're not gonna sit there and just let you just do whatever the hell you wanted to do all the time.
Yeah.
And they just haven't had that type of presence.
Well, that's the, from a fan's perspective, that's exactly what we want to hear. I mean, you as soon as you drafted this guy, you told us about how physical he was. every time that everybody from Nick Caserio to Nick Caley's been asked about this guy, it's again just the stroke job of how physical he is, and I love the way this guy's wired, and boy, he's all day tough and this and that. That is exactly what you would expect. It is for something like that. That is on brand for the guy that they've described. So it's good to see that occur, given how he's been hyped up.
You think that spreads? You've seen it. You think that spreads across the other guys, across that offensive line, or you just have to have that in you?
Yeah, I just think you got to have that in you. I mean, I don't. You mentioned the other day like the run where I can't remember if it was Woody Marks or David Montgomery, but he runs a touchdown and you look up and Keelan Rutledge is about 10 yards behind him trying to catch him.
He is on a dead sprint and then ran back.
Yeah, you're just wired a different way, and maybe some of that has to do with the youth and inexperience, and maybe he'll chill out a little bit in his older age just from a standpoint of showing it like that, or like the incident with Will. But right now, it's exactly what he needs, and I think you just got to be wired that way. If you're not wired that way, you're not going to do it often enough or physical enough to piss anybody off. You know, it's just you're going to do it while the coach is watching, and then you're going to keep it moving. I mean, this dude appears to do it. You know, he gets out of bed with a physical nature. He's going to piss him off.
No, he's not backing down.
No, I love it. Absolutely love it.
Yeah, I do. Because you're thinking. Because in my mind, I'm just trying to figure this out. Like, where did he, like the center and the edge rusher, somebody's got to get over to that person. Right, like they're not, unless he's pulling over there or something.
Right.
They're like, somebody had to seek that person out, and you ain't lying. If Cole Popovich is about that business, I hope so, because that meant that kid probably just sitting there stewing, he is just at one thing, just one. I'm waiting for one moment, that's just gonna set me right off. One moment. I love it. Well, that's what they've needed. You hope
it was one of those maybe where he got a little too close to CJ, or the pocket collapsed and maybe he got a little too and Keelan Rutledge came to the defense of the quarterback kind of deal. That would be ideal. But who knows? I mean, not to get the inside scoop on exactly how it all went down. I just know either way it goes, I'm gonna like it.
Let's see him and Trent Brown back to back, taking on all of the entire front seven.
Back to back.
back to back. All right, coming up, the Astros got a big dub last night, and we've done this with the training camp. There's some good, there's some bad, there's some baseball horny coming from yesterday's game as well. We'll get you updated on where they are in the standings after last night, and let you know what the Rangers did as they're playing another bad baseball team. Both these games went into extras. We'll let you know everything that happened and where the Astros are coming up next right here live on The Drive.
All right, look here. You got to, if you're out there, guys.
in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome in. The poll is up. And people are still rolling in. I mean, hardcore. Somebody disrespectful. Reba is almost as overrated as Garth Brooks.
What? Yeah, I heard.
I said what I said.
Boy, I tell you, you might want to check them. You're talking about sales. You want to talk? You might want to check them hits.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
I don't know. Reba may be number one. Is she? Who's the? I mean, when it comes to hits, all time number one.
Reba and Dolly. Top 1 and 2. I looked it up earlier. Dolly, I believe, number 1. Reba right behind her.
Reba, 24 number 1 hits. You're right. Dolly Parton, 25 number 1 hits.
Right behind her. Yeah, right behind her. Yeah. Yeah, people are texting in. She can be a legend. The others mentioned Dolly, Reba, Willie, George are icons. Maybe that's it. There you go.
Okay. Shania Twain is a damn legend. I don't care what y'all say.
I mean, you're 30.
I mean, when did
she start?
Please.
When did she start? Apparently, like the Hall of Fame thing that's just weird. I don't know how she's not in the Hall of Fame. But I don't know, man. She's got to be over 30 years in the business, right? Of putting out music. I mean, I'm 42, so yes. Got to be. Anyhow, Astros, big one.
She's got 7 number 1 hits, boys.
Yeah, it's small time.
We're talking about folks who got 3, damn near 4 times.
Yeah, I know. As I said, man, this is real Terrell Davis type of deal. Like short period, she won the MVP. She got any Grammys? How many Grammys she got? She's got to have some Grammys. She had a couple of big time years. But Astros last night, Clint, they go and she got 5 Grammys.
Yeah, sorry, I knew you were moving on, but
that's pretty good. That's not bad. 5 Grammys. That's pretty good. But they went in extras last night, and to me, I look at it, Clint. There was a lot that happened in that game. By the way, the Rangers, they also won in extras last night, so they remain a half game above the Rangers. Their 61-59 Rangers got above 500 last night with their win against Anaheim. Who I think Tyler said to me right before the show, they've just gone ahead and fired all their coaches.
Things aren't great over in L.A. or Anaheim or wherever the hell.
Maybe they'll bring back Mike Scioscia. Who knows?
Mike who?
Mike Scioscia. Maybe they'll bring him back. That was when they won the championship. They had him.
The folks that lost their job over there for the Angels today better be pretty angry at Mike Trout, you know?
Of course. There's no reason to take out Mike. He's going to take himself out. There's no reason to take him out. But they still have that half game lead. And to me, when I look at this, the good last night, Clint, was obviously to me Hayden Wisniewski. He leaked a little oil late, giving up that big bomb to Drew Gilbert. But him going 7 innings, and for a while, Clint, it looked like he was so pitch efficient he might be able to go 8. Yeah. To be honest there. But he goes 7 innings, which to me was a huge deal, as they didn't have anybody go more than 5 in the previous series. 3 straight games they had to use a ton out of their bullpen. He goes 7 innings, and even in an extra inning game, because he went 7 innings, they only used 3 pitchers. Now, I don't know the next time Josh Hader's going to be able to pitch after going 2 innings, but
Josh said, I ain't letting y'all get this. This one ain't getting out from underneath me.
Yeah, he didn't make that decision. 7 innings, 5 hits, 3 earned, 4 Ks, 2 walks, and he gave up the 2 home runs. But that was exactly what they needed. Not just a chance to win, a quality start with 7 big innings from Hayden Wisniewski. And He's getting that was his third start since coming back from Tommy John surgery. This is now maybe he's getting into a rhythm, and maybe he is jumping in there. By the way, all of the guys in that trade last night, we'll jump into more of them. In the Kyle Tucker trade last night came up big, but that was the good to me. The bad, that damn Drew Gilbert, your first round draft pick in 2022, made plays in the outfield throughout. And then obviously hit that bomb to take the lead, which you
left-handed too, ain't
it? Yeah, right there. That you wondered if the Astros would be able to come back from. You don't love that. You're in need of outfield help. You've been hunting, left-handed bats, and a guy that you drafted number 1 who you traded. You traded it to get Verlander back, but you traded. Did you in last night? Now, for the Astros, it's not like Drew Gilbert is having one hell of a season. He just had a good night last night. So that's the bad. The baseball horny to me, Clint, is Cam Smith. Cam Smith, 3 for 4 last night. As I said, the guys in that Kyle Tucker trade, because Paredes had a huge night, 2 hits, and that double that kind of really put it away last night. But Cam Smith, 3 for 4, hit another bomb last night, and then hit a 2-out, 2-strike in the 9th inning game-tying single that got them to extras, which was huge last night for him. He's clearly fallen out of favor with the coaching staff as an everyday player, and he's in the platoon right now. He started to get a little hot, but 3 hits last night, including big-time major hits. Hell, he scored the the go-ahead run as well when Pena got the hit there in the 10th. So big time for Cam Smith last night.
Yeah, look, I'll start back with Wisniewski. I mean, look, the only question I have for what we saw last night, and I'm not complaining about what we saw, but I think in a bigger game, it probably doesn't happen, is I don't know that Wisniewski right now is the guy that you want going through the lineup 3-4 times. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know that right now in a game that mattered, it wouldn't be about pitch count. It'd be more about, hey, man, I don't know if this guy needs to see you again. But he was really, really good. Good to see that, no doubt about it. The Drew Gilbert piece, I'm sorry. The Astros picking him, it's just the right fit for him and to be with the old Tennessee coach. Isn't he the Tennessee ball that used to wear the mink coat after the home runs? There's just something about that. He screams the cocky baseball player that's always annoyed the hell out of me. The headband with the hat on top of it, and it just looks like he's got a real cocky arrogance to him. So they can have his ass. Cam Smith, I mean, you got to quit disrespecting the young fella. I don't know about y'all. I do not care about the numbers at this point.
You don't care about him at all.
I just don't. I mean, again, if Kyle Tucker was the guy that was sitting over there going to replace him, then okay. And I'm talking about the Astro Kyle Tucker, not the one that's been struggling of late.
Rodgers, yeah.
You know, that's a different deal. But if you've got a bunch of dudes that you're bringing in mid-year because they're getting cut somewhere else, or you're bringing in trading for out of somebody else's farm system or something, I just let the kid play. I got a ton of confidence when he's at the plate. Whether he's going to sit on one,
you got a ton of confidence.
I got a ton of confidence at the plate. Absolutely,
I can't go a ton.
I mean, it's not Jordan, and it's not top 4 or 5 in the lineup. But again, the context is we're talking about all these guys from 6 to 9.
Yeah, I got more confidence in him than Jake. And
I got more confidence in him than any of those guys.
That we're seeing.
And that's no knock on them. Maybe I've got an unhealthy amount of confidence. I mean, I think at any point in time, there's a chance that he could hit one out of the damn ballpark.
Clear knock on me for Jake.
And it's confidence. I'm confident because he oozes confidence when he's at the plate. And then the hit in the 9th inning, beside the fact that it's clutch, just pushing that pitch, 2-strike pitch, pushing it to the right side. Absolutely. Now you asked you to stay at first base. I don't know why you got to try to run to second on that.
I
on that
think
little
he was
bobble
trying
out
to
there.
make them forced to throw to second and not come home, but Nick Allen was there easy. Yeah, he didn't have to.
I mean, easy. But yeah, man, I think Cam should be your everyday right fielder, man. Quit playing with him.
No, I mean, I think it's a fair argument with just what you got here. Now we'll see what they do today. He gets 3 hits. I'd assume he should be in the lineup. But
that ain't gonna have nothing to do with it.
Yeah, no, it's not. It's going to be the matchup. Maybe Nelson Velasquez is the one that
get him in there, man.
In there.
Yeah, get him in there.
Yeah. No, I listen, and that is the one thing with Cam. Now I don't know if he's going to make contact often. By the way, Baseball Talk on Sports Radio 610 is presented by Xfinity. Score the most reliable Wi-Fi, one price, 5 years guaranteed. Xfinity. Imagine that. Now, I don't know how often he's going to get on base and all of that. But he's got as good a chance outside of Jordan to run into one to hit it out of the ballpark. I mean, on the team, damn near. Maybe Christian Walker, you feel a little bit, but he's got as good as a chance outside of maybe those two guys to run into one hitting it out of the ballpark. I mean, he's got 16 home runs, right? That power kind of plays, and you just never know when it's coming. And if he's got a chance to put the ball out of the ballpark in 1 out of 4 shots, especially at the bottom of the order where a lot of guys aren't really doing. I mean, yesterday I think there were about 4 or 5 guys in that lineup that went over, that didn't get a hit there. If he may have a chance for a mistake to run into one, yeah, I think that power is a threat that you probably need to have in the lineup. If it's compared to some of these other guys that they're running it.
Absolutely. And again, maybe it's unhealthy, but I'm confident.
It may be a tad healthy.
Hey, look, what he did last night. I mean, like you got meatheads on this team that wouldn't do what he did last night. 2 strikes, just put it in play. I mean, you get an outside pitch, go with it, and make them make a play to win a game.
That at bat's almost bigger than the home run.
Yeah.
Just because he didn't try to do too much, and it was a pressure situation.
But the home run is just, to me, the home run is just an example of one thing that he does that the other cats that are getting opportunities isn't going to do. I mean, you can argue maybe Taylor Trammell's hitting with a lot of pop right now.
He's been doing that,
and I'm pretty confident when he's up there as well. But I mean,
Jake doesn't have a prayer.
No, he ain't got one. The other nervous white guy that they put out there in center field, he ain't got a chance.
I screwed it up.
The Nick. I mean, I like. Is it Nick Allen? Is that his name or Zach Allen? Which one is it?
It's
Nick. Not all whites are the same.
He called him Little Nicky.
Yeah, I mean, I like him, but he ain't gonna sit on one like that. I mean, I don't know. I just feel like that dude. The ceiling seems to be high too now.
Yeah. Well, late night. Yeah, he ain't sitting on one either.
Late night, Lamont. Hey man, need a lefty, baby. Need a lefty with pop right there.
I ain't gonna lie to you. I'll be honest with you. I thought it was a little much. I don't know if late night got a video, but I know he got a standing ovation from the San Francisco crowd. I don't know if you caught that last night.
I did not. No.
Oh yeah.
I shut it down.
Late night came out. Late night came out and did the hat.
Oh, did he really?
Tipped the cap, baby. No, they run him out there. I said, "Oh, hold on now."
and you don't think you don't think late night is real?
Hey, I had Tyler.
Are you serious?
Tyler, yes, you can go find it
before the game or when he got in late.
It was during the game. He wasn't even playing. Yeah, late night wasn't in.
He got in late. I don't know if they got in late.
But this was before he got. They announced him or something. But he was in the dugout, and I thought to myself, I need to do a little bit more of a deep dive on Lamont's time with the Giants
because
he's getting standing. He'll get recognition.
But he did. I mean, he played. He gave him every bit of 4 years, right? And probably played in several of those years. He played over 100 games. In a couple of those years, he played over 100 games. But I'm thinking of, like when I thought Lamont, I thought, all right, man, he probably played for the Giants the way Jose Siri played for the Astros. And I thought the whole time, well, this is a bit much that they're standing up. I mean, they're getting it. And he had
he tipped the cap.
Love for late night.
What is this, Hughley? What are we doing here? So I'm sorry. All right, we've been doing this, Clint, as we get a countdown here as the NFL season is close to us. And oddly enough, I put this next big story and question in, and hell, I got a little answer to this thing. By the way, the burning question of this story, Clint, was Kyler Murray, can he be the next Sam Darnold or Baker Mayfield with the Vikings? And now we know he's going to at least be in position with that because the Vikings, they have named him the starter already before the first preseason game over 9. I believe that's just what he just calls himself, 9. or some of you may know him as J.J. McCarthy. But to that, do you foresee that? Do you see Kyler Murray in that situation with weapons around him in Minnesota and Kevin O'Connell as the play caller? Do you think he could be the next one in line of the Sams and the Bakers?
Absolutely. Absolutely, no doubt about it.
He's so weird with just everything that comes with him and the leadership stuff and all of that stuff. It's hard to kind of figure out what type of dude he is.
Well, I don't know that you need a great leader in Kyler Murray. I don't know that you don't just need a steady force at the quarterback position there. I mean, you've got one of, if not the best wide receiver in the league in Justin Jefferson. You got a great supporting cast otherwise, pass catchers. I haven't looked at their offensive line, but I think they bulked up the offensive line a little bit.
Their left tackle got hurt.
You got a former quarterback as a head coach. That's a really good play design, play caller. A really good defense, obviously, on that side of the ball. So, yeah, I mean, I think Kyler Murray, and you got to motivate Kyler Murray too. I mean, it didn't work out in Arizona. He was questioned from the jump. He was given the title of franchise quarterback and failed miserably, and so he should be motivated in a big way to perform well. So yeah, man, I don't know why they couldn't be. I trust a big part of that is I trust Kevin O'Connell to do whatever fits Kyler Murray. Like, I trust his offense. He's going to be able to mold around Kyler Murray's strengths and not just plug him in and say, hey, go do what Kirk Cousins was doing. You know what I mean?
That's going to say. We've seen him work with almost every quarterback, and I would have been 100% on board with this if Kyler was right. It was weird that they couldn't get J.J. McCarthy to look better than he did last year.
I thought I thought he came out too early. I said it when he got drafted. I liked him. I liked what he had, but I thought he needed another year in college. I think he came out too early. Then he gets injured. Then he's thrust straight into, or actually before he got injured, he was thrust into a position where he's starting. He was a developmental guy coming out, and all of a sudden he's starting. He's treated like an immediate starter. Then he gets hurt. I mean, it's been a rough go for J.J. McCarthy. This is the kind of situation with J.J. when you get a guy that comes in that needs development and gets thrust into the fire and gets injured and then gets benched by a 1-year contract, Kyler Murray, a guy that's trying to resurrect his career kind of deal. Yeah. That is how you ruin a quarterback. So hopefully he can wait patiently, but we'll see.
All right, it is Tuesday. We'll do a little real or fake. You on YouTube, Twitch, and those of you on the text line, you can jump in 713-572-4610. I pose a question. You let me know if it is real or fake. We'll do that coming up next right here live on The Drive.
Fugazi, it's fake.
It's a new day. Yes, it is. Thursday morning. A new day.
This station took a sledgehammer to the way sports was consumed. Now, we're taking a blowtorch. Every corner of the city, no static, no dropouts, 100,000 watts of power for you, Houston sports fans.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Listen up, H-Town. Now is the time we separate truth from trickery, fact from fiction. It's Real or Fake on The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, let's do it a little real or fake right here on The Drive. It's Tuesday, so we throw out a statement, and you let us know if it's real or fake. Those of you on the text line, 713-572-4610. I see Frank, I see Chris, I see Trey, I see Rocco, or Rocky, excuse me. I see a lot of you on there. You can jump in here and get your thoughts as well, real or fake. Let's kick it off with you, Tyler Milner. Real or fake, C.J. Stroud will play Thursday night against the Los Angeles Chargers. Real or fake?
Oh, I say that is completely fake. I don't think we see C.J. Stroud in Game 1 on Thursday. Here in Houston against Chargers, I think they're going to be extra cautious with him, careful with him. He's an established veteran quarterback now for your football team. I don't think we see C.J. Stroud. Fake.
All right, you go fake. Real or fake, Clint, do we see C.J. Stroud play Thursday night? C.J. Stroud will play Thursday night against the L.A. Chargers. Real or fake? I think it's real.
I am just leaning into what we've heard from Nick Caserio and D'Amico Ryans all year long about buy-in and ownership and communication and chemistry and yada, yada, yada. Then you throw on top of that, you got a rookie center in that mix. I just don't know how, to your point, knowing that they're not going to play in a third preseason game, I just don't know how, to some degree, you don't take advantage of these reps. And today when D'Amico spoke, he said a handful of guys. He didn't say, he specifically said a handful of guys. So I got to believe that's a smaller number. And so I'm going to go real. CJ's going to play Thursday night.
This is interesting because they are not above sending a message to certain guys. And they have repeatedly sent messages to him in the offseason. Like, we're going to give everybody around here a contract extension except for you. They've sent that message. I could see them definitely sending a message to CJ and to me and the offense of that. And I'll be honest with you, I'd be in favor of that message. I think they need to roll through, and I don't think it's just for CJ. I think the whole offensive group could take that. But I'm going to go with Tyler here and say fake. Just the way they set up today and how they set up that practice that looked, and they really tried to make today's practice feel like a game situation where the coaches had the headsets and they were talking and sending out plays and everything like that. I feel like they're going to try to make that the preseason game. I'm with you. I think they need to roll out there, but I think CJ doesn't play based off of what they did today to try to make that. All right, real or fake? Tyler, Dana Brown gets a multi-year deal to remain as the general manager after this season for the Astros. Real or fake?
That sure as hell better be fake. Okay. Hell no, that should be fake. Absolutely. Dana Brown currently in his final year of the 4-year contract he signed.
Lame duck, baby.
And I need this guy gone, to be very frank about it. I mean, given what we saw at the MLB trade deadline, I think that's kind of already in the works. I think we're seeing that Dana isn't necessarily in the good graces right now of owner Jim Crane. And frankly, Dana Brown has not been a good GM for this team, in my opinion, here the last season or two. And the MLB trade deadline this year was a complete joke. You needed pitching is what we were told. You don't come away with it, the one thing you really needed. So I say fake. Dana better be gone.
All right, you say fake. Real or fake? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch. You can jump into this. Real or fake? Dana Brown will get a multi-year deal to remain as the GM after this season. Real or fake?
Oh, I think it's fake.
This one's a fake.
I think it's fake. I think the minute that Jim Crane vetoed a trade that he had made,
forget about that.
That was actually made a little bit more sense. At least the baseball heads I've talked to made a little more sense to make that move. That particular move right there tells me that there's not a ton of respect there for the general manager and the jobs he's made, the trades he put on the table. So I got to think that Jim Crane makes a move.
The only thing is there is a deal.
Don't you do it.
But there's a deal, Tyler, and you know it, that if they if they perform well enough, it becomes hard to cut him loose. Now, Jim has fired someone who has won a world championship the next year. He moved on.
Shout out to you, Jimmy Click.
He moved on from Click after winning a championship. But I'm gonna say fake.
Fake news.
But there is starting to have a feel of a Jerry Jones aspect to Jim Crane.
That's aggressive.
There it was. Glory hole.
Not the glory hole portion of it, but the portion of,
What's your point?
I think he likes to be a major decision maker in this. I think he likes to have a big voice in the room. I think he believes, and I think it's true, I think he believes he knows baseball as well as some general managers.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know if he wants to buck up against somebody that, that's more established. And I know, based off what you're saying, that what you just talked about, he knows he could punk Dana Brown. Here, Dana, you go do this stuff I don't want to do. And then, he went Bagwell and all that before he rolled into those guys. I'm going to say fake, because I don't think they're going to win enough to get there, but I'm here with you. All right, real or fake, Clint? Indiana football is a one-hit wonder. Real or fake?
Oh, I think that's fake. Now, if you're just saying national title or another national title, then I think it's real. But I mean, I think they're a contender. I think the coach is real. I think in a day and age where there was a huge opportunity for the Indianas of the world to make a huge stride, huge jump. He did it. I do think he's captured lightning in a bottle, if you will, and knows what the hell he's doing, knows how to replicate it. And so no, I mean, hell, I looked up the other day and I think they signed the number one receiver in the country or something.
Yeah, I don't think they're going away.
Yeah, no, I think they're the real deal. So I think they'll be competitive. They'll help the Big Ten draw closer to the SEC, no doubt. And I think they'll be competitive this year at a national level.
I'm with you on the real too. Now, I don't think that they're about to be, blue, like they're about to be LSU or Michigan or something like that. But they feel like they're about to be whatever like Wisconsin has been over the time. Like they feel like they're going to be a team that's, hell, they may be better than this, but they feel like they're going to be a team that's always around.
Yep.
9-10 games they win, and they could probably have a special season every couple of years. Now, the only problem, and this is good because someone just texted in, is, yeah, but what are they going to be without the coach? And that is a fair thing. The minute Kurt Cignetti leaves, whether that's through retirement or somebody has lured him in, then I don't know if I have the confidence that Indiana's going to be.
Yeah, I mean,
Indiana.
I mean, they've already extended him. He's got a clause in his contract, I believe, where he's got to be top 3, or there's some kind of trigger that when other guys get paid.
And they've been able to keep his assistants that he's been able to bring over from James Madison.
I'm going to tell you, man, Indiana's figured it out. I mean, I don't know exactly what the formula was for them, but they figured it out, a way to afford the coach, take care of the coach, keep him comfortable, as well as the NIL game, capitalize in a time, like I said before. I thought they did a good job when they hired him. I thought his plan of bringing over half the damn James Madison roster that had won a title, I think the year before, or at least competed for one.
And it worked too.
Yeah, I mean that's the way you jumpstart that thing, and then they got the NIL piece figured out to where they can go get players, so I don't see that train slowing down in Indiana.
And they were in the college football playoff before they won it last year, right? So they've been 2 years. All right, coming up, we'll hear from D'Amico. He spoke to the media in getting ready for their first preseason game, and the best practice, according to him, you won't miss what he's got to say, they've had in training camp. And an important announcement that you need to be listening to, we'll tell you as soon as we get back, coming up next on The Drive.
You're going to get hit hard if you're playing against us. That's just how we operate here.
Ready? The 20.
Scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
H-Town, I'm back.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, we'll let you hear from the head coach in just a bit, but important for you to hear, it pays, as we always say, for you to listen to The Drive. A huge, huge week coming up. As we've told you, we are moving over to 95.7 The Fan coming up Thursday morning, and that also is the same day that the Texans have their first preseason game, and you will have a chance to win some tickets to that preseason game. You need to be listening in the 5 o'clock hour. At some point in the 5 o'clock hour, you have a chance to win a pair of tickets. And Clinton, Tyler, not just a pair of tickets, baby. I'm telling you right now, they're in 100 levels. Right? Not sending you to areas where Tyler was able to watch the last Final Four here. I send you up to the top.
Great memory.
I do, man.
That's good.
And you got a chance to win those, but you got to be listening in the 5 o'clock hour right here on The Drive. Your chance to win a pair of tickets in the 100-level seats for Thursday's preseason game against the LA Chargers. So make sure you're listening in the 5 o'clock hour. At any point, it could happen then. All right, here is D'Amico speaking to the media today. Seems to be their best practice, and he'll let you know what he's thinking about the preseason game coming up on Thursday.
Today's practice, and did you like it? Did you like what you saw?
Today's practice was an outstanding practice for us. One of our better practices from the standpoint of getting the operation down. All right, working on the sideline, being able to get calls in from the sideline, coaches get off the field and let the guys just go play. It's real football, so we wanted to give the guys a dress rehearsal of what that'll look like on Thursday night, so it's not their first time going through it.
Are there any particular things that you're looking for tomorrow night that you're going to be really watching for in this first preseason game?
The main thing I look for our first game, our first time out for 2026 is, are we displaying our play style? Right, that's the main thing I want to see. No matter who you are, when you touch the field, are you repping the Texans brand? And that's what I want to see, guys playing fast, playing relentless, finishing. That's what I want to see. And then you also, when we dive into it, into the fine details of it, like who can you count on to execute? Right, when the lights are on in game time, our guys going to be consistent and they're going to take the same approach they've been taking over the past several weeks of how we've been prepping the guys, how they've been working, right? Can they go out and perform that under the lights, under a little bit more stress? How do guys operate at a high level? That's what I'm looking for.
The course of training camp, how have you kind of seen CJ with his pocket management and stepping up, making plays, and dealing with some of the pressure that the defense puts on it?
The defense is making it very tough on us offensively, and we know that. We know our offense is up against a challenge every single day, going against Will, Daniil on the edges. I think CJ has grown from the aspect of being able to, really maneuver in the pocket, and not just maneuvering, but it's keeping two hands on the football. It's securing the football. It's stepping up in the pocket. It's still keeping his eyes downfield, right? Making the proper reads, still throwing strikes. Like, that's what's impressive about him. He's not getting flustered if things break down. He's still able to maneuver and make those plays on the run that I talked about a couple days ago.
D'Amico, you've indicated you're not a huge fan of kind of scraps during practice. Is there some value to having a rookie like Keelan Rutledge who's not afraid to stick his nose in there, even if it's involving one of the best players in the NFL?
You better be careful there. You're messing with Will Anderson. But no, I love it. Right? I love the scrappiness of Keelan. I love that his mindset is what I love. He's not backing down from anybody, as he should. I expect that from every player on our team. We're not backing down from anybody. We know we're not physically fighting, but there's always chippiness in our game because it's a physical, violent game that we play, and there's going to be some chippiness that goes on. But we just have to make sure we're smart especially in game, right? We have to make sure we're smart and make sure we're not that second guy to cause the team to hurt ourselves. And then coach is going to be really upset. All right.
When it comes to the game and philosophy you have toward it, look at the playing time, how much do you want to see the back, because you were mentioning this the other day, but as far as like also protecting starters from those early preseason games?
What's the question?
How much do you want to make sure that you're resting some of the guys maybe that are your first string?
Well, during this game against the Chargers, we'll sit out a handful of guys that have been designated to sit out for this game, and the other guys will get a ton of the reps.
Very competitive practice today. Was it due to the fact that you all said, okay, so this is a game time situation?
I think the guys were a little fired up. And I had to get after them a little bit yesterday. It wasn't our best practice yesterday by any means. That wasn't who we are, how we come out. That wasn't it. So, everybody need a reminder just of what we're trying to achieve. What are we trying to accomplish, right? To do what we're trying to accomplish, it takes persistent work every single day. We can't have letdowns. We can't have setbacks. Like, we have to continue to press forward. We have to count on guys to be relentlessly consistent in what they're doing, in their approach every single day. Yesterday, we took a step back. It wasn't good enough. But today, guys responded really well. All three phases did a really great job, right? Making plays, doing what they're supposed to do. So I'm really proud of the work we put in today, and we're ready to go for game day.
What does the coach want to see from a running back on the back end of the depth chart as far as making the team? And what have you seen from Noah Whittington, who's kind of in that battle?
Noah seems to make a play every day. When he has a really good feel for pressing blocks and his vision, just knowing when to cut, when to take the ball outside, when to make a cut back up inside. Just you feel a guy. I see a guy who plays with really great vision, great feel at the running back spot. So when you see guys that are lower on the depth chart in these preseason games, some of those running backs are going to shine. They're going to make some nice plays. Noah won't surprise me. Pittsburgh won't surprise me. Those guys have done it all camp. So excited to see them play.
How would you assess the ramp up in physicality? I know you're always trying to toe that line between intensity and making sure players are staying healthy, but are you pleased with that balance?
This is probably our best year with that balance of keeping guys healthy, but also playing our style, right? It is a lot of give and take there, but I can never sacrifice the mindset and the play style that I want to exhibit. When we play ball, you want everybody to continue to talk about how physical we are, how relentless. Like, man, why do your guys run to the ball like they do? How do you guys finish that way? That's our brand. That's who we are as Texans, and we will always represent that. But the fine line is we have to protect the team. When we're practicing against each other, we are on the same team, no matter how upset guys may get at each other. And it's that point of camp, right, where I'm tired of going against the same guy over and over again. I know his moves. I know everything that he's going to throw at me, and I'm just tired of going it. So Thursday's game is coming right on time for us.
A lot of competition for spots. How is third linebacker shaping up, and what do you hope to see from some of the guys that are trying to fill in that role?
We have a lot of great depth at linebacker. We have a lot of capable guys who can go out and play, defense for us, but also that third, fourth linebacker spot, it comes down to special teams, right? And how valuable are those guys being able to play all four special teams for us. So it'll be important for those guys in this game to go showcase that.
Feels like this year more than in recent years. We talked about the undrafted free agents, especially the rookies. What have you seen from Trayvon Saunders and how he's been impactful? And what did you like about him when he was coming on out?
Yeah, Trayvon has done a really nice job of just, being smart, always aligning in the right place. We throw a lot on the receivers when it comes to alignments and motions. I feel like he's handled that really well. He's a fast, explosive guy who he can make some plays with the football in his hands. So we'll see how he does on tomorrow night.
He has been, pretty effective pretty much all training camp. How impactful was it to see him make that play today and score that touchdown?
It was a huge play, huge momentum boost for our offense. To see David is what he's done a really good job of is route running, right? And him and Henry have had a lot of battles thus far in camp, so it was cool to see, David make a big play for us, and that's the type of player he is. That's why he's here for us. He can spark an offense, right? He can lift us with just making those plays or just by him being a leader, being vocal, right, encouraging the other guys.
All right, there it is. D'Amico Ryan speaking to the media. And I think one of the big things that jumps out, he was clearly not happy with the practice, and it did not meet the standards. We heard Burke say that as well. Matt Burke, the D coordinator, didn't like how practice started for his defense. Did not meet expectations, but apparently it seems like they responded as a team and had the best practice they'd had all year, all training camp. That was a big thing that stuck out there.
Yeah, you had a couple of practice back-to-back Saturday, and then I think it was Monday that D'Amico didn't feel good about, and then they come out today and indoors, I think inside the stadium, and apparently things were tightened up. They challenged the crew and they tightened up. I think there's a couple of things there with the Keelan Rutledge getting into it with Will Anderson a little bit, tongue in cheek. You better look out with Will. I don't think that's how Keelan Rutledge feels. I think it shouldn't surprise anybody that's been watching practice, that's followed this kid. Clearly, there's an edge that he plays with, a physicality that he plays with. That this time in camp, if you are surprised with guys getting pissed off because of how hard he goes and how he plays through the whistle, then you hadn't been paying attention. So. I don't know exactly the specifics of how everything went down with Will Anderson today, but I know that deep down there ain't no doubt about it that D'Amico Ryan's loved his young center getting in a little heated exchange with Will.
Yeah, somebody over there. All right, what you got coming up?
It's easy, man. There's 5 receivers spots on this team last season got real burn. This year, how do the numbers break down, and where does Tank Dell fit in? We'll cuss and discuss next right here on Sports Radio 610. All right, y'all, how about Coushatta Casino Resort?
FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station. Dive into the mind of former NFL quarterback Clint Stoerner.
I was thinking about coming out of the chute here and telling y'all about my new boots that I got on, but y'all want to talk about puppy chow?
What is that, ostrich?
Hell no, that's python.
It's Sturdy's Daily.
Before we get to that boner.
On The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Boys, I'm gonna give old Suns River Camp a little shout out for the old Powered By today. Dirty's Daily is powered by Suns River Camp. You ever been, Tyler? You ever been to Suns River Camp?
I have not.
In San Marcos on the San Marcos River.
Have not had the pleasure on my floating adventures to go by that spot.
Tremendous time this weekend. My oldest girls right now. She's kind of starting to come into her own. She's 4.5. She's coming to her own, Tyler. She's a river rat, man. Likes the river more than the beach. She's a river rat, and I'm gonna tell you, first time going to Suns, always passed it. Most folks around here that enjoy going to the hill country, they know exactly what I'm talking about. They've seen the signs. They've probably heard about it, and if they hadn't been there, somebody in their family's probably been around that area. And we got a little. We took a little trip. We were up there in Kissing Tree, played golf one day, and then eased on down to Suns River Camp on Sunday, and so I got to lay my eyes on it. I got to give a shout out, man. Great spot. Need to come up with some other kind of roadway other than I think it's white limestone. I think. Gravel. So there's white dust everywhere. It looks like there's snow in the trees. There's so much dust.
That's the kind of road I grew up on over there.
Yeah, man. That ain't it, man. Y'all got to figure that out. That road's too damn long for all that. But other than that, man, it was tremendous. I will go back. So big shout out to Suns River Camp. San Marcos River was nice and green. About $27 for all day. You per person, you go $27, and you get kayaks, life jackets, inner tubes, whatever you want all day long. You can come and go and take whatever kind of different floating apparatus you want. I mean, it's a hell of an operation, big operation, but it is good times, no doubt about it. So big shout out to those guys for some memories that the Stoerner clan made this weekend. Good times. All right, boys. We talked a little bit about Tank Dell yesterday, right before we got out of here. And I'll be damned if I didn't open up my old tweeter machine and I was getting pelted with boy. Did y'all just have a conversation about Tank Dell getting cut? I said, well, I don't think the conversation was about Tank Dell getting cut. I think we may have mentioned the possibility or the lack thereof, and I think we landed in a place where more than likely he'll be stashed on some kind of physically unable to perform list. But I do think there's a bigger conversation there, Ron, in what the Texans do with Tank Dell, and more importantly, what Tank Dell needs to do to put them in a position to have to make a decision, right? Last year, check it out. Last year, there were 5 receivers on the Texans roster that, when it was all said and done, got real burn. Yeah. Right, that I'm talking about got real playing time that weren't emergency subs kind of deal. You had Nico Collins, you had Jaden Higgins, you had Xavier Hutchinson, you had Jalen Noel, and then Christian Kirk was up and down all year long. Inconsistent, but up and down all year long. Your guys like Braxton Berrios, Justin Watson, Jarrett Wayne, they were reserves and got a little bit of run here and there, but they were more reserves. So let's say that 5 is the number again this year that the Texans are going to go with. Where exactly does Tank Dell fit in? Right now, wide receiver 1, Nico Collins, he's that dude, obviously certainly a non-factor. I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, I believe that Jaden Higgins is your undisputed number 2 receiver on this football team. He's untouchable.
I think that's fair right now.
Wide receiver 3, Xavier Hutchinson. I think they if you ask the organization, that Xavier Hutchinson is as important to this team as anybody on the offense, maybe not named Nico Collins, C.J. Stroud, and Dalton Schultz. I think Xavier Hutchinson is a significantly more difficult piece, or more important piece, not difficult, important piece of this offense than any of us have acknowledged. He is a utility man, can play every position, can sub in as soon as anybody gets injured, and he plays all special teams, right?
Yeah, we had to come back to him, but but he is an interesting one.
Absolutely. And then you got Jalen Knoll, who the return specialist at the very least, if not a bigger piece at the wide receiver position. I think we're going to find out a lot about him in the next 7 or 8 practices, given that finger gives him a chance to play. Not to mention, I do think he is a guy that gets in. Again, once he gets healthy, I think we see him play a significant amount in preseason games. All right, so that leaves ultimately one spot for Tank Dell, Justin Watson, Jared Wayne, or Lewis Bond, I'll be honest, I haven't necessarily seen.
They seem to like
the hype. I don't know. They like him. They came out of Bill O'Brien's system, so he's familiar with the offense. I have seen him make some catches. I believe Jarrett Wayne has been more impressive in terms of why Nico's out and no Knoll and no Tank. I think Jarrett Wayne has been more impressive than Lewis Bond. But of the rookies, Lewis Bond is getting a lot of hype about, boy, could he make this team? Could he be the slot? But those are your guys that are going to be in play for wide receiver 4. And I know a lot of people out there are like, wait a minute, what the hell are you talking about? You putting Tank Dell in the category with those guys. Look, I know Tank Dell is in wide receiver 5 conversation because of the injuries, the situation, right? I get it. But the reality of it is I think there's a real question of what do you need to see, or what does D'Amico Ryans need to see from Tank Dell for him to be slotted in as wide receiver 5 when the season opens? Right? How quick does this need to happen for Tank Dell to be wide receiver 5 and an active member of this wide receiver crew? Right? Ron, it is a much more interesting conversation given how slow Tank Dell's being put back into the system here. He was out there today. I talked to Reggie and John, said he was out there again, but did very, very little. So we've seen one catch in a team drill, right? We've yet to see him go really full go. And when you look at the rest of this schedule, the way it lays out, Ron, I've got about 7 practices, excluding preseason games, because I don't think Tank Dell is going to get thrown into a preseason game. Unless it's the very last one.
Yeah.
I got 7 practices for these types of decisions to be made. I got 7 total practices, right? When you look at that wide receiver position, that wide receiver 5 position, what do you need to see from Tank Dell for him to be that guy on opening day?
Yeah, I mean, besides the part of, hey man, we want to see if he can be as healthy as possible. Besides that part, can he perform and pass every, health test? Can he? But besides that, I think the next part is, when you're talking about wide receiver 5, is understanding what they value. And what Tank brings to the table. And I know when some people would hear this, be like, "Oh man, come on!" But what Tank brings to the table, how much do they value that?
Yep.
And I think that's the big question there. I know for me, I value what he's able to do a lot more. And the reason why I said stick a pin in Xavier Hutchinson is, if you think about the things he brings to the table, I think they value that higher than maybe other teams value what he brings to the table. And that, when you think about those 2 type of players, one's a big-bodied player, the other one is an elusive, smaller, more of a big play threat player. I don't know if they value that as much as other teams do, or even more importantly, do they value that as much as they value the physicality and the other things that Xavier Hutchinson brings to the table. So I think that's the other part is can Tank get up enough to the point where they value what he brings to the table. Like where they value highly what he brings to the table for him to get on the field more.
Yeah, look, I think we got to see sooner rather than later, because this is only going to become a bigger conversation when Jalen Noel gets back in the fold with this hand injury and he gets rolling. It's only going to become a bigger conversation. Again, I think Jaden Higgins and Nico Collins are both obviously completely. Jaden Higgins is the one in the conversation completely. Like, I don't think Tank Dell factors into Jaden Higgins snaps. Because that's what this thing's going to boil down to is
I don't know.
What it boils down to is how many snaps for guys that are your top receivers or are guys that are a big part of your run game, backside of your run game cutting off, motion into the backfield, lead up on a safety that or even a linebacker that's inserted himself into the box. Those are like Tank Dell ain't touching Jaden Higgins and Nico Collins. Right when it
doesn't look like it right now.
Well, I mean, he's got 7-8 practices, man. I mean, it ain't, and he ain't even full go, and we don't even know who he's going to be yet, right? So he ain't touching them two. And then when you look at the utility purposes of the other guys, forget about the special teams piece. That is a huge part of this decision. Forget about that. He's not touching Xavier Hutchinson and even Higgins the way he blocks, and you can argue some of these, like Justin Watson, I think is going to be the wild card, right? I think Justin Watson has got a real chance of making this team simply because of how big he is and the blocking piece that they're going to ask him to do.
If Tank
that has New England Patriots early 2000s written all over it.
Tank is healthy, that kind of thought process pisses me off.
Well,
they would value potentially what Justin. I love Justin Watson. That they would value what he brings to the table.
But it comes down to me. It comes down wide receiver. Can you afford that? And I'm not saying you can't. Maybe you can. Can you afford to have a wide receiver 5 on this football team that does nothing but play wide receiver, and has health issues and may not be what he wants? Because you're not going to find out. You're going to find out if he can actually go a little bit, but you're not going to find out if he was who he once was. Is there room in your top 5 wide receivers for another guy that plays 0 special teams, right? Is there room in your top 5 wide receivers on this football team where the head coach says, if you're not grimy and physical and willing to block in the run game, then that's a requirement to make my team at the wide receiver position? Can wide receiver 5 be a guy that does none of that? You know, that's the real question here. And when I ask you, I said, what do you need to see from Tank for him to be wide receiver 5? I don't know that that's doable by the end of training camp, Ron.
Yeah.
He's got to go out there.
He's got to first show the health part of it, and then
just be. Yeah. I mean, it's got to be like we talked about. Like when we first saw Tank out there that one day, I saw him running routes one time. So that's the best route runner on the team. And then you see him go across the middle. He was the only guy. At the time, we didn't know who Nico was. But he was the only guy at that time that would go across the middle of the field and catch a ball that wasn't thrown in his frame. Right? I mean, he would go up and make difficult catches, catch the ball outside of his frame, catch the ball. His catch radius was huge. And now that guy, to me, if he does that, if he proves to be that guy, Ron, then all of a sudden you go, well, hell yeah, you can afford to have another receiver on the team that doesn't play special teams. Hell yeah, you can take snaps away from a guy like Jaden Higgins. Anything short of that, I think you got a problem.
The other part is, do they value that?
This is all a value question.
I mean, do they value that as much? Like that, the stuff that Tank used to be. Yeah. Do they value that as much here?
Well, to your point,
I wonder, how much? Like, if you compare them to other teams in terms of how much they value their offense having explosiveness, I'm not saying they don't want it, but I don't think that they value it as much as others. Like I don't know if they feel like they need it as much as others. Not as much as I think they need.
Yeah, I agree.
I think that plays a case into this.
Well, but what you're talking about, Ron, is absolutely plays, because I think right now, I will even go by mid-season, given how much practice is going. I mean, you're going to get down to real game prep here before too long, right? I mean, I don't think I think it's highly unlikely that he gets even the opportunity, healthy, to show that he can still do those things.
Yeah.
Right? In real training camp, or even in a preseason game, that he can still do those things. So I think in a month from now, we're still going to be talking about a receiver that nobody knows what he's capable of doing, or whether he can still go. That's where I'm going with it. And at that point in time, what do you do with Tank Dell? Now, the obvious answer is what you said yesterday. You obviously stash him on some kind of physically unable to perform list, and you keep it moving, and you just worry about Tank when Tank gets healthy, and you kind of fit him in where he can. But it's just odd that everybody I've talked to this offseason about the wide receivers mentions Tank Dell immediately following. Hell, Tank Dell gets mentioned before Jaden Higgins gets mentioned. He's this number 2 to Nico Collins, right? And to think that dude is more than likely going to be stashed on a physically unable to perform list, and then you just hope throughout the regular season that you can trickle in reps and practices to get confidence and become part of the offense is wild to think. But I think that's a very, very real possibility. Again, 7 or 8 practices left for these kind of things to flush themselves out. That's excluding games, obviously. Yeah. So we'll see, but the Tank Dell piece, I think, is a lot more interesting than most folks. There's a lot of folks out there, Ron, and I think our conversation got called lazy the other day, or on Twitter the other day, which is wild. But I think it's lazy personally to say, that we've seen anything from Tank Dell this year in this training camp that tells you he's back. I think it's lazy for anybody to go, oh man, well Tank's an immediate wide receiver 5 because of what he was able to do a year and a half ago. Like that's the lazy piece of this. There's still folks out there that believe Tank Dell. You just plug him in the minute that he shows that he's healthy.
I definitely don't think that's what they're thinking. I definitely
which
don't
is all
think,
that matters.
Yeah, I definitely don't think that's what they're thinking. I mean, Hutchinson he's the 3rd receiver right now, and I'll be honest,
and a lock.
And again, like we can touch this a little bit later, and I don't believe that is just all 100% due to the injuries. I think that's a factor that Noel and Tank have been available, but I don't think that's all of it. That right. Hutch is locked into that spot right now. All right, coming up, some news with the Astros. We lost Jake again, and by God. It is just insane how far this team has fallen in Houston. We'll discuss that coming up next.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans first.
ZipRecruiter.com/team. That's ZipRecruiter.com/team.
ZipRecruiter.
Injured? Call Mokaram Injury Lawyers, 281-222-2222.
Houston, starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Hey, Houston's big. Your favorite station signal should be big, too. From Sugar Land to Spring, League City to Cypress, you'll hear us loud and clear. No dropouts, no static, just Houston's favorite sports talk everywhere you go.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
We knew when the Astros were making a move to bring in a new outfielder that somebody was going to hit the bricks and kick rocks. And it looks like they've sent Jake to kick rocks with open-toed sandals on.
I screwed it up.
Damn, Jake just got back up here.
Yeah, like just now.
At least, you know what? They gave Jake San Diego and San Francisco for a day.
Which of course means it was
both places I've been to in the last 6 months.
Let me remind you what traveling like a big leaguer's like.
Just gave it
5-star hotels, good grub, great weather.
Yep. Nelson Velasquez is up with the big team. He's active, and with that, they send Jake Myers back to AAA Sugar Land. And I wanted to dig a little deeper, fellas, to see where they were sending Jake. It'd be one thing if they're sending Jake back here to the Houston area and Sugar Land. That's fine. Jake's leaving San Francisco, which I'm certain they're in a really lovely hotel. Maybe your night off, you go over to Fisherman's Wharf. We had a good time around there. Maybe there's a place you go to just enjoy the good weather. They've sent him from San Francisco and San Diego. Now he's headed to Round Rock.
Round Rock ain't a bad place, T.
Nah, you can have a good time around Rock. I'm sure of it.
Austin's fun. I
don't know from experience, but
yeah, I mean he's heading to Round Rock.
Yeah,
San Francisco to Round Rock, baby.
And his khakis.
Yep. I don't even want to know his form of transportation. They flew him. Maybe they flew him. Maybe they flew him to Houston and then made him catch. You think they flew him right to Round Rock? I don't know.
Yeah, he had to come back. He had to come get his stuff.
Oh yeah, you're right. Then they let him drive on.
He had to come check out of the hotel, didn't he?
Yeah, that little 3-hour drive.
Into that overnight bag.
That's tough, man. I mean, at least I would think Jake wasn't getting comfortable. God, but that hotel, boy, this is going to be a difference.
Jake, he was given every chance to get comfortable in center field and couldn't do it. He damn sure wasn't comfortable this time.
In that bed, man, that hotel bed, that's about to be a difference in Round Rock that he's going to. Well, see you later, Jake. We lost Jake again. Maybe Jake comes back up. We'll see what happens as they do their thing. But to make room, Jake Myers back to Sugar Land and is heading from San Francisco to Round Rock. I also said and saw this today, Clint. And this is really sad how far the Houston Rockets have fallen. Today was a big day, Tyler, where they released a lot of the schedule, the big dates. And the two big things that they released was opening night, opening week, and then Christmas Day. Right? Those are big days for the NBA.
Let's go Rockets.
Last year, the Houston Rockets on opening night and opening week, they had 2 games during the week that were nationally televised, including the opening night game, which one could say was the marquee game, them against OKC as OKC was raising their banner and getting their rings. And it was a great game. I believe it was a double overtime game that they played. And then Christmas Day, you could also say they had the marquee game as they played LeBron, Luka, and the Lakers on ABC at 7 o'clock on Christmas night. Clint, I'll rip off the Band-Aid here. They do not have a Christmas Day game this year. They have completely fallen. They have fallen from being in the marquee game opposite KD, LeBron. They still got Kevin, by the way. Opposite of that, they've completely fallen off because the Spurs, Knicks, Heat, Celtics, Sixers, Lakers, Thunder, T-Wolves, Nuggets, and Warriors. Those 10 were all better sales right now than the Rockets.
Oh, my God. You could have kept rattling off a couple more teams, couldn't you? Stop. Better sales? I mean, look, I'll be honest with you, man. I mean, this team is a tough watch.
Clint, they barely made opening weekend.
Which is not good enough.
They're playing San Antonio like the last day of – it's like the last game of opening weekend that's televised. They're playing them in the Moody Center, by the way, in Austin. They're playing the – I think that could be a trip we could take. I'm not going to lie to you.
Who they got?
They're playing the Spurs in
Why
the
are they
Moody
doing
Center.
that?
I don't know. They're playing in Austin. They're playing that game opening
They do have
week.
some big old women down there.
They're not in San Antonio, but they're going to be in Austin, the Moody Center. They're playing them out there, and that is and it's literally the last game that is the opening week televised. Bam, right there. It is just insane how much they have. I mean, how much of the sexy team, the team that they wanted to get with young stars and KD, and a team that was second in the West the year before, and they have completely fallen out of the damn Christmas Day game, and they almost didn't want to put him as an opening day game. The only reason is Wemby, right? That's a Wemby pool.
No question.
But
seriously, man. I mean, look,
damn, man, that fast?
I'm a fan, but beyond Kevin Durant, why is anybody watching this team?
Look at young stars.
Yeah, somebody got in the face.
Are they fun to watch?
Thompson.
Is he fun to watch?
Okay.
And he can be. He's really athletic.
Hell, I think they're
Fred?
all really athletic.
No, they're not.
I mean, relatively speaking.
Fred's back. It is. Listen,
you're giving me the generic reasons. I'm talking about stacked up against the teams you mentioned.
Now, listen. Yeah, are they interesting? Yeah, Kevin is probably the only interesting thing. And
he's been around so long, you know what you got.
But it's hard to pinpoint why he's interesting, right? It was interesting last year. He was new, and this is the team that you thought. But usually, even teams that aren't – so they're basically telling you, we don't think you guys are interesting, or we think you have a chance to win the title. Like true contenders. Because the Nuggets aren't interesting, but I think everyone believes they're good.
Such a frustrating watch.
It is.
Then you add the stomping around of the head coach, wrinkling his forehead up over there. Makes it even worse.
And again, I want to say I'm not saying that they deserve a better fate than this, because I don't. Like when you stack them up, if you pull yourself out of Houston, like Spurs, Knicks, I'm in.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Celtics.
Hell, I'm in Houston, and I'm in.
Celtics, Sixers. Yeah.
I
don't feel like I need to slide one of those in. I'm sorry. Heat Celtics. I don't feel like Giannis going over there now. Heat Celtics. I don't know. Especially they hate each other, and Giannis was either going to go to Boston or Miami. I'm in. Lakers and Sixers. Absolutely. LeBron going back to LA on Christmas Day. I'm in. Thunder, T-Wolves, LaMelo, Edwards, SGA, and that crew.
I mean, you got to keep going.
Nuggets.
You met your point.
Nuggets, Warriors. Maybe they could slide him in on the Nuggets, but Jokic is
no chance.
It is just crazy though, Clint, how far they have dropped. Like they are just a afterthought now, and it not just around the league, but to the league, they're an afterthought right now.
Yeah, well, that's how quick they fell off for us too.
The Rockets have become, we'll get on national TV based on by who you're playing. team
Yeah.
now.
Yeah.
Ooh, they're playing Wemby. We'll get them on to play Wemby.
Yep.
Oh, they're playing LeBron. We'll get them on to play.
Mm-hmm.
Damn, man. They were one of the teams.
About right. They earned it.
They certainly earned it. All right, coming up, news that just you have to report with the Texans. It's just not getting any better for this particular player. And this may be the biggest thing to happen at training camp the entire time they've been there thus far. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, y'all, look, if you're thinking about selling your home, if you're ready to pull the trigger, I'm telling you, Orchard is the way to go. They've got several products that are designed specifically to help you sell your home and get into your dream home and do it all effortlessly, do it seamlessly, and do it stress-free. Right now, I got to tell you about Orchard offers, y'all. Look, you don't just get one offer, you get multiple cash offers.
Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Hey, reminder, it pays to listen to The Drive, and it pays to listen to Sports Radio 610, and it will also pay to listen to 95.7 The Fan coming up on Thursday when we make the move to an FM signal coming up in the 5 o'clock hour. At some point in the 5 o'clock hour, you will have a chance to win a pair of tickets, and these are good tickets. These are tickets in the 100 levels. You'll have a chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday's first preseason game. The season starts. There it is, the first action. The guys in uniforms, they will be taking on the LA Chargers. You got a chance to win a pair of tickets in the 5 o'clock hour. All you got to do is make that call to 713 when it is time to call. We will give you that cue to call to 713-572-4610. And when you make that call, if you are our winner, Tyler will take care of you and get you those tickets. So that's coming up at some point in the 5 o'clock hour. Stay tuned and be ready for that. All right. This was the last training camp practice that they're going to have before the game coming up on Thursday against the Chargers. And, hearing from D'Amico, they really almost did like another pre-dress rehearsal to a preseason game. But a person that wasn't there again, Clint, was Brevin Jordan. He was somebody that did not practice again, and now we are flat out over a week. And I saw someone do a story about this, Clint, which I think there's some validity to, is that tight end room may be an argument of one of their deepest rooms, one of their most competitive rooms. And my man, every one of them you can look at and say they have done something or doing things that is helping their cause. Foster Moreau, doesn't matter. Foster and Dalton Schultz, they are in, and the coaching staff really loves individually what they bring to the table. Dude. And they have shown that either in the way that they express it or in the way of paying them money. So those two are fine. And then you've talked about Cade Stover and how you've liked the way he looks here of late, starting with OTA, starting with mandatory minicamp. And then Marlon Klein, who some maybe thought would be a project, he's had a big week. He's had a big jump here of late. And Brevin, obviously he's got a bit of a knee issue, and that's been the thing that kept him out last year, and he's had those problems. This is getting really, really concerning for Brevin Jordan. He just can't get on the field.
Well, again, we've talked about this multiple times in terms of almost like package players on this team, almost just weapons on this team, and how does this offensive staff actually value those guys, and do they really take the time to build around those particular players? And I think that the jury's still out on that. And so you look at just the tight end room from a numbers perspective, somebody's got to go. When you look at the tight end room from a what can you bring to this specific offense, Brevin Jordan, if you really start digging down, if you take the like explosive weapon that needs to be used in a certain way, you take that off the table, only because I don't believe that this offensive staff is geared to really build around that. If you take that piece off the table, then I think Brevin Jordan, any way you slice it, is the odd man out. Not putting his hand in the dirt at the line of scrimmage in the same way that that really any of the other ones are. Maybe if you ranked them 1 to 5, maybe he would rank hand in the dirt as good or better than Dalton Schultz, but the other guys are going to be more physical. When you look at the ability to move guys around, still in a tight end or even a fullback fashion, I think Cade Stover is bringing a lot of that to the table. So yeah, any way you slice it, Brevin Jordan is losing ground on getting a real opportunity here with this offense.
Yeah, losing ground is is correct. He is somebody that I think, if healthy, would have played in all the preseason games.
Yeah, I think it's fair.
And he is potentially missing. Well, he's going to miss Thursday.
Well, he's the guy that, again, because I don't think the offense is just going to go, hey man, we're gonna go this week in practice. We're gonna really focus on, Brevin Jordan and whatever that package that really highlights his athletic ability. Like, that's not going to happen. So when you look at how Brevin Jordan really needed to open eyes was to be healthy over a month plus worth of practices and 3 preseason games and go make some explosives and create some big plays with your athletic ability over a span of time. Then all of a sudden you go, man, this guy's got an athletic ability, a twitch, explosive speed that we're really lacking. We gotta have that. When it's out of sight, out of mind, when you're not available and you're not there, then I think this offense settles right back into guys that can show up, do their job, that are gritty, that are physical, that fit more of the mold of really what they want to do from an identity perspective. And you forget about that explosiveness that Brevin Jordan brings to the table. So you're running short on days for a guy like Brevin Jordan to come back and show why he's different than the other dudes. Yeah. You're running out of those days.
Yeah.
So I think it's.
You were talking about running out for Tank, and Tank's on the field. He is most definitely running out.
Well, I think all of those guys. I think Jalen Knowles even on the verge of it. Just from a standpoint of there was an opportunity to really be the move guy, to really be the slot receiver, and you look up, and because so many guys have been out, they know Xavier Hutchinson can be that guy. He's done it in the past. Now all of a sudden you got Jaden Higgins being the move guy and him doing a lot of impressive things at 6'4", 215, 220. Now all of a sudden, did Jalen Knowles miss the opportunity to be that guy and to get that look in training camp, or can he come back and do it again in 7 or 8 practices that are left with it, along with a couple of preseason games? Because he's probably not going to play this week, given that we haven't seen him at practice. So
none of those guys are guaranteers. They're guys that got not necessarily spots on the roster, but they are guys who have spots. This is not Nico. Nico can miss several days in a row, and we know exactly where he is. He's going to be in.
I think Higgins has gotten to that point. I think, as you mentioned, Foster Moreau and Dalton Schultz are there. I think the kid from the rookie tight end, he's a perfect example of what I'm talking about. It took him. He got used to NFL training camp for about a week, learned the offense. And now all of a sudden, over the last couple of they didn't focus. They didn't go out there and go, hey, we're going to highlight this kid. No, in the course of a day, in the normal progressions of the offense, he caught a couple of balls and at 6'5", 6'6", 250, turned the corner and outran some dudes. And all of a sudden you go, okay, yeah, give me some more of that. That's really how you've got to open eyes in this offense. And when you're missing half a training camp, that's hard to do.
Yep. And when injury has been a major thing for you to begin with. All right. This is, to me, if you are a Texans fan, this has to be one of the most exciting things to happen in this training camp. And that is, we saw these reports. Everybody was reporting it, Clinton Tyler. Brief shoving exchange after the snap between Texans rookie center Keelan Rutledge and all-pro edge rusher Will Anderson Jr. I'll let you hear what D'Amico had to say before, but Clint, this has been a conversation for us where it just seems like, I think you've made a statement similar to this. The offense will just go ahead and catch an ass whipping and just take it and just sit there and just live with it and take it. And we've been wondering, when is somebody on that side going to lose their minds and get ticked off?
Yeah.
And in particular, when is somebody up front going to do it? And they have talked of Keelan Rutledge as being that type of guy that could be somebody that changes a lot of things. And boy, him, the player that it is, getting in the other player that it is, he going to Will Anderson Jr. and getting up in his face and willing to get back in a back and forth. And listen, you're going to hear what D'Amico says. I'm not going to say I know D'Amico that well, but I believe D'Amico loved every bit of this from an aspect of There it is. Keelan Rutledge, he don't care who it is. He going to get in their face, right? This is D'Amico Ryans kind of discussing the incident between his rookie center and his all-everything defensive lineman.
Better be careful there. You're messing with Will Anderson. But no, I love it. Right? I love the scrappiness of Keelan. I love that his mindset is what I love. He's not backing down from anybody, as he should. I expect that from every player on our team. We're not backing down from anybody. We know we're not physically fighting, but there's always chippiness in our game because it's a physical, violent game that we play, and there's going to be some chippiness that goes on. But we just have to make sure we're smart, especially in game. Right? We have to make sure we're smart and make sure we're not that second guy to cause the team to hurt ourselves, and then coach is going to be really upset.
I'm telling you, I got to believe he was happy as hell. Like I remember it. To me, in my mind, I thought he was going to be like that scene on Remember the Titans when Gary Bertier started getting into it with his offensive with that tight end, and he said, "Hold on, let them go, let them go a little bit." He blew the whistle. He goes, "All right, line it back up." And you can see the smile and happiness. I feel like that's what D'Amico was thinking. Finally, we got somebody. Because let's just be honest, they've been getting their asses kicked for the last 2 days, and much like it was the previous year, but this was just 2 days, and somebody ought to get ticked off, and somebody ought to get ticked off at him in particular. And he said, I don't care what year I am. I don't care how long I've been here. I don't care if I just learned this position. And I don't give a damn who you are. Like, it ain't going to go down like this. Now, I love you. We probably, shake it up and everything. But right now, it ain't going down on this. And they have needed that for a long time.
Yeah, they've needed it for a long time. This is I told you so moment, right? Nick Caserio and Nick Caley and D'Amico Ryans and everybody involved. They hung their hat on this particular aspect or characteristic of Keelan Rutledge, their first-round draft pick. And this is the I told you so moment. It doesn't matter who you are. It doesn't matter that we're in camp and it's a long camp. We're not going to sit over here and just take a tail whooping day after day and like it. At the very least, we're going to keep the physicality at a premium and at a maximum, and we're going to piss you off. We're going to be a thorn in your side, and we're going to let you know about it. So I think this is the I told you so moment for D'Amico and company with Keelan Rutledge. This is exactly what they wanted.
Nick Caserio I told Tyler he might have splurged for real ice cream this time after that. Oh man, there you go. My selection, my pick right there. Hell with that yogurt, man. Let's get us some real vanilla ice cream. Maybe some toppings. Probably no toppings.
What kind of toppings nuts? You go with, Tyler?
He would go with nuts.
He's a sprinkles
That's
guy.
what I was going to say. Caserio probably got some pistachios or something.
No,
I don't really do toppings. I like my ice cream just...
If you were, what would you do?
Oh, God, I'm ready.
Sprinkles? I don't know.
I knew it. You're definitely a sprinkle guy.
They don't really have any flavor. But
I wouldn't mind if you go ahead and throw my ice cream there on the table, open it up. Throw me some Heath Bar in there. I'd like to add a little caramel in there.
Okay.
Mix that thing up, and I'm feeling really frisky. Go ahead and give me a waffle cone.
Oh, waffle cone.
Strong. I do like a Butterfinger Blizzard, maybe Butterfinger chunks.
What's that's marble slab fashion.
Marble slab fashion. A few of them do it.
I go marble slab with the Jamocha or coffee ice cream for those that don't know what Jamocha is. And I get them to add the fudge and the almonds. So I get Jamocha almond fudge homemade right there.
Ooh, not bad.
Extra almonds, extra fudge.
There you go. Look at God.
Because the youngsters that are back there making it don't know what Jamocha almond fudge is.
You got to
you got to tell them, hey, I need a little more. Get the ratios right, boys.
Got a big ass.
Yeah.
There you go. Coming up, 5 o'clock fire and your chance to win a pair of tickets to Thursday night's preseason game at Reliant Stadium. Make sure you're listening and stay tuned for your chance to win.
Heath Bar, really?
I love toffee.
Are you
man.
kidding me?
Toffee is beautiful.
Heath Bar
of
all the
amazing.
Candies out there to put in ice cream.
Hell yeah! You up here
Heath
trying to
Bar?
you eating coffee ice cream? 5 o'clock fire coming up next.
Hey man, it's an all-time great. I'm telling you, man. Look, hey, that summer heat right there that we're dealing with.
and they're good tickets in the $100 level seats. $100 level, 100 levels is where these tickets are. So you're sitting low. So you got a chance to win those right now. Caller number 7 for C.J. Stroud, who won't be playing in that game. Probably caller number 7, 713-572-4610. Your chance to win a pair of tickets. Sitting low in the hundreds. Your chance right now. Tyler will take care of you. So we'll get a winner here as Tyler does his thing. But also, Clint, there's another big one here as the Astros look to try to continue to keep their lead in the American League West. They are a half a game up on the Rangers, who both teams won yesterday in extra innings. Before we get to tonight's matchup, as the big fella's on the mound, some news here, Clint. And in one, we knew that they made a roster move to add an outfield bat, and Clint, with that, Jake Myers has been optioned to AAA Sugarland to clear that roster spot. And obviously it happened the last time, Clint, but Jake has officially become that, right? Jake used to be the center fielder, strong arm on the center field. That was his gig, and now he's not even to the backup spot. He is somebody that may go up and down. You wonder how much longer Jake will be, if he's going to be with the Astros past this year. But it is kind of official with him. He has kind of really lost that spot that he had, being a part of the big league club at all.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's no doubt about it. At one point, he had the strong hold, right? That's what you're looking for, strong hold in the center field, strong arm. Because I don't want anybody to confuse that. I mean, that arm is definitely a green light.
He does not have a strong arm, but he did
definitely a green light.
He strong-armed his ass into that center field position.
No question. But yeah, I mean, look, he was going to be given every benefit of the doubt. He's going to be given every opportunity to be that for the Astros and be a prospect that develops into something big, and that ship has appeared to have sailed. I mean, he got kicked out of the rotation with Taylor Trammell, and before Varsho showed up and was the everyday center fielder, he got kicked out of the rotation of several guys that were rolling through here. And now I don't understand the Major League Baseball game of the up and down thing, how many times you can option guys and move guys around and all that. So I think he's fallen into that category, that rotation of guys that – it's not just about, hey, who's the better player here, who's the better option. It's literally how many ups and downs do these guys have, and how do you play that bottom of the roster churn type situation in Major League Baseball. I'm not familiar enough to know exactly all the inner workings of that. However, there's no doubt about it, to your point.
Yeah.
He's
a lot of those guys have options. Cam Smith has options. He ain't going up and down.
Yeah.
Right, and he's not, in the best space with them as well, but you can just kind of see he's clearly moved in value.
Yeah, well, that was my point. He's moved to a point of where when it's time for counting the ups and downs for this guy or that guy or you're that's the kind of piece that you are on the board right now, and it is quite the fall from when he was given every opportunity to be the everyday center fielder and just didn't take a strong hold.
No. Also, the Astros are still listed with their starter for tomorrow's game against the Giants in San Francisco as TBA, and Imai will have to factor into the game, but according to Chandler Rome, he says he wonders if they're considering throwing an opener in front of him. That, of course, may be contingent on how the bullpen is used tonight. But Imai looks like he could get him a start tomorrow, or at the very least be the guy who is called upon to pitch the starter inning. So it looks like Imai is getting another shot to impress and maybe put himself in that rotation coming up tomorrow, where it looks like he's going to factor in some fashion.
Yeah, look, I hope he's again a piece out of the bullpen. I really liked what I saw. I know it's a completely different mindset. We've heard that from guys that we've had on the show. And so, that version of MI I really, really liked. I like that more than anything that I've seen to date, and even counting his good outings as a starter.
His performance didn't lead you to say, all right, let's get him back in the rotation?
No. His performance led me to believe that, look, this is a guy that seems to be much more relaxed, less worried about the mound, less worried about the meals and the travel, and more just, hey, man, let's it's my turn. Yep, let's go. And seemed to perform better in that under those circumstances versus – knowing when you go to bed at night that at 8 o'clock or 9 o'clock the next night you're going to start a damn game. It's a different mindset. Look, it's one sample size of him coming out of the bullpen, so I could be completely wrong, but I know I greatly appreciated what he was able to do in relief that day.
Yeah. We'll see. So he is going to factor in at some point. And then tonight Hunter Brown goes, and he's really pitched well since Joe called him out. Since Joe used Peter Lambert to call him out, he has pitched really, really well, and you can go ahead and win the series, set up for a sweep against a bad baseball team if he gives you a big-time performance. And that's what you expect from him. We do not have the starting lineups yet because they are playing West Coast baseball, and if we get them before the show ends, we will pass those along to you. But Hunter Brown, we know, is on the mound against a gentleman by the name of Wisenhunt, whose ERA is above 7.
I don't think that's the old Arizona Cardinals coach, is it? That ain't Ken's kid, is it?
Ken Wisenhunt. I forgot about him. How about that? Yeah.
I don't think Ken had an H in his name, did he?
I don't think so. I don't think so. I don't think that's Ken Wisenhunt's kid. Good memory. But Hunter Brown, this is one of the Astros. The Astros, when you have a half-game lead in the division over the Rangers, the Hunter Brown starts against a team that's 21 games under 500 you got to get.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, D'Amico kind of put together their last training camp before they played that preseason game. Tyler, we got a winner, by the way, of who's going to that.
Yeah, Mr. Mike Westside Bestside.
There you go, Westside Mike he'll be in the building. He wins those tickets to see the Texans take on the Chargers at Reliant Stadium. Here was D'Amico discussing what he saw from today and how much better today's practice with his team was than yesterday's.
I think the guys were a little fired up. And I had to get after them a little bit yesterday. It wasn't our best practice yesterday by any means. That wasn't who we are, how we come out. That wasn't it. So, everybody need a reminder just of what we're trying to achieve. What are we trying to accomplish, right? To do what we're trying to accomplish, it takes persistent work every single day. We can't have letdowns. We can't have setbacks. Like, we have to continue to press forward. We have to count on guys to be relentlessly consistent in what they're doing in their approach every single day. Yesterday, we took a step back. It wasn't good enough. But today, guys responded really well. All three phases did a really great job, right? Making plays, doing what they're supposed to do. So,
all right, he did not like what happened yesterday. He had to get after him, he said, and we heard reports that there were players who stayed after practice to get extra work after yesterday's practice, but enjoyed better today. And I think in particular, Clint, to go with the offense and something that we have not seen a lot, and that's big plays occurred today. You had David Montgomery on a wheel route for 80 yards and a touchdown from C.J. Stroud. You had another pass over 50 yards to Nico Collins. Now, there have been people who have reported that Danielle Hunter would have sacked him, but the coaches did not blow it dead. They let it complete, and they got a big play to Nico Collins and another big play to Nico Collins down the field that was negated by a hold. And then he had another near 20-yard play against Kamari Lassiter. So, you obviously you don't love some of those being negated, but we've not seen a lot of down-the-field stuff. And it looks like today in the kind of preseason practice format, they had some big plays. And to me, that's progress because that's an aspect of the game, Clint, that I believe they have got to find ways to get. Maybe they don't need it the way that other teams need it, but they do have to have that in their bag.
Well, if they can go out there and have that many big plays in one practice versus this defense, assuming that it was this defense that they did it against, then shoot, I mean that was a hell of a day, big day. Because I mean, when you in order to get big throws like that, obviously they got to be protecting their quarterback, and Nico Collins has to be obviously beating a very good corner, whether it's Kamari Lassiter or Derek Stingley Jr. If they were going against the ones, then obviously this was a monster day. But let's be honest, I've talked about it at length. I don't care who they were going against. I think this offensive unit would benefit greatly from just seeing some success. The feeling of big plays, the feeling of ending drives and touchdowns and not field goals or punts. The feeling of sitting back and watching film in the evening time with your coaches and seeing, hey, man, that was a hell of a pocket for your quarterback. It didn't collapse around him. You know, sitting back and watching film as an offensive unit, and all of a sudden you gash them on a run, big boy physicality football, and you create a crease where your running back doesn't get touched for 6-7 yards down the field. Like, those kind of things need to be seen on tape. And today seems to be like a day where they're going to see some pretty good things on tape and have a good feeling about where they're at going into this preseason game.
Yeah. So good for them, the offense, to have some down the field success. That's not something we've seen a lot.
I said, oh, Lord Jesus, it's a fire.
5 o'clock fire.
All right. NBA, the release come to their major dates, and from an overall perspective, obviously the 76ers are all over this thing. They've got an opening night matchup against the champs and the Knicks. That will be entertaining. They play against the Lakers on Christmas Day. Obviously, OKC, Giannis, and the Heat are throughout. I just think from a local perspective, if you're just joining us, what the NBA is showing and saying is the Houston Rockets have become an afterthought to where they were last year.
Yep.
The Rockets were on opening night in the marquee game against OKC when they were getting their rings and getting their banner up, and had a great game in a double overtime game. And then they were playing the Lakers at 7 o'clock, prime time on ABC on Christmas Day. They were playing LeBron and Luka and the Lakers on Christmas Day. And now it's like they have, and I think you mentioned it before, they have Kevin Durant, and then what else? And the league is kind of going. They do not have an opening day game. I'm sorry, they don't have an opening night game. They have one opening week game in Austin against the Spurs, and they are not playing on Christmas Day. They're not one of the 10 teams with Kevin Durant on their team and young players. They're not playing on Christmas Day, which is just really eye-opening to where the league and how they view the Rockets right now.
Yeah, look, I mean, literally the only draw you have, the only appeal you have is Kevin Durant at an older age still playing, statistically putting up big numbers and playing long minutes and playing in a lot of games. I mean, that's literally the draw, the number one draw, and this is a Rockets fan talking, so it's sad to say, but the gap between the draws and the appeal of the Rockets, it's one, Kevin Durant, and then two, maybe the grittiness and the toughness that they play with on defense. And
nobody wants to sell that.
That's the thing. Like I mean, really, Fred VanVleet. Is anybody turning the TV on? And I like Fred. I hope Fred makes as big an impact and difference as people expect him to. But I mean, the offensively, schematically, there's nothing sexy when you look at. Again, the young guys, I mean, unless Amen Thompson just makes some kind of huge stride and becomes a shooter and has that piece to his game, they're sagging off of him and letting him shoot. I mean, it's just not. There's nothing appealing about just, hey man, let me flip this on a random Tuesday night and watch these guys. So no, I mean, look, they've earned every bit of not being involved in that schedule.
Text line rolling through. The Rockets disappointed so bad they're off opening night, off the Christmas schedule. Good, they deserve it. It was such a letdown at the end of the year. Yeah, it is, man. They were a popular, sexy team that was on TV. That was the thing we talked about when KD got traded. They're going to be on TV all the time. They're going to be all the big days. And in a year, they are up out of here. All right, again, congratulations to our winner, Mike, who won a pair of tickets to go see the Texans and the Chargers coming up on Thursday. As the first preseason game is out, he'll be in the building. Hopefully Many of you will be as well. Coming up a lot in the 5 o'clock hour, we got T. Mill's best bets, as he had him a nice little start to the week. And the depth chart came out yesterday, Clint, and there was an interesting decision that was running with the ones that we didn't really get to discuss that I think maybe sheds a lot more on things than maybe we give credit to. We'll discuss that next.
All right, check it out. Your joints hurt every day and you've been told that you need surgery. Here's what I highly recommend you do.
Houston. Starting Thursday, August 13th, Sports Radio 610 is moving to the FM dial. Introducing 95.7 The Fan.
Every touchdown, every tackle, every Thirsty Thursday, Football Friday, and Reaction Monday, every conversation on your drive home, static free across the entire metro area.
Louder, clearer, and better than ever. A new era begins on August 13th with Houston's sports leader, 95.7 The Fan. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
Damn shame what they doing to Chris Berman's ass these days.
They ain't doing nothing because there ain't one.
So funny looking. And I don't have an ass myself, but whenever you pair with that gut.
It's the second pants pull up. Like, what did he think he was doing with that? If you've missed it, Chris Berman, Boomer, back. The Raiders, that guy. Man, there was a video of him at the Hall of Fame. He looked like he was celebrating the Dolphins 76 whatever championship with his colors. And he was just straight up busting a sag. Like, straight out of a tuck-in sag, straight out of like the early to mid 90s. And I don't know if he was doing it on purpose. But that ass was just them pants were sliding down that back. And he tried to yank them up that second time. And I said, man, if you don't pull your pants, you feel that, pull your pants up. He just hiked them up a little bit, like that's all it needed to go. No, man, you needed
right to where they're supposed to be, right below that crack.
As somebody who knows what it's like, that you need to lift your pants up with the length and the explosiveness of the length of my crack, my man. When he yanked them up there, I said, what did you think that was going to do?
Give him 2 more steps.
Oh, man, 3.
Hey, man, my man looked, I hate to make, I don't like Boomer. Making fun. My man looked like a bullfrog walking on them hind legs.
Yeah, he did.
There wasn't a butt cheek one, son.
I even have a bigger ass than Berman.
He got to be sitting on femurs.
He need to get BBL surgery.
I don't think there's one out there. You gotta have a base to put it on, don't you?
What if I told you?
I don't know what Boone was doing, man. Somebody gotta check that fit.
Has
for
it always looked like that? It's just him been seated in a jacket?
Yeah, he's always at a desk.
He's always got a jacket on too. When you see him, he's always got a sport coat on, so it hangs down behind it. Yeah, that can't be we can't leave the hotel room.
I would have yanked them bad boys down, boy. What knot was that belt on?
No, his old lady should have cinched that belt up a little tighter. Oh, is she?
Yeah.
Well, who was that walking with him?
Somebody was with
him.
Somebody should have got to him.
Even more, a publicist should have said, "Hey, man, let's pull him up and notch it up a little bit."
Where's Tom Jackson at? Tom, you ought to be ashamed of yourself. I'd have called him. If I was Tom Jackson, I'd have called him.
Is Tom still alive?
Come on,
I think
man.
You might be right on that one. Damn it. Is
Tom
Tom Jackson still with us?
I don't know if Tom
I'm not
100%
positive.
Bro, did Tom die? Really?
I don't know. I just asked the question. Is he still with us?
Oh, God. Let me stop traffic here. Damn it. Yeah, Tom, you could have called him. Tom, you said
yeah, he's alive.
Tom, well, who's been doing it with him? But Booker's been doing it with him. Booker, you ought to be ashamed of yourself for not calling him.
Yeah, that was a tough. That was so obvious. It was hard. It's hard not to comment.
That's tough. All right. I'm sorry. I just saw that. Just, my goodness.
That's bullfrog standing upright. If I ever seen one.
That was something else. All right, man. Those the unofficial depth chart came out, and I know we talked a lot about the O-line situation with the center and the right tackle spot. But Clint, Xavier Hutchinson was the third receiver. It was Nico, Higgins, and then Xavier Hutchinson as the third receiver. I think when a lot of people start talking about this team, hell, I was watching Get Up today, Clint, and they were doing a story, a conversation on the Texans. It was CJ, Will, and Tank right in the middle for some reason. So, like a lot of people, when they think about the Texans receiving core, they'll put Tank in there. I think more on a local level, we'll put Noel on there. Look, I think the injuries to Tank and Noel make it easy to wonder what this means. I'll be honest, Clint, I am not, in 713-572-4610 YouTube and Twitch, maybe you feel differently. I am not 100% certain that Xavier Hutchinson wouldn't be in that spot if everybody was healthy. Like, I'm not 100%. Now, I'm not going to sit here and tell you I think that he is more explosive or a better player than a healthy Noel and a healthy Tank Dell.
Yeah.
But I will tell you, if you, and I've said this several times, Tyler, you got to think Texans. You got to think what they're thinking. And we're not talking about Gary Kubiak's Texans. You got to think these Texans. And these Texans, what it's not a sell job, Clint, to think that they prioritize how it's described as Xavier Hutchinson, a big body, reliable possession / slot flexible wide receiver, 6'3", 210 pounds, savvy route runner, strong hands, and physical in the run game. That is not a surprise to think that is something that they hold higher than maybe some of the other things that those other guys do coming out of that position group. Maybe it is just the injury stuff, Clint, but I'm not 100% sold that they don't love the things that he does and that he gets more snaps than those other guys do, even when they are healthy.
Oh, no. I think that this is justification of exactly why they think so highly of him, is because he can step right in and to any position if anybody's hurt. I think Noel was the guy that they were planning on being healthy and maybe getting a little bit more run and being a move guy and being a slot guy and doing some different things, but he can't go. So all of a sudden you're forced into a position where Xavier Hutchinson has to take a bigger role. And I think this is exactly why he is so valuable on this roster, is because they believe that he is a guy that, again, can play all three positions in a pinch. And can not they believe he's proven that he absolutely can be that guy, and they value that in a big way. Once again, here we sit, your slot receiver, a guy that you expected to be a weapon and take the next step, and Jalen Noel, finger injury, well, no problem, man. Throw Hutch in the huddle, you'll be fine. So
I think they value, and we talked about this a little bit earlier when we were talking about Tank, I think they value what Hutch can bring to the table.
Hell yeah, they do.
A lot more than maybe some people would think.
Absolutely they do.
For them personally.
Absolutely 100% they do. When you hear them talk about what they want their receivers to do, Xavier Hutchinson, I would argue Xavier Hutchinson does that specifically better than anybody on his football team. I need you to be grimy and physical and willing to help in the run game. Does it as well as anybody out there. How they were motioning him into the backfield and blocking him inside the box. Right? I need you to be able to play all positions. Got it. I need you to understand the ball's going to go to whoever's open. You just run your route and do your job. You got it. I can do that. If you're a depth guy, I need you to play special teams. Got it. I can do that too. He is the poster child for what Nick Caserio wants his receivers to do on the offensive side of the ball.
They seem like they're in love to have across the board with what everything they want to do, physicality in the run game. Nico, 6'4", 222. Higgins, 6'4", 215. And as we just mentioned, Hutchinson, 6'3", 210. Like they like. I think that physicality, being on the field a lot, is something that they love. Now, I'm not saying they won't use the other guys at all, not saying that, but I do think if you think how they want to do things and what they've expressed, now they've shown it, that size and his ability to be trusted as well is a huge thing. I would not be surprised if we get in here and they play Buffalo and we start to look at the play chart and that he is the third receiver in terms of plays.
Oh, shouldn't shock anybody. In fact, it's probably the most likely scenario.
Probably likely, huh?
When they go 11 personnel, he's going to be on the field.
Yeah, someone texted in, Hutch is showcased for a trade. Okay.
Yeah, well, that's the problem is he's extremely valuable to the Texans.
Yeah.
Not nearly as valuable to everybody else.
Yeah.
No knock on Hutch. I like where he's at. I'm sure he likes where he's at, but the reality of it is you ain't going to pull a lot.
I don't think that's something that they've thought of, like they're thinking.
Nobody in the league is going to offer them enough draft capital or a player to trade that they're gonna be like, all right, we'll give up. We would give up how much we value Xavier Hutchinson for that. It's not even going to be in the close. I don't think anybody can even get in the stratosphere. If somebody were to even entertain that, which they're not, if somebody were to even think that, they're not going to give up near enough for the Texans to part ways.
Yeah, no, yeah, and again, I think the Texans love Xavier Hutchinson. I think they love what he brings to the table. All right, coming up, T. Mill's best bets. Let's see if he can capitalize. Good Monday. Let's see if he can continue that on today. We'll have that coming up, and I wonder, are we still holding out hope about this coming up on Thursday? We'll discuss next right here live on The Drive. T. Mill being T. Mill.
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by West Point Lincoln. On the South Loop eastbound after Woodridge, it's an accident that has a right lane and a right shoulder blocked. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
Luxury savings have arrived at West Point Lincoln. Take a massive $16,000 off MSRP on all remaining 2025 Lincoln Aviators, or get 0% APR for 48 months on all 2026 Nautilus and Aviator models. Visit West Point Lincoln or shop online at westpointlincoln.com.
You know your numbers, right? You know your age, your weight, your income, and probably...
Faves are back. I saw, girl.
Which fan favorite will you choose? Real customers paid for their testimonials.
All right, H-Town. Today's picks are in. The choice is yours. Are you tailing?
Forget the myths the media's created and just follow the money.
Or fading?
There is no nobility in poverty.
It's time for T-Mill's best bets on the drive.
I want you to deal with your problems by becoming rich.
All right, T-Mill's best bets around this time every single day. And T-Mill, big night last night, huh? Coming off of that tough week last week that you just throw in the trash.
Yes.
Many people, I think, were looking at Monday's best.
Gotta have amnesia.
You gotta You gotta move like a good corner. You gotta forget about it. But a lot of people were looking, I believe, at Monday to see if they were gonna fade you or gonna go and jump on that train with you. And you did not lose a bet last night.
That sounds so great when you say it. Much better than when I say it.
Didn't lose a bet. Now, you didn't win all of them. There was a push there, but you did not lose a bet last night. And good for you. Jordan came through, had 2 big hits for you. The Royals and the Dodgers had a high-scoring game. A 3-run triple really helped you out there. And then you kind of had a push there with the Cardinals and the Phillies. So, there you go. On a good start on a Monday. So he's got 3 more bets today. T-Mill's best bet, just to remember, you can find all his bets at Space City Sharp on Twitter there. If you aren't able to hear them here, or you're hunting them down, or you want to hunt them down, or you're not able to hear them any day of the week, you can go to at Space City Sharp, and they'll be listed right there. What you got tonight?
Yeah, that was lovely. The ever rare, successful, profitable Monday night of best bets.
That's right.
We need
all
to
in the
build
green.
off. Yes, and we need to build off that and not hesitate to do so. So that's what we're gonna do. Hopefully, we can go 3 for 3. Stupid ass St. Louis Cardinals gave me that push last night, but I'll take a 2 for 2.
Yeah, they're not good people.
No, they're not. None of them. I remember the NL Central. Asshats. 3 best bets on a Tuesday night around baseball. For you Houston folks out there riding with us, the Drive family. First best bet is the New York Mets plus 1 run at the Atlanta Braves. It's a strong pitching matchup in this one tonight between the Braves and Mets. That usually favors the underdog, if anyone. I like the Mets plus 1 run. Second best bet on a Tuesday is over 7.5 runs between the Brewers and Padres tonight. It's a pitching mismatch that's favoring these bats getting wild between the Brew Crew and San Diego. I like a lot of runs being scored, so over 7.5 in that one. Third and final best bet on a Tuesday is regarding your Houston Astros in game number 2 of the series with the Giants. San Francisco tonight, late start, West Coast. Hunter Brown, the Diesel.
It's really enticing.
Is on the mound, and I'm on his over strikeouts, which I got at 5.5 Ks for young Hunter Brown against the San Francisco Giants this evening. He's been racking up the Ks in recent starts, like Show said, ever since maybe Espada kind of sparked Hunter Brown with his comments about Peter Lambert. I expect more than 5.5 Ks out of this guy. Let's get him, and let's get some money.
Yeah, there you go. Let's get some money right there. T-Mill's best bets. Again, you can find that and as we say, a lot of other nuggets in your betting needs to help you out at Space City Sharp, as he has not just his daily bets, but also so much more for you for on the price of on the house right there on at Space City Sharp. Coming up behind us as we continue, man, we don't stop. We continue to make this thing live and local as Texans All Access. They will have Henry To'oTo'o, man who just got extended last week. Henry To'oTo'o will be live on Texans All Access. And then I can see the boys behind us, and maybe some of you can see the boys behind us if you're on YouTube and Twitch. The fellas are there as Area 45. They've got you ready to go 7 to 11. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Bryson is in the building holding it down. They'll get you ready for the Astros and the Giants tonight as well, and give you their thoughts on so much more, including training camp. So make sure you do that. We got tickets again tomorrow in the bullpen. All right, stay with us tomorrow. We're hooking you up tomorrow as well. Preseason tickets right here on the Drive. be listening tomorrow. If you didn't get a chance to win like Mike, you got a chance to win for a pair of tickets in the bullpen. Good seats again coming up for Thursday's preseason game versus the Chargers. So that is how we get it rolling here, live and local, right here on Sports Radio 610, soon to be 95.7 The Fan. We're live and local till 11 o'clock. All right, Clint. Are you one? 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch, your thoughts. Are you one that is still potentially holding out hope that we do see C.J. Stroud in this game? We're going to hook people up with tickets tomorrow in the bullpen. Are you one still holding out hope that we see C.J. Stroud in the game on Thursday?
Absolutely, 100%. And it's not just about C.J. Stroud; it's about the whole offensive operation. I'm not comfortable with the overall situation that is Houston. You've got an all-time great defense that puts you in the Super Bowl contention range, right? In that conversation, without a doubt, it's no secret the offense has been what has held you back, to put it nicely. There's been a lot of change, right? There's been a lot of change up front. You got a rookie center. Obviously, the communication problems existed with CJ being, behind center. You've got a young receiver in Higgins that needs work. You got a young tight end in real hell, all of them not named Dalton Schultz and Foster Moreau. So you got a lot of young dudes that literally the season hinges on their ability to gel and bring this thing together. So again, it's not just about CJ; it's about the whole operation. You got a second-year play caller that. I mean, we've heard from the horse's mouth, the general manager and the head coach talking about, boy, it just takes time on task, and you got to call plays, and you got to so it's just hard for me to think that the first preseason game, first rattle out of the box, that we don't see value in our guys, our starters on the offensive side of the ball going out there and getting that work in. If going into the season, the only work team on team, really 11 on 11 that C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley in this offense is going to get is really getting their tails whooped the majority of the time playing this defense, then what kind of progress is going to be made to start the season if that's all you're going to get? Look, as I said this before, Ron, I firmly believe, and this is a hill I'll die on, and I'll call anybody that doesn't believe it a nut job. If you don't think that C.J. Stroud and Nick Caley in this overall offense would benefit greatly, and the benefit far outweighs the risk, if you don't think they would benefit from what we watched Carson Beck do in that Arizona game, go out there and just play clean in several different facets of the game of playing quarterback. Communication piece was good. Knew where he was going with the football. Executed as cleanly and as just professionally as you would want your quarterback to do. His movements, the throws, the eyes. You knew he knew the offense and the play call and what the defense was doing like the back of his hand. I cannot go anywhere beyond week one in the preseason and think that C.J. Stroud wouldn't have a better rest of. Whatever the rest of is, C.J. Stroud wouldn't, in this offense, wouldn't have a much better camp, a much better start to the season if they got some run in his first game. So, yeah, I'm holding out hope that I think it's very unlikely that it's going to happen. But, yes, I'm hoping that C.J. Stroud and company get some work in his first game.
Yeah, the way that kind of set up today seemed like maybe that was the dress rehearsal, and he said there are already some guys designated to not, play in the preseason game. And if it goes with what it was last year, which even, now obviously you look at it now, but when we were during camp, we thought it was a mistake for them to miss the first preseason game against the Vikings and sit that one out. I'm glad you said, because some people are texting in, yes, CJ want to see him. Yes, CJ needs to play, has to play. I'm glad you said that the total offense, because Obviously you're not going to see the Chargers come out and do a lot of crazy stuff, but I still want to see the offensive line connected, playing together, having to communicate and do what they need to do up front. To do it also with the running backs. These are David Montgomery and all these are guys that are new. Like you would like to see them do it in a game setting, and many football players like yourself that I have worked with or talked to about this is just even in a preseason game, it's a different feel and a different level of intensity than a practice. Right.
Oh, no question.
And to kind of get yourself in that space and really you don't know what they're going to do. I would think they're going to be vanilla, but especially since you play them later on the season, but you never know what they're going to do. But I just think that offense needs as many reps together, all of them, as many reps together as they can possibly get that makes sense before they face Buffalo. Now, I don't think they need to play the half.
Ron, we're talking about a team. Literally, D'Amico Ryans told us last year they were fighting the play clock, right? Literally this year, I just listened to Dalton Schultz audio from yesterday. I mean, it's almost like he's proud that they're getting out of the huddle on time so that everybody can communicate the defense, right? I mean, this is still an offense that is very, very, very much at the very baby steps of learning and executing this offense, right? I mean, you're crazy if you don't think that there's an immense amount of value to let's break the huddle, do what we couldn't do a year ago in training camp, break the huddle early, communicate our offense. It's going to be vanilla defense. It's going to be very stagnant. Let the rookie center and the quarterback communicate, hey, here's the mic. Let them get there. Let them in a cool, calm collective where Hunter and Anderson aren't breathing down their damn neck every play. Let them go through and execute the protections and the runs. And I mean that in itself, it would be, I mean, worth its weight in gold. So I just, it's going to be a tough one for me to stomach if they ain't playing, man.
Yeah, you got a tough one. Someone texted in, they got 2 inter-squad practices. Yeah, they use those too. Yeah. We already know they're not going to play, and they shouldn't, the final preseason game. We know that, right? I think it should be. I think they should get every one of those reps that makes sense. It doesn't make sense for them to play the final preseason game, but all these other ones.
To your point, Ron. To your point, there's nothing more pressure packed, if you will, than that clock running in a real game scenario. Even the inter-squad stuff is going to be set up, and it's good. I'm not telling you it's not good, but there's nothing better than everybody's on the sideline. There's people in the stands. There's a clock running. There's refs. Everything going on. And if they're going to march. It's going to be 1st and 15 if you don't get this right.
Yeah.
Right. Not all that other crap. There's nothing like it.
And you got to make the call on that right there.
That's
immediately.
it.
Yeah.
And you got 3 shots.
Yep. All right, Clint, great job. Tyler, great job. We appreciate you all rolling in. And remember, you got a chance to win tickets in the bullpen tomorrow right here on The Drive, so stay tuned with us. I am Ron, the show Hughley, and as always, Houston, we love you, baby. Yep, don't have a guest.
For what?
The song.
Oh, you ain't got that
Any
one?
man of mine better be proud of me.
Keep going.
I can be late for a date, that's fine, but you better be on time.
Give me that on time again.
On time.
I like how you held it. On time.
On time.
I like
you
how
ain't got that
it.
one?
On time. I like that. Shania Twain.
There you go.
Nailed it.
Come on now.
Go. Gone and done it, show.
She is a legend.
This is what a woman wants. Any man of mine better walk the line.
Brought to you by... Hey, thank you, Tyler Milner.
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
Thursday morning. A new day in Houston sports radio begins. At 8 a.m., we flip the switch on 95.7 The Fan and move Houston sports leader to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love. Louder, clearer, and better than ever. We'll see you Thursday on Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan.
From the attorney Steve Lee Traffic Desk, 713, call Lee. Your traffic report is sponsored by AmericanStandardAir.com. 288 the South Freeway, southbound before Reed Road. It's an accident blocking a left lane and a left shoulder. I'm Laura Reynolds, Sports Radio 610.
This is Nolan Ryan. Nothing brings the heat like a hot Texas sun. American Standard Air delivers clean, cool comfort all year long. Built strong, built to last. Comfort the way you like it. AmericanStandardAir.com.
Service members and veterans, when your call to service ends, your mission doesn't have to. Launch a rewarding career in the growing cybersecurity field, protecting people, systems, and institutions. In just months at My Computer Career, gain high-demand skills in AI, cloud, and network security that will serve you for life. Call 800-888-MyCC to schedule a campus tour. That's 800-888-6922. Or visit mycomputercareer.edu to learn more. Your lifetime IT career partner. An elite CompTIA certification partner. VA benefits available to those who qualify.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
7 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, our goal is to cure cancer, not simply treat the symptoms. We go beyond standard diagnostics and conduct in-depth tests to ensure our patients receive an accurate diagnosis and the right treatment plan from the start. This deeper level of precision gives our patients the best hope to overcome cancer. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Think you know how the second half of baseball plays out? Put your predictions to work on Polymarket, the world's largest prediction market. An official partner of Major League Baseball. Who wins the division? Who's buying at the trade deadline? Who takes home the Cy Young? And who's still standing in October? Trade against other fans, not the house on Polymarket. From the trade deadline to the World Series, every game matters. Trade on Polymarket. Download the Polymarket app and use promo code BLAZE to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code BLAZE.
Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility apply.
If you have unpaid tax debt to the IRS that you can't pay, please hear this special notice. Specially approved IRS relief programs designed to aid delinquent taxpayers are now in effect that can significantly improve your financial situation. Depending on your circumstances, you may qualify to have your tax problem resolved in your favor and may even have your back taxes reduced by thousands or eliminated entirely. A relief hotline has been established by Community Tax for you to call and see if you qualify at 800-231-9060. If you owe the IRS back taxes that you can't afford to pay, don't let the IRS trick you into thinking you have no way out. Our highly accredited tax professionals will let you know what you qualify for and how much you can save. We may be able to stop all liens, garnishments, levies, and save you thousands. Call and see if you qualify for this taxpayer relief at 800-231-9060. 800-231-9060. That's 800-231-9060. Community Tax. Who's your tax guy?
At UTMD Anderson Cancer Center, we're raising the standard in cancer care. Our world-renowned researchers and subspecialized physicians work together to turn discoveries into life-saving treatments. Through the largest cancer clinical trials program, we bring the most innovative treatment options directly to our patients. At UTMD Anderson, we know cancer inside and out. Choose us first at mdanderson.org.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose, and millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. and happy 50th.
From the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, KILT FM HD2 Houston. On Odyssey Sports Station, the Texans play here.
5 nights a week. We talk Texans.
Go, 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 go! Intercepted! Here we go! Touchdown, Houston! Unreal! Let's go, baby! Attack the ball! Sacked! 3 and out! Texans!
This is Texans All Access.
Hello, Texans. Welcome to the show as we are ever so closer to game day. You know, we used to say ever so closer to training camp. That was like during June and July and stuff. And now here we are deeper into August, and we've got a game day coming up. In fact, 48 hours from now, we will be in the final hour before kickoff of Texans-Chargers at Reliance Stadium, and it'll be live here and 95.7 The Fan and on ABC 13 with Johnny in the booth, along with Andy Kalu and Shelby Coppage on the sideline, Kevin Kugler on play-by-play. Big production meeting tomorrow for that. Those are very cool. Those are very cool, the production meetings. We can go over that a little bit if you like, take you inside baseball on that one. I don't like the expression inside baseball, but they kind of own that, and it means inside anything, right? Inside of whatever craft or situation you're talking about. But John Harris will be in the booth, 3rd year in the booth, right? In the TV booth.
3rd year in the booth. You want a piece of news of what's happening tonight?
Tonight. What's happening?
Kevin Kugler is going into the NBA Hall of Fame. And by NBA, I mean Nebraska Broadcasting Association.
Okay.
How about that? He's going to the Nebraska Broadcasting Association Hall of Fame.
That's awesome.
That's really
cool. To get into
cool.
any Hall of Fame has got to be awesome.
It's so cool.
So that's awesome for him.
Yeah.
He was discovered in Omaha, because that's where he's from.
Yeah.
Howie Deneroff, who ran Westwood One Radio Sports, he was doing the World Series year after year, and this guy on local radio there, Kevin Kugler, I'm going to fumble the story a bit, but somehow he got wind of him and started to use him for a few things and realized that Kevin Kugler is this magnificent talent. You know, he's one of these guys that's Bob Costas, Mike Tirico-like in that he can do anything and make it sound good, and he never talks himself into a corner, it seems. He's just really polished and really awesome. He's like one of these Syracuse guys, but he's not a Syracuse guy.
Right. And that's why he's going to the Nebraska Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
That
is so he was. I remember we got together for our first kind of TV meeting. This was back in, I think it was even before OTAs, maybe right around OTAs. So it was well in advance. And so the 5 of us, Indy, me, Shelby, Kevin, and then Dave Keeney, our TV producer, we're all on the call. We're all chopping things up, and then at some point, Kevin says, "Hey, when's going to be our production meeting? If we play on the 13th, when do we have a production meeting? Because typically it's a day, sometimes even 2 before. Sometimes it's on a Friday or on Thursday if we're playing on Saturday. It just sort of depends. If we're on the road, it's usually the day before because we're all in the same hotel, that kind of stuff. So I'm thinking, I think it'll be the 12th, like the day before. It's a home game. Typically it's the day before. I don't know. We're kind of talking it through, and Kevin goes, okay. And he kind of doesn't say any more than that. And then Dave goes, well, do you want to tell him? He was so reluctant to tell us.
Wow.
To share that news. He doesn't
want to be like,
on the 11th, I'm going into the Nebraska Broadcasting Hall of Fame.
He's not like me. I would have said, you know what I'm doing that night.
No,
Sorry, folks.
But it was like, he just you know.
Yeah.
So now, I don't know if in fact, I don't even know. I'm not going to say it. But when Kevin popped on the call, I almost didn't recognize him.
Wait.
I almost didn't
Mustache?
recognize him. Yeah.
Oh, cool.
Do you know about this?
I don't know. I think I did know.
I tried to take a picture, but I was on my phone because I was away from the building, so I didn't get a chance. It was a Zoom, but I didn't get a chance to be in here on my computer. I would have.
Right.
I would have taken a screen cap. I would have given that to Keeney and say, Keeney, put this on during the game. It was odd because I'm so used to seeing Kevin and just this is how you see Kevin. And then you put something different on somebody you're used to seeing and you're like, I don't like it.
Oh, a mustache can change the appearance.
It's like Travis Kelce. He put the mustache. No.
Very different. Well, we'll
doesn't
see.
like that, does she?
I'll see him tomorrow at the production meeting.
Yep,
And for those who
production
don't,
meeting
and Kugler, by the way, does Fox NFL TV games. He's done several Texans games over the years.
So one of the years, this is not my third year doing it. One of the years, 24, 25, I can't remember, but he was doing a preseason game with us.
Yeah.
And then either the next day or the following day, I think it was a Thursday game, and I think it was Saturday, he had to do a Fox baseball game.
Oh, cool. That's right. I don't remember this.
I mean, I could go from college football to NFL. I've done that before. Like, I've done weekends where I did like a Sam game and then, do an R game, on a Sunday. So I've done that before. There's one weekend I did a high school, college, and pro. That's like my dream. It was incredible. But changing sports...
I think that's tough.
That's tough.
He's done
a
lot of baseball, a lot of college baseball. And
he does college World Series, yeah.
And a lot of pro baseball now. And I think when you're a guy who doesn't do baseball every day, sometimes it helps with those national broadcasts because you all learn about these players together.
Yeah.
If I'm watching the Cubs playing the Cardinals, I'm not following these teams.
Yeah.
So what you tell me about them, I need the basic information, and you can make it entertaining in that way. Yeah. So that's pretty cool. But these production meetings, every single one of them, every single game has a crew that meets with the coach and maybe the GM, maybe not, but at least a few players, Johnny, and we're doing that as well for the preseason TV broadcast. I get to sit in on these and use some of the information on the radio because I'm spying. Actually, I'm semi-exec producer or whatever the heck I am with this. So that is fun to participate in that stuff.
It is to just get a little bit of an inside look at the game. I've been doing them with college coaches too, and over the years with Sam Houston games, and one year I had Sam Houston in Hawaii. That was one of my games, and so Timmy Chang is the head coach at Hawaii, and so of course
I did not know this.
Yeah,
Timmy Chang, Hawaii legend.
Yeah, and so of course at that point Case Keenum was still with us.
Yeah,
and I said, Timmy, Case Keenum's in my building every single day. And he got this big smile, and he's like, "Oh man, you tell Case I said hello. He broke my record." And he was a sweetheart. It was really cool. But you get a chance to catch up with coaches and get their thoughts on how the team is going. And I try not to get too much because there are some coaches in a production meeting that give you everything. There are some that will give you their name, and that's basically it. But at least with D'Amico and company, we had Nick last year, I think, for the first one. I think we're getting him as well. Because it's a production meeting, you kind of have this kind of agreement in some sense. And it's good that I'm in there, in a sense, and you're in there, that they feel like they're talking to, their crew.
Yeah.
It's not like talking to, Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, although they've gotten to know them over the years. They're talking to their crew, and of course we're going to, have their back on anything. We're not going to give up, state secrets, but there's also stuff in a production meeting that you don't get. But a lot of times when you watch a TV broadcast and you hear an announcer say, well, we caught up with D'Amico Ryans earlier this week. That's what they're talking about.
Yep.
They had a production meeting with D'Amico or CJ throughout. So it's always good to kind of get guys in there, just touch base with them, have fun. I remember last year we had Ariante Ursary in with us. He was a blast.
Yeah, we
had a lot of fun talking to Tay about just his rookie year. Being from Kansas City, of course, we had the beef on barbecue and stuff. But it was fun. It's really a good situation to be in there for those production meetings. I remember my first one was in Pittsburgh in 2024, and we got off the bus coming from Ohio.
Yeah,
we all get off the bus. D'Amico, CJ, whoever. I'm trying to think who else we had on that. I think Titus was in there for one. And we all go down to, to hotel banquet room or whatever and just start chopping it up. And I was like, this is cool. I feel like I'm in a cool kids club now. I get to be in those meetings.
It is the cool kids club.
It was pretty cool.
It's fun.
Yeah, it's good.
All right, so today, what was fun? Scrimmage at Reliant Stadium with the new Reliant Stadium signs. And there was a big semi-celebration, maybe more than semi, of having the rename to Reliant Stadium here, as this will be the initial, big-time event, the circus. Right. Not that you're not big-time circus, but come on. FIFA used Houston Stadium. We're Reliant Stadium, baby, and it's going to be great. So the scrimmage was interesting. They went ones versus ones. At one point, they did what I requested, Johnny.
Yeah,
they went ones versus twos at one point. And that was not a fair fight as far as the offense against the defense. CJ, boom, 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 hot knife through butter, finding people.
Now, take it a step further.
Okay.
There was also a situation They gave the situation. And I was on the offensive sideline, so I could hear the situation.
Oh.
I heard Nick Haley walk over to CJ and say, look, we're down 9, 3 minutes left.
Oh, I see.
3 timeouts. So they wanted a situation in a sense that
score quick.
Yeah, but also not going against the one defense because you know how they could wreck that whole thing. But score quick, get the ball in the end zone. Or at that point, look, you're down 9. It's just a matter of getting points up on the board.
Yeah.
Keeping the game going as long as possible.
Right. Yeah,
and
if you chop out at 4th and 10, you're going to go kick a field goal.
And that's exactly what happened. There was a throw, I think it was on first down, that CJ just missed Jared Wayne. Just went right through his hand at about the 3-yard line. That would have put him in position
I thought
to go
Wayne
for the
could have
touchdown.
had that maybe.
I thought so too. Thought it was. I think CJ would have felt like, hey, I could throw a better ball. Jared probably felt like, I should have come down with that. Either way, they didn't score a touchdown. So you kick the field goal. Now you're down 6.
Yep.
And now it's on your defense to get the ball back. So the next situation they put in was Graham Mertz with his crew against the one defense.
Trying to run out the clock.
And they played that situation out. And the defense did exactly what they were supposed to do. They stuffed it. Called all 3 timeouts.
Yeah.
Forced a punt. And then the offense got the ball back at that point with, 50 some odd seconds or something like that. CJ then hit Nico on a deep bomb all the way down inside the 10-yard line. Now, that one's always dicey in a 2-minute situation because now you got to get everybody hauling, all the way to the line of scrimmage if you don't have any timeouts. You got to get everybody up there. And then you got to make sure they're set because that clock is ticking down. All of a sudden, there's 45 seconds. Somebody false starts. You take another 10 seconds off there and back up 5 yards. So you got to get down there, make sure that everybody heavy breathing is okay, then spike it, which they were able to do. And then I can't remember how it ended, but they were able to kind of work that joke. But that's why they were kind of hot knife through butter in a sense because they were going against the twos.
It was good to see them.
They had to throw it because they were down 9. I thought it was a really good situation to practice because that's one where
you don't want to be in that, but you might, so get ready.
So here's a good part of that situation I thought was interesting. It was the clock was ticking down, 2 minutes, 8 seconds, 2 minutes, 7 seconds, and they snapped the ball. Now, what happens within 6 seconds of that? 2-minute warning.
Right.
So your thought process on a drive like that is what, as a receiver, as a ball carrier? Get a bounce.
Yeah.
Go stop the clock. Not like college where you get a first down. Go. But on that play, I thought it was interesting because CJ hit Nico, and instead of looking for a sideline, he just kept running as hard as he could. Just go upfield as fast as you can. Just go. Because wherever they tackle you, it doesn't matter. You're going to have the 2-minute warning.
Yeah, it's stopping.
So it was brilliant. And it also kind of played into the play call, too, because Nick had Nico on the slant. Like, hey, you catch the slant. They're probably in a little bit of a prevent. You just get upfield as fast as you can because it doesn't matter. The next play is going to be. So Nico he hauled it, and he got upfield another 20 yards. And now you're just under the 2-minute warning, but the clock is stopped. And now you're well within field goal range. You're within shouting distance of the end zone for a touchdown. But it's just those little things that you do in a situation like that pays off.
It gets you to think.
Absolutely. It gets you to think, gets you to move. And what I also thought was interesting was before that play, then there was 3 minutes. But they had run a couple plays, and it was hurry up. Well, then the clock got inside like 2 minutes, 12 seconds, 2 minutes, 10 seconds, whatever it was. And they didn't panic. They slowed it actually down because they knew that was going to be the last play before the 2-minute warning. Nico caught it, got upfield, and away you go. It was everything that I always look for in a late game drive because it's almost like driving to Houston traffic. Very rarely do you get in the left lane and go 95. You just go.
You have to negotiate.
You got to negotiate that through. Like, I got to back off a little bit. I got to take my foot off the accelerator. Okay, now I got to go. No, I got to go. It's kind of like that. And that was the perfect example of that. Perfect example of how they went about it. And I loved watching it. I love those situations, those end of clock, end of game situations. And I think D'Amico has done a pretty solid job since he's gotten here with it. I think he'd tell you, and there are probably ones I'm forgetting where, hey, they could have done a better job at the end of the half. They could have done a better job at the end of the game. But I feel like they've done a really nice job of how they manage the clock at the end of halves.
I think it's been the best staff we've had at doing it.
Yeah,
I'll tell you that. Yeah. Not that I'm taking away from the accomplishments of Bill O'Brien, Gary Kubiak, but D'Amico Ryans and his crew have done a better job.
Yes.
And you have to in this day and age.
Yep.
I think teams at large do a better job than they did 15, 20 years ago.
Yes.
Clock management, it's always been a thing, but it's really been analyzed so heavily in the last 15 years.
Yep.
So another thing we missed, was coming down the elevator after doing the morning show.
Yeah, we were mad
and then
about this.
getting to the field and hearing, Montgomery caught a pass and took it 80 yards. Was it 80?
80. That's been the number.
80
I've seen.
yards for a touchdown. Oh, great. Thanks a lot. Maybe we should be in the elevator more often while they're playing.
I don't really want to be in an elevator and miss that stuff, but apparently it was a great throw, it was a great catch. It sounded like it was about a 30, 35-yard catch, and then David ran the rest of the way.
Robert Hensley saw it, our producer and halftime host. He said,
confirmed.
Wheel route, very nice.
Well, that's the one route I think. It's funny when Bill O'Brien was here. That was the route he tried to hit to Arian Foster all the time, and they just couldn't do it. For whatever reason, they just could never hit that route.
Easier said than done, my friend.
Just could never do it, but hopefully CJ can hit David Montgomery a few times, hit Woody Marks on it.
Yeah.
I mean, because you put linebackers on their heels like that, and those guys are good receivers and good route runners, so all of a sudden you hit them on that wheel, and the linebackers are like, you got me last time, and they start running to that spot. Well, then you run wheel stop, and you're wide open on the sidelines for a 15-yard gain.
I can tell you this. It's iron sharpens iron. Offense made some plays. Defense made their share of plays.
Yeah.
Good to see Kroger punting well today in the scrimmage.
Well, yep.
That was nice. We'll dig in more tomorrow when we do a true game preview of Texans-Chargers. But that was very nice, and I can't wait to see more. I'm sure if the Charger personnel were watching today, they would think, not Chargers. Let's go Bills. Regular season opener.
Yeah.
The Bills personnel watching today's scrimmage would say, this is going to be tough.
Mm-hmm.
This is going to be a tough one. Josh Allen might go down 8 times again. Okay. Henry To'oTo'o and his crew will have a few things to say about that. Week 1, all the weeks. And Henry signed his extension late last week. Caught up with him after night training camp practice. Talked about that, among other things. All right, Henry, let's get the business out of the way here because the contract extension, it means so much to you to remain in Houston, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%, man. This is my second home, and I can't see myself in another organization, and I love it here. The people are great, the fans are great, the coaching staff, the players, man, I love it here.
We all saw the TikTok video. Take us through that.
Yeah.
Social media brings us inside your home for this moment.
I honestly didn't know my wife was recording until after, but man, it was one of those moments where it was just so special because my wife has been there since the jump. She's seen the hard work, the dedication that I put in, and to be able to share that news with her and share that moment with her, there was nobody else I would rather do it with. So, man, it was such a special moment. Like, I would never forget it. And then now I have my parents here to celebrate it with. So, it's just a great time, and I'm ready to play this season.
All right, we'll talk about this defense in a moment. But first of all, your 4th camp, how is this different for you personally?
Man, I feel like I know what to expect, but I feel like I'm still learning. Like, I'm still on that learning curve. I'm not exactly where I want to be, but I'm still learning. Man, it just feels at home. Mm-hmm. Like, I feel like I've been here, done it before.
Yeah.
It just feels like my realm. Like, I just wake up and I'm like, this is my backyard, and this is where I go to work. So, man, I love it. Year 4 is flown by in the blink of an eye, but I'm truly happy to be here for sure.
Have you changed your ways at all since you were a rookie or even in college as far as like what you eat and stuff like that? How you get yourself ready to play?
For sure. I had to learn the hard way. I had to when I was a rookie, I was cheap, and then I had to learn that in order to take care of your body, eat the right food, that you got to spend the money. So I've invested so much time, so much money, so much sacrifice that I've made throughout these years, and like adjustments that I've made to be able to be the player that I am right now, but also the player that I want to be in the future. Man, it's just been countless of hours that I didn't know it took when I was in college in my rookie year that I do now.
This defense was really great last year, but I know every year is different. You have so many great players. You have added some pieces as well. How's all the communication going, getting you ready for the season?
Man, it's been good. I think the hiccups, that's what camp's for. We're not perfect, far from perfect, and whatever we did last year doesn't exist right now. It's a league where you have to go out and improve it every single day, every single year. So I think that's our mindset. But I think we're having a good camp so far. The guys are looking good. Everybody's communicating really well. Whether it's a 1, 2, 3, 3 or 4, like, man, every single group looks really, really good, and they're doing a hell of a job as a unit.
All right, Coach says iron sharpens iron. What do you think of this offense as they're getting things into shape?
Man, they look really good. I had a press conference earlier, and they kept asking me questions about, like, how good they look. They look good. They look really good. And the way they're moving, the way they're communicating, the way they're making explosive plays, the backs are dynamic. Like, man, our offense looks really good. And they're going to be a problem. They're going to be a problem for anybody who lines up against them on Sunday, Monday, or Thursday, whatever it may be. They're going to be a problem for teams.
All right, what about getting into the regular season? What's important about that ramp up to week 1 against Buffalo here at Reliant Stadium?
Yeah, man, you got to build the callus, and that's what these days are for. Like, that's what camp is for. You got to be able to go through the hard times. You got to be able to have aches and pains and bruises. So when that time does come, week 1, it's no surprise, it's no shock. Like, we're able to go and hit the ground running and get it rolling from day 1. So that's what these times are for. And I think our coaches had a hell of a job of ramping this up throughout camp. And, I think our guys are responding really well.
All right, you have some rookie linebackers that are learning from you and others. What is your message to them and to the other rookies trying to make it to the NFL?
Man, take it day by day. Take it day by day, win the day, every opportunity you get, like, play your ass off. Like, that's just the main message. And we have hell of guys like Aiden and Wade that came in and been phenomenal. Like, those guys are sponges. Those guys are aggressive. Like, they're way more aggressive and know more and play faster ball than I did when I came in. So, man, those guys have bright futures, and I know they're going to do really well for us.
All right, one more for you. When you do get a day off during camp, what do you do? Is it still in here and do some recovery, or do you take some time to do something else? How do you handle it?
I spend time at home, and obviously I still study my film and study what I need to fix, but, man, I try to dedicate that off day to spending it at home, giving my wife attention and my dog. I love spending time with my dog, but, just spending time with them and then getting me ready mentally, physically throughout the day.
What kind of dog?
English Bulldog.
English Bulldog.
His name's King.
How often do you have to walk the dog?
0 times.
0 times?
Nope, he's too lazy.
He's too lazy. Don't have to walk the dog. That's nice.
He goes to the back door and comes right back in.
That's nice.
It's too hot for him here in Houston.
Henry, thanks a lot.
Appreciate it, brother.
Appreciate it.
Appreciate it, brother.
There's Henry toe-to-toe after practice, after his extension got signed, and just talking about the Texans' defense and his personal play in general. Coming up, Nico Collins within the loop after practice. Later on, Graham Mertz, who's going to play a lot on Thursday night. It's all happening tonight on Texans Radio.
More Texans All Access coming up in a moment.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
It's game day in Houston, and on the field or off the field, injuries can change the whole season. When life hits you like a blindside sack, call the team that Houston trusts. Sheriff Injury Lawyers, the official personal injury law firm of the Houston Texans. They fight for you like it's 4th and goal in overtime. No fee unless they win. Don't just take the hit, get back in the game. Call Sheriff Injury Lawyers at callthesheriff.com.
Want to take trips with the Texans on the road this season while building your network with executive peers? As a Houston Texans Lux member, we take you and your guests beyond the game with access to the Texans organization that money can't buy, which will leave colleagues and clients wanting more. From the moment you arrive, we guarantee you and your guests will have an unforgettable luxury experience. Ready to learn more? Visit HoustonTexansLux.com or call 832-667-2299 to speak to a representative today.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
When the Houston Texans take to the gridiron this season, Reliant will be there to bring the energy. That's because Reliant is the only energy provider the Texans trust to power every electric moment, every punt, pass, and kick, every touchdown or takeaway. Reliant will be there, powering every game day. And when you have Reliant and Vivint, they're smarter together, giving you the power to manage your electricity and your smart home all in one place. Reliant. Proud to be the official energy provider of the Houston Texans.
PUCT number 10007.
The Houston Texans are proud to partner with Houston Methodist in support of the Texans Girls Flag Football League. The partnership focuses on the health and safety of the athlete by providing opportunity, access, equipment, and other resources. Through this program, over 2,000 female student athletes across the state of Texas are impacted. To learn more and support the movement, visit HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag. Again, that's HoustonTexans.com/girlsflag.
Never settle, unless it's into the electrifying BMW i4. Blend the lines of cutting-edge and classic with groundbreaking technology at your fingertips. Experience M-engineered precision while you twist around every turn. After all, electric doesn't have to be static. If you thought EVs couldn't live up to your expectations, then you've never experienced the ultimate electric driving machine. The 100% electric 2025 BMW i4.
Take advantage of exceptional offers today.
The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware on the call. Then Texans postgame gets going as soon as the clock hits zeros for the first time on your home of the Texans. 95.7 The Fan.
To all the physicians, researchers, and nurses who've made all the difference, the families you've helped would like to say,
thank you, Texas Children's.
To hear their stories, visit texaschildrens.org/impact. Texas Children's.
Now, more Texans Radio.
Here we are on the Hyundai Texans radio studio, and in a couple of days after the premier preseason game, Sean Pendergast and Clint Stoerner will be in this very room to give you the postgame show, get a player on, hear from D'Amico Ryan, see how the night went. And we are all eagerly anticipating the preseason opener. Now, training camp, it still goes on after preseason game 1, but it kind of feels like it ends, right? Because now you're into the games. Yeah, practices are still long. You still have ones versus ones. You're not in true game plan mode yet, of course, but it feels like it's coming to a halt. 2 weeks from Friday is the last preseason game. Once you get toward the first, it happens very quickly. Well, let's get to some other things here. During camp, a lot of great content pumped out by interviews that we've had. The guys on Sports Radio 610, like In the Loop, they've had a great guest every day. One of them along the way, we didn't get to this yet, Nico Collins. An after-practice visit with one of the very best wide receivers in the NFL, and John Lopez started him off with a question like, you know what you're doing here, right? You know this routine.
You can tell which players have practiced in Houston before with one thing. By the time they get to in front of us, they have their shoes off. Some of them are wearing slides. They got their helmets off. They got their jerseys off. They got their underpad off. I said, those guys have practiced here before. And lo and behold, Nico Collins walking. Those are some sweet.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, those are some sweet slides.
He's the Nike
Man.
The new Nike.
Yeah, look at that. And they're padded on the inside.
Yeah, they padded. You know, look cushion. You got to take care of the feet now.
Not your first rodeo.
Not at all.
Not your first rodeo.
In fact,
we were talking about this relatively recently. It seems like the slides thing has been, I mean, obviously a lot of dudes use slides, but it seems like it's gone up a lot in locker rooms in the NFL. Like, is it just a comfort thing, or is there a rehab element
Yes,
to it?
Yes, sir. It's both. Kind of everything. You know, you in your cleats all day, your feet get tight. You know, you on your feet all day. You kind of just want to take care of your feet, your toes, and everything. You know, because your feet is really your foundation. That's where everything starts. And you know, just rehab and take care of my body. I kind of learned over the years, like your feet, you got to take care of those. You know, you got to roll them out, stretch them, do like toe rehab and things like that. You know, but whenever you get off the field, man, you gonna kick your feet up for a minute, roll them things out, man. Take care of them for sure.
Are we going all the way pedicure? Because I don't know if you saw Dan Orlovsky was saying, hey, the pedicure is a bridge too far for him.
Yeah, I'm straight on pedicure. I'm straight. I just get a massage. I have
I respect it. All right, we're talking to Nico Collins. Like I said, the coolest dude on the team, but also, I mean, bona fide number one wide receiver in the league. One of the things I love watching with this team is that when you get an in-breaker, it's killer. And I was honestly surprised, even late in the season, that middle of the field close, that single high safety, team still ran there out there, even though y'all would kill it. What is it about this offense? What is it about what y'all do that makes y'all so successful in that circumstance when it's just that single high safety?
Man, it's really just commitment. Knowing that the safety's gonna try to take it away. You got the one high, and you still got to get it in, and across the middle. Man, it's really just count on your details, count on your ability. Just knowing that the guys right here is not about to stop me. The ball in the air is yours. You just got to have that mindset. You had that mindset when you go line up. And the rest is history. So the only way we get those reps is coming out here and competing against our defense every day. Going lining up against Kamari, Steen, man, entire secondary, Will. You got Daniil coming off the edge. Petrie, man, entire defense, man. There's a lot of dogs out there. So everybody coming off the blitz, everybody, competitive, and it's only right we come out here and just working every day. Iron sharpen iron, and so it's the best way to get our work in right here.
So one of the things I do, we all do, but one of the things I write down before we come on the air, just kind of observations of everything we're seeing.
Yes, sir.
And he can vouch for this. I go through. They call them passing thoughts. Like, this is what's happened. This looks good.
Yes, sir.
And one of my passing thoughts today was, as good as Nico is, he just looks a cut above.
Yes, sir.
Like, you looked really, really sharp coming out of the. And I'm not trying to blow smoke. I'm just saying.
Appreciate you.
It looked like
yes,
like you. I think you've said man on a mission with CJ. Are you a man on a mission?
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, what's the difference this year?
Man, I just got a little chip on my shoulder, man. I just feel like it's so much room for me to improve, so much room for me to make, and I feel like I haven't reached my peak yet. There's just so much more I need to, be here, be available for the team, and playoffs, and just entire season, man. Just there's so much more on my plate that I want to achieve, man. And every day my mindset just get 1% better every day, no matter what it is.
And that chip's still with that last game?
Yeah, no matter what. Yeah, man.
That has
it bothered me.
You.
Yeah, it bothered me, man. I haven't played football since, so it feels good to come out here with the guys again. Lining up with CJ, running routes, man. Just getting that football feeling again. It's one great feeling. For sure.
Can you give some detail on that? Because for some of our laymen, we're watching you and we're like, hey man, he good as hell. What else? What else can you do? What are those details that you're looking to improve on somehow?
Everything, man. I say just my releases at the line, because I'm a big receiver. I'm 6'4". For corners, that's easy. That's a good day if they get the hands in my chest. For me, it's harder. I got to work on my pad level, stay in low phase, get the hands off me, continue drive phase. Don't give indicators to the DB when I'm about to stop, because they read the hips. And I'm a bigger defender, so it's easy.
When those hips stop dropping.
Come on now, you already know. So for me, I got to just drive phase the entire time. Any time for me to sink my hips, just drop, just clean feet at the top, man, and there's things like that you can always work on. And then going against Kamari and Sting every day, you got no choice but to get better. Man, work on your hands, compete, man. Every rep is a rep. And, man, it's no better feeling coming out here every day and lining against them, man. They make it on Sundays, they make it easier for me, for sure.
I'm interested from, as a veteran, your perspective, something that D'Amico said, I think it was either during OTAs or minicamp, I forget about, quote-unquote, maybe calling the dogs off a little bit so the offense could get some work. He was talking about Will Anderson. I'm sure you saw that. But from an offensive player's perspective, would you like that to be able to maybe get some work? Or do you think, nah, man, where do you fall?
I want live bullets, man. I want live bullets. That's because on Sunday it's live bullets. So you can't tell them dogs on the other end, hey, calm it down, So, I feel like, man, you got to practice how you play. And they come up the edge, you want everybody read to react. We got to adapt to it. That's the only way we get better, man. Like iron sharp to iron, So I like it.
We're talking to Nico Collins here in the loop on Sports Radio 610. And Nico, I mean, the wide receiver position is going through a little bit of a change in general, right?
For sure.
I noticed for you, even last year, it was a little bit more condensed stuff. Sometimes those little, quick motions to get you leverage. Do you like working from maybe a closer to the middle type situation, maybe even in the slot sometimes? Or do you kind of like being that big body X on the outside that's just chuck it up there?
I like to move around a lot because of in the beginning of my career, I was always stationary. I was always in the boundary, big body X. It feel good to. And year 3, I started to move around a bit, just going to motion, things like that. But I definitely like to go in the slot, different mismatches. Line up against the safety, line up against the linebacker. On the nickel. If the corner want to come in and follow me in the slot. We on the island together. You got a lot of responsibility. Now I know I can do this, do that. And so I feel like, man, I like to move around a lot, So I feel like that's value my game, and show you what I can do with the rock.
How much easier does it make your game when you get to play from the middle of the field versus on the outside?
1,000%.
That additional boundary defender?
1,000%, man. It make game 1,000 times easier, man, because in the boundary, if you're on a couple, you only so many routes you can run out there, but you can move around, condense. You could open up your route tree a lot, So it's a blessing, man. I can get to move around. Thanks to Kaylee for that, to give me the opportunity. and I got to continue to make plays, continue to get better in the slide. If I make the opportunity, show them boys I can get open, show them I can make a play, so I can continue to get the opportunity.
One other thing that has been making the rounds out here in the NFL, I'm talking about in general, is I think Mike McCarthy was talking about, he doesn't really want to see a lot of tackling to the ground during training camp.
Yeah, for sure.
What are your thoughts on that?
Agreed.
You agree? How come?
1,000%. You got to take care of your players, man. You got to take your teammates, because at the end of the day, we still want to get better. We still want to grind, but at the end of the day, we got to get to the season. We still got to compete, still got to play the hands, but you got to be a pro. Don't take your teammates to the ground, because we might need them. You know what I'm saying? We need them. So,
and they're still getting to the ball.
Yeah, we still playing physical. We still shooting. Attacking the ball. Just don't fall. Just hold the teammate up. And just take care of them. That's it. Yeah.
I was curious about that.
Yeah, yes sir. That's it.
I'm always real curious as well about the interplay between wide receiver and defender, whether it's a cornerback, safety. Yeah. Who are those guys out there that you enjoy going up against? Obviously, there's the guys that you have here, but around the league, like who are the guys that you enjoy?
Man, really just the best of the best, man. Just anybody. I feel like any corner I line up it's a great matchup, man, because anybody that came in this league, they're here for a reason. It's hard to get in this league. So I feel like any opportunity I line up against, man, is got to make the most of it, and I feel like, of course, Sauce, he in our division now, so it's gonna be fun, man. He's a great defensive back, and it's gonna be fun, man. I've been watching him for years, so it's gonna be a great matchup, man. So can't wait.
I'm going to ask you something you've probably been asked 175 times.
Yeah.
But you have 2 practices in camp now under your belt. Kaylee's offense, year 2. Just what you're seeing, how you're feeling it, just from the offense's perspective, coming out.
Yeah, feeling great, man. You two, like you said, you're 2 under the belt. We coming out here, we humming, taking care of the details, small details, staying on task, getting our pre-snap reads in, and we just taking one play at a time. Yeah. We're seeing it day 2 right now, and I feel like we had a great practice, man. We got to continue to build, continue to stack. And so on Sundays,
well, during
easier,
during install and individuals, I was mentioning earlier, I don't think this is a small thing. I think it's a big thing. I never saw the ball hit the ground.
That's huge.
That's huge.
That's huge, man. The ball should hit the ground on offense. You got to take care of the ball. Especially our defense. They shooting for the ball. They want the ball on the ground. And for the offense, man, we got to take care of it. So that's our main focus, man. Take care of the ball, pre-snap. And just stay on task, man. Stay above the sticks. Can't backtrack, man. So I feel like that was kind of set back a couple times throughout the year, but now we got to stay on track and get ready for third down, blitzes, things like that, man. So I can't wait for this year. It's gonna be fun.
I don't know if you see that big dude over there walking right past you, Jaden Higgins. He's playing opposite side you.
Yes,
it's funny because 6'4", same kind of profile as you. Like if you were to tell us, like if you were just telling somebody that didn't know who Jaden Higgins was, like what would you tell them to help them understand what his game is for this Texas team right now?
Yeah, dog. Imagine. Let me see. Sure, we the same. I say we the same, man. He just younger, fresher. You know what I'm saying? But I feel like we all the same, man. We all got the same body type, same dog about us. We can drop our hips coming out the break. We can make releases, things like that, man. But Higgins, man, he got it all. He got the vision, man. He got all the tools in the world. He can really take this league to another step, and he can really be the face of this league for sure. One more thing I want to ask you. I don't know if
I got just one more.
J-Lo's got one more as well. Okay. I was listening to Julian Edelman, obviously played in the Patriot system, and this is a similar offense to it. Talk about like how much more intensive the wide receiver position is in this offense, and you've played in different ones. Can you speak to that? Like what is it that makes working in this offense a little bit more difficult from that position?
I feel like, man, because it's a lot going on. You got pre-snaps reads, like you got the hots, safeties. When you single receiver, say the safety blitzing on my side, the back can't pick them up. I got to have a quick hot for CJ. You know what I'm saying? So it's things like that. It's a lot of quick routes, a lot of hot routes going on, and a lot of pre-snap reads, like I was saying. So a lot of that's going on. So it's taxing, especially for the slot. If 7 needs you right here, they coming off the edge. He might need you to change your route. So there's things.
And
like
that's on you to pick up, right?
Yeah, that's on us. Everybody. There's wide outs. You got to see the shell coming out. That's why they on us heavy right now. Like hurry up, get out the huddle, get lined up, so you can see the shell. In case you need to make adjustments, talk to 7, and make a play, man. So yeah, it's really taxing, man. So it's really got to stay in that book. Really got to stay on task, man. Especially our hurry up offense, like our 2-minute drill. We on the ball, we go. So it was things like that. It's taxing, man. Really change sides like that. So
yeah.
Yes, sir.
So I was listening to Vandermeer this morning, and he said something that kind of made me laugh. He said Davis Mills, second longest tenured Texan behind Kaimi Fairbairn. And I'm sitting there going, hell, Nico was drafted 45 minutes later. Does that make you the third longest?
1,000%.
I mean, you're the second longest, too. 45 minutes made a difference. But it made me think about what I wanted to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Everybody talking about culture with this team. Yeah. You've seen the gamut. You've seen what the culture was and what the culture is. Yeah. It's kind of a weird question to ask, but can you just kind of take us through that whole development?
Man, I feel like my first 2 years, maybe the worst team in the league. Third year, we got D'Amico, got CJ Will, great draft class. Man, they came in, changed the whole program around. Went to the playoffs, played Cleveland, went to Baltimore. We played there, we lost though, but I feel like, man, that year was just a whole flip in the whole transition, in the facility and the organization, man, and we really needed that. We needed playmakers, just a whole clean slate, man, and I feel like me, Davis, Brev, we've been here through the mud, man. You know, we've seen the worst of the worst and highs of the highs now, you know, so we know what it feel like to appreciate the wins, appreciate the grind. You know, we know how to feel to be the worst team in the league, you know, because we know how it feels. So, man, that's why we just appreciate and be grateful for every opportunity we got, and going out here and take every dub, you know, the further we go, and just be grateful for everything.
Nico, and you are the second longest tenured.
That's right.
It's a tie.
Right. Come on now.
Nico, he mentioned culture, and I remember one more thing. Aziz said something last year that we latched onto as a show. He said, y'all do White Boy Wednesdays when y'all live. Oh, you sound like this is news to you.
Hello.
It sounds like it's news to you.
White Boy Wednesday.
When y'all are working out.
Okay, I mean they might change the tunes up.
They change the tunes up. So you don't notice it. You just pumping iron. It don't matter.
Yeah, it's the work day. Come on,
you like whatever the music is, quiet. It don't matter.
Let's get it.
Yeah, you know.
It is.
You know. You can tell us. You know. You just don't want to say it.
I would say it.
So, okay, maybe Nico not the biggest fan of the White Boy Wednesday. Okay, no problem.
Hey, I just want the part, man.
I respect it. Look, all work, all business.
I'd have said the same.
And that's why you one of the best receivers in the league. We appreciate you having. No, thanks for stopping by with us, Nico Collins.
The In the Loop guys, Reggie and John with Nico Collins after a training camp practice. Now, tomorrow, no morning training camp show. Tomorrow's the day before the game, so the team will meet, do some things, but we're in game mode now as the Texans play Thursday night, the following Thursday against the Raiders, and then 2 weeks from Friday against Carolina. The preseason is over. After that, we gear up for the 53-man roster and the opener against Buffalo. Coming up, Graham Mertz. He's going to play a lot in this game. His girlfriend, too, Isabel Martin. Why do we talk to Graham's girlfriend? We don't talk to all the girlfriends. But you know what? We do talk to Isabel because she plays for Love Volleyball Houston. That's right. Let's get to that stuff next here on Texans All Access.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
Whether you're playing with your kids or playing for the Houston Texans, a sprain, tear, or nagging ache can set you back. Until your expert orthopedic team at Houston Methodist uses advanced technology to personalize a treatment plan that's minimally invasive, healing your pain and getting you back to life on your terms. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine. Official healthcare provider for the Houston Texans.
Hey Texans fans, it's CJ. I'm teaming up with TDECU and you should too. Whether your favorite look is deep steel blue, battle red, or the fan favorite H-Town blue, it's all 15% off at the Texans online shop with your TDECU Texans debit card. Upgrade your Texans game day gear and show off your loyalty while you do it. Visit tdecu.org/Texans and get the MVP of your wallet today. Insured by NCUA.
It's the summer sales event with the Ford Crew.
Anna, what says summer to you?
Sunshine, road trips, camping.
And?
Ford being #1 in new vehicle quality among mainstream brands according to J.D. Power.
And?
And low APR offers with Ford credit financing on a select lineup of Ford trucks and SUVs.
My kind of summer.
For APR offer information, visit Ford.com or your local Ford dealer. For J.D. Power 2026 U.S. Initial Quality Study Award information, visit jdpower.com/awards. Awards based on 2026 model year.
More Texans Radio is on the way.
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
Thursday morning. A new day in Houston sports radio begins. At 8 a.m., we flip the switch on 95.7 The Fan and move Houston sports leader to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love. Louder, clearer, and better than ever. We'll see you Thursday on Houston sports leader 95.7 The Fan.
Something amazing is happening. Technology is working harder, faster, and more reliably. It's delivering results that work. But who makes technology work? CDW. We're a full-service technology solutions provider, advising our clients and designing customized solutions so they can reach their goals and do amazing things. CDW. Make amazing happen. Find out more at cdw.com.
Sometimes a girl in my class doesn't bring anything to eat for lunch.
The truth is, in America, 1 in 5 kids worry about their next meal.
I want everybody to have yummy food.
So do we. That's why Kroger donates surplus fresh food from our shelves to your local food bank. We've provided over 3.5 billion meals through our Zero Hunger, Zero Waste plan. Visit Kroger.com to see how you can help fight hunger and waste in our community.
Because nobody should have an empty tummy.
You can't fake greatness. That's why 1800 Tequila has built it through generations of obsession with the details. It's the mindset that wins championships, and the same mindset behind every bottle of 1800. That's how we became the world's most awarded tequila. So when the final whistle blows, raise a glass worthy of victory. Official tequila partner of the Houston Texans. 1800 Tequila. Proximo, Jersey City, New Jersey. 21 and older. Please drink responsibly.
Let's play football. Kids ages 4 to 15 can get in the game with the Houston Texans Flag Football League at the YMCA. Presented by Texas Children's. Parents, introduce your children to the exciting world of flag football youth leagues where programs focus on skill development, teamwork, and having fun in a safe, non-contact environment. Games begin on October 31st, but registration closes October 23rd. So don't wait. Spots are almost full. Register boys and girls now at HoustonTexans.com/youthfootball.
Now, more Texans radio.
Back to it here on Texans All Access, and so many great stories floating around camp. One of them is, of course, Graham Mertz in his second year with the team, and his girlfriend, Isabel Martin. Also a story because now she's a member of Love Volleyball Houston. That's right, the Houston franchise has acquired her, not because she's Graham's girlfriend. It just worked out that way. But let's hear from her because she was at practice, the open practice, on Saturday night, and Johnny Harris and I visited with Isabel Martin, Graham Mertz's girlfriend and volleyball player extraordinaire and outside hitter for Love Houston. Isabel, tell us, what is it like for you to be here with the Texans at training camp?
It's actually really fun. So this is my 4th time this year coming to Texans training camp because obviously I came to watch my boyfriend Graham Mertz. But today I'm actually really excited to be here with League One Volleyball because, we're meeting the fans, interacting, answering some questions. So I'm really excited to be here today.
Okay, we're going to ask you a lot of questions about you, but we got to ask about, you said your boyfriend, Graham Mertz. Okay, how did this all happen?
Okay, so I took my 5th year in college. I transferred to the University of Florida. And I met him there. Okay. After college, I got drafted and I played 2 seasons pro volleyball in the States. 1 year in Indy, 1 year in Dallas. And Graham, he got drafted by the Houston Texans. So with Houston also having a pro volleyball team, it kind of worked out perfectly, and now we're in the same city.
Yeah, and now you're on the Houston squad, so that's a miracle almost. What was your reaction when you got picked up by League One Volleyball?
Oh my God, I answered the phone and I was just like, oh my God, I have to call Graham. It was amazing. Yeah, it was just kind of like a dream come true because it doesn't happen a lot that 2 pro athletes get to play their sport in the same city. So it was really exciting for us.
Okay, I know you guys haven't gone to training camp or anything like that, but what's kind of the outlook going forward for this season?
We're super pumped. Our training camp starts November 1st, so it will be my first training camp with League One. I just met one of my teammates. Yeah. I don't know the rest of the team yet, but so far it's been really fun, all the social media stuff, and yeah, we're really excited.
Okay, so you grew up in Germany. What other sports did you play as a kid growing up?
Okay, so I actually did not play a lot of other sports. I tried tennis. My dad plays tennis. I tried, horseback riding. A bunch of my friends had horses, so I had to try it. And then I did windsurfing because that's also what my dad does. But I also didn't like that. So I tried playing volleyball, and I just have been doing it ever since.
Okay, so I gotta ask, what position in volleyball and what is your vertical leap? Have you ever had that measured?
Actually, it's been a while, so I cannot tell you the exact number right now, but I'm sure we're gonna measure it.
Okay, could you go dunk a basketball?
Yes, she could. She's an outside hitter. You could do it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure it's 30 plus. You could go dunk a basketball.
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
Wait, who's got a better vertical leap, you or Graham?
Me.
She
does. Yeah.
So the finalists for the 3 names for the Love Volleyball franchise, it's Halo, Hype, and what's the third one? Hustle. That's right. Hustle. So you're aware of this now, Isabel.
Oh, yeah.
Do you have a favorite so far? Can you give any sort of indication as to where you might lean? Not that your vote decides this, but I'm sure they're going to ask you.
I think it doesn't really matter which one we're going to pick because they're all perfect. I think my favorite one is Houston Halo at the moment. I think we can do a lot with that name. Like, if we get a mascot, I think that would be really fun, a little space moment. I think Halo is my favorite right now. It is.
Okay. Well, now you're a Texan, of course, and welcome. And, of course, Love Volleyball Houston. Can't wait. Thanks so much, Isabel.
Thank you so much.
I can't wait to see which name is going to be labeled on the Houston franchise for League One Volleyball. Love Volleyball. Okay. Graham Mertz's girlfriend right there. What about Graham Mertz? Let's hear from him. This interview is up on YouTube. I caught up with Graham after practice the other day. Well, we interviewed Isabel Martin over the weekend, so now we're going to interview her boyfriend, Graham Mertz. How's it going, Graham?
It is going fantastic. How are you doing?
What was the review she had of our interview?
She said you guys were the best.
Okay,
good. undisputed world champ.
Oh, that's
of the radio podcast interview game.
Before we get to the gridiron, are you a volleyball fan? I mean, obviously you have to be playing, especially on the Houston franchise, but what do you think in general of the sport?
No, I think it's amazing. I mean, I think that's the coolest thing of being able to be with her for a few years now and seeing her through a bunch of different teams. I've seen a lot of really good volleyball. And yeah, it's an exciting sport, and especially when your loved one is playing it, it's that much more fun to watch.
How is camp number 2 for you here? Because last year you're coming back from injury, you're able to do a lot, but what was the off season like being healthy and being in camp now?
Yeah, I mean, one of the biggest things was I wore a knee brace all last year.
Right.
And just for protection in the pocket throughout the entire season, and get into the off season and then be able to take that off and train without it, and just getting my lower body stronger. And then obviously year 2 in the system. You gotta flip the camera around real quick.
Toro's helping us shoot this video. Okay, there we go.
Year 2 in the system, I mean, obviously, that comes with a lot of experience of going through an entire year of prep.
Right.
You get all those mental reps under your belt to go out there and really start an OTAs just a little bit more comfortable with the offense and going out there and be able to lead my group. And yeah, now we're about to go play a game. So excited for that.
I was talking to Frank Ross about, hey, special teams, when you get out there, you have limited time, you got to make the most of it. But your situation, sometimes you don't get a rep. It'll be CJ then Davis, and you might not get a couple of reps, but when you do get the reps, you have to make the very most of it.
No doubt. And I think that's one of the biggest things I try to challenge myself with is how many reps can I take before I go out there and take one? Whether it's watching film or me standing behind them when they're taking reps and visualizing what I would do, where I'd throw the ball. And just make all those decisions. I think that's one of the things that you really got to stay present and hold yourself accountable to that, because in the end, you're the only one that can do it or cannot do it. So,
how big are these preseason games for you? This is like the Super Bowl coming up.
Oh my gosh,
get a lot of snaps.
It's the best time of the year for me, man. I was talking to my dad the other day, just being able to go out there and just play again. And go compete. I mean, I can't wait for it. It's so fun. I mean, that's why you play football to go play. So, I'm excited for it.
Well, what is the flow like? Because will you run plays that you haven't necessarily run out here? Because if you're playing in 2-3 quarters or whatever it's going to be, Grant, do you have time to really work on the entire game plan of those situations for a preseason game?
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is getting with those guys that I'm going to be playing with.
Yeah.
Because obviously, you go through camp and you have installs every day, and then, you get to the first preseason game, and then you have all these plays that you can run.
Right.
So just going back to the basics and the fundamentals and the specific details of each play within our offense. So yeah, you got a ton of plays that you're gonna be running. But yeah, you just got to prep.
Right.
Yep.
So after we're done out here during camp, what is the rest of the day like for you and the quarterbacks? What are you guys doing? I know you meet, but man, it can get hot out here. How do you keep the energy going, to keep your mind going, to do everything you need to do after practice?
I think the biggest thing with us is just everybody in the room kind of brings something unique to the room that we can get in there. And our meeting starts at whatever time it starts at. We're in there 10 minutes before, telling stories, joking around. So just being able to keep the mood light and have fun in there every single day is the goal, and that's what we do.
Who would be the most entertaining quarterback on Hard Knocks? Like behind the scenes, what are we not seeing? Is it definitely you, or are there elements of the personalities of CJ and Davis that we don't see at the podium necessarily?
Yeah, no. I mean, no. I think if you put our room in general, if you put a mic and a camera in there, it'd be pretty entertaining. And it'd be really cool to see how everybody in there processes. I think that's one thing that, like, all the jokes aside, like, we got a lot of really smart guys in that room that know how to process and kind of dissect things and find answers. But I think the most interesting, entertaining one would probably be Davis.
Okay.
Like, he's got he went to Stanford, super smart guy, knows a lot of stuff about random stuff.
Right.
And he's a big gamer. He's got a lot of different layers to him that people don't know about him.
There's Graham Mertz and his girlfriend before that. We don't do that every day, but it was fun. Okay, that's it for the show tonight. Tomorrow night, game preview, D'Amico Ryans, Davis Mills. Let's get into it as the Chargers invade on Thursday night. Preseason opener, 7 o'clock kick, 4 o'clock. Texans Countdown presented by Modelo Especial. Area 45 is coming your way next. Have a great night. Go Texans.
This is Texans Radio on Sports Radio 610.
H-Town, the Houston Texans, ConocoPhillips, and Coca-Cola Southwest Beverages awarded grants of up to $50,000 to local nonprofits through the 2025 Inspire Change Grant. These incredible nonprofits are breaking barriers, driving social justice, and creating new opportunities in our community. Meet the winners and learn more about their inspiring work at HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. That's HoustonTexans.com/Inspire Change Grant. Let's celebrate their success and keep inspiring change together.
Every financial goal needs fuel, but that fuel isn't always money. It's having someone who can help move your goals forward, business or personal. At Amegy Bank, you get a dedicated banker who's there with guidance whenever you need it. Start fueling your goals today with a gold checking account from Amegy Bank, our gold standard in personal banking. Visit AmegyBank.com/gold or stop in a branch to learn more. Amegy Bank, here you grow. Please refer to the deposit account agreement, account disclosure, deposit rate sheet, and personal account schedule of fees, or speak with a banker for more details.
Wildcat Golf Club is Houston's premier 36-hole golf facility, featuring the Lakes Course and the Highlands Course. Located just 10 minutes south of NRG Stadium off Airport Boulevard. Courses are open 7 days a week, along with a driving range and on-site dining at the Vista Grill, serving both breakfast and lunch. Come enjoy elevation changes and scenic views like no other course in Houston. For tee times and more information, visit us at wildcatgolfclub.com or call the Pro Shop at 713-413-3400.
Lock it in, H-Town. The Texas Southern University homecoming game is coming to Reliance Stadium on Saturday, October 24th at 2 p.m. And you won't want to miss the ultimate celebration of Tiger Pride. Join alumni, students, and supporters for the football, pageantry, and bone-chilling performances by the Texas Southern University Ocean of Soul Marching Band and the Southern University Human Jukebox with a special surprise. Don't miss this. Lock in your tickets now at lsse.net. That's lsse.net.
Balancing your work, family, and health is a lot to manage. Houston Methodist has a lot to offer. Convenient primary care checkups, personalized orthopedics to keep you moving, and experts in specialties like cardiology, neurology, and GI, all in one manageable system, so you can stay healthy and strong. That's the difference between practicing medicine and leading it for you. Houston Methodist, leading medicine.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR for 60 months, plus 0 payments for 90 days, or 1.9% APR for 72 months on the Hyundai Tucson, Tucson Plug-in Hybrid, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid during the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Offers end September 8. Call 562-314-4603 for details.
Sound familiar? At Mattress Firm, we understand there are many problems that can keep you up at night, like snoring, aches and pains, or sleeping hot. Our sleep experts have the unrivaled know-how to match you with a mattress that can help. And now at Mattress Firm, save up to $700, plus get a free adjustable base with select Sealy Posturepedic mattresses. For the great sleep you deserve, visit Mattress Firm. We make sleep easy. Restrictions apply. See store or website for details.
Attention H-Town, 2026 season tickets are on sale now. Secure your seat in the stands for every Houston Texans home game this year. By becoming a season ticket member, you'll get access to 2026 playoff tickets, exclusive access to unforgettable game day experiences, exciting offers from select Texans partners throughout the year, and more. Don't wait. Call us now at 832-667-2390. That's 832-667-2390. Or visit HoustonTexans.com/tickets. KILT FM HD2 Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey sports station.
This is a journey into sound.
Much as you try to bury it, the truth is out there.
The truth lives right here, Houston.
On this day, I see clearly.
Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome in to Area 45 on Sports Radio 610. Sean Bijani, Patrick Creighton, Bryson Scruggs with you until 11 o'clock this evening. Thanks for joining us. Only a couple of days remain until the 13th is here, and then that is when we flip over for good. New era of Sports Talk Radio in the city of Houston. 95.7, 610. The Fan will be officially underway at 8 a.m. sharp on Thursday morning. That is going to be spectacular. So we are going to do that. And I just realized we're going to have John McClain on tonight. It will be officially his final time on these airwaves as Sports Radio 610, the only thing that he's ever known in the city of Houston on Sports Talk Radio, Sports Radio 610 for John McClain. That's
unless,
cool.
Of course, he winds up on Texans Radio tomorrow.
Well, if he does, it will be recorded and it won't be counted as live, right? So this is maybe his last live appearance on Sports Radio 610 ever. So that's kind of cool. We'll talk to John about that at 7:40 and 8 o'clock. We've not talked to him about the Flipperooski that we're doing. So a lot of people were upset a few weeks back whenever we broke the news to our listeners that we were doing this thing and going to 95.7. We had John McClain on that night or the next night, and a handful of people texted and were like, dude, it's the general. You didn't ask him about, flipping? And I'm like, I figured if he wanted to talk about it, he would have brought it up himself, but we'll have him on tonight, and so we'll ask him about it to appease the 5 people that text and YouTubed in that did not like my effort there to get his thoughts on it. So we'll do that. 713-572-4610. You can text in. PC will have to handle it, or Bryson, because my computer sucks. I cannot access the YouTube page, which I'm told we're streaming tonight. I don't know if that's factual or not because I can't see my face on it. So I'll trust Bryson, our producer, and PC if you have it pulled up. Oh, I see. Is that us? Yeah, I see our faces. So YouTube is back. Streaming is back. You can watch our ugly asses on the computer if you so choose to do that. Twitch, YouTube, join the chat. Text in 713-572-4610. 572-4610.
Yes, instead of the boxes, we are now like the color bars on the old, in TV, when TV wasn't 24 hours. And, when they would sign off, you get the color bars. Now we're in like the color bars.
That's cool. Hey, did you probably didn't know this, but shout out to Mike in the West Side Best Side. He won Texans tickets on the drive.
Nice.
He was the lucky caller, whatever, and he's going to be going to the Texans game on Thursday to see Texans and Chargers. Bryson, do we have a giveaway tonight? Are we doing the same thing or no?
I was told that we're doing a 9 o'clock giveaway, but we'll see.
Why a 9 o'clock giveaway?
Make people listen to us longer, I would imagine. Strategery, they say. We don't want you here in the 7 o'clock hour only. Not even just in the 8 o'clock hour.
Well, hell, let's just make it 10:30 then.
Bring your ass into the darkness of the night at 9 o'clock on Area 45, where it gets weird.
Make them join the bandwagon. Make them make a decision. Are they on or off?
Yeah, and then based on your decision, we'll decide on whether or not you get the tickets or not. We're not allowed to do contests. That would technically be a contest. However, I think the whole rule is dumb because isn't it a contest to see if you could be caller number 1, 2, 3, 4, or 45, whatever the hell we decide? Radio rules, they don't always make the best the best decisions or have the best rules.
Caller 4
I just have to follow them.
and or 5.
Yeah, that'd be good. We'll decide. That's fun. Let's see, what else? So shout out to Mike on Westside. He's going to the Texans game. If, in fact, we are important enough to be able to give away tickets in the 9 o'clock hour, we'll find that out later. And hopefully you'll have an opportunity to do that. It'll be fun. We'll all find out together at some point. Meanwhile, Mike hit me up last night when I got home, texted me, and said, dude, you must have been screaming at your radio on the way home. What a hell of a game. And I'm like, the one time I did not listen to the game on the way home, I rarely jam. I rarely listen to music, and I was listening to music on the way home last night. So I'm like, yeah, hell of a game as I'm looking up the score and seeing what the hell happened. Astros pull out a 6-3 victory in 10 innings last night. I missed all of it. I don't know. Did you miss it? Did you catch it?
I stayed here and watched it.
You stayed here and watched it. Dude, how clutch is Cam Smith, Isaac Paredes, and Jeremy Pena all coming through in the 9th and 10th inning for a win. And then, I don't even know if either one of those guys or collectively those guys are the story of the game, other than Josh Hader going 2 innings for the first time since August 8th last year when he tore or injured or ruptured or screwed up his capsule in his left shoulder.
Making a liar out of Joe Espada is Joe Espada.
Yeah. Well, curious because that was my first thought. I wonder what Joe had to say about this situation last night. And if you missed it like I did initially, here's Joe Espada on why the hell he felt like it was an appropriate time to test out Josh Hader's arm for 2 innings.
Yeah. He was efficient. We came in the dugout and he looked at us. He said, I'm good to go. I think today, first game of the series, he's been rested well. I think it was a good opportunity to do that. We got to be very, very careful how often we do that. But I thought where he is right now and, 9-10 pitches in his first inning, I thought it was a good time to do it.
Okay. I mean, good enough for me. 9 or 10 pitches in the 9th inning. Get your ass back out there and throw 9 or 10 more, big dog, and get these outs.
Can we call that what it was?
What?
Dang it, we are not falling out of first place tonight. Well, Josh, I need another.
Yeah, well, hey, guess what? Isn't that what you're supposed to try to do? Isn't that what you're supposed to be doing every single night? Who said that? Herm Edwards. You play to win the game. Get your ass back out there, Mr. I want the baseball, and get these 3 outs. And that's what Josh Hader did.
Yeah, well, that's not the point of the argument. The point of the argument here is you got a pitcher with a compromised shoulder capsule that you're paying. Yeah, no, it isn't. And that you're paying another 3 years and $19 million per year,
if you so choose.
That baseball contract's are guaranteed, Sean. So
you could trade his ass, like you've been speculating they might do in the offseason.
That might be difficult if he's injured.
You ain't gonna. You can't be scary, dude. I'm tired of all the scary crap.
No, what I'm saying is you have an investment in this guy, and if the plan at the beginning of the year was, We're not going to pitch him multiple innings, just like he hadn't pitched multiple innings for years before he got to Houston. We're not going to pitch him multiple innings because we don't want to risk another injury. After all, it was pitching multiple innings that got him on the injured list to begin with, and then followed with a setback that then kept him out another several months.
Here's why I don't care. He's a grown man, and he took his ass into that dugout and said, I'm good. And the skipper was like, okay, sir.
What do you think he said the day before he got hurt?
I'm good.
I'm good. And then what happened?
Well, you know what? I can get you a tissue if, in fact, it doesn't work out and a guy goes out there and gets hurt. I appreciate the dudes that want to put it all on the line and that ain't going to be scary asses.
I'm worried about his desire and his commitment. I'm worried about the brains
ain't nothing wrong
that were
with
involved in this by the manager who knows you've got a potentially compromised closer. And look, let's not short sell this. The Astros bullpen got its act together the day Josh Hader got back.
Mm-hmm.
Everything fell in line because Josh Hader was back. And Josh Hader has pitched like a freaking boss since he came back. So you know what?
Yeah, so what the hell's compromised to you?
Let me just see if I can screw things up a little bit here. You know what, Josh? Go give me a second inning. And now does that mean he's unavailable tonight? Because it should mean he's unavailable tonight.
Of course he's unavailable tonight.
But the bigger issue is you have a guy who had a shoulder capsule injury who did not have surgery. That's why he's able to pitch this year. And then had a bicep injury that followed it before he ever got back on the mound. And now we're throwing our protocols out the window for a game on August 10th against the Little Rainbows with 47 freaking wins.
You had to do it.
Because
you had to win.
Nobody else on the team can give you an inning when you're up by 3 runs.
Well, but see, and that's not true because Brian Abreu has shown that he can go out there and get big outs again. Now,
then why couldn't he go out there yesterday?
I don't know, because Josh Hader said, hey, Skip, I'm good. I'm going back out. And Joe Espada decided, okay, you're good. And he went back out. Now, here's the...
that's when Skip is supposed to be smarter than the player.
Well, now hold on. Do you think Skip got called into the office today by Dana Brown and Jim Crane on Zoom call or something and got an ass chewing? Because if there's real total alignment and he's Mr. Skip Robot and he follows a plan, then he's just following a plan, isn't he? No. I'm with you in that. You know what? If you're going to be mad, hold on. If you're going to be mad at Joe Espada for going rogue and actually being a human being that has blood pumping through his veins and making a human decision, I'm glad that you finally have come around on, maybe people can think for themselves in this organization, right or wrong.
I am probably of the mind that there was probably a conversation between Dana Brown and Joe Espada today.
Well, you know what? I hope there was, and then I hope Josh Hader texted Dana Brown and the powers that be that contacted Joe Espada for that ass chewing, and he said, stop being some scary bitches. I'm good to go. This is what I do.
I'm sorry. I want my players to actually get through October, not through the second week of August.
I know what you're saying, and just because it happened before doesn't mean it's going to happen again.
That's usually exactly what that means.
No, it isn't.
Guys who get hurt do not suddenly become, I'm not hurt anymore.
He's not hurt. He was hurt. He's fixed, and he's been pitching like an absolute badass. That's a pretty good sign to me that he's fixed. And I'm just going to say, you have to understand where at least I'm coming from on this. And 2 weekends ago, I'm watching the Baseball Hall of Fame speech, and Jeff Kent goes up there and looks Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio in the face. And not Jeff Kent, it was Carlos Beltran. Looks Jeff Bagwell and Craig Biggio in the face while he's giving his Hall of Fame speech and says, it wasn't until my time in Houston that I learned what being a true Major League Baseball player was and learning how to play through pain. You guys taught me that. I watched you go out there and grind every single day and play through pain. And there's an appreciation level that I think, ball players that play in the year of our Lord 2026 and people that manage them, and that run teams, they'll never get, they don't grasp because the game has changed. And I do appreciate the few badasses that there are out there that aren't scaredy cats that want the baseball and that understand that, damn, we are only a half game up and we've worked our asses off to get into this position. And I'm going to make damn sure that we don't relinquish this tonight, which thank God they didn't, because the Rangers, they pulled one out of their ass last night too. They had a 10th inning rally to beat the Angels last night. And if they would have won, Astros would have lost, boom, vanished, gone again. And not to say forever, but you know what? I love the fact that one game is important enough to do that for Josh Hader last night, and he did it.
Sean, there's a difference between being hurt and being injured. And I know you know this.
Yeah, but he ain't either right now.
And why is that?
Because he did his rehab and he's pitched like a badass.
And maybe because they've kept him on the regimen. I mean, he's only been back for a couple of months.
Yeah, but come on.
It's not like he's been back for a year.
You're telling me.
I'm telling you that I'm protecting my damn investment because if he goes down in August.
Yeah.
All right, this isn't heads roll. This is buildings burn.
Yeah, but
if he goes
you're
down,
telling me a dude can't sit his ass down for about 15 minutes and then take his ass back out there on the pitcher's mound and throw 10 pitches and get outs? Come on, man.
I'm saying you have guidelines and protocols for a reason, and those reasons are not supposed to just get flushed down the toilet 2 months after a return because, crap, it's August 10th. We might be a half a game out of first if we don't win. We're up by 3 in the 10th inning. Who could we go to? Absolutely freaking nobody, Chief. Send them back out there. Like, the thought process, the machinations and the reasoning behind it were asinine. This isn't September 29th, and damn it, it's win or in, losing out. All right, you tell me on game 162, you need Josh Hader to go lock down a second inning with a 1-run lead? Go for it.
What game was last night?
118.
All right, you tell me game 118 hadn't mattered last year or the year before when you had to win or lose the division
with a
the
3-run
last
lead?
week of the last series of the season.
With a 3-run lead.
Tell me it didn't matter.
It could be somebody else. And last year, you were 67, 68 wins at this point. So it didn't quite matter the same because you hadn't had your collapse. Hader hadn't gotten hurt yet.
What did it come down to?
Actually, what is it, a week
what
from now?
What did it come down to?
It came down to everybody getting freaking hurt, Sean.
No.
No, it didn't come down to guys getting hurt.
Listen to me. Calm down. What did it come down to at the end of the season last year?
It came down to Josh Hader in about a week getting injured. It came down to Bennett Sousa a week later.
It came down
getting
to you
injured.
losing a series during the regular season to the Seattle Mariners.
You're right. You know what?
Right?
That game they lost, like game 5 of the season. That's why they lost the series. That's why they lost the season. Sean.
My point is, and you're smart enough to know this, every game matters. And that
some games matter more than others.
Yeah, but guess what? That game mattered to Josh Hader last night enough to say, give me the ball, Skip. I want it. And I love the fact that Espada was like, okay, let's see what you're made of. I love that.
That's great. Let's see what you're made of. And if that had gone wrong, your season's over. Congratulations.
Well, you know what?
Because Jordan can't pitch.
Yeah, but at 7-17 right now, I don't know that it has gone wrong. I haven't got a report that Josh Hader his arm has fallen off.
So we should play with fire because, hey, you wanted to keep a half a game lead on August 10th that you very easily could have gotten back considering you've come back from 11 games under and stormed your way to the top of the division. There's no way in hell you could make up a half a game between now and the next 7 weeks.
I don't know.
There's no way in hell Brian Abreu could have gotten you 3 outs with a 3-run lead. That could not have freaking happened. The whole thought process was asinine because you're lucky enough to get away with it does not make it a good decision, does not make it the right decision, and does not justify being an idiot about it.
I don't think he was an idiot. I think he showed some balls. And my grandfather once told me that, you don't spend tomorrow's money today.
Because that's brains.
Well, yeah, but you're also paying a guy a lot of money to do what he did last night, to go out, be a badass, and help win you baseball games.
And you want him to do it 20 more times.
Yeah. And I'm not going to be a scared little bitch if he goes out there and has to throw less than 20 pitches.
So you could be a dumb idiot about it. I mean, that's just as good.
Or just scared. Scared don't win ball games all the time.
That's why you have more than one guy in your bullpen.
Hey, at least we got your blood flow in the first 18 minutes of the show tonight. I'm glad that happened. He's Patrick Creighton. I'm Sean Bijani. Bryson Scruggs producing more of this very fine radio program is next.
Radio Venom!
Ready? The 2026 preseason kicks off Thursday night. Hear the Texans' first action against the Chargers here with pregame coverage starting at 4. Kickoffs at 7 with Mark Vandermeer and Andre Ware. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Land Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Yeah, welcome back in Area 45, Sports Radio 610. I'm going to screw that up so much Thursday and beyond. I'm going to say Sports Radio 610.
How many times do you think
as a reflex?
Sean or Seth are going to say it in the morning?
Well, here's the thing. Like, they get to, because they're on 6 to 8, right?
Yeah, we're not 95.7 The Fan until 8 a.m.
Yeah, and then at 8 a.m., is that like Texans radio taking over at that point in time? On Thursday, right? Wouldn't it be?
Don't know the answer to that question.
I only
guess who's not usually in the building at that hour.
I only had this conversation for like 30 minutes yesterday with Parker in the kitchen. And I didn't ask that question. Like, I know we're all supposed to be in here, like during the flip or whatever.
We're all supposed to be here. We're going to have a lot of our biggest clients are going to be here.
They won't be in here.
They'll be right there on that
peering in.
Yes.
Yeah. Like, remember those old Foley's commercials or Sears? It was like, open, open, open. That's what they're going to be looking all weird like that and just, hey, how's it going?
So we're going to have a lot of people. There's going to be a ton of people here. We're going to have a breakfast bar. We're going to have a Bloody Mary bar. We're going to have a mimosa bar. And I have to I actually have a meeting with a client on Thursday at 12.
Sweet. Well, y'all be sobered up by then.
So I'm pretty much after that, and then I'm going home and taking a nap.
Yeah, yeah.
And then we're going to the Texas game.
Oh, then you have to remember not to say Sports Radio 610 on Friday when we come in for the show. I'm going to screw that up. I already know. It's going to be a process.
I got to retire the hat.
Yeah, well, you don't have to. OG, man. You could always wear it. We're supposed to get new swag, like T-shirts, and I don't know about the hat situation, but I would imagine that's coming down the pipeline at some point in time.
Well, you did bring the swag. Did you not get? You got swag for yourself too, right?
Yeah, but not a hat. I got the same stuff you
Yeah,
did.
no, we don't have hats yet.
Yet. That's what I'm hoping for, is that it's a yet.
I'm hoping that we will have hats.
We need hats.
Guys, are producers included on the swag?
Yes. No. Yes. Everybody's getting it.
Thank goodness. PC had me worried.
You should have gotten yours. I mean, you saw Parker.
Yeah, I'll check back in with him. I didn't even know that was a thing going on.
You get nothing.
I mean, you are new, but you've been here before, and then
did they ask you what size shirt you are?
No, and that's concerning.
No, you're not getting squat. You be asked out.
Yeah, I would tell you this. Every once in a while, just peer around the corner, and sometimes they leave the promo door open. Swoop in there and grab you a shirt one night.
How close are you to the same size Colin was?
I imagine pretty close. I rock an XL.
Yeah.
He's probably a large, maybe XL.
Colin looks like a...
I kind of thought he was like a medium.
Yeah, he's probably supposed to be wearing a medium, but he's one of those guys that likes to wear the oversized shirts, if you couldn't tell. He's probably rocking your XL.
Yeah, so I can perfectly fill in.
So you may wind up... getting lucky in that regard.
Yeah.
Hopefully. I mean, PC, you remember my first day, I was just training with Colin, and I was already asking you, this guy's in charge of sales and promotions? This is the perfect guy to ask.
Oh, I'm not in charge of promotions.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought you had maybe had a connection. So, first day on the job, I wasn't shy about it. I was like, so, do you guys got any hats or any shirts, book bags, like anything? I'm willing to buy it. I just want to know if there's anything so I can rock the...
Back in the day.
How about no?
Bottle openers, koozies, hats,
Dude,
shirts.
I still have the Sports Radio 610 bottle opener.
I still have the koozie, which is it's on its last leg. It's good enough to keep my hands from getting cold.
To me, koozies are maybe the most useless thing in the world.
No, not.
I never use them.
Well, you don't drink beer. If you drink beer, you'd use them.
Yeah, hanging out by the pool, I want a koozie to kind of keep my drink cold.
I was kind of like anti-koozie. My father-in-law got me onto the koozies, and that's how you know I'm getting to be an old. I was like, nah. I don't need a koozie. He'd offer me one every weekend that I'd go over there for 20 years. And only this year have I started accepting and using my own that I've stored in my pantry for God knows how many years. But it's because I don't really chug the beer, as fast as I used to. So it's going to take me a little bit. So that's why I think the koozies come in handy.
My favorite is guys who have a long neck beer bottle and they still hold the base of the bottle.
Yeah, well, they make koozies for those too, by the way.
Like, fella. It's the reason it has a long neck.
Yeah.
So your hand will be up there and it won't get your beer hot.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Guys, they didn't ask me for my size, but I don't want to come away empty-handed. I'm showing up early on Thursday, and if I can get a bottle opener or a koozie, I'll be a happy man.
You might want to show up early tomorrow and try to get it, because that's probably when you're actually going to be able to get Parker, because Thursday, he going to be busy.
Yeah, but he'll be here, though. It's as good a time as any. We'll all be in the same room at some point together. So, like I said, keep an eye out for a shirt and don't ask questions. Just grab one, okay? Let me give you the lineup before the ball game gets going. Still an hour or so away. Game 2 of 3, Astros tonight. It's Hunter Brown on the mound. Quality start for him, 2 out of the last 3 outings. Very good to solid outings for Hunter Brown. Had that 7-inning gem a couple starts ago, I think it was. You've got Pena at shortstop, Alvarez DH, Paredes at third, Altuve at second, Walker at first. The new guy, Nelson Velasquez, in left field. More on that in just a bit. Dalton Varsho in center field, Cam Smith in right, and Yainer Diaz catching. Now, Nelson Velasquez, he is starting tonight and playing left field, up with the big club, just a matter of days away from being picked up via waivers from the St. Louis Cardinals. They made room for him by jettisoning Jake Myers again to AAA. Is this going to be the last time we see Jake Myers up at the big club in 2026?
Barring injury or...
Yeah, barring injury.
September call-up. Yeah. If you were comfortable with Jake being the right-handed center fielder and making a platoon with Varsho, he'd still be here.
Mm-hmm.
That you would rather have Varsho hit against a lefty than have Jake hit against a lefty tells you they have no faith in Jake right now at all.
And you shouldn't, to be honest with you. I mean, I hate to do it, but it is true. His back of the baseball card, far more impressive than Jake Myers. And I'm talking about Dalton Varsho. And for that matter, they have to figure out what they got in Nelson Velasquez. You got to see. Maybe you catch lightning in a bottle. Maybe you get the guy, that changes scenery on a contending club. He turns it on. So I'm kind of excited for that. Velasquez, their 6-hitter tonight in left field. Training camp, meanwhile, continues for the Texans. Game week. Texans will host the Chargers on Thursday. We'll talk to John McClain here in just a couple of minutes. Reliance Stadium, Thursday, 7 o'clock. You can hear it on 95.7 at that point in time, and 610 The Fan. That night, we'll officially flip at 8 a.m. that morning. D'Amico Ryans said today was not just a dress rehearsal kind of day, but a get-right day after a team-wide kind of a lackluster practice to start the week yesterday. Here's D'Amico Ryans talking about how fired up he and the guys were this morning.
I think the guys were a little fired up. And I had to get after them a little bit yesterday. It wasn't our best practice yesterday by any means. That wasn't who we are, how we come out. That wasn't it. So, everybody need a reminder just of what we're trying to achieve. What are we trying to accomplish, right? To do what we're trying to accomplish, it takes persistent work every single day. We can't have letdowns. We can't have setbacks. Like, we have to continue to press forward. We have to count on guys to be relentlessly consistent in what they're doing in their approach every single day. Yesterday, we took a step back. It wasn't good enough. But today, guys responded really well. All 3 phases did a really great job, right? Making plays, doing what they're supposed to do. So
that sounds like an improvement, right? Did you see the reports? There were multiple of them this morning, PC, about just how fired up one particular dude was on the offensive line for the Houston Texans. Rookie Keelan Rutledge getting into it with Will Anderson Jr. I love to hear that from anybody getting into it with Will Anderson Jr. That I don't think has happened. I don't know that it has ever happened. Will Anderson Jr., training camp practice, gets into a quote-unquote scuffle with anybody.
So getting into a scuffle with Will Anderson Jr., balls or brain dead?
Balls. Absolute balls. I love it. You got to do it. And if anybody needed to do it, it's some individual on the offensive line. More on that later. We'll get John McClain's thoughts on that and the rest of camp, things that he'll be looking for on Thursday night. We'll do it all next with the General, John McClain. It's Area 45. Stay put.
It's a new day. Yes, it is.
Thursday morning. A new day in Houston sports radio begins. At 8 a.m., we flip the switch on 95.7 The Fan and move Houston sports leader to the FM dial. The voices you trust, the sports talk you love. Louder, clearer, and better than ever. Presented by Viking Carpet One Floor and Home Outlet. Call or text 281-907-6444 for all of your flooring needs. Texans training camp is here. Live from the West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugarland Studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Area 45 with Bijani and Creighton.
Oh, well. Welcome to the party, pal! I got a 6-month backlog and New York scumbags I'm still trying to put behind bars. Come out to the coast, we'll get together, have a few laughs. Who gives a f***? Yes, I was wrong about you. You're not such a ass. How's that, ass? Shh, it's okay. I've done this before. Yeah, I'm that Energizer Bunny. Listen to me. Sister Teresa called me Mr. McLean in the 3rd grade. My friends call me John. Off. You're neither, shithead. Yeah, I got a deal for you. But I let you live. Yippee-ki-yay, motherfucker.
He is not only our resident Hall of Famer, he is not only our resident movie star. In fact, not only our resident movie producer, but he is also our walking, talking, living, breathing encyclopedia of all things Houston sports. He is the General, John McClain, with us on the Texas Mattress Makers guest line. John, we are 2 days from the Texans preseason opener. For you, what are you most looking forward to or most looking towards with the Texans as they open the preseason Thursday night?
Patrick, backups, rookies, new players, players coming off injuries, positions that need help, third linebacker, backup tight end. We're always going to be looking at the offensive line, and I think the offensive line is going to be a tough cut, not because any of them are great, just because they got a lot with similar abilities. And the younger wide receivers, we're not going to see Nico Collins, of course, not going to see Dalton Schultz, and we don't need to see those guys. You know, we got to see the guys trying to fill backup roles. They know basically who's going to make the team already. And they'll never say that, of course, but they've been watching them since the start of the off-season program, and I'm really fired up anytime they try to run the football. I don't care who's carrying it. I don't care who they're going against, just to see who's in the offensive line, who's playing running back, and can they average more than 3 yards a carry.
John, last night me and PC are talking about it and kind of speculating, and, I've been doing this for 20 years. Here it is, the Texans' 25th season, and been watching. I never remember what the hell they do the preseason before, like who plays, when they play, how much they play. And so I'm telling PC last night, like, damn it, I don't want to see the Texans use the first month of the season as this quote-unquote ramp-up period. Like, the games are too important. That frustrates the hell out of me. They can't afford it. It's too important of a season. We got to see the first-team offense on Thursday. And looking at everything last night when I got home, I'm like, I'm an idiot. That's not going to happen. The Texans didn't play anybody last year in Game 1. C.J. Stroud threw a total of 8 passes in all 3 preseason games because he only played in game number 2 against the Vikings, I think it was, last year. And so, yeah, you're not going to see any of those dudes, certainly at least Thursday. But doesn't that frustrate you? Like, I want to know from you, the human John McClain, does that frustrate you at all, the fact that you don't get a chance to see, like, the dudes in the preseason, that they're still kicking off the rust, like, on game days when they count during the regular season?
And they started 0-3 last year. Mm-hmm. I wish it were the way it used to be. Now, I know I'm an old dinosaur and everything, but the starters would play a quarter in the first game, 2 quarters in the second game, 3 quarters in the third game, and then the fourth one, they'd play a little bit in the fourth quarter, and they'd be ready for the start of the regular season. And that's the way everybody did it. And then with the advent of the salary cap, everybody panicked, but also guys stay in a lot better shape now than they did back then. You didn't have to play them into shape. You didn't have to practice them into shape. So much today is mental. It's walkthroughs. It's watching to see if mistakes are made, who can handle what. And in Nick Caley's system, there is so much on the quarterback's plate. And do we know that C.J. Stroud can handle that beyond a shadow of a doubt. Well, that's up to Caley. If he can't handle what Caley wants done, he's going to have to cut it back. And I'm not sure what they did last year, but they should be better at it this year. And you would think when you have all that pressure on you mentally that you would need more time to play. But they're not going to do that. We'll get a good look at Graham Mertz. And that guy's thrown a lot of good passes in training camp. They like him as the third quarterback. We'll get to see a little more Davis Mills. I still wish they would sign Davis Mills to another extension, but they haven't done that yet. And we've seen all these little undrafted free agents, draft choices from, say, fourth round down. And I want to see those guys because a few of them are going to make the team. But we need to see who are going to be the backup offensive linemen because at some point they're going to start. Offensive lines don't stay healthy. Every player doesn't play well enough. Remember last season, starting left tackle gone after one game, starting left guard gone after 5 or 6. So just because they're starting the season doesn't mean they're going to continue to start. And that's why we need to see, well, if that happens, who's going to step up and take their place? Like Bijani Creighton from Oklahoma, guard, 4th-round pick, because of Keelan Rutledge. We're talking about him all the time, but a lot of 4th-round picks get a lot of playing time. So I think that part's interesting to watch. Of course, the coaches want to win. If they don't, it's no big deal. The punter had his best game today. Now he's going to have to do it in games, and he's going to punt every time, and they trade a 6th-round pick to get him, so they cut the other guy to clear the deck for him. That is an important position on this team because if he can back up the opposing offense inside its 20, doesn't even have to be inside its 10, there's not a lot of offense going to drive over 80 yards against his defense. So the punter and, of course, Fairbairn having to convert, you hope he has fewer field goals and more touchdowns, especially with David Montgomery being a touchdown machine. And as somebody pointed out, Montgomery scored all those touchdowns with a whole lot better offensive line than the Texans have.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, good point. We knew that.
John, how much do you think the starting offensive line, how much run do you think they get Thursday night? And where are you right now? What do you think happens to that right tackle position?
On the depth chart, it says or. There was 7-0 with Trent Brown last year. He's a veteran. He can't stay healthy. Braden Smith didn't play a whole season, but he played a whole lot more than Trent Brown, almost double the games. Maybe if it's tied, they go with Brown just because he played last year. But if Braden Smith doesn't win that job after the money they gave him, that's a big disappointment. And I'm pretty sure both of them are going to play. I'm talking about this season because of the injury factor. Cody Stutes, in his 11 observations that he does every day, he got after a critical eye on Ed Ingram, who has not. Now, it's preseason, it's practice. We'll see when the season starts. But he is a guy that they're counting on to solidify. He is solidified right guard. He played well enough in his first season. Really good trade by Nick Caserio, 6th-round pick for a former 2nd-round pick. And he earned the big contract, big for a guard. So now he needs to play like it. And I think we all love watching Rutledge play. And Jared Patterson, we're not talking about Patterson. It's his 4th year. He can play guard. He can play center. Andrews plays center. And if I had to pick one of those guys, I would pick Patterson, but he didn't play for the Patriots, so it'll probably be Andrews.
It's kind of funny. You've heard the term, and you've probably used it ad nauseum over the course of your career covering the NFL in particular. Follow the money, right? You can't always do that with Nick Caserio in signing offensive linemen. What they signed Cam Robinson to last year, like an $18 million contract or whatever the hell it was.
Tomlinson got a good deal to come here.
Yeah, Lakin did too. And I'm looking at Braden Smith's contract, 2 years, $20 million, 13.5 guaranteed, and he's in a competition with a guy who's on a 1 year, $5.5 million contract in Trent Brown. So maybe it really is a competition.
I have never thought with the Texans you follow the money. Never.
Yeah, you can't.
That hadn't entered into my thought process watching them. Well, they're going to keep this guy because he makes more money, and they don't want the McNairs to know, boy, we blew it giving him all this money. They've cut a lot of players making money.
Yeah.
They cut Kenyon Green. Kenyon Green was a first-round pick, and they didn't hesitate to do it. So I like the fact that money does not figure into their thought process.
Yeah, they are not afraid to write a check, nor are they afraid to eat a check.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Don't you wish that we had it like that?
Yes,
dude.
Yeah. I was just, who were we talking about yesterday? Like, wish we could just kind of squat somewhere and make CEO money for a little bit.
So we were talking about a story about sorority life coaches.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
So there are people who are coaches for girls who are going into college and want to get into a sorority at an SEC school, and they coach them on what to wear and how to act and how to clean out their social media accounts and all this stuff. And they get upwards of like $12,000 for every person that they counsel. And I'm like, where did we go wrong in our career choice?
And I saw today they have young women coming in and designing their dorm room. And there was one I saw today, can't remember the school, and the family spent $20,000 on the dorm room so the daughter would, I don't know what the hell it means. If I spent $20,000, she better make straight A's. But that's just money to waste, but it was hilarious.
Better make straight A's and graduate her ass in 2 years.
I was gonna say $20,000 in the dorm room. That's probably like about annual tuition.
Yeah, that's wild, man. John McClain with us on the Texas Mattress Makers hotline.
That girl's probably driving like a brand new BMW 7 Series as her high school graduation gift.
John is going to hang around with us as we roll into the 8 o'clock hour. Talk a little bit more ball with him on the Texas Mattress Makers hotline. More Area 45 coming up next. You know what I hope is not coming up next for you?
West Point Lincoln and West Point Lincoln of Sugar Lands